Chapter 1. The Humiliation of the Hyuga Clan, under the division. Year 48 of Konoha. Kneeling before Hyuga Itachi, the father of Hyuga Kei pleaded, "I am willing to accept the punishment of the clan laws, to spare my son and wife. Kei is a prodigy and will surely awaken the Byakugan in the future. He will not bring shame to the clan." Hyuga Itachi stated without a trace of mercy, "You shall suffer the clan's punishment, and they must perish. As a member of the Hyuga, it is unacceptable for our bloodline to be sullied." Before the eyes of Hyuga Kei's father, Hyuga Itachi unleashed a powerful 8 trigrams empty palm, striking the head of Hyuga Kei's mother, while little Kei was cradled in her arms. She was but an ordinary person. How could she withstand such an attack? Hyuga Kei's father was unable to intervene in time. The outcome was tragic. Blood and flesh splattered upon the 3-year-old child. Overwhelmed by such a harrowing shock, the child fainted, at which point his soul from another world quietly merged with his own. Enough! A stern voice rang out as an elderly figure emerged from outside. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, flanked by dozens of umbu. He approached and lifted the now-dazed Kei into his arms. Is this not enough chaos? Regardless, the child is innocent. Seeing the Hokage intervene, Hyuga Kei's father immediately knelt before both men, burying his head deep into the ground. "I am fully aware that my sins cannot be redeemed, and I am prepared to die as atonement. I only wish for Kei to live. The child is blameless." With that, the father struck his palm against his own temple, dying on the spot. "Since the Hokage has spoken, let this matter conclude here." Hyuga Itachi shifted his tone. "However, this child must remain within the Hyuga clan, and once he awakens the Byakugan, he shall bear the caged bird seal." Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this was the Hyuga clan's bottom line and nodded in agreement. As long as the child lived, it would be the greatest blow to the Hyuga clan's rules, which he had long resented. The rule that prioritized the clan over the village should have been abolished long ago. 2 years later, early in year 50 of Konoha, in a corner, Hyuga Kei curled up, surrounded by several figures who relentlessly beat him. "You filthy wretch! Your very existence is the greatest humiliation to us. You lack the Byakugan. What right do you have to bear the name Hyuga? Do you not even possess the mark that symbolizes the Hyuga? Of course, a mixed breed like you could never be worthy of such a mark." This group of branch family youths incessantly hurled insults, continuing to assault the boy before them. Hyuga Kei dared not retaliate, for to do so would only invite further bullying. These individuals had just received the caged bird seal, and upon learning its purpose and significance from their parents, their hearts brimmed with hatred and resentment. They dared not oppose the main family, nor defy the rules. However, they devised a means of venting their frustrations. Was there not another Hyuga who lacked even the Byakugan? At this moment, the basest instincts of humanity were laid bare. When at the bottom, they yearned to resist, yet upon discovering someone of an even lower status, instead of uniting against their common plight, they doubled down on their oppression. And Hyuga Kei was the most marginalized within the Hyuga clan, barely qualifying as a member of the branch family. "Lift him up and let him witness the might of the Byakugan," said the eldest among them. "Let him experience the power of the branch family." With Kei, barely able to stand, being hoisted up by 2 branch family members, one hoisted an arm over his shoulder. The Hyuga youth formed a hand seal, the blood vessels around his Byakugan swelling. "This is our Byakugan. You, filthy wretch, shall never possess it. After you fall, go lament to your mixed breed parents." Soft fist technique, 2 palms. Even martial arts were employed. This was a lethal strike. 2 fingers pressed against Hyuga Kei's body, causing him to cough up blood. At his current state, he could not even fight back. No one had taught him the ways of training, and he did not even know the most basic method of chakra refinement. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out, but Hyuga Kei lacked the strength to look at the newcomer. "Is this the glory of your branch family? Bullying one who does not even possess the Byakugan? But return to your training." "Yes, Lord Hayashi." The assailants hastily abandoned the unconscious Hyuga Kei and fled the scene. Hyuga Hayashi instructed someone to assist Kei, but upon seeing his condition, he couldn't help but frown. "Take him home. His future living expenses will be equal to those of the branch family members." "My lord." But the attendant was bewildered, for the clan leader had explicitly forbidden assistance to this disgrace of the Hyuga clan. Why would Hyuga Hayashi still extend help? Though his father violated the clan's laws, he shares a bond with me. The clan leader would not punish me for this. Take him away. "Ah, and give this to him." Hyuga Hayashi produced a scroll. "This is a ninjutsu developed by his father, deemed heretical. Today, I shall return it to him." "Understood." When Hyuga Kei awoke, he found himself back at home. As he moved his body, he couldn't help but let out a wail of agony. With immense effort, Hyuga Kei managed to lean against the wall and sit up. Upon rising, he spotted the scroll lying beside him. Cautiously, he picked it up and unfurled it. Every movement sent waves of pain coursing through him. The title read, The Union of Ninjutsu and Soft Fist. Within were recorded various techniques of soft fist and ninjutsu, along with proposed methods and possibilities for their combination, concluding with several successful cases, mostly of C and B rank ninjutsu. The signature at the end was that of his father, Hyuga Takuma, whom he had scarcely met. They only gave me ninjutsu, but I don't even know how to refine chakra. As if in response to Hyuga Kei's lament, a small booklet fell from the scroll's inner layer. He picked up the booklet and glanced through it. Inscribed within was precisely the chakra refinement method Hyuga Kei had longed for. Overjoyed, he realized that with this knowledge, he could truly become a ninja. He was eager to begin his training immediately. After carefully reading the meditation methods outlined, Hyuga Kei adjusted his posture and attempted to refine his chakra. Indeed, within 10 minutes, he felt a surge of energy extracted from the cells of his body to his dantian. His body felt lighter, and as chakra flowed through him, the swelling began to subside. Remarkable! Is this the legendary chakra? The text indicated that the extraction speed would improve with training, and now, Hyuga Kei seized upon the pain, rapidly practicing. Hyuga Hayashi, I shall repay this kindness. Hyuga Kei recalled the voice that had saved him. Without Hayashi's intervention, he might have perished. Had he been beaten to death, those wretched youths would have faced no punishment, and their parents might have patted them on the back in praise. With this thought, Hyuga Kei's expression twisted with rage. The Hyuga clan, await my slow revenge. Chapter 2. The Chaos of the Nine Tails. Year 50 of Konoha. With the birth of Niji, Hyuga Kei's circumstances improved significantly, as Hyuga Hayashi kept Kei at home under the pretext of seeking a companion for Niji. Yet, everyone understood that this was a protective measure for Hyuga Kei should he continue to be assaulted. It was only a matter of time before tragedy struck. Hyuga Kei also learned that Hyuga Kumo was indeed his aunt, while Hyuga Hayashi was his uncle. The newborn Niji was his cousin. In the following days, Hyuga Kei enjoyed a much better life, sharing meals and lodging with his uncle's family. Occasionally, he received guidance during training. Meanwhile, his little cousin Niji was still learning to walk, leaving Kei with little to occupy himself. Then, rumors reached Hyuga Kei about the outbreak of the Kagaya War, with the name Obito added to the memorial stone. Yet, Hyuga Kei was aware that Obito had already been taken by Madara, and the Moon's Eye plan was about to commence. Year 51 of Konoha. After a year of training, Hyuga Kei's strength surged. Not only had he mastered the Hyuga Soft Fist, but he had also learned several crank ninjutsu techniques developed by his father, Takuma. During his training, Hyuga Kei discovered his remarkable talent. Often mastering ordinary ninjutsu with ease, and refining chakra was exceptionally effortless. Comparing himself with peers, his chakra volume was already 2 to 3 times greater than theirs. Hyuga Kei began to suspect that he harbored a trace of the Senju bloodline within him, albeit faint, which manifested in his abilities. His mother might very well be a descendant of the Senju clan. The Senju clan advocated intermarriage with commoners as the Senju bloodline evolved. Many families could trace their lineage back to them. From this year onward, Hyuga Kei continuously heard about the births of children among the leaders of various ninja clans, signaling the impending approach of the Nine Tails chaos. Hinata Kei distinctly remembers that the birthday of the world's protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, falls on October 10th, which also marks the memorial day of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. At that time, all young civilians and lower-ranking ninjas must seek refuge, and perhaps amidst the chaos, there might be an opportunity to gain something for oneself. Hinata Kei's restless heart, which had just begun to ferment, was swiftly extinguished by the realization that, given his own capabilities, his foremost concern should be survival. Moreover, in the original narrative, Niji's mother never made an appearance and likely perished in an unforeseen accident. Many civilian ninjas lost their lives during the Nine Tails rampage, and the devastation inflicted upon Konoha was second only to the invasion by Pain, as it ushered in a period of reconstruction. It was during this time that the Uchiha clan was relocated to the outskirts of the village. Contemplating this, Hinata Kei shuddered. A single-tailed beast bomb could obliterate everything in its path. It was clear that even someone of his stature, as a mere lower-ranking ninja, would have no choice but to flee, even if they were of the level of a Kage. That evening, since morning, Hinata Kei had been plagued with unease, his typically smiling countenance now furrowed with worry. Hinata Yumi, sensing his distress, inquired with concern, "Kei, are you all right? You're not ill, are you?" "I'm fine, Aunt. I merely feel a sense of foreboding, as if something terrible is about to occur." Suddenly, Hinata Kei felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. "Do you feel better?" Your father often used to comfort me in this way. Thank you. I feel much improved, Hinata Kei replied with a smile. Aunt, may I take care of Niji tonight? Is that permissible? He can be quite unruly and often cries at night. That's no trouble I can manage. Very well. Then I shall rely on you, Kei. Niji had recently taken to causing disturbances, making it difficult for anyone to sleep peacefully. No worries, he reassured her. He picked up the 1-year-old Hinata Niji, who had just begun to walk but still longed to be held. Growing up beside Hinata Kei, Niji felt a strong bond with him and snuggled closer in his embrace. Brother, Xiang. This night marked the onset of the Nine-Tails rampage, and Hinata Kei thought he could quickly react and escort Niji to safety. This would also honor the care bestowed upon him by Yuzuki and Yumi. As dusk fell, Hinata Kei sat beside Niji's bed, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, ready to wake Niji and his aunt at the first sound of an explosion, swiftly making their way to the wartime shelter. Meanwhile, Hinata Hikari was attending a clan meeting in the narrative. Hikari would not perish at this moment. Absent the butterfly effect, the Nine-Tails rampage would not claim Hinata Hikari's life, particularly since he was a jounin unlikely to meet such an easy demise. Even if the 4th Hokage was to engage in a fierce battle with the Nine-Tails, it would not fall upon the head of this branch family leader. Just as Hinata Kei repeatedly pondered the quickest route to the wartime shelter, a resounding explosion echoed through the land, shaking the very earth beneath them. The Nine-Tails had been summoned by a Beto. Hinata Kei's eyes flew open as he swiftly yanked the slumbering Niji from his bed, tightly wrapping him in a bedsheet. He burst through the door and, channeling his chakra, hurried to Yumi's room, where his aunt had been startled awake, clad only in a simple nightgown. Kei, was that an earthquake? No, we must flee. There's a massive fox outside. Seizing his aunt, who was still in shock, he raced towards the shelter. It's the Nine-Tails. Yumi suddenly realized, her eyes widening. As the three stepped out into the courtyard, they were met by a member of the main branch, none other than the second elder's son, Hyuga. Yumi, change into your ninja attire. All adult ninjas from the branch family are required to engage in battle. But I am no longer a ninja, Yumi replied, having retired to become a dedicated housewife after her pregnancy. It wasn't that she feared danger, her greater desire was to protect Niji and Kei as they sought refuge. Even if retired, have you forgotten your ninja skills? The 3rd Hokage has ordered the Hyuga clan to take part in the second wave of the offensive. Are you saying that if the branch family does not act, we should wait for the main family to engage? Yumi attempted to argue further, but was cut off by a sharp gasp of pain. That man had activated the caged bird seal upon her. This is merely a lesson. Dare you defy me again, and you shall regret it. Hinata Kei finally understood why Niji had become an orphan. The reason lay in this moment, yet the powerless version of himself could do nothing. Yumi, her headache slightly alleviated, looked down at her nephew, Hinata Kei, whose expression was twisted in anguish. Please take care of Niji. Hinata Kei gritted his teeth, aware that he could not contend with Hyuga at that moment. I will ensure Niji reaches safety, he vowed. To reassure his aunt, Hinata Kei turned his back and sprinted towards the shelter with Niji in his arms. Wind release, wind body technique. Hinata Kei was enveloped in a gust of wind, propelling him forward. Faster, even faster. The sounds of collapsing structures echoed behind them as the Nine-Tails continued its rampage, while numerous jounin and shunin fought desperately to impede its advance. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking ninjas were organized to guide the civilians to safety. Quickly this way, Hinata Kei saw someone beckoning to him. It was none other than the masked youth, Kakashi. Without hesitation, he rushed towards him, and under Kakashi's protection, the two successfully entered the shelter. Inside, Hinata Kei spotted many familiar faces, members of Konoha's new generation, alongside numerous civilians seeking refuge. Might Guy, Yuhi Kunai, Sarutobi Isuma, Tintin, Mitarashi Anko, and Kamizuki Izuma were all present. Among them, Hinata Kei also saw the Uchiha brothers, Itachi and Sasuke. Many were fervently rallying to confront the Nine-Tails, but an elder, Jounin, intervened. What can you do by rushing out now? You lack even the ability to approach the Nine-Tails. If we go out, we might save some civilians. Staying here, we can do nothing. Witnessing this scene, Hinata Kei shook his head. These individuals were indeed impetuous. At this moment, venturing outside would only lead to more casualties, perhaps even sacrificing the life of a future promising ninja, which was undoubtedly not worth the cost. Kei, brother Wuwu. Niji, startled awake, called out in fear for Hinata Kei. Fear not, it will all be over soon. The sounds of battle persisted throughout the night. With Hinata Kei constantly worrying about Yumi's safety, she was merely a chunin, far too vulnerable in such a disaster. The calamity soon reached its conclusion when the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails, while the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails emerged as the savior, Uzumaki Naruto. At the moment they were permitted to exit, Hinata Kei dashed outside with Niji in search of Ikari and Yumi. Upon returning to the Hyuga clan compound, situated near the center, they found it had suffered catastrophic damage. Many were sifting through the rubble, searching for family members or belongings. When he spotted the weary face of Hinata Hikari, his heart sank at the absence of Yuma's figure beside him. "Lord Hikari, where is my aunt?" Hinata Kei inquired. As within the family, he could not casually refer to him as an uncle. After a prolonged silence, Hinata finally uttered a single phrase, "It is sacrificed." Hinata Hiraku stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to comprehend that just a few hours prior he had been comforting his aunt, who had now departed from this world. His aunt's words echoed hauntingly in his ears. "Are you feeling better? Your father always liked to comfort me in this way. I entrust you with Niji." His body began to tremble involuntarily as disbelief washed over him. Regret consumed his heart. His aunt should not have met such a fate. Blame rested solely on Hyuga Niji. He had been so close to altering the course of history. At this thought, blood vessels in Hinata's eyes began to redden, and suddenly, with a resounding crash, he felt as though the entire world had drained of color, leaving only shades of black and white. His vision extended, enabling him to penetrate walls and glimpse the myriad of buried objects beneath the earth. The veins and chakra of those around him became vividly apparent before his eyes. Richa quickly reacted to this scene, embracing Hinata-chi and burying his head in his bosom, obscuring his eyes from the gaze of others. However, in truth, everyone was engulfed in their own sorrow, and no one paid attention to the situation of the two. The sun gently tapped Hinata's back, whispering in a delicate, almost imperceptible tone, "Relax, relax, release the chakra in your eyes." Hinata Kei realized that if he wished to avenge his aunt, he must conceal the awakening of his Byakugan, akin to a caged bird, transforming into a lamb awaiting slaughter. Following the guidance of Hinata Hizu, Kei gathered all the chakra from his eyes back into his dantian, successfully reverting his eyes from the Byakugan state to their original black hue. As elucidated in Boruto, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is not an innate ability. It necessitates extensive and arduous training to awaken. However, certain exceptional circumstances, influenced by bloodline, may arise. For instance, under mental duress, Uzumaki Himawari can activate the Byakugan, and her method of awakening mirrors that of the Sharingan. In her later development, she is capable of consciously controlling the Byakugan. Chapter 3, Umbu Selection 2 years later. In the year 53 of Konoha, Hinata Kai is merely 8 years old this year. "Lord Nisha, I wish to partake in tomorrow's selection for the Umbu." Hinata Kei knelt before Hinata Hayashi, bowing his head to the floor. "Do you comprehend the significance of tomorrow's selection for the Hinata clan? They will not permit an outsider to succeed. I am willing to make the attempt. If I can become a member of the Umbu, the prospect of my revenge will greatly expand." With a sigh of resignation, he had countless times attempted to persuade Hyuga Kei to relinquish his hatred. The fate of the branch family was to sacrifice for the sake of the main house. Yet, as a husband, what justification could he offer to urge Kei to let go of his animosity? Perhaps he truly could alter the system of the Hyuga clan. After all, the innate talent and brilliance of Hyuga Kei were the strongest he had ever witnessed in many years, even surpassing Kakashi. "Very well, tomorrow you shall represent the branch family in battle." Indeed, a spark of excitement ignited in Hyuga Kei's eyes. His current prowess would surely secure him a place in the Umbu, thus achieving the first step of his grand design. A fervent scheme began to take shape in his mind, perhaps allowing him to evolve his Byakugan, rendering revenge no longer a mere fantasy. On the following day, Hyuga Kei, accompanied by numerous members of both the branch and main families, made their way to the arena for the competition. The main family's presence here was merely to signify their stance. Even if selected, they would not report to the Umbu. Amidst the many pairs of Byakugan, Hyuga Kei's dark eyes stood out conspicuously. Isn't that the disgrace of the Hyuga clan, a mixed blood? Yes, indeed, that is him. His father is Hyuga Tokumyan, who, during the years of engraving the caged bird seal, delayed the process, thus earning the title of the purest Byakugan in the Hyuga lineage. Yet now, his son possesses not even a Byakugan. How did he end up here? How should I know? To be a reconnaissance ninja, he lacks even a Byakugan. Perhaps during the competition, we might see that Hyuga clan's Chunin make a gesture across his neck. All members of the Hyuga clan displayed expressions of disdain. This individual was the epitome of shame for the clan, as the dilution of their bloodline was the most intolerable offense. Meanwhile, the branch family looked at the unblemished forehead of Hyuga Kei and felt a sense of solace. This person, devoid of the caged bird seal, hardly qualified as a Hyuga. At best merely a commoner. Hinata Kei paid no heed to the discussions of those around him, standing there like a mere wooden sculpture. Hinata Kei suddenly turned to the side, as a fist abruptly swiped past his shoulder. "No matter what means you employ to usurp my brother's position, I advise you to withdraw now and relinquish his place. Otherwise, prepare to experience the formidable force of disdain. Hinata Kei disregarded the provocation in the man's words. Merely gazing at him coldly, he awaited the Konoha ninja to make a move, or perhaps he would strike first. I am Hyuga Suk. Remember my name when you descend into hell. Hinata Soji performed a series of hand seals, the blood vessels around his eyes bulging. Byakugan. Gentle fist technique. Palm strike. Hinata Soji leaped forward, arriving before Hinata Kei, his palms radiating a brilliant blue light as he struck forcefully at Hinata Kei. A piercing scream echoed, leading everyone to believe it originated from Hinata Kei. Upon closer inspection, however, they turned their gaze anew. Hinata Kei did not wait for the attack to land. Instead, he anticipated it and struck Hinata Soji firmly in the abdomen with a punch. Soji collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and heaving painfully. How could this be possible? He had defeated a nin in an instant. Could it be that this individual had also awakened the Byakugan? Surrounding spectators murmured amongst themselves. Yet no one dared to underestimate Hinata Kei any longer. With a single blow, he had incapacitated a nin. Furthermore, Hinata Kei appeared remarkably youthful. Likely no older than 10 years, which indicated an extraordinary talent already placing him among the ranks of prodigies. As the farce concluded, the several umbu responsible for overseeing the event arrived belatedly, with one promptly escorting the incapacitated Hinata Soji away. The umbu announced the rules of the competition. Our selection criteria are rather unconventional. The only requirement is to engage in combat within this arena. Losing the ability to fight equates to defeat. Each of us captains will observe your performances to select ninjas. This rule was not particularly favorable for Hinata Kei. As it became evident when the umbu concluded their statement, countless eyes turned toward him simultaneously. Hinata Kei took a deep breath, assuming a stance of martial arts, and shouted, "Come on." In an instant, a dozen pairs of white eyes gleamed simultaneously, as Hinata Kei prepared to face 10 nin alone. The nearest members of the branch family launched their assault first. Gentle fist technique, 32 palms. With synchronized shouts, several individuals unleashed a fierce onslaught. Humph. Wind release, shattered wind palm. Hinata Kaido enveloped his palms in wind chakra, each strike unleashing powerful gusts. When his hands made contact with the members of the branch family, they left behind gaping wounds, often rendering them utterly defenseless with a single blow. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed as the battle unfolded. A testament to the raw and unembellished nature of taijutsu combat. In a mere span of several seconds, multiple figures lay fallen. After paying the price of blood, none dared to take the lead. The arena fell into a sudden silence, no one advancing to confront Hinata Kaido, nor did they attack one another. This stillness persisted for a full minute, until the umbu could no longer contain their impatience. This stalemate was untenable, and they pondered how to proceed. Hinata Kaido, you have been selected for Squad 3. You may report to the umbu now. You may step down, and the next contender may continue the match. Hinata Kei exited the competition arena, and in an instant, the atmosphere was once again abuzz with activity, marking the official commencement of the chaotic melee. Just as he stepped off the field, a member of the umbu approached him, clad in a bull-headed mask and possessing a robust physique. His exposed arms adorned with numerous scars. I shall be your captain henceforth, codenamed Horndox. Yes, captain. After a brief introduction, Horndox led Hinata Kei towards the umbu headquarters, both of them traversing the rooftops of the buildings. Along the way, Horndox elaborated on the structure and regulations of the umbu. The organization is composed of one captain and one vice-captain, alongside 4 squads, each comprising 17 members. Each squad is headed by a squad leader, overseeing 4 teams, with each team consisting of 4 members, 1 team leader, and 3 team members. Currently, the captain and vice-captain are the son and daughter-in-law of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, after assuming leadership in the 4th generation, sacrificed themselves without having the opportunity to cultivate their own team. As Horndox narrated, he increasingly quickened his pace. The speed of a jonin was formidable, and Hinata Kei had to grit his teeth to keep up. Impressive, you managed to keep up, Horndox silently commended. The umbu headquarters is nestled within a grove in the hidden leaf village, and upon entering, every individual passing by Hinata Kei cast astonished glances in his direction. Isn't he rather young? Even a prodigy like Kakashi joined the umbu at the age of 14, yet this individual appears to be no older than 11. After enduring the Ninetales incident in the war with the Rock Village, the umbu had suffered significant casualties, but surely they would not recruit a child. However, they had miscalculated. The current Hinata Kei bore the meager bloodline of the sage and the Hyuga clan, complemented by years of rigorous training that sculpted his physique. In truth, Hinata Kei was merely 8 years old. Cabinet number 8 is still vacant. You may place your belongings there. How tall are you? I will retrieve a set of equipment for you from logistics. 1.50 meters, please. No trouble at all. Shortly thereafter, Horndox returned with a set of umbu gear for Hinata Kei. Once you have changed, select a mask from the wall. Proceed to the registration desk to record your name and codename, and then assemble at the 3rd training ground for the initiation ceremony. Remember, in the umbu, only codenames are recognized. Understood. Hinata Kei quickly donned the umbu attire, a black short-sleeved fitted shirt and pants, complemented by a gray strap armor and gray wrist guards, culminating with a straight blade. Hinata Kei donned the dark attire of the Umbu, and in that instant, his aura transformed into one of formidable intensity. Approaching the wall of masks, he surveyed his surroundings and swiftly fixated on a striking wolf-headed mask. Once adorned with the mask, Hinata Kei completely concealed his visage and proceeded to the registration desk. Under the astonished gaze of the clerical staff, and after multiple confirmations, he successfully recorded his name, age, and other pertinent details. As for his codename, it shall be Yaji. Are you certain? This codename will accompany your Umbu career, should you meet your demise. It will be the only inscription upon your tombstone. Affirmative. Departing from the registration desk, Hinata Kei made his way toward training ground number 3, where an initiation ceremony awaited him. Hinata recalled watching Naruto, where Itachi faced considerable challenges upon joining the Umbu due to his youth. How much more daunting must it be for himself now? Meanwhile, Nyo Jiao arrived early at the training ground, where several individuals swiftly approached, inquiring about the newcomer's gender and appearance. The Umbu predominantly consisted of males, and the third squad, led by the physically adept Nyo Jiao, was particularly so. Upon learning that the newcomer was merely a little brat, their disappointment deepened. Exchanging glances, they resolved to teach the young one a lesson, perhaps even causing him to soil himself, thereby allowing for a change in teammates. As Hinata Kei stepped onto the training ground, several shurikens and kunai came hurtling towards him. He exhibited no intention of evasion, his gaze unwavering and his steps resolute as he advanced forward. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Itachi's initiation ceremony. Could it be a tradition of the Umbu? The concealed weapons flew perilously close to Hinata Kei's body, as the Umbu members merely sought to intimidate him. Harboring no desire to take his life, Hinata walked to the front of the crowd and, with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, declared, "My codename is Yaji, and I excel in physical techniques. I kindly ask for your guidance in the days to come." However, the 17 individuals present remained unresponsive, clearly dismissing him. Hinata Kei-shin, aware of the difficulty in winning the crowd's approval, stepped aside to the shade of 2 neighboring grand trees. With swift precision, he formed hand seals. Invoking the lightning ninja technique, thunderclap palm. A surge of electricity crackled within his palm as he struck the tree before him, yet the mighty trunk remained unyielding. Only a few leaves fluttering down, carried by a gentle breeze. Hinata turned his back, gazing at the crowd. They all believed he was merely putting on an act, and were poised to mock him mercilessly. Hinata Kei gently snapped his fingers, and with a resounding crash, trees fell in response. It turned out that the tree he had just struck remained unscathed, while the neighboring tree was struck by the unleashed thunder. The fallen giant tree seemed to serve as a demonstration of Hinata Kei's prowess to the onlookers. The few who had intended to mock him found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately managing to stammer, "Welcome to Team 3. Welcome, my codename is Flying Cloud. Adept in reconnaissance and fire release ninjutsu." All present were captivated by Hinata Kei's remarkable technique of striking from a distance, and they eagerly welcomed him into their ranks. Introducing themselves in turn, among them were 2 acquaintances, Kakashi Hitaki and Dei, who was still referred to as Tenzong at that time. Observing Hinata Kei's successful completion of the initial trial for joining the team, Captain Nyo Jiao nodded discreetly. "Kakashi, your team still requires a Taijutsu ninja. He shall henceforth be your comrade." "Understood, Captain." At this time, Kakashi had yet to be promoted to team leader, but by the time Itachi Uchiha entered the Umbu, he was already capable of handling responsibilities independently. "Allow me to introduce our companions. Kakashi, skilled in lightning release, earth release, and swordsmanship. Tenzong, proficient in water release and earth release ninjutsu. Yulin, specializing in perception and reconnaissance." He gestured towards Hinata Kei. "Yazi, as you have just heard, I appreciate your guidance." Chapter 4. The Art of Oniyero Konoha, Year 53, April 7th. Team training and adaptation to infiltration tactics. Learning body flicker technique and concealment techniques essential for Umbu. May 3rd. Surveillance of the Uchiha clan's territory. During leisure, learning Konoha's fluid techniques from Nyo Jiao. June 13th. Kidnapping of the Lightning Country's daimyo's aide. In free time, studying chakra transformation and A-rank ninjutsu. Chidori. June 25th. Assisted team guy in eliminating a cloud ninja squad. Applied learned techniques to develop A-rank ninjutsu. Thunder sealing palm. Delivering lightning into the body, incapacitating the enemy with a single strike. July 18th. Surveillance and protection of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Continued clandestine training in Hinata's Gentle Fist while developing combined ninjutsu, thunder movement returning to heaven, and wind pressure air palm. August 3rd. Duty at the archives. Hinata Kei, accompanied by his fellow teammates, entered the archives room where Kakashi received the key from the previous duty squad. "Thank you for your hard work." Hinata greeted a familiar Umbu member. "No problem, I'll just catch up on some sleep," the Umbu replied as he approached Hinata and draped an arm over his shoulder. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "This mission is quite straightforward, with little danger. There are no enemy ninjas lurking around to pilfer these inconsequential documents. If you find it dull, you might as well peruse the files as if reading a novel." "All right," Hinata nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. He continued his watch with his teammates until midnight, when he casually began to sift through the documents, pretending to browse aimlessly. He selected a random file until he stumbled upon one pertaining to rogue ninjas from the Leaf Village. Upon turning to the first page, Hinata Kaido beheld the illustrious figure of Uchiha Madara, a renowned individual who not only was a founder of Konoha but also a ninja of the village. The page detailed numerous abilities of Uchiha Madara, particularly his Mangekyo Sharingan, concluding with the esteemed name of Shinja Tobarama. Hinata Kei's mind echoed with his famous saying, "The inherently malevolent Uchiha imp. I shall continue to delve deeper until the timeline approaches recent years." At last, Hinata Kei uncovered the sought-after result. The rogue ninja from Konoha. Bairuhuo had fled Konoha 50 years ago, accused of conducting human experiments on the technique of Gyro, and was discovered to have defected by the third Hokage, now rendered missing. Note 1. Gyro technique, sealing chamber 3-9. Hinata Kei noted down the number 3-9. What is he so intently observing? A voice emanated from behind. As Kakashi peered over his shoulder, it was merely a collection of information on rogue ninjas from Konoha, something to peruse out of boredom during his shift. You lack such experience on duty. Perhaps you would find this more engaging, Kakashi suggested, handing over a book. Hinata's expression froze upon seeing the words Intimate Paradise emblazoned on the cover. How could Kakashi, with his prominent brows and expressive eyes, have been aware of this? No need for that. I would rather delve into some clandestine knowledge to broaden my horizons. Hinata Keiko does not desire to become a mediocre ninja like Kakashi, who lacks discernment. Kakashi shook his head and departed, feeling regretful for not having garnered a single book companion. Hinata Kei discovered what he sought and began to casually browse through the books on the shelf. On September 1st, he contacted the trader within the cloud to exchange intelligence, honing his Byakugan's ocular prowess, and requested a secret potion from his uncle to enhance his Byakugan. On September 10th, he was on duty in the sealing chamber, which demanded a constant state of vigilance unlike the more relaxed atmosphere of the archives, requiring 24-hour surveillance with 2 shifts supervising one another. After surveying the premises and familiarizing himself with the environment, he located position 3-9. After a while, Hinata Kei feigned a stomachache and requested a 1-hour leave from 2 squad leaders. The interpersonal relationships he maintained within the Umbu proved beneficial. No one pressed him for details, merely urging him to return swiftly. He sent a shadow clone to the restroom while he discreetly made his way to a room above the sealing chamber, where he ingested a potion designed to temporarily enhance his Byakugan's visual acuity. Hinata's eyes suddenly shifted in color, the veins around them bulging as he opened his Byakugan. Gazing into the sealing chamber, there, nestled within one of the compartments, lay the scroll documenting the unfinished technique of the demon seed. Upon locating the scroll, Hinata was immediately met with a perceptual barrier, obscuring his vision and hindering any further exploration. Hinata Kei sighed, realizing that success was indeed not easily attainable. He decisively initiated the documentation process, producing a sheet of paper upon which he meticulously sketched the appearance and varying shades of the scroll. After carefully concealing the drawing, he composed himself and returned to the sealing chamber, clutching his abdomen as if he were on the verge of collapse. Tianzong expressed his concern, saying, "It seems you've been relying too long on the military provisions. That should only be a temporary measure. You must ensure a proper diet during your rest periods." "I understand," Kei replied. "It's a minor issue. It's a common ailment among 9 out of 10 Umbu members. A little medication will suffice." Another Umbu member chimed in. "By the way, Ming, how long have you been in the Umbu? When do you plan to retire?" "Not long now," Ming responded. "I'll retire to enjoy a peaceful life once the war with the Cloud Village concludes." Hinata Keiru engaged in amiable conversations with everyone. Upon the completion of his task, he swiftly returned to the Hinata clan's territory, as opportunities to do so had become scarce since his involvement with the Umbu. "Lord Nichi," he inquired, "could you assist me with a favor?" "Speak freely. I shall do my utmost to help," came the reply. "I need you to forge a scroll for me." Hinata Kei presented a simple sketch of his own creation. Hinata Hayashi discerned the origin of the scroll depicted in the painting with a mere glance. It was the sealing book from the Konoha sealing chamber. "Why is it devoid of color? Did you inspect it with your Byakugan?" "Indeed. My vision is limited to this extent, yet it holds significant importance for me." Hinata bowed deeply. "Very well, I shall endeavor to assist. In my youth, I encountered several variations of the Konoha sealing books, though the colors differed according to their respective years. If you are aware of the year of the sealing book, I could enlist someone to create a more authentic replica." Hinata's eyes sparkled with brilliance. It was precisely 3 years ago, during the 50th anniversary of Konoha. The defector, Obito, had fled during this significant period, and upon his departure, he encountered Kakashi, who had transplanted the Sharingan. This encounter resolutely fortified his research direction, leading him to implant a curse mark on Kakashi. "Very well. I shall deliver it to you in a month." Hinata nodded. "The Hyuga clan is preparing to take action against you. Recently, a clan meeting was held, and they intend for you to engrave the mark of a caged bird alongside Niji." Hinata Kei squinted, recognizing that his growing reputation and strength had indeed become too conspicuous for certain individuals to ignore. "Understood. I shall handle this myself. I will take my leave now." Lord Nichi. As he stepped out of the room, Hinata Kei was met by Niji, who had been waiting patiently outside. Niji, now 3 years old, was about to receive the mark of a caged bird. What could he do to delay this fate? Perhaps, if he were to gain sufficient power to enact reform or even to bring an end to the Hyuga clan, there would no longer be anyone to inscribe that mark upon Niji. Thoughts of his uncle Nichi also weighed heavily on his mind. He recalled that next year would see the peace talks with the Cloud Village, during which Hinata would be kidnapped, and his uncle would be thrust into the role of a shield. How would he manage to rescue his uncle then? Brother, you're back. How long will you stay this time? Niji beamed with excitement. While you were away, I have been diligently training and have learned many new techniques. Would you like to see? Apologies, Niji, but I have some matters to attend to in the Umbu. I promise to bring you a gift next time. Hinata Kei gently ruffled Niji's hair. As Niji looked on with reluctance, Hinata Kei utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Although Hinata Kei could not directly utilize the Byakugan to observe, there was an annual inspection of seals at the year's end, during which the sealing team of ninjas would reseal and examine each artifact. The Umbu were responsible for security and assistance during this process. At that time, armed with a weathered sealing book, he planned to execute a clever ruse. Contemplating his strategy, Hinata Kei first visited a ninja tool shop, where he procured a substantial quantity of ninja tools along with a sealing scroll. After Hinata Kei ceased to carry the straight blade, he replaced it with a sealing scroll brimming with ninja tools. Given his lack of proficiency in swordsmanship, it was only natural for him to select more suitable weaponry. Over time, everyone grew accustomed to Hinata Kei's presence with the sealing scroll. Eventually, he could conceal the sealing book within the scroll, infiltrating the sealing chamber to execute his scheme of switching identities. Chapter 5. Scheming against Hinata within the Hokage building. The third Hokage received a request for an audience from Yuzai. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the documents in his hands, saying, "Let him in." Hinata Kei received a notification and entered the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee before the third Hokage. "Ah, Kei, what brings you here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Unable to recall having assigned any tasks to Kei, Hinata expressed a desire to inscribe the caged bird seal upon him. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke. "Do you not wish to truly join the Hyuga clan?" "No, I seek to prove myself to my father. However, the main family once tasked me with probing into Konoha's confidential information. I did not divulge anything to them. Yet they persist in their nefarious intent to use the caged bird seal to control me. I believe that with such a seal, I would be unable to serve Lord Hokage effectively, becoming subservient to the main family. The main family had you investigate Konoha's confidential information? Such crucial intel. And you failed to report it? Forgive me, my lord." Hinata lowered his head, unable to meet the third Hokage's gaze. Sarutobi pondered for a moment. If that is the case, then those branch ninjas assigned to the Umbu may not be without issues. Very well, you may leave for now. I shall consider this matter carefully. Yes. Hinata Kei accomplished his objective and decisively exited the Hokage's office. As long as he provided Sarutobi with an opening, suspicion would be cast upon the seemingly docile family. The branch members within the Umbu would undoubtedly be scrutinized. They could not withstand the investigation, and they often shared mission details with Hinata, leveraging such information for the family's benefit. Moreover, Hinata spoke the truth. The main family had indeed approached him to inquire about his mission objectives, seeking insight into the trends of war. However, he had consistently refused, which only intensified their desire to control him. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Hinata Kei swiftly made his way to Konoha Hospital, where he sought out Matsuo Kiyoshi, a retired medical jonin from the Umbu who now served as the chief physician. Kiyoshi, with a visage reminiscent of deep-seated grievances, perpetually wore a furrowed brow. Upon noticing Hinata's arrival, he managed a grim smile. "So, Hinata Kei, you find yourself in need of assistance? Are you arranging for someone to be hospitalized or need an appointment? Speak up, and I shall accommodate you." "No. I wish to request that you publish a paper regarding the premature application of the caged bird seal and its detrimental impact on the development of the Byakugan, and simultaneously provide a report to the third Hokage." Matsuo Kiyoshi promptly declined, aware that such an act would undermine the Hyuga clan, inviting trouble upon himself. "Rest assured, I will not place you in a predicament. The paper need not criticize the caged bird seal directly. Only propose that if its application is postponed until the child reaches 9 years of age, Konoha shall give rise to countless more exceptional ninjas." This was hardly a light burden to bear. To provoke the Hyuga clan as a mere civilian ninja was a significant risk. Matsuo Kiyoshi, considering their past camaraderie, refrained from voicing his discontent outright, instead rising to escort Hinata Kei out. Hinata Kei smiled as he gently pressed Matsuo Itachi back onto the sofa, producing a health check report. "Do not be hasty in your rejection. I arrived in a rush and did not bring any gifts, save for this health report, which I offer as a token of respect." Upon receiving the report, Matsuo Itachi glanced at the blood type and age listed, and abruptly stood up. "Where is this person?" Hinata poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Ching. "Not long ago, I apprehended a spy from the Sand Village within the confines of Konoha prison. This individual proved to be remarkably resilient, managing to endure until the Sand Village became aware of his capture. Now, they seek to redeem this traitor. Currently, a period of peace exists between Sand and Konoha, and it is likely that she will soon return to the Sand Village. However, her transgressions do not warrant a death sentence from Konoha." Hinata Kei rose and approached Matsuo Kiyoshi from behind, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. "I possess the evidence of her wrongdoing. Should it be revealed, her demise is inevitable. When the time comes, I shall present her lifeless body to you as a gift." Hinata's voice resonated like a siren's call, tempting the souls of mere mortals. Consider your gravely ill daughter. She is in dire need of this body. You cannot allow her to spend her fleeting existence confined to a hospital bed. Moreover, Hinata would never harm a fellow villager. And even if they wished to, the third Hokage would surely object. Upon hearing these words, Matsuo Kiyoshi's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. As an orphan, having lost his wife and with only his daughter remaining, for whom else would he strive so fervently? His daughter suffers from severe heart disease and renal failure. Yet she possesses an exceedingly rare blood type, making it arduous to find a compatible heart. Matsuo Kiyoshi had diligently pursued medical knowledge to extend her life. And he had even engaged in clandestine activities, leveraging the substantial income from the umbu to procure medication for her treatment. Having now amassed the necessary funds, he diligently searches for a viable organ for transplantation while remaining by his daughter's side. An opportunity has now arisen that could restore his daughter to a semblance of normalcy. How could he possibly let it slip away? I have completed my preparations, and now I am drafting my thesis and reports. But I must meet with the donor's heart and kidney tomorrow. Hinata nodded and placed the medical examination report before Matsuo Kiichi, saying, "It has been a pleasure collaborating. I shall begin my preparations at once." Hinata Kiyoshi confidently anticipated that Matsuo Kiyoshi would undoubtedly agree to the transaction. This morning, he entrusted the information to Captain Ushikaku. By tomorrow, he would be able to present the organ to Matsuo Kiyoshi, merely requiring a word with Captain Ushikaku, as the umbu still enjoyed certain privileges among their ranks. In the harsh reality of the ninja world, there was no prohibition against acquiring the organs of one's enemies. Upon exiting the hospital, Hinata Kiyoshi donned his wolf mask and made his way directly to the Konoha prison. At that juncture, both the Hokage and the outside world would be applying pressure. It would be intriguing to observe how he would respond. Eager to rescue the girl, Matsuo Kiyoshi, without waiting for Hinata's prompt, published a paper on the Konoha intranet, which would also be reported by multiple newspapers, eventually making headlines in the Konoha Gazette. The scandal involving the esteemed Hyuga clan reverberated throughout the village. The Hyuga clan inflicts harm upon their own children, jeopardizing the future of the village. These commoners are indifferent to the divisions within your clan. They only recognize the fact that you are ruthlessly harming your own kin. Even a tiger does not consume its young, yet your cruelty surpasses that of the fiercest beast. Simultaneously, he submitted a plea to Sarutobi Hiruzen, advocating for the postponement of the caged bird seal on the Hyuga clan's children until they reach the age of 9. Allowing them to fully mature before the seal is inscribed upon them. All of this was observed by Hyuga Hayashi, who noted that Matsuo Kion's actions exceeded his expectations. The following day, Hyuga Hayashi honored his commitment by executing the Sand Village traitor, extracting his organs to demonstrate sincerity and facilitate potential future collaboration. Hyuga Hayashi meticulously removed every viable organ from the traitor's body. Hinata Kei entrusted those organs to the medical personnel of the umbu for proper handling, subsequently sealing them within a scroll. With the scroll in hand, Hinata Kei stealthily made his way to the hospital, exercising utmost caution this time while carrying the scroll. Hinata Kei handed the sealing scroll to Matsuo Kiichi, saying, "Here you go. All that I could offer, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys and more, I have gathered for you. Your daughter will have options should she fall ill again." Matsuo Kiichi replied gratefully, "Thank you, my daughter is saved. Then what are we waiting for? Let us prepare for the surgery. The sooner, the better. Each day of delay only prolongs her suffering." "Indeed, indeed. I shall proceed with the organ matching immediately." Matsuo Kiichi busied himself while Hinata Kei stood by, as he needed to ensure a proper follow-up. The match was remarkably precise, practically tailored for Shaolin. Upon reviewing the report, Matsuo Kiichi finally felt the weight lift from his heart. "Congratulations, your daughter is saved." Chapter 6, The Oath of Loyalty Konoha, 53rd Year. September 25th, Hinata Hayashi and Kakashi, along with others, had just completed their mission when members of the umbu arrived. "Lord Hokage requests your presence." Hinata nodded in understanding. "Are you all right?" Kakashi inquired, giving Hinata's shoulder a gentle pat. Typically, several individuals would be summoned at once, but today only Hinata was called, indicating that there was something amiss. "I'm fine, just some familial conflicts," Hinata replied. "Well, as long as you're all right," Kakashi reassured him. The success of their elaborate plans hinged on this very moment. Having made prior arrangements, they encountered no obstacles on their way. Hinata rapped lightly on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Hinata Kei opened the door, and was greeted by the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen seated majestically in his office chair. "Third Hokage." Hinata Kei knelt on one knee in respectful salute. "How did the mission fare?" "It was completed successfully. Excellent, truly befitting of the renowned Raigen's wrath," Hinata respectfully replied. "It is entirely due to the nurturing of the Hokage and the support of my comrades in the umbu." "Well, indeed. Recently, you have been in charge of affairs with the Hidden Cloud. What is your perspective on the conflict with the Hidden Cloud village?" Hinata Kei pondered for a moment, realizing that this old fellow was attempting to gauge whether his temperament was worthy of a confrontation with the Hinata clan, and whether he shared a common purpose with him. It was indeed an astute inquiry, as he was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to take the initiative to propose a reconciliation with the village. Furthermore, he had endured the pillaging of Konoha's bloodline families, even going so far as to send his own cousin to the hidden cloud. Contemplating this, Hyuga Kei couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. However, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, this was a reflection of Konoha's sense of belonging and the animosity towards their adversaries. Lord Third, I believe we should propose peace talks with the hidden cloud. We have gained a slight advantage on the battlefield. And now is the opportune moment for negotiations that could yield favorable terms. Rather than continuing the conflict for a Pyrrhic victory, what we truly need is peace. Konoha is currently in a state of weakness. What we require is recuperation, not a hollow triumph. Hinata's words reflect the strategic vision of Hiruzen Sarutobi, which he steadfastly upheld until the next generation blossomed, namely the Konoha 12. These words resonated deeply within Hiruzen's heart. They were far more profound than the criticisms of those who deemed him weak. Consequently, Hiruzen's admiration for Hinata grew significantly. A gifted individual, possessing strength, patience, and strategic insight. What an exceptional ninja. Indeed, I share this sentiment, yet I face considerable opposition from many. Hyuga Kei replied resolutely. Their short-sightedness prevents them from appreciating the greatness of the third Hokage, but time will reveal the truth to them. Sarutobi Itachi appeared to be struck by Hyuga Kei's words, letting out a long sigh. Following this, a prolonged silence ensued, as if both were engaged in the task of organizing their emotions. Is the current public opinion regarding Hinata your doing? Sarutobi Itachi's question shattered the atmosphere of camaraderie. Indeed, Hinata Hayashi neither explained nor denied, but readily accepted. While his actions might have eluded the scrutiny of the Hyuga clan, they could never escape the keen eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter was quite pleased with Hinata Hayashi's behavior, the reason being, his younger brother, Hinata Niji, was now 3 years old, reaching the age when one must be nurtured and protected. Truly, a commendable elder brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more satisfied, recognizing that such a person, bound by familial ties and a sense of belonging to the village, was the easiest to manage. Having found the answers he sought, Sarutobi Hiruzen reverted to the persona of a kindly neighbor, allowing Hinata Hayashi to take his leave while offering him reassurance. It is indeed inappropriate for an old man like me to summon you for a discussion right after your mission. Go and rest for now. Rest assured, I will handle matters concerning the Hyuga. They will not trouble you about Niji's upbringing again, and the age for clan separation will be postponed until he turns 9. Thank you, Lord Third. Hinata Hayashi expressed his excitement, nearly overwhelmed with gratitude for Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention. Watching Hinata Hayashi depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe. If preserving Hinata Hayashi was essential, then it must be done. Moreover, the Hyuga clan certainly needed a firm reprimand. He picked up the report from his desk, detailing how 3 members of the Hyuga Esumbu had exploited their positions to engage in clandestine dealings with foreign nations and had employed force to eliminate rival enterprises in the Land of Fire. The revelations were shocking. Such rapid progress in just half a year was astounding. The more he investigated, the more alarmed Sarutobi Hiruzen became. It was no wonder the Hyuga clan had recently been able to elevate the status of their ninjas. Shinobu, the Umbu member, clad in his dark attire, appeared in the office. Here, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, arrange for a few individuals to deal with those rogue Umbu members. Understood. Just as Shinobu was about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out, wait, assign this task to Hinata Hayashi's team, and also summon Hinata Hizashi for me. Understood. As Hinata Hayashi exited the Hokage Tower, he exhaled deeply. Playing along with Sarutobi Hiruzen had been quite exhausting, yet the outcome was gratifying. Not only had he achieved his objective, but he had also managed to sow discord between Konoha and the Hyuga clan. Perhaps, if he could elevate his status further, he might not even need to intervene personally, as Sarutobi Hiruzen would act on his behalf. However, such an outcome seemed unlikely. The Hyuga were not the Uchiha. Following this, they would likely become much more compliant. For now, he had effectively become a trusted confidant of the Hokage, at least until he managed to escape Konoha. Upon returning to the Umbu, he met with a few teammates, intending to suggest they visit a barbecue restaurant to indulge their stomachs after days of consuming military rations. Just then, an Umbu member entered their lounge. Kakashi's team, here is your new mission. Inami protested. Hey, we just completed an A-rank mission. This is supposed to be a holiday. The Umbu member ignored Inami's complaint, handing the mission scroll to Kakashi before vanishing once more. Kakashi took the scroll, reading it intently, his expression turning peculiar. Hayashi, take a look at this. If it seems too difficult, you can opt to take leave. The 3 of us can handle this mission. Hyuga Kei did not hesitate to take the dossier and began to examine it with great seriousness. The document detailed the various offenses committed by 3 members of the Hinata branch family's covert division, including the abuse of power for personal gain. The mission's objective was to eliminate these individuals during the course of their assignment. Hyuga Kei maintained an impassive expression as he handed the dossier to Yamato beside him. I have no issues. Though I bear the Hyuga name, I am not one of their kin, and I harbor profound enmity towards them. When the time comes, allow me to deal with them alone. This was a request from Sarutobi Itachi, seeking a token of loyalty for easier control. However, Hyuga Kei was indifferent. What did it matter if the Hyuga were aware? In fact, it was an opportune moment to collect interest, with plans to settle the final account once he grew stronger. The gazes of his two companions, having perused the dossier, varied as they regarded him with sympathy. Surely, such deep-seated animosity with one's own family must be quite distressing. Chapter 7. Ambush. 3 members of the Hyuga clan received a special order to form a reconnaissance team, tasked with surveying the terrain along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain to create a tactical map. The trio was elated upon receiving the command, as it indicated another opportunity for substantial profit through extortion and negotiations with merchants from the Land of Rain. Since their induction into the Umbu, leveraging the formidable reconnaissance abilities of their Byakugan, they had thrived, frequently undertaking unique missions only they could handle. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, Hyuga Kei and his companions had long since concealed themselves along the route the trio was destined to traverse. Kakashi's team stood atop a tree, observing the approach of their targets. Kakashi inquired, "Are you certain you can handle this alone?" "Of course, even if there were issues, you would be there to assist," Kei replied. In a flash, the 4 of them swiftly moved ahead of the Hyuga trio, arriving at their prearranged ambush point to await the perfect moment to strike. The 3 Hyuga, burdened with a considerable amount of supplies, advanced at a sluggish pace, unlike Kakashi's team, who traveled light and swiftly. As the trio drew near, Hyuga Kei initiated the trap, unleashing a multitude of explosive tags affixed to shuriken that flew from every direction. With the ambush set, arranged in a formation to protect the supplies, the lead special Jonin reacted quickly. The 3 swiftly dismounted their cart and activated their Byakugan. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The 3 Hyuga ninjas immediately formed a protective stance to deflect the incoming explosive shuriken, striving to safeguard their cargo. Yet, it proved to be futile. They could not withstand the onslaught of explosive tags. After the traps were triggered, the trio's cargo lay in ruins. Who dares to attack the Umbu of Konoha within the Land of Fire? The 3 Hyuga ninjas seethed with rage, activating their Byakugan to locate Hyuga Kei and his companions, only to see the familiar attire of the Konoha Umbu. They quickly surmised a possibility. Someone aimed to frame the Umbu of Konoha. This notion was promptly dismissed. Who would commit such a foolish act of attacking Konoha only to implicate them? There was only one remaining possibility. Their activities had been discovered, and the 3rd Hokage sought to silence them. Hinata Q dispelled the hidden technique enveloping him and leaped down from the branch. "I demand an audience with the 3rd Hokage." "You lack the authority to judge me. I am a member of the Hyuga branch family," declared a renowned Hyuga ninja, filled with indignation. Hinata Kiyoshi formed a series of hand seals, releasing a copious amount of lightning attribute chakra from the chakra points around his body, enveloping himself in a layer of lightning armor. This was the command of the 3rd Hokage, and the Hyuga clan would not sever ties with Konoha over a few members of the branch family. To them, those individuals were merely expendable. This technique, known as Lightning Ninja Body Technique, lightning armor, was a B-rank ninjutsu created by Hinata Kiyoshi, merging ninjutsu with the Hyuga's gentle fist. The gentle fist technique operates by channeling chakra through the chakra points in the hands to effectively seal the opponent's chakra points. Hinata Kiyoshi refined this concept, allowing lightning attribute chakra to emanate from all his chakra points, coalescing into armor. Ultimately, it achieved an effect akin to the lightning release chakra mode of the Reikage. Kakashi, upon hearing Hinata Kiyoshi's thought process, was astonished. It was a stroke of genius in development. This was indeed the lightning release chakra mode. Hinata was greatly astonished. This ninjutsu, which enveloped the surface with armor and defense, was particularly effective against the gentle fist technique. Their gentle fist could not penetrate the chakra, resulting in a loss of half their combat effectiveness. Hinata Kei ceased his superfluous words, executing the lightning ninja technique, Lightning Flash, which brought him almost instantaneously before a Hyuga Chunin. With a swift motion, he unleashed the lightning ninja technique, sealing Thunder Palm, channeling a substantial amount of lightning chakra into the Hyuga ninja's body. All of his chakra points were sealed, rendering both his body and chakra immobile. His 2 companions hurriedly rushed forward to provide support. Hinata Kei seized the body of the Hyuga ninja before him and hurled it towards a nearby ninja. In a moment of panic, that individual instinctively reached out to catch him, embracing the thrown Hyuga ninja in his arms. Hinata Kei suddenly appeared before the 2, akin to a shadow in the night, striking simultaneously at the Hinata ninja held in their grasp. The technique, Raija Kimpo, Thunderclap Palm, was a synthesis of earth-shattering strikes and ninjutsu, channeling chakra into the enemy's body and ultimately using their own form as a conduit to deliver a blow from afar. The Hinata ninja behind, who caught his comrade, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, only to discover a gaping wound, rent open by the lightning's fury. With another swift motion, Kei's hand swept across the necks of the 2 Hinata ninjas, leaving behind crimson lines that marked their irrevocable demise. In the blink of an eye, both Chunin from the Hinata clan lay lifeless, and Kei turned his gaze toward the final Hinata ninja, the leader of the trio, and a special Jounin. "You are Hinata Kei. If my clan learns of your betrayal against our own, they will not let you go unpunished." Upon witnessing the lightning-infused martial arts, he recalled the rising notoriety of Hinata Kei. Hinata Kiyomi, upon realizing that her identity had been unveiled, no longer concealed herself and removed the wolf mask. Placing it beside her face, I am not a member of the Hinata clan. Hinata Kei suddenly thrust his palm towards the Hyuga Jonin, unleashing the lightning ninja technique, Chidori Spear. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot forth from his hand, piercing directly towards the Hyuga Jonin before him. Hinata's Jonin swiftly responded by sidestepping and leaping away. Upon noticing the flow of chakra within Hinata's body, he discerned Hinata's intentions as he descended back to the ground. Hinata appeared before the Jonin in a flash, engaging him in a fierce exchange of martial prowess and technique. In an instant, their palms collided, and fists struck flesh. For a moment, Hinata found himself unable to gain the upper hand against this Jonin, as he was still too young, his strength not yet fully developed. Hinata Kei, upon realizing his prowess in martial arts, contemplated withdrawing, allowing a few teammates to confront the situation. Suddenly, the Jonin of the Hinata clan lunged forward, embracing Kei. As waves of azure smoke emanated from his grasp, concealed within his hold were explosive tags. Understanding the futility of escape, was this to be a mutual demise? The disgrace of the Hinata clan, I shall escort you to the depths of hell. Hinata Kei remained composed, releasing a myriad of lightning from his body's acupoints. In an instant, the esteemed Hyuga Jonin was rendered unconscious by the overwhelming surge of electricity. With a swift kick, he sent the incapacitated Jonin flying several meters away. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Kakashi intervened at the opportune moment. A soil wall rose before Hinata, effectively shielding him from the remnants of the explosion. Kakashi and Tenzo appeared simultaneously at his sides, drenched by the rain. How are you? Do you require any medical attention? Tenzo inquired gently, patting Hinata's shoulder. They presumed that Hinata, with his stoic expression, must be enduring profound anguish, for no one wishes to witness the fratricide among their kin. However, unbeknownst to them, Hinata felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The demise of these ninjas, secretly embedded within the umbu of his clan, would deliver a significant blow to the Hinata lineage. I am fine. Let us proceed with the cleanup, he replied. Though they were traitors of Konoha, they were officially deemed victims of an ambush by the Rain Ninjas due to their unauthorized dealings. Hinata Kei actively sealed the 3 severely damaged corpses into the scroll behind him. Kakashi and Tenz fabricated the scene, executing a series of water-style ninjutsu. Let us depart. We must report back to Konoha. 2 days later, atop a tower in the land of rain, pain, surrounded by black rods, inquired of Conan. Why have the supplies from those Konoha ninjas yet to arrive? They had recently seized control of the land of rain, which was still reeling from civil strife, exacerbating the plight of this impoverished nation. Opportunities for trade with foreign lands could procure many scarce resources. Conan coldly responded, their transaction was discovered by Konoha and subsequently thwarted. Konoha fabricated the narrative that we attacked our own convoy. Pain's expression remained impassive. Such is the nature of great nations. Each individual is driven by personal interests, leading to betrayal and enmity. Chapter 8. The study of Byakugan on October 13th, 53 years of Konoha, Hinata Kei, having just returned to the village, learned of the intelligence regarding the Hyuga clan, which had been the talk of Konoha for several days. The Hyuga clan, unable to withstand external pressures, has accepted the suggestion to postpone the sealing of the branch family members until the age of 9. Upon hearing this news, several individuals turned their gazes toward Hinata. Sensing that behind this decision lay the influence of both Hinata and the Hokage, the series of adverse events affecting the Hyuga clan undoubtedly points to the existence of a mastermind orchestrating these developments. Hinata Kei, watch what I do. Let's go and hand over the mission to the umbu. Then we shall indulge in some barbecue. It's on me. Aim, playfully gripping Hinata Kei's shoulder, chuckled. Ha ha ha. All right. Just wait and see how I will eat you out of house and home. With your appetite, you might as well prepare for your next life. After a few of them returned to the umbu and completed the task handover, they composed a mission report and submitted it to Captain Kaibai. Consequently, they were granted a week of leave. This time was ample for Hinata Kei to prepare for the upcoming sealing inspection next month. At this moment, the advantages of being a trusted confidant of the Hokage became apparent, as such tasks were naturally assigned to Kakashi's squad, the trusted ones. Hinata Kei had accomplished a short-term goal, and his spirit was remarkably light. He spent a delightful afternoon frolicking at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi family with a few close friends. As dusk approached, Hinata Kei staggered along the path leading to the Hyuga clan's territory, having utilized his chakra to completely metabolize the alcohol. Upon entering the Hyuga domain, he was met with disdainful glances from his clan members. The more exceptional Hinata Kei became, the more humiliated the pure-blooded Hyugas felt. How could a half-blood command such attention from the Hokage and rise to the ranks of the umbu? Hinata Kaido secretly curled his lip. These fellows' good days had only just commenced, once the news of the demise of the Hinata umbu reached them. The oppression from the Hokage lineage against the Hinata clan would officially begin. Upon entering, he spotted his uncle Hyuga instructing Niji in the art of gentle fist. Upon noticing Kaido's presence, a delighted little Niji was eager to greet him, but recalling that Kaido had been away for quite some time, he feigned ignorance and focused intently on his training. Yet, his wandering gaze had already betrayed him. Rija nodded upon seeing Ri Seong-chi return, saying, Niji, you may continue. I wish to discuss certain matters with Chi. Understood, father. Hinata Kei and Nichi walked into the room and sat down opposite each other, with Hinata Kei pouring tea for the both of them. Was this all you're doing? Nichi had his suspicions, but still hoped that Hinata Kei would speak up himself. It was I who did it. Thank you. Nichi slightly bowed. Hinata hurriedly bent down as well, saying, there is no need for such formality. Niji is also my brother. Moreover, before my aunt passed away, she entrusted me with his care, and I shall endeavor to fulfill that promise wholeheartedly. I must express my gratitude to you. The sealing book is hidden beneath the bed in the room where you used to reside, aged precisely to your specifications. Hinata Kei was about to rise and return to his original room. He decided to exercise caution regardless of what he intended to do. Understood. As Hinata walked out of the room, he spotted the eagerly awaiting Niji outside. Hinata Kei knelt down and revealed the gift he had meticulously prepared, a pair of protective wristbands for Niji. Curiously, Niji approached and took the ornate box, unveiling 2 pairs of wristbands that lay quietly within. Hinata Kei picked up the wrist guards for Niji, stating, these wrist guards will ensure the safety of your wrists during training. Thank you, brother, he replied. Hinata Kei imparted numerous training techniques to Niji, accompanying him throughout his practice. It was not until the late hours of the night that Hinata Kei returned to his rented apartment, carrying a forged sealing book. The primary reason for his choice of residence was the presence of a basement beneath the apartment, which facilitated his daily research into ninjutsu. Observing Hinata Kei's departing figure, a shadow swiftly retreated into the distance. Each Hinata ninja knelt on one knee. Elder. Hinata Kei discussed various matters with Hinata Hisashi and presented 2 pairs of arm guards to Hisashi's son before returning to his quarters. Is that all? The aged Hinata elder tilted his body to listen to the report from his subordinate. Indeed. What do you think of the relationship between Hinata Kei, Hisashi, and his son? It is exceptionally strong, particularly the reliance Hisashi's son has shown towards Hinata Kei. Very well. You may go and receive your reward. Thank you, elder. The individual exclaimed with excitement. The elder Hinata emitted a sinister chuckle. The Hokage prevents me from using the caged bird to control this wretch. But little do you know, I possess a far superior method. Entering the apartment, he carefully locked the door behind him, quietly activated his Byakugan, and surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that no one was watching. Hinata Kei finally felt at ease as he entered the basement, noting that the seal on the door had remained undisturbed. Within the basement, all the necessary facilities were remarkably comprehensive. Most of Hinata Kei's salary had been spent on this endeavor. Not only had he hired specialists to enlarge the basement, but he had also acquired numerous research instruments over time. Hinata Kei retrieved the sealed scroll from his back, carefully extracting the corpses of 3 members of the Hyuga branch family. He meticulously removed the Byakugan, which had been destroyed by the caged bird, and gently placed it into a saline solution. He disposed of the 2 mangled bodies, leaving only the relatively intact corpse, which he stored in a freezer for preservation. Such a complete specimen for study could not be so easily discarded. During the 7-day break, Hinata Kei found little time for respite, as he devoted himself entirely to research on the Byakugan and the Hyuga clan, except for the occasional moments spent training alongside Niji. Benefiting from the education of his previous life, Hinata Kei approached his tasks with remarkable proficiency. Hinata Hayashi even went so far as to extract some of Niji's blood and compare it with the genes of several members of the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. The Byakugan's bloodline and all the genes of the Tsutsuki originated from a singular genetic chain. Within this chain, the majority of genes lie dormant, having been largely silenced over millennia of bloodline dilution. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan represents merely a fragment of this genetic chain, symbolizing the Byakugan itself. The higher the activation of its DNA, the purer the Byakugan is deemed to be. Hinata Kei examined his genetic makeup, within which the gene sequence symbolizing the Tsutsuki not only revealed a segment that epitomized the Byakugan, but also encompassed another segment that remained in a semi-activated state. Hinata Kei found himself deep in thought. That strand of genes must symbolize the body of the sage. Indeed, he possessed the bloodline of the 1,000 Hands, albeit with remarkably low vitality. His objective was to perpetually absorb the ocular prowess and bloodline of the Byakugan through the technique of Kagaya's Genshur, thereby facilitating the evolution of the Byakugan. The capabilities of the Byakugan were no less formidable than those of the Sharingan. Kagaya Otsutsuki had demonstrated abilities such as overwhelming pressure, mental control, and insight into thoughts. Not to mention, the spatial prowess exhibited by Kagaya's descendant, Otsutsuki Kenshiki, in the Boruto series. Furthermore, the evolution of the Byakugan into the Tenseigan would grant him the means to contend against the post-ultimate Naruto, a prospect that filled Hinata Kei with an optimistic vision of the future. However, the paramount task at hand was to acquire the Genshur technique from Hiriko. Mastering it would endow him with the ability to merge bloodline limits. With a slight modification, success was assured. The coveted technique lay within the confines of Konoha's sealing chamber, and the forthcoming month would present an opportunity to inspect the sealed items. He resolutely vowed to succeed at that moment. Hinata Keiyoshi even devised a D-rank ninjutsu for this purpose. The technique, known as the art of substitution, allows for the swift exchange of objects of similar size with those contained within a sealing scroll, while concealing the intermediary mist. This significantly enhances the success rate of stealing the sealing book. Furthermore, Hinata Kiyoshi possessed a contingency plan. Should an opportunity not present itself, he would proactively seek one out. Chapter 9, The Theft of the Sealing Book, Konoha, November 3rd, 53rd year. Hinata Kaido, along with several trusted confidants of the Hokage, Kakashi, Tenzo, Amiyuki, Z, Haru, and Renkaku, simultaneously received a covert mission to proceed to the Konoha sealing chamber to oversee the inspection of the seals. This undertaking was monumental. Each sealing cabinet required meticulous unsealing and resealing. It was impractical to assign this task solely to a few squads, as such an approach would impede progress and provide the enemy with a crucial opportunity to react. The role of Hinata Kei and the other members of the Umbu has become evident. The sealing team as ninjas are employing their unsealing techniques on several individuals. This accelerates the progress of their work, as they are responsible for dismantling the old seals while 4 ninjas from the sealing team are tasked with resealing the items. Many of these artifacts have left Hinata Kei in awe, containing mysterious beast claws, sealing scrolls, and tomes documenting unfinished forbidden techniques. Among these, the most significant contributions come from the forbidden ninjutsu of Shinji Tobarama. While he has achieved many successes, he has faced even more failures. With all the incomplete forbidden techniques sealed away here, Hinata Kei is particularly intrigued by the curse technique of Bairuhuo. And as he prepares to personally unseal the lock on cabinet number 39, a tremendous explosion reverberates from outside, prompting everyone to enter a state of alert. Enemy attack. Xiong, Qing, Linjiao, Nyojiao, follow me to intercept them. The Umbu members respond swiftly. This was not a contingency plan left behind by Hinata Kei. He had merely left a few shadow clones outside, and it was far too early for the anticipated assault to commence. This was an attack by enemy ninjas. However, it coincided with Hinata Kei's thoughts, and amidst the chaos, he quickly unsealed the lock, activating the ninjutsu of substitution to swiftly exchange the scroll in his hand for a fake scroll of Hinata Nichi. Not long after, a few ninjas pursued the enemies. Another wave of assailants arrived. As everyone remained vigilant, one Umbu ninja suddenly drew his blade, ruthlessly slaying a nearby comrade. Before the remaining Umbu could react, he violently tossed several smoke bombs around, enveloping the sealing chamber in a stinging haze. Cough, cough, cough. The ninjas inhaling the smoke succumbed to uncontrollable coughing, their eyes stinging and unable to open. Amid the fog, Hinata Kei felt a figure swiftly dart past him. An Umbu ninja from the Yamanaka clan, suppressing his cough, shouted, "Do not resist. I will use the mind transfer technique to guide everyone through the typhoon." Hinata Kiyoshi suddenly attained enlightenment, relinquishing his spirit to the ninja's mastery. His consciousness felt as though it had been transported to the audience, losing control over his own body, compelled to witness his own hand seals. Boar, rooster, goat. Wind release, typhoon. In an instant, the sealing chamber was engulfed in a tempest, dispersing all the misty haze. Hinata Kei wiped away the lingering pain and opened his eyes, only to find that the sealing cabinet before him was now empty. The false sealing book he had placed there had been taken. He glanced around the other sealing cabinets, noting that many of the open sealed items had also been removed. At that moment, a squad leader swiftly stepped forward, declaring, "No one is to move. Do not pursue the traitor. Anyone who attempts to leave shall be regarded as a defector." He suspected there might be an insider among the crowd and dared not let anyone depart, fearing they might seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Instantly, everyone present hesitated to chase after the traitor, remaining rooted in place. Before long, the captain of the Umbu, Sarutobi Shino, arrived with a sense of urgency, taking charge of the situation, accompanied by several interrogators and reconnaissance ninjas. Those summoned were led into the adjacent room for questioning, permitted to leave only if deemed innocent. Miyagawa East. A ninja stepped forward, following the interrogators, while the remaining individuals quietly awaited their turn to be called. The gravity of the situation was profound, indicating that there was indeed a traitor among the trusted inner circle of the Hokage, someone who had managed to infiltrate such a position after rigorous scrutiny. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance ninjas began to investigate the traces left at the scene. Hinata's heart was also filled with doubt. He pondered how to discern the traitor and whether his actions would be discovered. This unexpected incident left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Kakashi, come forth. Tens, arrive. Hinata Kei's companions were called away one after another for questioning. Hinata Kei, present. Hinata Kei emerged from the sealing chamber and entered the adjoining makeshift interrogation room. Inside, he beheld the Umbu captain Sarutobi Shinizuke seated amidst numerous interrogation ninjas. "Please, take a seat." Sarutobi Shinizuke gestured towards the chair before him. Captain, Hinata Kaido, without a hint of reservation, called out to the captain and took a seat directly in front of Shinizuke. The examination was quite straightforward. I would pose questions, and you need only respond with a simple yes or no. Hinata cast a glance around at the interrogating ninjas, comprehending their methods. There was no need to directly invade the memories of a fellow villager. Such techniques could potentially drive a person to madness. This was merely the simplest form of lie detection. Have you betrayed Konoha? Hinata Kaido responded without hesitation, no. Have you ever taken actions detrimental to Konoha? No. Do you have any connections with the traitors of today? No. Upon witnessing several members of the interrogation team shaking their heads to indicate that Hinata Kaido posed no threat, they declared, "All right, you may leave." Hinata nodded, stood up, and turned to walk outside. "Stop." Sarutobi Shino suddenly spoke. "What is it, Captain?" Hinata slowly turned back, his heart racing to its peak. "May I take a look at what is contained within the sealing scroll on your back?" Hinata Kiyoshi nodded and placed the scroll from behind him onto the table before Shino. "Of course," he affirmed. Shino unfurled the scroll to reveal 4 nodes inscribed with dark clothing and a blank note. As Sarutobi Shino unsealed the inscription marked dark, a plethora of shurikens emerged from the table. Upon unveiling the nodes labeled clothing, numerous clean garments and packaged food appeared. No illicit items materialized. Sarutobi Shino cautiously resealed all the items back into the scroll, apologizing for his earlier doubts as he returned it with both hands. "My apologies." "No worries. You were merely conducting a routine inspection," Hinata Kiyoshi replied, reclaiming the scroll and reattaching it to his back. Stepping out of the sealing chamber, Hinata Kiyoshi felt as though he had traversed through time. The recent interrogation had nearly exposed him. However, drawing from his past life's experiences, he recognized that the lie detection techniques employed by those ninjas relied solely on subtle physiological cues indicative of deceit, while others might remain oblivious to the underlying principles. Hinata Kiyoshi understood that he could precisely control all his bodily organs using the chakra manipulation techniques of the Hyuga clan, allowing him to lie without a flicker of hesitation. Ultimately, Sarutobi Shino failed to uncover the hidden sealing scroll concealed within the layers of the Grand Sealing Scroll, which contained the forbidden tome. Let the otherworldly experience the true terror of nested deception. This tactic, learned from a smuggler in his previous life, showcased his unparalleled expertise and insight, placing him in a league above the entire ninja realm. Hinata Kei was making his way home when an overwhelming surge of memories flooded his mind, leaving his body utterly fatigued. This was the result of dispelling the shadow clones he had left outside. He had originally intended to maintain 3 shadow clones in the external world, hoping to replace the sealing book within if the opportunity arose. The plan was to allow the clones to create the illusion of an enemy ambush, enabling him to strike amidst the chaos. However, he did not anticipate that the true enemy would arrive so swiftly, before he could even make his move. Hinata Kei, having absorbed the memories of his shadow clones, suddenly broke into a strange smile. "Indeed, I am remarkable." Chapter 10, The True Nature of Black on Black. The scene shifts back to before the attack on Hinata Kei's sealing chamber. Outside, 3 shadow clones observed several Leaf Village ninjas deftly deceiving the patrolling guards and stealthily concealing themselves nearby. Should we intervene? Are they attempting to take over our mission? Foolishness. They are the genuine assailants. Does this chaos we have created not surpass theirs? True enough. The 3 shadow clones whispered among themselves. Moments later, they witnessed as the assailants sprang into action, producing sealing scrolls and unleashing a barrage of explosive tags and kunai towards the sealing chamber. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions erupted, yet the sealing barrier remained intact, unyielding. TSK, 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 the strength of this seal is commendable. A testament to the Leaf's mastery of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Do you think the fall of the Land of Waves had any connection to the Leaf? Do you not know my thoughts? Indeed, you are me. The 2 shadow clones continued their discourse. Silence. This is merely a feint. Soon, operatives will emerge from within. Let us not be discovered. One shadow clone interrupted their chatter. As predicted, 2 waves of ninjas surged forth, the first comprised of pursuing Umbu, followed by a traitorous Umbu member laden with a multitude of sealing tomes. He quickly dashed towards the direction of the 3 shadow clones, who prudently concealed themselves. The figure dashed directly over the branches above them. Exchanging glances, the shadow clones reached a consensus. Let us pursue. The patrolling ninjas had been lured away by the attackers, allowing the rogue Umbu to escape unhindered. Moreover, donned in Umbu attire, he evoked no suspicion from passing ninjas. The 3 shadow clones trailed him from a distance using their Byakugan, until he ventured into a secluded thicket to the east of the Leaf. Fully aware of the Umbu patrol routes, he knew this area would be devoid of witnesses, gradually lowering his guard as he awaited the rendezvous with his contact. The long-concealed shadow clone seized the moment to strike, lightning release, thunderclap palm, lightning release, thunderclap palm, wind release, wind pressure palm. In an instant, the 3 shadow clones surrounded the traitor, delivering 3 simultaneous strikes to his chest, back, and crown. He was dispatched before he could utter a final word. Gathering the scattered sealing scrolls and other items, the shadow clones deliberated and utilized wind release to obliterate the corpse. One shadow clone then sought a hiding place for the scrolls, while the other 2 focused on erasing their traces, planning to retrieve the items when the Leaf had settled down. Upon returning home, Hinata Kei eagerly consumed a large pot of water, unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him. The spoils were exceedingly abundant. Not only had he acquired the techniques of Gyro and the experimental data of Bailuhu, but he had also obtained a wealth of sealing artifacts, invaluable treasures, and fresh research materials. Selling these to the other 4 hidden villages could yield immense riches. The research on Gyro's techniques must now take precedence. According to his memories, this technique could dissolve bloodlines but would transform the user into an abominable creature. Neither human nor ghost. He had no desire to become such a bandaged monstrosity. The jutsu required refinement, and as it stood, it was merely an incomplete version. Bailuo had been discovered and fled to Leaf before finishing his work. This endeavor would demand considerable time and resources. In a clandestine laboratory within the Land of Fire, Orochimaru, upon hearing Do's report, displayed a rare expression of intrigue. Dare there be others who would pilfer from Orochimaru? This audacious raid on the Leaf had cost him all his roots there, and it was time to depart from the Land of Fire. Do, gather our things. We shall leave the Land of Fire at once. May I inquire, Lord Orochimaru, where shall we go? To the Land of Rain. December 13th. 53rd year of the Leaf has uncovered that the orchestrator behind the attack on the sealing chamber was a remnant of Orochimaru. Hinata received orders to eliminate the traitor concealed within Konoha, as well as to dismantle the serpent's lair hidden in the Land of Fire. Hyuga Kei, exploiting his official position, acquired a substantial amount of experimental data regarding Orochimaru's bloodline techniques and would release experiments, significantly advancing the research on the Gyro technique. On January 9th, 54th year of Konoha, he intercepted a convoy from the Hidden Cloud and obtained the corpse of a storm-released ninja, which he secretly retained for subsequent research materials. On February 13th, he assisted the main offensive forces of Konoha in repelling the assault from the Hidden Cloud, leading to a stalemate in the war. On March 26th, he conducted a physical examination of Naruto Uzumaki, acquiring fresh blood from the sage of the Uzumaki clan. The research on the Gyro technique encountered a bottleneck. As extracting a complete bloodline was fraught with difficulties, it inadvertently revealed the genes of the wielder, altering their appearance. On May 17th, he monitored the movements of the Uchiha clan while continuing his studies on the Gyro technique. On July 3rd, during the celebration of Niji's birthday, he shifted the focus of his research and sought to learn medical ninjutsu from Matsuo Kiwa, achieving a significant breakthrough. Throughout this period, Hyuga Kei engaged in various missions, leading to a pivotal moment. On December 9th, he traveled to the Land of Lightning to deliver a message to the Refuge, where he was warmly welcomed by the 4th Refuge and his entourage, witnessing firsthand the Refuge's lightning release chakra mode. Upon returning to Konoha, Hyuga Kei improved the lightning body technique, enhancing his speed and strength. He continued his research on the Gyro technique. On December 19th, he participated in peace talks, escorting the delegation from the Hidden Cloud to Konoha, which included familiar faces such as the lava release user and the Refuge secretary, Mabu, along with 2 elite J-Nin and 5 Chunin members. Hyuga Kei set aside all his affairs, preparing to confront the dire calamity that threatened the life of his uncle, Nichiju. Hinata's clan was fully entrusted with the security matters during the peace talks. On the evening of December 27th, 54 years into the era of Konoha, a meeting was convened with all the great clans in attendance, while Hinata was absent due to the celebration of her birthday. After the treaty was drafted that night, as the citizens of Konoha reveled in the joy of impending peace, Kakashi's team noticed a suspicious cloud ninja stealthily departing from the encampment, heading directly towards the now-quiet Hyuga compound post-celebration. Once he scaled the walls of the Hyuga estate, he cautiously infiltrated the courtyard of the clan leader, seizing the opportunity amidst the raucous sounds of adults drinking and frolicking outside to abduct the sleeping Hinata. Although she was startled awake, her mouth was tightly covered, preventing her from uttering a sound. The cloud ninja retraced his steps out of the Hyuga territory, but just as he landed, Kakashi, Hinata's father Hayashi, and Yuhi appeared before him, each wielding flashlights that illuminated the ninja's figure. Kakashi brandished his drawn sword against the intruder's neck, commanding, "Release the child and accompany me to face justice." The cloud ninja reacted swiftly, positioning a kunai against Hinata's throat, warning, "Do not move. A single twitch and I will end her life." Realizing that his cover had been blown with the sudden appearance of so many ninjas, he immediately raised the kunai towards his own neck, believing that if he died, the schemes of Lord Tsuchikage would still come to fruition. Hinata Kyo had long been prepared, appearing behind the man in an instant. With a swift strike of the sealing thunder palm, he sealed all the chakra points of the cloud ninja. The cloud ninja's body collapsed to the ground, as if all strength had been drained from him, causing the 3-year-old Hinata to tumble from his grasp, only to be effortlessly caught by Hinata Kyo. Yuzura then produced ropes to securely bind the cloud ninja. Hyuga Kei glanced at the position of the wooden clone and inquired, "How is it, Tenzu? Have you recorded everything?" The wooden clone held up a camera and made an OK gesture, indicating that all had been captured. "Very well. The evidence is indisputable. Let us proceed to seek the third lord." Hinata's return was of no concern to Hyuga Hayashi. His scheming had reached completion. He placed Hinata gently on the ground, brushing off the dust from her attire. "Go back on your own. Upon your return, inform your father that the Umbu saved you." Hayashi held a certain fondness for Hinata, and he had no intention of venting his wrath upon a child. I understand," Hinata replied, glancing back as she made her way toward the entrance of the Hyuga compound. Chapter 11. The outcome of the peace talks the following day. The venue for the peace talks was abuzz with the presence of Konoha's high-ranking officials and the delegation from Kumogakure. before Konoha could make their opening statement. The Kumogakure representative seized the moment, noting the absence of a ninja from their ranks. The hawkish Suchikage abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "One of our ninjas went missing last night, and to this day, we have yet to locate him. I suspect that you from Konoha have committed murder." Several fervent ninjas from Kumogakure disregarded the decorum of the meeting, their voices rising in agitation. Even the pacifist Reikage representative, Maki, bore a displeased expression, failing to restrain their unruly behavior. Many of Konoha's officials responded with indignation. If I were to take action against you, do you truly believe you would be standing here? Danzo retorted sharply. Did you hear that, Lord Hokage? This is the attitude of your Konoha. Suchikage accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Danzo. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed, calmly puffing on his pipe. Observing his old comrade's demeanor, Danzo felt a sudden sense of tranquility. Aware that Hiruzen had a contingency plan. Now, there is no need for haste. Let us first take a look at this, Hiruzen said, lightly tapping the table with his pipe, signaling for Hayashi and his companions to enter. Kakashi pushed in a projection screen, while Yuhi brought in a projector borrowed from a cinema, and the group swiftly entered the meeting room. Is the Hokage inviting us to watch a movie? I believe we should first address the matter of our missing ninja, Suchikage scoffed. Indeed, it is a film I wish to show you. The title is Kumogakure Ninja's Night Infiltration of Konoha's Elite, discovered and attempting to take their own life in atonement, Hiruzen replied. Upon hearing this, Suchikage's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. There is nothing impossible. Let us watch before we draw conclusions, Yuhi said, pressing the play button on the projector. Instantly, the screen illuminated with an image of a Kumogakure ninja stealthily evading patrolling shinobi, making his way over the wall of the Hyuga compound, poised for his next move. Hinata, Kankashi, and the others appeared in the frame, standing resolutely in front of that individual. Subsequently, the Cloud Ninja, overwhelmed by guilt, took his own life. Struck down by Hinata with a single blow. As the film unfolded, Suchikage gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "This is inconceivable. It must be a fabrication concocted by your Leaf Village, a mere transformation technique." Witnessing Suchikage's reaction, even his ally, Mabu, began to harbor doubts about him. Given his staunch opposition to peace negotiations and his inclination towards aggressive tactics, she found it unsurprising that he could resort to such measures. Is that so? Bring them forth. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to display his strategic prowess. Hinata Kei pushed open the door, dragging the incapacitated Yunin and unceremoniously tossing him onto the floor. Caught red-handed. What else do you have to say? Suchikage sank weakly into the chair. All plans had failed. Konohagakure had anticipated this turn of events and lay in wait for his arrival. Had he succeeded, it would have been a different story. Lord Reikage would have likely turned a blind eye, confident that the peace-seeking Konoha would swallow their pride, thus securing favorable terms for Kumogakure. But now, in the wake of failure, everything was lost. Mabui was equally astonished, casting a glance at Suchikage. You fool, if you're going to act, at least don't leave behind so much evidence for us to contend with. Someone, take that Suchikage shinobi away. Mabui commanded her fellow shinobi to escort Suchikage out. She then bowed deeply to express her apologies. I am truly sorry, Hokage-sama. This was not Lord Reikage's intention. We advocate for peaceful resolutions. This was merely an act of personal ambition by the Suchikage shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Naturally, I understand. We too, in Konoha, advocate for peace, and thus will not alter the terms of negotiation. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It is good to understand that peace talks benefit both nations. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, the negotiations concluded smoothly. Outside, the rain cascaded, playfully tugging at Hinata Kei's collar as he curiously inquired, how did you anticipate Kumogakure would take such action? A political instinct. Every village has its hawks and doves, and when it came time to deliver the peace proposal, some would inevitably attempt to obstruct it. Such an important matter as peace talks would surely attract those wishing to sabotage it. Oh, I see now. I still can't quite wrap my head around it. Rainrin laughed heartily, yet Hokage-sama mentioned that, should we succeed, it would count as an S-rank mission with a reward of 2 million ryo, divided among 4. That is indeed a substantial bounty. How delightful. Tenzo chimed in. Yes, this is my first time encountering such a simple S-rank mission. Hinata Kei remarked. Why not invite our great benefactor to indulge in some barbecue? Of course, it's on Kakashi. Hey, why not treat yourself? Naturally, it is because you are the captain. Kakashi had just amassed enough merit from the recent mission and would officially assume the role of captain of the Umbu team tomorrow, succeeding Captain Nara, who had recently retired due to the loss of his right arm during a mission, returning home to care for his children. He would receive a handsome pension and disability compensation each month, while his descendants would benefit from the meticulous training provided by the Konohagakure Ninja Academy. All right. I shall treat you all, Kakashi said, pulling out his beloved paradise, claiming that only it could alleviate his melancholy. It wasn't that Hinata Kei was greedy. It was just that since embarking on his research into the ghost bud theory, his funds had never remained in his wallet for long, often resorting to the acquisition of corpses during missions. No wonder Orochimaru chose to defect. The best research conditions were indeed elusive within Konoha. The research was at a critical juncture. and Hinata Kei sensed that he was merely a step away from developing the perfect bloodline acquisition technique. On December 28th, 54th year of Konoha, it was a day of celebration for Captain Nara's retirement and Kakashi's welcome as the new captain, held at the standard at Kimchi barbecue restaurant. The high caloric content of the barbecue was ideal for replenishing the energy expended by ninjas. Do not look so disheartened. I have not perished, merely retired to enjoy life, Nara said. There is no need for such somber expressions as if mourning a fallen comrade. Allow me to introduce the new captain of Team 3, Kakashi. A prodigy well known in Konoha and my most accomplished junior. He will take my place and continue to lead you all. The members of Team 3 responded with enthusiastic applause. There was no room for discontent, as they were all kin within the team, and Kakashi's talent was evident to all. They were simply saddened at the departure of such a commendable superior. Captain Nara had been a mentor to all, teaching them ninjutsu and taijutsu, guiding them through the most bewildering moments of their initiation into the umbu. All right, everyone, let us eat, Nara encouraged. The entire team took turns toasting to Captain Nara, recounting their time together in the umbu. Captain Nara reciprocated each toast and had prepared gifts for everyone. It was late when it finally came to Hinata Kei's turn. Though he had only joined in the past 2 years, there were newcomers behind him in line, a testament to the rapid turnover of personnel within the umbu during wartime. Hinata approached Captain Ushikado with a wine glass in hand. Captain Ushikado, I raise this cup to you. Over the past 2 years in the umbu, you have imparted to me a wealth of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Hinata drained the clear sake in one swift motion. Captain Ushikado also finished his drink, replying, You are the most talented young individual I have had the privilege to teach in taijutsu throughout my years. This is the culmination of my extensive experience with the rigid fist technique and the transformation of fire-type chakra. I trust that under your guidance, my legacy will not be diminished. Hinata refused repeatedly. As such treatment was reserved for master and disciple, how could he possibly accept it? No, Captain. Please reserve it for your own child. You may take it, just do not despise it. My wife has given birth to a daughter, and I have no intention of allowing her to become a ninja. A life as an ordinary citizen will suffice. With such words spoken, Hinata accepted the scroll with both hands, pledging, I shall not tarnish your esteemed reputation. Chapter 12. The Art of Blood Seizure Konoha, January 13th. 55th year Hinata Kei has ascended to the position of umbu team leader, succeeding Kakashi. Due to a shortage of personnel in the umbu, a temporary 3-member team has been formed to complete the mission. On February 16th, 55 years of Konoha, in the basement, a severely mutilated corpse of a Hyuga clan member lies before Hinata Kei. Hinata swiftly formed a series of 32 hand seals, Inu, Tori, and Saru, channeling a substantial amount of chakra to execute the technique, demon blood extraction. Hinata Kei struck the ground, and in an instant, a colossal array of runes unfurled beneath his hand, encircling the corpse of a fellow member of the Hinata clan. Subsequently, a voluminous mass of blackened flesh and blood ascended from the body, enveloping it before gradually diminishing until it vanished into thin air. As the secret technique reached its completion, Hinata Kei felt a subtle tremor in his eyes, with the power of his Byakugan evidently intensified. I have succeeded. He activated his Byakugan, gently caressing the contours of his eye sockets as if cherishing a precious gem. My path is clear. Now, I merely need to familiarize myself with the simplified procedures, which are relatively straightforward in this regard. Hinata Kei once again placed the collected Byakugan from the branch family on the ground and activated the ghost blood extraction technique, further enhancing the power of his Byakugan. On March 11th, the 3rd squad of Konoha welcomed a new member, Uchiha Itachi. As customary, a welcoming gathering was organized, where Hinata Kei and several members of the umbu engaged in light-hearted banter at the training ground, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the new member. It was said that the newcomer was merely 11 years old. Should they prepare a discouragement package for him as well? Have you forgotten the lesson from Yazi? Anyone who can join the umbu at such a young age undoubtedly possesses considerable skill. Hinata, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, remarked, Why not? It is a long-standing tradition of Team 3 to put this newcomer through a trial. He instructed everyone to conceal their intentions, eager to test the newcomer's mettle. The many members of the umbu exchanged knowing glances, their faces illuminated by playful smiles. Kakashi gently pinched the bridge of his nose, cautioning, Just don't go too far. Rest assured, we are well aware of our limits, came the confident reply. Hinata Kei recounted his plans to everyone, detailing the forthcoming events. As Uchiha Itachi entered the training ground, he was taken aback to find that the promised welcome gathering was devoid of any attendees. Just as his confusion deepened, numerous shurikens and kunai suddenly soared toward him from all directions. Was it an ambush? No, it appeared to be a test from the senior members of the umbu. With a swift motion, Uchiha Itachi drew his sword and deflected the incoming projectiles with ease. In the shadows, several members of Team 3 nodded in approval, launching even more concealed weapons at him. Yet, each time, Itachi effortlessly dispatched every projectile that came his way. The seniors, impressed yet challenged, increased the quantity and speed of the thrown weapons until Itachi began to feel the strain. In response, he activated his blood red, 3-tomo Sharingan. With deft hands, Uchiha Itachi reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved 8 kunai, launching them simultaneously in a sweeping motion. The 8 kunai struck the air, altering their trajectory to engage the surrounding projectiles. The sound of clashing metal echoed as all the thrown weapons were systematically neutralized by his kunai. The air was filled with a cacophony of pinging sounds as the last of the projectiles fell. Applause erupted around him as the onlookers emerged from their hiding spots. Itachi mused that this welcome ceremony was indeed unique, and perhaps it signified his acceptance among them. His Umbu seniors were left astounded. Such an onslaught would have harmed any ordinary shinobi, yet none could claim to match Itachi's prowess. The extraordinary effectiveness of his technique stemmed from the combination of Uchiha's mastery in projectile throwing and the dynamic vision afforded by his Sharingan. Hinata's astonishment was profound. Witnessing it in anime was one experience, yet encountering it in reality stirred an entirely different sensation. The overwhelming impact was palpable. Is this the true power of the Sharingan? No wonder Orochimaru coveted it after witnessing it just once. With Uchiha Itachi having joined the Umbu, the demise of Shursui must be imminent. And perhaps there lies a possibility of acquiring a portion of the pure Uchiha bloodline. One by one, the members introduced their code names and abilities. For collaboration among teammates is essential in the pursuit of their missions. Hinata Kiyoshi introduced himself, Yazai, proficient in taijutsu. Once everyone had completed their introductions, Uchiha Itachi slightly bowed and stated, Crow, adept in fire release and genjutsu. When all introductions were concluded, I introduced myself. I am Kakashi. I do not possess a code name. I am the captain of Team 3. You will be under Yazai's guidance from now on. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire with him. Understood. I knew it. You are simply too lazy to conduct proper onboarding for the newcomers. Hinata Kiyoshi remarked with a roll of his eyes, subtly criticizing Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi turned his gaze towards Hinata Kiyoshi, and they exchanged greetings. Hinata led Uchiha Itachi and Amike's Yurin to a corner of the training ground, where they introduced themselves once more. Hinata Kei inquired further about various subjects, including whether he possessed any stealth techniques akin to ninjutsu. Upon receiving Itachi Uchiha's response, Hinata Kei felt a slight sense of difficulty. According to convention, I ought to impart essential skills typically required of an Umbu, yet you have already mastered them. Instead, I shall teach you something different. I will share with you a portion of my fire-based body techniques, as I have recently developed some new fire ninjutsu. Itachi Uchiha recognized this as Hinata Kei's signature technique and promptly bowed in gratitude. It's a trivial matter. The fire-based body techniques amalgamate the Konoha's powerful fist bestowed by Captain Horned Demon with the transformation of fire chakra. And they do not delve deeply into the knowledge of Hyuga chakra points, making them accessible for ordinary ninjas to learn. Following this, Hinata Kei instructed Itachi Uchiha in several commendable fire body techniques, which the Sharingan-wielding Itachi could effortlessly master after merely one demonstration. The onlookers, including Tenzo, were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief at such extraordinary talent. Hinata Kei imparted the fundamentals of several fire-style ninjutsu techniques without reservation, openly sharing his knowledge with everyone present. Yet, only Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi managed to master these skills through the prowess of their Sharingan. A chorus of envy arose among the onlookers, for it seemed almost miraculous that one could effortlessly replicate a jutsu after merely witnessing its execution once. This phenomenon left us, the non-bloodline ninjas, feeling quite disheartened. To exacerbate our frustration, the innate talents of Hinata Kei and Uchiha Itachi were astonishing, having reached such heights at a mere teenage age. After concluding the lesson, Hinata Kei, in his capacity as team leader, decided to treat a few teammates to hot pot. However, the audacious Uchiha Kakashi insisted on joining, asserting his rights as a former teammate. In a gesture of gratitude for Hinata Kei's instruction, Uchiha Itachi offered to cover the expenses, but he was promptly dissuaded by Kakashi, Senjutens, and the ever-drenched Yuzuki. It was a rare occasion when Hinata Kei, known for his frugality, was finally persuaded to loosen his purse strings. A hearty feast was in order. Hinata Kei expressed that they are still too young. Having successfully researched the blood seizure technique, Hinata Kei has once again transformed into a wealthy individual, no longer concerning himself with such trivial sums of money. Hinata Kei's sudden generosity is not without reason. Cultivating a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi allows him to glean insights into the movements of both the Uchiha and Konoha. He is, after all, a masterful double agent. Currently, Hinata Kei is only aware that Shursui has taken his own life at the Southie River, with no clear timeline of events. Even Hinata Kei feels that the prospect of success is bleak, especially considering that even Yakushi Kabuto, the renowned grave digger, has failed to locate Shursui's body. Chapter 13, The Tragedy of Nichi, Konoha, Year 55. Hinata Kei dedicated another year to the refinement of the demon blood technique, achieving a level of proficiency that allowed him to invoke it without hand seals. The intricate array of symbols was replaced by chakra emanating from his chakra points. Henceforth, Hinata Kei could instantaneously unleash the demon blood technique within a 3-meter radius centered around himself. Consequently, he earned the trust of Uchiha Itachi, who regarded him as a reliable senior and frequently sought his counsel on various matters. Furthermore, He successfully negotiated with a rogue ninja from the Mist Village to acquire a summoning scroll for the ninja fish in preparation for the quest to locate Shirsue's remains. This transpired on July 12, 56th year of the Leaf Village. Hinata Kiyoshi sensed that Uchiha Itachi was behaving unusually, exhibiting an even greater silence and profundity than before. Instantly, he connected this change to the death of Shirsue. A pang of apprehension struck his heart. If Shirsue had indeed perished last night, then he too needed to act swiftly, lest he be consumed by the lurking dangers. Hinata Kai took a few days off for everyone under the pretense of illness, while he himself sought the body of Shirsue beneath the Nanga River. He stealthily made his way to the downstream area of the Uchiha clan, beneath the Nanga River. Hinata Kiyoshi performed a summoning jutsu to call forth numerous small fish from the ninja fish clan. He scattered a generous amount of bait, commanding them to search for a corpse. At long last, as night approached, his efforts bore fruit. Hinata Kiyoshi finally located and retrieved the lifeless body of Shirsue. Hinata Kitsuya had no intention of bringing back the research, for the blood-seizing technique had drained him of all his Uchiha lineage. The anticipated Sharingan did not manifest. Instead, he had absorbed merely a lifeless body devoid of the Sharingan. The price of awakening the Sharingan was one he was unwilling to bear, so he decided to wait until he could absorb more Sharingan in the future. Nevertheless, it was not without gains. Hinata Kitsuya's strand of Tsutsuki genes had become more complete, albeit with low vitality. Hinata Kei recalled the long-avoided scrolls and sealing books housed within the leaf sealing chamber. He ventured into a secluded forest in the eastern part of Konoha to retrieve these long-concealed artifacts. After a brief examination of the materials, he discovered an unfinished jutsu by Senju Tobarama that piqued his interest immensely. Its aim was to resurrect the deceased, not through the impure world reincarnation, but through genuine revival. In the eyes of the second Hokage, if one could summon souls from the Pure Land, why could one not revive others? However, this technique was abruptly prohibited by Senju Hashirama, who deemed it a desecration of the dead, sternly forbidding its further development. Yet, within this jutsu lay numerous intriguing concepts worth exploring. The ninja world possessed various techniques capable of resurrecting individuals, such as the bloodline dragon reincarnation from the Grass Village and Chiyo's self-rebirth from the Sand Village, alongside the natural rebirth of the Rinnegan. Each had its limitations. One could not be dead for an extended period and must exchange life for life. However, in Hinata Kei's perspective, these constraints were surmountable. The notion of not being dead for too long signified that the soul had merely drifted away. With impure world reincarnation, it could be drawn back. Regarding the need for a vessel, he could easily request a clone from Orochimaru. The life-for-life exchange merely indicated a lack of vitality or chakra, which could be addressed through understanding the ultimate sage body. These challenges were all conquerable. Pursuing this line of thought, Hinata Kei might genuinely find a way to resurrect others, perhaps even bringing back his aunt in the process. He collected the remaining assorted materials in jutsu, intending to delve into them more thoroughly when time permitted. On February 3rd, 57 years after the founding of Konoha, the 13-year-old Hinata Kei and Uchiha Itachi were both promoted to the rank of captain in the Umbu. Both were to depart their original teams, and upon seeing Itachi's orders, Hinata Kei understood that the Uchiha clan's demise was drawing near. Itachi had been reassigned to route. Under Danzo, where despite his promotion, he held a mere titular position, Danzo would never allow Itachi to command his subordinates. Conversely, Hinata Kei's promotion was substantive, as he became the captain of the 2nd Division of Konoha's Umbu. Hinata Hikaru held a farewell gathering with his former teammates, although it was ostensibly a send-off. The second team was merely next door, always within sight, and these individuals seemed intent on feasting upon Hinata Hikaru. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to pay for the meal with tears in his eyes. February 4th, 57th year of Konoha. Hinata Kei assumed office and, with his formidable strength, vanquished the leaders of each class, thereby securing his position as squad leader. However, hidden in the shadows, a pair of eyes meticulously observed his every move. Having already attained the rank of squad leader, it was time for action. A captain of the Uchiha Umbu must be matched by a counterpart from the Hyuga clan. May 13th, 57th year of Konoha. Hinata Kei received a significant mission. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had passed away, and it was imperative to escort the daimyo's heir, who resided in Konoha, to the capital for the coronation of the new lord. Appointing a figure closely associated with Konoha as the daimyo was of utmost importance. Thus Sarutobi Hizashi commanded this second unit to undertake the task, permitting lethal measures if necessary, including the assassination of the returning heir. This endeavor was exceedingly arduous and time-consuming. Hinata Kei's second unit skillfully maneuvered to evade both samurai and rogue ninjas pursuing them. After enduring numerous hardships, they were the first to arrive at the capital, employing ruthless tactics to eliminate opposition, ultimately securing the daimyo's heir upon the throne. Yet, this was not the conclusion. They had to continuously contend with ongoing assassination attempts while awaiting the arrival of the new 12 guardian ninjas from Sarutobi Hizashi. However, life gradually settled into a semblance of tranquility, with the new daimyo treating Hinata Kei exceptionally well, seeking to cultivate a closer alliance. Nevertheless, this newfound ease left Hinata Kei in a state of apprehension, plagued by an unsettling sense of foreboding. Once the new guardian ninjas were in place and the mission was handed over, Hinata Kei hastily made his way back to Konoha. In this world, few individuals occupied his thoughts. Only Hinata and Niji remained. Hinata Kei explained the situation to several teammates, and they hastened their return to Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Hinata Hizashi received a message from the main house instructing him to take Niji to the clan leader's residence. Sensing something amiss, Hizashi pondered whether it was customary to involve a child in such discussions. He promptly arranged for someone to secretly escort Niji away to seek out Hinata Kei. He then penned a farewell letter, placing it beneath Kei's bed, stating that if he did not return, it would mean that the Hinata clan had taken his life. And he implored them to take good care of Niji. He resolved to confront his elder brother. After all, he remained a member of the Hinata clan. Within the residence, numerous heads of the main house and elders sat opposite Hizashi. Noticing Niji's absence, Hizashi's father, Hayashi, was the first to inquire, "Why has Niji not arrived?" Hizashi replied, "Niji has gone out to play with Kei." Hizashi subtly warned against harboring ill intentions towards Niji. Is it not a cause for concern that being associated with Hinata's disgrace may lead Niji to become one himself? The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "Hizashi, we have decided in the clan meeting that Niji's training will be entrusted to the second elder. This is the finest reward for your diligent support of the clan." Risha slightly shook his head and expressed his gratitude to the three elders, stating that Ningxi would still heed the Hokage's suggestion to attend the ninja academy for his studies. The eldest elder exclaimed sternly, "Humph, do not be ungrateful. We are not negotiating terms with you. This is an order." Hinata Hyuga, the elder brother of Hizashi, remarked, "Hizashi, there is no need for such concern. Niji will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja of the Hyuga clan under the guidance of the second elder." Hinata was under immense pressure from the four, fully aware that they sought to manipulate Niji to control Hinata. This matter required consultation with the Hokage. "Hinata, are we to disregard the orders of our clan? Do not presume that Hinata's ascension to the position of Umbu allows for unchecked actions." The elder activated Hinata's caged bird curse mark. Ritsu, writhing in agony on the ground, clutched his head tightly. Under the burden of this curse seal, his neural pathways were being ravaged, resulting in a truly excruciating headache. This was merely a lesson. Should he dare to retort again, the consequences would be far graver. Ceasing the incantation that ensnared the caged bird, Hinata Ritsu gasped for breath, his garments thoroughly soaked with perspiration. The elder intoned, "Now, reveal Niji's whereabouts, and you shall remain the head of the Hyuga branch family." Risha had lost the strength to speak, merely repeating the gesture of shaking his head. It seemed that you were not willing to give up. As he prepared to unleash the caged bird once more, he underestimated Risha's love for Ningxi and her concern for Chi. Hinata Risha, much like Hinata Chi's father in years past, struck his own temple with a decisive hand. Hinata has taken her own life, and the three elders displayed indifferent expressions. Having witnessed numerous branch ninjas succumb to unbearable pain in a similar manner, they understood that their ambitions could not possibly be thwarted by the demise of a single individual. After years of meticulous preparation, they were not without contingencies. Hinata Hizashi sighed towards the heavens, lamenting, "How could it come to this?" Chapter 14. Niji has been seized. Dispose of these. Immediately, someone stepped forward to clear Hizashi's lifeless body. The four individuals maintained their composure, awaiting the next phase of their scheme. Shortly thereafter, a branch clan ninja entered the hall, dragging Niji Hyuga alongside him. "Let go of me. I must find Brother Kaido." Niji protested. "Niji, cease this nonsense," Hizashi admonished. Not recognizing the true identity of those present, Niji exclaimed, "Uncle, he forcibly insisted on bringing me here. Fear not, your uncle shall take care of this," came the reassuring reply. "Now hurry along." Yes. The branch clan ninja swiftly exited the assembly hall. "Uncle, where is my father?" The second elder, adopting a theatrical tone, replied, "Alas, he is in the inner chamber. You may go see him. He suffers from a bloodline illness and has but a short time left. In his final moments, he entrusted me with your care." Hizashi seized the opportunity to personally guide Niji. "What?" Niji gasped in disbelief, rushing into the inner chamber only to find his father lying weakly upon the bed. Overcome with concern for his father, he dashed to the side of the seemingly lifeless Hizashi. Father, what has happened to you?" "I am fine," Hizashi replied, his voice faint and labored. "You were well just a moment ago. Why are you in this state now?" "In order to spend more time with you. I ingested a secret medicine to temporarily suppress the illness, but it has now flared up. I came here to entrust you to your brother. Remember, Niji, you must heed your uncle's words." Aware of the dangers of speaking too much, Hizashi feigned death, causing Niji to dissolve into tears, utterly heartbroken. And he collapsed onto the ground. September 1st, 57th year of the Leaf Village. Hinata Kai finally returned to the Hinata clan. Upon entering the outer territory of the branch family, he was greeted by an array of white cloths, a clear indication of recent bereavement. Arriving at his uncle Nichi's residence, he found the doors sealed with a notice. In a state of urgency, he forced the door open, only to discover the interior was utterly deserted. With not even a single servant remaining, Hinata Kei immediately contemplated whether he had fallen victim to the machinations of the clan. Resolutely, he made his way towards the residence of the Hyuga clan's head, Hyuga Hizashi. You cannot advance. This is not a place for you. In an instant, countless pairs of Byakugan eyes activated simultaneously, ensnaring Hinata Kei within the confines of the 8 trigrams formation. Hinata Kei unleashed the lightning ninjutsu technique, Thunder Armor, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of a fellow Hyuga clan member. In an instant, that clan member was sent hurtling through the air. Along the way, numerous unwise Hyuga members attempted to obstruct him, but Hinata Kei activated the Thunder Armor once more, effortlessly sweeping through the crowd, outnumbered yet undeterred, suppressing the urge to consume them all with the Blood Reaver technique. What manner of power is this? Come, do not impede him any longer. Hinata Kei delivered a powerful punch, sending the last obstructing member of the Hyuga clan flying, and boldly made his way into the main residence of the clan leader. Upon entering, he beheld Hinata Hayashi seated prominently in the main hall alongside 3 esteemed elders of the Hyuga clan, and most significantly, Niji stood close by Hayashi's side. Hinata placed her hand on Niji's head, seemingly caressing him, yet perpetually threatening Hinata's awakening. Hinata Kaido's eyes were ablaze with fury as the lightning armor unleashed a torrent of electricity, shattering the stones beneath him. "Where's my uncle?" he demanded. Upon hearing these words, Niji burst into tears, crying out, "Father, father." Niji attempted to rush towards Hinata Kaido, but was restrained by Hinata Hayashi. In that moment, Hinata Kaido comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Hyuga clan's treacherous intentions had not waned. They sought to manipulate Hinata Hayashi and Niji to seize control over him. It appeared their scheme had come to fruition, with Niji now firmly in the grasp of Hinata Hayashi. Despite possessing formidable strength, Kaido found himself in a precarious position, unable to act without caution. The son sighed with feigned sorrow. Alas, the son's unfortunate companion has succumbed to a grievous ailment and passed away just days ago. Before departing, they entrusted you and Niji to my care, imploring me to look after you both. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. These were merely excuses. When he departed, his uncle was in good health, so how could he have suddenly passed away? Hinata Kei dared not make any move, fully aware that Niji was in their grasp. "Elder, please take Niji away," he said. The elder cast a glance at Hinata Kei, whose expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed something vile, and a smug smile crept across his face. He seized the nearly unconscious Niji, who was sobbing, halting his desperate attempt to reach Hinata Kei, and forcefully led him away from the hall. "If you dare to harm even a single hair on Niji, I swear I will drag your Hinata clan to the depths of hell." Hinata Kei gritted his teeth. "I am Niji's uncle. How could I possibly wish him harm?" "You are overthinking," the elder retorted. The Sunfoot, with an air of feigned righteousness, proclaimed, "Moreover, with you, this viper, lurking outside, how could I possibly act against him?" The third elder, disregarding the countenances of those present, unabashedly threatened, "As long as the blood of the Hyuga clan flows through your veins, you shall forever remain a member of our esteemed Hyuga family, obligated to contribute to the clan. Do you comprehend?" Hinata gritted her teeth, the words escaping through the gaps. "Understood. Now, tell me about the recent developments in Konoha." Hinata Kei recounted the events of the mission in meticulous detail, suppressing his indignation. "Indeed, supporting the new daimyo is a commendable endeavor. Now, depart and remember your status." As they observed Hinata Kei's retreating figure, the others exchanged knowing smiles. This was certainly more advantageous than a caged bird. Hinata Kei lowered his head as he departed from the main family compound and returned to the courtyard. Upon entering his former chamber, he noticed signs of disturbance. In an instant, a memory flashed through his mind, prompting him to crouch down and reach beneath the bed. There, he swiftly discovered the farewell letter from his uncle, Nichijou. The letter from Hinata Kigo recounts the summons of the main family to Nichishita, who uncovers a conspiracy within. He wishes for Niji to depart ahead of time and ultimately entrust Hinata with the care of Niji. Hinata Kei gazed upon the letter of farewell, a tempest of sorrow and fury surging within him. His eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, as his black pupils transformed into a striking red. Awakening the bloodline of the Uchiha. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, 3 swirling tomos spun incessantly in his gaze. The Hyuga clan, with a fierce determination. Hinata Kei devoured the farewell letter, vowing to commit every word to memory. Previously, his intentions had been to spare a portion of the main family for the sake of his uncle, Hinata Chaji, and to reform the Hyuga clan. Now, however, his resolve had morphed into a fierce desire for the annihilation of the Hyuga. "The relentless slaughter of my kin will not go unavenged." Perhaps his strength was insufficient for the time being. He must bide his time. Suddenly, a pivotal moment from a year hence came to mind, the night of the Uchiha massacre. At that time, Konoha would undoubtedly focus all its efforts on the Uchiha, providing him with the perfect opportunity to obliterate the Hyuga and rescue Niji. Yet, Hinata Kei felt an urgency. He could not afford to wait until next year. The moment must be hastened. He must escalate their conflicts and bring forth the night of extermination prematurely. Chapter 15. Annihilation of the Hyuga Konoha, September 13th, 57th year. Hinata Hayashi, exploiting his position, secretly disseminated information regarding Danza's ambush on Uchiha Shursui to seize his Sharingan, thereby intensifying the conflict between the two factions. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi approached Hinata Hayashi to inquire about the relationship between the village and their clans, believing that Hinata, as a member of a clan, would surely comprehend his anguish. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata's relationship with his clan was fraught with discord, should the village of Konoha choose to take action on behalf of the Hyuga. He would undoubtedly serve as a guiding force for them. Hinata Hayashi, in his pursuit to enable Itachi Uchiha to act swiftly, elucidated the intricate relationship between their clan and the village, subtly implying that as long as a single member of the family remains, there exists a glimmer of hope for revival. The confrontation between the Uchiha and the village leads only to a path of despair. On October 12th, 57 years into the era of Konoha, Hayashi secured an opportunity to meet Niji. Their conversation was meticulously monitored, preventing Hayashi from expressing many of his thoughts. During their dialogue, he discerned that Niji's perceptions had been skewed, as they sought to mold him into a mere pawn of the Hyuga clan. His words conveyed a profound sense of protectiveness towards Hinata and Hanabi. Hinata's heart sank, recognizing the inevitable. Niji was at a formative stage in his life, easily susceptible to indoctrination. It was imperative that he acted swiftly. On November 12th, in the year 57 of the Leaf Village, the village had commenced its operations. Hinata received orders for the Umbu to meticulously encircle the Uchiha clan's territory. The night prior, Itachi had conveyed to Hinata his hope that, should he leave the Leaf Village, Hinata would assist in looking after Sasuke Uchiha. On November 13th, through Hinata's diligent efforts, the tragic night of the Uchiha massacre was advanced by several months. This day marked the fateful night. The elders had summoned all ninjas engaged in missions back to the village, in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Hyuga Kei and all the members of the Umbu have been stationed near the Uchiha clan's territory, ready to execute any Uchiha who dares to depart. Secretly, Hyuga Kei has also discerned numerous shadowy figures lurking about, indicating that the roots have encroached upon the vicinity. This suggests that the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation is upon us. Furthermore, this evening marks the night of doom for the Hinata clan as well. Silently, Hyuga Kei departed from the patrol base and returned to the Hinata clan's estate, arriving at the residence of the branch family head, which had long been uninhabited and was now shrouded in dust. Hyuga Kei entered the room of his uncle and aunt, picked up the photo from the bedside, and gently wiped away the dust. The image depicted four individuals in joyous harmony, captured at the moment of Niji's birth. The sun-drenched uncle and aunt stood on either side, while the 5-year-old Hinata held the newly born Niji in his embrace. At that time, I had arrived at the Hyuga clan, enduring relentless bullying, suffering daily beatings from children, and facing discrimination from adults, which drove me to the brink of despair. It was the kindness of my aunt's family that took me in, and now, the entire Daisher couple fell victim to the machinations of the clan, while Niji was reduced to a mere instrument for others. Hyuga Kei's purpose today is to bring an end to it all. He removes a photograph and tucks it into his bosom. He takes out the sake he had long prepared and pours it onto the ground. Behold, I shall rescue Niji and annihilate the Hyuga clan. Their most significant leverage has always been Niji, and tonight, under the covert manipulation of Hyuga Kei's illusion, Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi have all departed from the Hyuga compound. In the future, this chasm will be bridged. The protagonist seeks vengeance for the brainwashing of Niji, intending to eliminate Hinata, rather than simply killing her. It would be more poignant to lead her from suffering to falling in love with her enemy, ultimately leading to an inescapable emotional turmoil. For further context, refer to Nailan Yenron's affection for Xiao Yan's masked alter ego. A unified response, Hanabi Hyuga, is also included. This will not be a point of contention. They will merely believe that the one they have always loved is actually Hyuga Kei's second persona, and as both personalities eventually merge, they will guide one another towards forgiveness, living harmoniously together. Hyuga Kei's prolonged compliance had lulled them into a false sense of security. Moreover, he secretly manipulated Hinata and Hanabi using the genjutsu of his Sharingan, compelling them to implore for Niji's assistance as their guardian to accompany them to the night market. As he stepped outside, Hyuga Kei raised his gaze to the sky. Dusk had descended, and a full moon hung high above. Silently leaving the confines of his compound, he knocked on the door of his neighbor. Shortly thereafter, a member of the Hyuga clan opened the door, only to witness Hyuga Kei's expression grow increasingly frigid. "What do you want, you wretch?" "I have come to bid farewell," Hyuga Kei replied, maintaining his amiable smile. "Off to carry out a mission? Then I wish you an early demise." The Hyuga clan member brazenly uttered a curse at Hyuga Kei. "Ah, thank you for your kind wishes," Hyuga Kei replied, his smile unwavering as he brushed past the clan member and intruded into his home. "What are you doing in my house? Get out." The clan member activated his Byakugan, preparing to launch an attack against Hyuga Kei. However, Hyuga Kei's assault reached him first. As the clan member made his move, a surge of dark, pulsating flesh erupted beneath his feet. The blackened matter engulfed him at an astonishing speed, and when the writhing mass receded, the Hyuga clan member had vanished without a trace. He departed this world without uttering a single word. Hyuga Kei felt the long-lost thrill of the Byakugan awakening along with a surge of chakra coursing through him, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. A peculiar sound escaped him, a mix of suppressed laughter and discomfort. Sensing her husband had been absent for quite some time, a clan wife stepped out of her door only to behold the frenzied state of Hyuga Kei. "What have you done, you wretch? Where's my husband?" Hyuga Kei disregarded his screams and unleashed the blood demon technique once more. Amidst the surging flesh, that cacophonous woman vanished from this world. Ah! A child's shrill cry pierced the air as a small figure leaned out of the window, witnessing the harrowing scene unfold. Hinata Kei stepped into the room and immediately spotted the small child, helplessly crawling away in the distance. Without a trace of compassion, he facilitated the child's departure to reunite with their family. Reflecting upon it, he realized that he too had been brought back to the Hinata family at such a tender age. The lineage of the branch family is indeed inferior. Having been stunted early on, much like a caged bird whose growth is hindered, Hinata Kaido was not satisfied with this meager lineage. He shook his head and knocked once more on the door of a household. Is anyone there? On the other side of Konoha, a similar tragic massacre was unfolding within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi opened the wardrobe door and dragged a child by their legs, pulling them from their hiding place among the myriad of garments. No. Wa, a woman, having appeared unbeknownst to him, lunged at Uchiha Itachi in an attempt to thwart his actions. With a swift stroke, both the woman and the child met their untimely demise. Perhaps this was the last semblance of tenderness from Uchiha Itachi. In stark contrast to Itachi's ruthless slaughter, Hinata Kaido perceived himself as benevolent, ensuring that each victim met their end without suffering. In the darkness, he annihilated nearly all of the Hyuga clan, leaving only the main family line remaining. Hinata Kei entered the courtyard of the third elder, stealthily eliminating all the guards and attendants outside. Eventually, he arrived at the residence of the second elder, holding his son aloft. Upon opening the door, the third elder was immediately roused from his slumber, and before him, Hinata Kei cast his son, Hinata Naoto, at his feet. What do you intend to do, Hinata Kei? Do not forget your standing, the elder admonished. Hihi, I certainly have not forgotten the gifts you bestowed upon me. Rest assured, I possess far superior methods for dealing with you. Hinata raised his hand and unleashed the thunder palm, silencing the noisy father and son duo. Hinata Kei placed his hands upon the heads of the two individuals, activating the demonic soul extraction technique. Their souls were relentlessly drawn forth from within, as they attempted to scream, yet no sound escaped their lips. Ultimately, the two souls were forcibly consumed by Hinata Kei, his chakra shattering them into the purest form of spiritual energy. Since Tobarama was indeed a genius, he no longer wished for them to ascend to the Pure Land, as that would be too lenient. He intended for them to vanish forever. Hinata Kiyoshi meticulously followed the established method. Having devoured the souls and flesh of the second elder and the great elder, along with the other prominent members of the clan, he ultimately approached the residence of the clan leader, for the main course is meant to be savored last. Hinata Kiyoshi, what brings you here? This is not a place for you. Leave at once. Hinata Kitsuya appeared oblivious, pressing ever closer. It seems you are courting your own demise. Hinata, regardless of the division of the main family, wishes for the demise of this clan's disgrace. The guard, showing no mercy, raised his palm and unleashed a powerful palm strike infused with the essence of the 8 trigrams. Hinata Kei raised his hand, and a massive surge of chakra erupted, effortlessly dispersing the swirling sphere of the 8 trigrams palm. Before they could launch another attack, Hinata Kei had already flashed beside the two individuals, placing his hands firmly on their shoulders. In an instant, the blackened flesh writhed, and the two Hinata guards vanished from this world, leaving no trace behind. The commotion, however, had drawn the attention of 2 residents within. Dressed in a kimono, Hinata Hayashi opened the door to find Hinata Kei standing at the threshold. Noticing that the 2 guards had seemingly disappeared, where could Hinata and Hinata Kei have gone? Hinata Hayashi fixated his gaze intently upon Hinata Kei. Hinata Kei replied with a smile while walking towards the stern head of the Hinata clan. They allowed me to observe for a moment, as I have a slight matter to attend to. At that moment, he emerged from the shadows, appearing exceedingly enigmatic under the interplay of light and moonlight. Hinata quickly sensed something amiss. These 2 individuals were the carefully selected guards he had chosen from the branch family, and there had never been a flaw in their reliability. Why then, were there replacements tonight? Stop. Do not advance any further. Hinata shouted, his instincts as a ninja compelling him to halt Hinata Kei. Hinata Kiyoshi continued to advance. With a swift motion, Hinata Hayashi launched his attack, unwavering in his resolve as he observed Kiyoshi's relentless progression. Hinata Kei delivered a powerful strike that shattered the empty palm, exclaiming, such a lack of sincerity. Can't you conjure something more? Hinata's black eyes gradually transformed into a milky hue, with a hint of blue at the center, surrounded by a web of crimson veins. Confronted with the elite Jonin, the head of the Hyuga clan realized that some measures were necessary. You have awakened the Byakugan? Hyuga Hizashi exclaimed in astonishment. The disgrace of the Hyuga clan had indeed awakened the Byakugan. When did this happen? How come I have never seen you utilize it? Hinata Kei rested his chin thoughtfully, relishing the cat-and-mouse game unfolding before him, savoring the astonishment emanating from his counterpart. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? And as for why I should divulge this to you, are you perhaps expecting me to plant the seeds of your ambitions like a caged bird? The moment you awaken the Byakugan, you shall truly become a member of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hayashi still perceives the privilege of joining our lineage as a gift. He views the individual before him, who has dared to assault the clan leader, as merely a fleeting impulse, seeking to validate their own worth. Tomorrow, I shall convene a clan meeting. You will be welcomed into the Hyuga family, with the innate talents and prowess you have already displayed. You will be groomed as a key member of our clan, and with external support, you may even aspire to contend for the position of Hokage. Hinata Kei feigned a look of astonished delight. Is that permissible, chief? Hinata Hizashi felt a surge of excitement upon realizing that Hinata Kiyoshi had stabilized his position. Yet his mind was preoccupied with devising a plan to deal with this individual the following day. Of course, I can overlook your transgression of forcefully entering the clan leader's residence. You may return to rest now. I shall send someone to find you tomorrow. He added, do not forget that Niji remains in my custody. Your brother's life lies not in my hands, but in yours. Very well, but I possess another method. Esteemed clan leader, please consider this approach. What method? If I were to eradicate the entire Hyuga clan, would I not then ascend as the clan leader of Hyuga? What did you say? Hinata Hizashi could hardly believe that Hinata Kiyoshi had uttered such words. Hinata's hand crackled with electricity as he stepped forward, launching an attack towards Hinata's foot. Reversal. Hinata Hizashi swiftly rotated in place, his feet rising to form a semicircle, embodying the prowess of the Hyuga clan. In an instant, he unleashed a ninjutsu to counter Hinata's Raijin palm. Hinata Kiyu struck the chakra of Kaiten with his right palm, releasing a surge of lightning in an attempt to penetrate its defenses. Observing his failure to breach the protection of Hinata Hizashi, Kiyu extended his right hand in midair, a faint blue luminescence glimmering in his Byakugan. With a piercing command, Kiyu forced Hizashi's spinning body to a sudden halt. Hinata's lightning palm struck directly upon Hinata Hayashi, the electric surge instantly permeating his body. Under the guidance of his Byakugan, all his chakra points were sealed, rendering him immobile. Witnessing the swift defeat of Hayashi, the matriarch lurking in the shadows could no longer remain passive. She hastened to intervene and rescue her husband. Trigram's empty wall. Do not emerge. Hayashi heard his wife's voice calling out urgently. Hinata's ears were captivated by the melodious call, eliciting a smile that curled at the corners of his lips. As an exhilarating sense of vengeance coursed through his entire being, Hinata Kei casually struck down the beautiful woman before him, enveloping her entire body in a shroud of black flesh, leaving only her head exposed. He did not rush to end her life. Instead, he awaited the sound of her pleas for mercy. In this moment, the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a past encounter, albeit with their roles reversed. Chapter 16. The True Madman. How about it? Beg me, plead for mercy, and perhaps I might spare her, Hinata Kei remarked with a radiant smile. His gaze laced with mockery as he looked at Hinata Nichizu. As the sun sets, he closes his eyes, unable to bear the sight of his wife's tragic state. Fully aware of the deeds he has committed and the inevitable fate that awaits him. Regardless of the circumstances, Hinata's resolve to spare his family is unwavering. It is better to preserve some dignity. Fortunately, under his wife's persuasion, he allowed Niji to take Hinata and Hanabi out for a day of leisure. He can only hope that when morning dawns, the village of Konoha and the Hyuga clan will exact vengeance upon this madman for his demise. It appears you have no intention of pleading with me. Unlike you, I am not devoid of humanity. Perhaps if you were to beg, I might grant you a swift end, akin to what I have offered to other members of the Hyuga clan. Hinata seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern his innermost thoughts, carelessly uttering words that threatened to shatter his final bastion of defense. Oh dear. It seems I've let that slip, she remarked. As it stands, your family is the last remnant of the Hyuga clan. All the elder members have perished. Surely, by tomorrow, news of the Hyuga clan's extinction will spread throughout the ninja world. It is indeed a pity that the foremost family of Konoha is meeting such an untimely end. Hinata Hizashi's eyes brimmed with fury, as he had devoted his entire life to upholding the legacy of the Hyuga clan. Yet today, the clan had been utterly annihilated. You madman! I should have slain you a decade ago. Hinata Kei relished the scornful remarks of Hinata Hayashi, until the latter found himself at a loss for words. Hinata's revelation once again unveils a significant piece of information. You may be pondering whether Hanabi has narrowly escaped peril. Rest assured, I shall not take their lives. A decade ago, you spared mine, and a decade hence, I shall not harm your daughter. How does that sound? Quite equitable, is it not? Hinata Hizashi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, convinced that as long as he was alive, there remained hope. However, Hinata Kei's next words plunged him back into despair. Of course, killing them will not suffice to quell my wrath. I intend to toy with them as you did with Niji. I shall manipulate every aspect of their existence. They will come to see their father's murderer as their husband, regarding you as a disgrace and me as their savior. You monstrous madman, you cannot do this. Hinata Hizashi shouted almost in madness. Hinata Kei relished in the insults hurled at him, casually lifting his wife's cheek, Hinata Shiori, with a single finger. Why should I refrain from such actions? Have you not engaged in similar behavior yourself? He remarked. Your lady is truly exquisite. I dare say your daughter will blossom into a beauty as well. Hinata's final psychological defense was utterly shattered. You mustn't do this, I implore you. Grant them a swift end. Just let them perish. If it is truly as Hinata Kei has suggested, it would be better to let them all die together. The Hinata clan would be shamed because of them. Hinata Kei shook his head in disdain, exclaiming, You are truly heartless. I shall not allow them to perish. He urged them to await his summons in the Pure Land, assuring that their tale would not conclude here. in Hinata Kei's grasp. Even the notion of complete death became a distant luxury. As he gently clenched his hand, the flesh surged with vitality. And Hinata Hizashi and his beloved transformed into a pair of desperate lovebirds. A long-awaited vengeance was finally avenged, and a whirlwind of emotion surged within him. As a unique chakra surged toward his eyes, in an instant, the three tomo within his gaze spun at an astonishing speed, ultimately coalescing into a curved swastika pattern. Hinata did not harbor the slightest joy. He understood the immense cost that had been paid for the awakening of those eyes. The palpable sensation within his gaze deepened. And after absorbing so many of his kin from the Hinata clan, he felt that it was merely a matter of time before he attained the complete reincarnation eye. It took Madara nearly 2 decades to restore the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and evolve it into the Rinnegan. He, however, at the tender age of 13, was destined to awaken a power rivaling that, and he was willing to wait as long as necessary. Hinata Kei once again activated his rebirth eye. Surveying the surroundings of the clan leader's chamber, to his astonishment, he discovered a hidden passage that led underground. Approaching the seal, he utilized his rebirth eye to unveil the concealed door, entering the tunnel. Before him lay several seals, a secondary precaution. Even if a thief were to locate the hidden door, they would be unable to breach such an array of seals. Hinata Kigen is not adept at sealing techniques. Perhaps the formidable members of the Uzumaki clan were, but Hinata Kigen certainly is not. At this moment, there remains but one course of action, to break through directly. With this thought in mind, Hinata Kigen stepped back a few paces, channeling all his chakra, fire wind ninjutsu, blazing fist. A tremendous surge of fire and wind chakra converged in his hand, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom, boom, boom. The sealed stone door shattered amidst the flames and tempest. Yet the accompanying collapse of the secret passage revealed that the Hyuga clan had long since prepared for such an eventuality to safeguard their bloodline limit. Should anyone attempt to force their way through with brute strength, a self-destruction mechanism would be triggered. Hinata Kiyoshi swiftly entered the secret chamber, where he beheld a row of pure white eyes meticulously displayed within glass vials, a testament to years of accumulation by the Hyuga clan. Without hesitation, he activated the blood extraction technique once more, sweeping away all the Byakugan present in the room. Apart from the numerous Byakugan, the chamber contained only a scroll, which Hinata Kiyoshi promptly and decisively claimed for himself. Hinata Kei dared not linger any longer. The secret chamber continued to crumble. He had to hasten his departure, lest he meet the same fate as Obito. Upon returning to the surface, he noticed several figures approaching. It was Kakashi and Tenzo, whom he had not intended to meet. Since they were here, he might as well bid them a proper farewell. Hinata Kei stood in place, awaiting the approach of several individuals. Kei, what has transpired here? Where are the members of the Hyuga clan? Kakashi and a few ANBU members hastened towards him, having rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Although he considered Kei a friend, his sentiments towards the Hyuga clan had soured after learning about Kei's circumstances. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to inquire. On their way, they had encountered the vast Hyuga estate, devoid of any inhabitants, as if the clan had vanished into thin air. Oh, they have all been consumed by me, Hinata Kei remarked nonchalantly while surveying his surroundings. What? The surrounding ANBU gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend his words. Initially skeptical, they could not help but entertain the possibility upon witnessing the absence of even a single corpse. The annihilation of an entire clan, yet not a trace remained. Before the group could fully process this revelation, Hinata Kei continued. I am the one who eradicated the Hyuga clan. Our enmity is undeniable, and there is no need for doubt. With that, he turned his back and prepared to depart. You cannot leave, the other ANBU members exclaimed, moving to intercept him. Hinata Kei cast a frigid glance over her shoulder, her eyes resembling an icy mountain, revealing the bluish hue that now adorned her once pure gaze. You are not my match. You cannot impede my path. Having absorbed the chakra of countless ninjas, both great and small, a formidable energy surged forth, rendering the numerous Umbu paralyzed by her overwhelming presence. With an icy tone, she inquired, Kakashi, do you truly believe I can leave? Kakashi, unwilling to confront his friend and even less inclined to witness the senseless sacrifice of these Umbu, inhaled deeply before exhaling, indeed. You may depart. Hyuga Kei gently smiled, akin to an iceberg melting, his imposing aura subdued as he waved goodbye and walked into the distance. Kakashi, you ought to refrain from indulging in too many of Jiraiya's works. They are not conducive to your health. The Sharingan is not particularly beneficial for you either. Perhaps you might consider sealing it away. Tsukumo Hatake once attained the rank of a Kage through his mastery of swordsmanship. Do not relinquish your blade skills. Tenzu, I have a feeling that you lack natural talent as a ninja. I would recommend venturing into real estate in the Land of Fire. With your 3-room, 1-hall technique, you might just become a wealthy man and, in turn, contribute some funds to Konoha. Urame, you should seriously consider retirement. Find yourself a wife while you still can. For age is catching up, and soon you may struggle to find a partner. With that, Hyuga Kei leaped into the air, utilizing the gravitational control afforded by his recently semi-evolved Byakugan to soar above. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged upon hearing QS words, his deadpan gaze following QS retreat. Perhaps for his friend, this was the most favorable conclusion. The long-awaited revenge had been achieved, and he must feel a sense of relief unlike Kakashi himself. Tenzu and Urame, however, were not pleased, muttering about Q's meddling ways. Suddenly, an Umbu member seemed to have an epiphany. That direction appears to be the Uchiha clan's territory. What? Quick! Report to the Hokage. Here lies a minor plot point. Allow me to provide an antidote. Niji will certainly be rescued in the future, and he will not be brainwashed by Konoha. The author, at that time, truly did not consider this deeply. Outside the Hyuga clan, Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi materialized. Having long prepared for this moment, in an instant, the shadow clone of Hyuga Niji appeared before the trio, utilizing the body flicker technique. Brother! Niji exclaimed with excitement. As he sprinted towards Hyuga Niji, Hinata ignored Niji's cries, swiftly appearing behind him and seizing the necks of the two girls with both hands, inscribing control seals upon their bodies. Hinata! Hanabi! Niji exclaimed in disbelief. Brother, what have you done? Ahahaha, naturally, I require their eyes and the bloodline that flows within them. He replied nonchalantly, discarding the already unconscious Hinata and Hanabi. What? Foolish Udo, there is no need for you to comprehend these matters just yet. Now, focus on becoming stronger. Seek the answers on your own. Hinata displayed a pair of azure eyes reminiscent of the Milky Way. I shall return to fetch you in a few years. For now, please endure a little longer. As Hinata's figure gradually faded from view, Niji rushed to the spot where she had just stood, calling out loudly. What is the truth? Ultimately, Niji sprinted towards the now deserted Hyuga clan grounds. Hyuga Kei has no intention of revealing the truth to Niji for several reasons. Firstly, he must venture outside where danger lurks, and it would be wiser for Niji to remain in Konoha. Secondly, the continual blows to Niji's worldview may lead to complications. Lastly, the ultimate truth must be unearthed by Niji himself to be deemed trustworthy. When the time is ripe, he will disclose the truth to Niji. For now, this is merely a temporary measure. Regarding Niji's safety, Konoha would dare not act against him as long as Kei remains alive. Once he has stabilized his own situation, he will bring Niji back. Chapter 17. Confrontation within the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Sumuji Koharu, and Midogate interceded in a row, awaiting news from the Umbu. Suddenly, a figure appears, having used the body flicker technique. It is Kakashi. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan has been annihilated. The perpetrator is Kei, and he is fleeing towards the Uchiha territory. What? The other's eyes widen in shock. The Hyuga clan has been destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, aware of the enmity between Kei and the Hyuga, had not anticipated such ruthless measures, nor could he fathom the extent of Kei's power. It seemed impossible. However, after taking a deep drag from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, he gradually regained his composure. Are there any survivors from the Hyuga? Danzo was more concerned about the fate of the main family's Byakugan. What has become of the corpses? We do not know if there are any survivors. But when we arrived, we did not see a single Hyuga member. As Kei mentioned, those who vanished were consumed by him. Useless. Why have you returned without completing your mission? Why did you not prevent this? Danzo bellowed. Apologies, but Kei's strength is overwhelming, and his Byakugan seems to have evolved, Kakashi replied, lowering his head. Indeed. The Umbu has proven ineffective. It is time for us at Root to take action, Danzo declared, rising to leave the Hokage building with several members of Root in tow. Intent on personally pursuing Kei. Watching his old friend depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Let us discuss Kei's eyes. Yes, once awakened, Kei's eyes radiate a blue brilliance far surpassing ordinary Byakugan, with minimal vascular strain around them. This indicates a new bloodline limit, and Kei possesses the ability to fly. Clearly a manifestation of this newfound power. Kakashi recounted the details meticulously. Hokage-sama, shall we pursue Kei? Sai, let Root handle this matter. Issue a bounty. Classifying Hinata Kei as an S-rank rogue ninja, with a reward of 50 million ryo. Understood. Once Kakashi and the others departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed up at the full moon, contemplating that by the end of the night, Konoha would be bereft of two prominent bloodline clans. He felt no sorrow over the Uchiha's demise, as their potential rebellion would have resulted in greater losses. However, the eradication of the rule-abiding Hyuga was a fate he wished to avoid. Perhaps saving that child was not the right decision. He had not anticipated that a 3-year-old could retain such profound memories. Hinata Kaido hurried towards the Uchiha clan's territory, hoping to absorb some of their bloodline amidst the impending annihilation of the Uchiha. Hinata Kei currently possesses only a fragment of the bloodline of the Jishui, while the lifeless body of Jishui was discovered by him at the precipice during his suicide. Upon his arrival, Hinata Kei witnessed a captivating scene. Uchiha Izumi, returning from patrol, encountered Uchiha Obito, who had just perpetrated a massacre within the police department. Obito ensnared Izumi with chains, pinning her beneath his foot, and brandished a long blade, poised to extinguish the bond that tied her to Uchiha Itachi. At the moment the blade descended, Hinata Kei intervened, unleashing a gust of wind and wind blades that struck Obito, forcing him into a phasing state, while the blade passed through Izumi's form. Hinata Kaido activated his semi-evolved Byakugan, an overwhelming aura sweeping across the battlefield. How about a bargain? Grant me a pair of Sharingan and hand over that girl, and I shall allow you to live. What do you say? This was no ordinary pair. A set of 3 Tomo, with a little coaxing, could very well evolve into a kaleidoscope. At that point, even if he were to consume them, he would emerge with a substantial gain. Secretly, Hinata Kaido cast a furtive glance towards the face concealed beneath Obito's mask, only to be met with a swirl of azure chakra. TCH, does that mask have the ability to obstruct perception? No wonder his identity remains so well hidden. Haha. It's the first time someone has dared to threaten me, Uchiha Madara. Obito, clearly amused, laughed as he flung the chains from his arm, sending Uchiha Izumi crashing into the wall, unconscious. Then I bid you farewell. Obito suddenly launched an attack, his long blade slicing down, unleashing a torrent of blood. Hinata Kiyoshi extended his right hand forward, dispersing the blood blades with a forceful repulsion. Obito felt a jolt of surprise within. This was a technique of the Rinnegan. As this realization struck him, he cast a covetous glance towards Hinata Kiyoshi's Byakugan, which shimmered with a bluish light. Hinata Kei's palms crackled with electricity as he swiftly approached Obito, engaging him in close combat. The two became entangled in a rapid struggle, with Hinata Kei leveraging the offensive power of his lightning palms and the defensive repulsion to continuously force Obito towards his intangibility. Aware that Obito's intangibility, while formidable, could only be maintained for 5 minutes, Hinata Kei, with his vast chakra reserves, was confident he could endure that duration. In the shadows, Black Zetsu watched in disbelief, his eyes widening at the sight of Hinata Kei, the Rinnegan. Remarkably, it was the eye of Yumura. He could hardly fathom that a descendant of the Hyuga clan could awaken the Rinnegan. This was an unforeseen variable that must be eradicated. Black Zetsu emerged, exclaiming, Madara. This is the evolution of the Byakugan into the Rinnegan, capable of manipulating gravity and repulsion. He has yet to fully adapt to this newfound power. He must be eliminated, for he poses a threat to our plans. Obito, wearied by Hinata Kei's relentless assaults, found himself powerless. Hinata Kei's Rinnegan granted him a panoramic field of vision, coupled with the near insurmountable forces of attraction and repulsion. Obito could not land a blow. Each time he attempted to attack, he was compelled into intangibility by Hinata Kei's pressure. It was as if Hinata Kei could foresee Obito's every move, effortlessly shadowing him while consistently striking, preventing any cessation of his intangibility. Black Zetsu's astonishment deepened. Could that individual truly see into the future? As the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, he inherited all of his mother's memories and understood the implications of such power. Only the pure bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan could unlock the Byakugan's ability to perceive the future and delve into the hearts of others. A feat even his mother had not accomplished, so how could he? Realizing that killing Hinata Kei was an impossibility, he acknowledged the need for a more measured approach. Madara, that individual has discerned your abilities, the mission is complete, and there is no need for further entanglement. Glancing at Black Zetsu, Obito retreated several steps, creating distance between himself and Hinata Kei, forming hand seals, fire style, great fire annihilation. Leaping into the air, he unleashed a formidable fire arrow through his mask. But Hinata Kei deftly deflected the flames with an outstretched hand. By the time the fire dissipated, Obito had vanished from sight. Hinata turned his gaze towards the unconscious Izumi. As long as she hadn't been taken away, it was sufficient. Her talent was remarkable. Perhaps she could awaken the Meijiki. Killing her now would be an utter waste. Hoisting the unconscious Uchiha Izumi onto his shoulders, he strode into the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters. The place was littered with the corpses of Uchiha clansmen, all elite warriors. Yet each had been slain by Obito, their eyes meticulously extracted. In an instant, black flesh and blood erupted from the corpses strewn across the ground as Hinata Kei mercilessly absorbed their purest lineage and chakra. Sensing several chakra signatures approaching, Hinata Kei flexed his shoulders. Those root members truly were relentless. Chapter 18. Reactions from all sides. Lord Danzo, there are signs of a struggle here, reported a root ninja, kneeling beside Danzo, his face obscured by a bird mask. Is there any continuation of the pursuit? My subordinates are inept. The trail went cold here. Continue the search. We must locate Hinata Kei. A glimmer of insatiable greed flashed in Danzo's eyes. With the evolution of the Byakugan and the acquisition of those eyes, combined with Shirsui's Sharingan, becoming Hokage would be a mere formality. No need to search. I am right here. A voice resonated from above, prompting everyone to look up. There stood Hinata Kei, perched on the railing of the Konoha Guard building's rooftop. Kill him, Danzo commanded without hesitation. In an instant, several members of Root appeared on the rooftop, launching an assault on Hinata Kei. Hinata Kei remained calm as he activated his rebirth eye, a phantom Bagua diagram materializing beneath his feet, enveloping the Root members within its confines. With the gentle fist technique, Bagua, 128 palms, Hinata Kei vanished from his original position, reappearing before several Root ninjas, each confronted by a distinct manifestation of Hinata Kei. Hinata Kei continuously struck the vital points of each ninja, causing the Root ninjas to instantly spew blood and faint. Only Hinata Kei remained standing atop the building. Returning to the edge of the railing, he extended his hands towards Shimura Danzo and declared, If you dare lay a hand on Niji, Konoha must be prepared for annihilation. Hardly had the words left his mouth when Shimura Danzo felt his body being propelled backward. Yet he was caught by the Root ninjas behind him. With that, Hinata Kei hoisted the fallen Uchiha Izumi and vanished from Konoha using the body flicker technique. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Kakashi reported the recent findings. Hokage-sama, we have located 3 survivors from the Hyuga clan. They managed to escape a calamity while exploring the night market and returned just in time to witness Hinata Kei's departure. They exchanged a few words. Hinata Kei had refrained from killing the trio. One was his brother, while the other 2 were the daughters of the main family, Hyuga Hinata. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, well done. From now on, ensure the utmost protection of these 3 to prevent Hinata Kei from launching a surprise attack. Yes. Although Hinata Kei had left Konoha, there was no certainty regarding the extent of his potential vengeance. Inside the hidden chamber of Konoha, the last 3 members of the Hyuga clan stood in a state of bewilderment. Within Hinata Niji's mind lay a tangled web of confusion. Why would his brother seek the annihilation of their clan? Was it for the sake of power? No. His brother was not one to pursue strength in such a manner. It must be for revenge, for he had witnessed the disdain that the Hyuga clan harbored towards Hyuga Hayashi. Yet, those innocent souls bore no guilt. He was resolute in his quest for the truth, determined to bring his brother back. Meanwhile, Hinata and Hanabi were engulfed in profound anguish. Hyuga Hayashi, adhering to a promise made to Hizashi, had employed the Sharingan to alter their memories, leading them to believe that he had always been the kind and gentle brother who stood by their side, particularly for Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi was the hero who had rescued her from the clutches of Kumogakure 3 years prior. The abrupt transformation of her savior into an adversary was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. They were both bewildered and tormented by the heinous act of their brother's clan destruction. Niji interrupted their contemplation, asserting, whether you choose to believe it or not, there is undoubtedly a reason behind my brother's annihilation of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, why would he spare us? Fortunately, Niji's time under the tutelage of Hyuga Hizashi had been brief, instilling merely the notion of protecting Hinata and Hanabi, leaving him with a weak sense of belonging to the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hyuga shook her head, tears staining her eyes, then nodded resolutely. Regardless of your words or his reasons, my sister and I shall avenge our parents by eliminating that man. Hanabi, displaying her fortitude, firmly grasped her sister's hand. I will stop you. My brother undoubtedly has his reasons, and I will uncover the truth. The trio shared an eerie resonance, simultaneously expressing a blend of love and hatred towards Hinata's brother. Meanwhile, within the forest beside the South Shrine, a vortex emerged, and the figure of Obito Uchiha reappeared. Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu, emerged from beneath the ground. Are you unharmed, Madara? No harm, Madara replied, his eyes narrowing. It was astonishing that Black Zetsu possessed information unknown even to him. As Madara's half-disciple, he had been explicitly informed that the Byakugan had no potential for evolution. The fact that Black Zetsu, as the embodiment of Madara's will, had knowledge beyond Madara's comprehension was inherently illogical. Black Zetsu, a perennial trickster, sensed the suspicion directed at him but refrained from explanations, knowing that the more he clarified, the more convoluted the matter would become. Yet, the seeds of doubt had been sown, destined to bear fruit in due time. On another front, Itachi Uchiha uttered his most iconic line. You lack the worth to be killed, foolish brother. If you wish to slay me, then harbor your hatred, despise me, and live on in your wretchedness, perpetually evading the truth. When you possess eyes akin to mine, come before me. Itachi bid a final farewell to Sasuke, who witnessed the demise of their clan, igniting his Sharingan. From a distance, Hinata, utilizing her Byakugan to observe the unfolding events, marveled silently. Perhaps Indra's reincarnation differed from an ordinary Uchiha. Such a profound shock only awakened a single Tomo. Nearby, Izumi stirred, as if on the brink of regaining consciousness. It is not yet your time to awaken, Hinata declared, striking her down once more. Having fulfilled his mission, Itachi departed towards the South Shrine. Observing the root ninjas tidying the battlefield, Hinata smirked, wondering if he would still be permitted to feast upon the fallen. Sighing, he sensed 2 immense chakra signatures approaching, Third Hokage and Danzo. It was not an opportune moment to act. Facing such seasoned shadow-level adversaries rendered him vulnerable, especially in the presence of the Reaper Death Seal. Furthermore, the Third Hokage had numerous elite Umbu operatives at his disposal. With this in mind, he hoisted Izumi once again and activated the body flicker technique to flee towards the outskirts of the hidden leaf village. Itachi arrived in the thicket outside the South Shrine, where Obito had been waiting. Is it done? Itachi nodded coolly. Then I shall take you to Akatsuki. As they walked, Obito suddenly inquired, do you know Hinata? Who? Itachi was momentarily taken aback by Madara's seemingly trivial question. Hinata, Obito elaborated, having just learned of her from Black Zetsu. Although Black Zetsu monitored the movements of the 5 great shinobi countries, he could not possibly know everything. Itachi furrowed his brow, contemplating Madara's motive for asking about her. She arrived in the Leaf Village 10 years ago. Itachi recounted the information he possessed about Hinata. She was a member of the Umbu and had consistently received his guidance. Wait, you said she has yet to activate her Byakugan? Indeed. But her talent in taijutsu is exceptional, having developed a unique ninjutsu that combines ninjutsu and taijutsu. Ha ha ha, your information is erroneous. Black and white Zetsu, resembling a pitcher plant, interjected, having just returned from gathering intelligence. Not only has she awakened her Byakugan, but she also annihilated the Hyuga clan and absorbed their Byakugan. Obito sought to ascertain Hinata's whereabouts, considering her potential as a pawn. Where did Hinata go? Hinata has fled the Leaf Village with Izumi Uchiha and is making her way towards the Land of Grass, White Zetsu answered. Upon hearing Izumi's name, Itachi abruptly turned to face Black and White Zetsu. Sensing Itachi's gaze, White Zetsu continued. Hinata employed a certain ninjutsu that allowed her to steal the bloodline abilities from the deceased. The entire Hyuga clan, along with the Uchiha from the police force, have been absorbed by her. A truly fearsome ninjutsu. Itachi realized that Izumi might already be in peril, his brow furrowing tightly before relaxing once more. He had vested all his affection in Sasuke. Izumi was merely a friend. As long as she followed the right path, she would be fine. Rest assured, her eyes will never detect us. We are the very essence of nature. Chapter 19. Rewriting Izumi Uchiha's memory in a single night. Hinata carried the unconscious Izumi, sprinting until reaching the border between two nations, daring to rest only then. Throughout the journey, Izumi repeatedly regained consciousness, only to be knocked out again. As she stirred by the campfire, the first words from Izumi's lips were, "Do not knock me out again. I will remain silent." "I did not intend to knock you out," Hinata replied. Hinata raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, offering a skewer of freshly grilled meat to Izumi. "Have a bite. Once you finish, I shall reveal the truth to you." Uchiha Izumi, intimidated by Hinata's imposing presence, cautiously nibbled at the meat. Externally composed, her inner turmoil was a chaotic tangle. The individual before her had ostensibly rescued her the previous night, adorned with the Leaf Village headband. Yet she pondered why they were not within the village, but rather in this desolate wilderness. "Would you care for more?" Hinata inquired as Izumi finished her skewer, eagerly presenting another. After all, this person bore the significant responsibility of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hinata felt a profound obligation to care for her. "No, thank you. Could you please explain what has transpired?" Hinata let out a long sigh, raising his gaze towards the heavens, reminiscent of the lamenting Zhuge. The hidden Leaf Village had issued an extermination order against the Uchiha clan, with none other than Uchiha Itachi as the executor. Just yesterday, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened in astonishment, and though she was about to exclaim that it was impossible, she recalled the long-standing discord between the Uchiha and the village, which made her begin to believe Hinata's words. Witnessing the astonishment on Uchiha Izumi's face filled Hinata with immense joy. The more her emotions fluctuated, the better. "Do not be surprised just yet. Allow me to elaborate in detail. This matter stretches back to a long time ago. In the first year of Konoha, Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. Hinata's narrative commences with the establishment of Konoha, intricately weaving an emotional tapestry, all in an effort to catalyze the awakening of Izuna Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Numerous secrets are, of course, shrouded in mystery, such as the fact that Uchiha Madara has not truly perished. Hinata seems akin to a storyteller, weaving together the intricate conflicts that began in the first year of Konoha, leading to the tragic demise of Shursui, and ultimately culminating in the Uchiha clan's massacre orchestrated by Itachi Uchiha, which served as a condition for preserving the last lineage of the Uchiha, Sasuke. Throughout this narrative, illusions intricately interlace, compelling her to feel as though she is immersed in the experience. Observing the emotional transformations of Uchiha Izumi, pride, sighs, sorrow, resentment, desolation, and fury, her expressions are nothing short of captivating. However, there is not a hint of intention to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan for a full 2 hours. "Did you not even once awaken your Sharingan?" Hinata Kei fixed his gaze intently on Uchiha Izumi, not wavering even as she began to feel uneasy under his scrutiny. "Is there something on my face?" she inquired. "No," he replied, a hint of disappointment washing over him as he sank to the ground, lamenting the 2 hours of his life squandered without yielding any results. Ah, this truly exemplifies the essence of a devoted fan, even in the original narrative. Itachi remained preoccupied with Uchiha Izumi until his last moments. The woman who lived an entire life with Itachi within the confines of Tsukuyami certainly possessed the capacity to empathize with his choices. With this thought, a mischievous idea crossed Hinata Kei's mind. Why not simply consume her? Yet he dismissed the notion. What could a pair of 3 tomo eyes possibly offer? He held little regard for the power of the Sharingan, and instead considered keeping her close as a subordinate for the time being. What is your interpretation of Uchiha Itachi's decisions? Hinata Kei pondered, eager to hear the perspective of the individual involved. Having absorbed countless analyses in his previous life, he yearned to pause and reflect upon the thoughts of the actual party. Alas, even Itachi seemed unable to escape the weight of Uchiha's legacy. Had the Uchiha clan sought refuge with any of the 5 great nations, they could have attained considerable status without the need for such a fierce struggle against their village. Hinata nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, this is a common flaw among the Uchiha. And how can you speak so disparagingly of yourself? You too are an Uchiha." Izumi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "It is merely a reflection of my thoughts after hearing so many stories. Thank you for saving me. May I take my leave now?" "Leave? I went to great lengths to rescue you from Madara's clutches." Hinata's eyes transformed into the vivid crimson of the Sharingan, 3 tomo converging to form a kaleidoscope, Now is the moment to demonstrate your purpose. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Izumi covered her mouth in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that an outsider had awakened the supreme bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Soul Rebirth. Hinata activated the ocular technique of his left eye's kaleidoscope, a power capable of rewriting memories. In an instant, Izumi Uchiha's eyes lost their vibrancy, and when she reopened them, a multitude of memories had slipped away into oblivion. Hinata, hesitant to indulge in the full breadth of her memories, chose only to erase her recollections of Itachi Uchiha, while simultaneously scripting a narrative in which she willingly pledged her loyalty to Hinata. The thought of her retaining memories of Itachi filled him with trepidation, for he feared she might betray him at any moment. Lord Hinata, where shall we go next? To the hidden grass village. Hyuga Kei has already set his sights on a goal. To perfect his sage body, the most desirable target is the mother-daughter duo of Uzumaki Keiho and her child. Regrettably, the last descendant of the Shikatsumiyaka clan is none other than Kimimaro, who is currently fleeing with Orochimaru, who has just left Akatsuki. Thus, Hyuga Kei must first focus on enhancing his sage body's bloodline. With that thought, he disregards Uchiha Izumi and retrieves a scroll obtained from the Hyuga clan's secret chamber, diligently studying its contents. The scroll details the origins of the Hyuga clan and mentions that a branch of the Byakugan resides on the moon, with an unnamed lake in the shinobi world housing a teleportation system linking the two realms. However, the location of this lake is not recorded. Yet, the thought of the Otsutsuki's golden Rinnegan on the moon solidifies his resolve to pursue this goal. The scroll concludes with a comprehensive account of all the Byakugan techniques developed by the Hyuga clan, many of which have been lost due to the purity of the Byakugan. Notably, he discovers a technique called Divine Void Strike, which even incorporates the physical techniques of the Otsutsuki, as Kagaya Otsutsuki once utilized in a decisive battle. The developer is noted as Hyuga Tenjin, a legendary ninja from the Warring States period, contemporaneous with Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, presumably the Hyuga clan member with the purest Byakugan over the years. However, he is not the original creator of this technique. He merely simplified the inherited ninjutsu. Several weeks later, news of the simultaneous destruction of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans reached every ninja's ears. On receiving this intelligence, Inoki could not contain his laughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen has truly lost his wits. Two major bloodline clans, countless shinobi, just like that, are gone. Inoki astutely recognized this as an opportunity. Konoha had faced consecutive calamities, presenting them with a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, also sensed an opportunity. This was Konoha's weakest moment in over a decade. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage, A, found himself constrained by peace treaties that prevented him from striking Konoha. Yet this warmonger would not relinquish such an opportunity. He would wait for the right moment to target another great nation. Additionally, Uchiha Ibito, manipulating events from the shadows, realized this was a chance to incite internal strife among the five great nations, facilitating the capture of tailed beasts. Kirigakure began to prepare for war, eager to demonstrate the prowess of the Bloody Mist village. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha, he could only sigh heavenward. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you must return. Konoha truly stood on the brink of survival. Years of war had left it battered and bruised. In an instant, the situation in the ninja world grew tense once more, with the fourth great ninja war looming on the horizon. Chapter 20. Sheltering the Uzumaki mother and daughter. Transformed Hyuga Kei and Uchiha Izumi arrived in the land of grass. In recent days, Hyuga Kei's name and deeds have spread throughout the ninja world, with countless individuals seeking to eliminate the two in exchange for Konoha's substantial bounty. Hinata and Uchiha Izumi, employing transformation techniques, disguised themselves as a married couple seeking entry into the hidden grass village. Halt. What is your purpose? Commanded a guard. We have come in search of medical assistance. Are you unaware that an entrance fee is required? The ninja retorted arrogantly. I apologize, this is my first visit, and I am not fully acquainted with the local customs. Hinata retrieved 2,000 ryo from his wallet and discreetly slipped it into the ninja's pocket. Esteemed ninja, I wish to inquire about something. The ninja, pleased, patted his pocket and replied, go ahead. I have heard that within the hidden grass village resides a healer whose bite can cure any ailment. Is that true? Indeed. You can find him in the wooden house at the entrance of the slums. However, a fee of 20,000 ryo is required for a bite. Are you capable of affording such an amount? I shall find a way. Thank you, esteemed ninja. Hinata gently pulled Izumi beside her, guiding her into the village of Kusagakure, where they swiftly located the establishment displaying the sign indicating the exorbitant price of 20,000 ryo for a bite of medicine. At the entrance, a grass ninja attempted to obstruct their passage, but Hinata's piercing gaze rendered him immobile. Upon stepping into the dilapidated wooden abode, Hinata's eyes fell upon a silver-haired woman languidly sprawled across a wooden bed, her chest partially exposed, revealing a body marred by numerous bite marks. Leaning against the bed was a crimson-haired girl, who, upon noticing their entrance, glared at Hinata with fiery indignation. Please, do not harm my mother any further. The red-haired girl interposed herself protectively in front of Hinata. Witnessing this poignant scene stirred an unexpected compassion within Hinata, even as someone who had long served in the Umbu. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Uchiha Izumi grasped the hem of Hinata's garment, her eyes pleading. Please, take this little girl outside. I have words to share with her. Hyuga Kei approached the bedside, and Xianglin instinctively reached out to pull him, only to be halted by Quan. Hinata Kei clasped his hands together, positioning them before the unconscious white-haired woman as a verdant light emanated from his palms. Gradually, the woman began to regain some vitality, strands of crimson hair emerging from her silvery locks. As her eyes fluttered open, she beheld Hinata Kei tending to her wounds. Hinata Kei proposed, "Let us strike a deal. You shall serve as my subordinates, and I will lead you away from this place. I assure you, life will be far better than it is now." Hinata Kei did not intend to directly consume the two individuals. Such an approach would be futile. The most advantageous strategy was to utilize them as blood vessels, perpetually regenerating blood to ensure sustainability. Moreover, your daughter would thrive in good health. The woman resolutely nodded, realizing that remaining here would only lead to her demise. Followed by Xianglin's turn. "I am willing." Hinata Kei rose to his feet and summoned Uchiha Izumi, instructing him to escort the struggling Uzumaki Kei-rin and Uzumaki Yuko away. The Grass Shinobi, being a minor village with scarcely any elite ninjas, posed little threat to Hinata Kei. Upon witnessing Hinata Kei and his companion emerge with their prized treasures, a Grass Shinobi immediately activated a signal flare, alerting all the villagers' ninjas to the presence of intruders. Hinata activated the Thunder Armor, effortlessly dispatching the numerous obstructing grass ninjas with a graceful sweep of his hands. They are taking the medic away. Countless lower and middle ninjas charged towards Hinata, oblivious to their impending doom. Beneath his feet, the 8 trigrams formation emerged, and in an instant, several clones materialized, annihilating all pursuers. Hinata Kei, accompanied by 3 women, swiftly arrived at the entrance of the hidden village. Beyond this threshold, they would be free from the grasp of the grass-hidden village. Casting a glance at the pursuing enemies drawing ever closer behind them, Hinata Kei came to a halt. "Izumi, you take them to the cave we passed earlier. I will hold them off." Izumi, aware of Kei's formidable strength, recognized that no one in this ninja village could rival him. She understood that with the 2 burdens in tow, she would only hinder their escape. Hinata stood resolutely at the entrance, closing his eyes in anticipation of the approaching adversary. Meanwhile, the reluctant Kinomoto Sakura glanced back at Hinata's silhouette, feeling at that moment that he exuded an unparalleled charm. The grass ninjas who arrived first hesitated to advance, biding their time as the crowd gathered. Soon, more than 50 ninjas swiftly encircled him in a semicircle, ready to strike. Hinata Kaido abruptly opened his eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling within them, as a formidable surge of chakra erupted from within. Susanoo. Hinata's body was suddenly enveloped by an imposing skeletal structure, which was soon adorned with flesh and armor. Before the onlookers, a colossal figure clad in azure armor materialized. With a casual wave of Susanoo's hand, a multitude of grass ninjas were sent crashing to the ground. The legendary power. The grass ninjas gazed in terror at Hinata's piercing eyes. Upon encountering Hinata's gaze, a sense of retreat began to take root within them. "Let us not be deceived by his invincibility," cried the grass ninjas Jainin, rallying the spirits of his comrades. The grass ninjas swiftly began to weave hand signs. Fire release, fire arrow, wind release, violent wind. A formidable wall of flame surged forth, coalescing from their combined ninjutsu as it hurtled toward Hinata. Hinata Kiyoshi extended his hand and gently grasped, as a longsword materialized in the grasp of Susanoo. The blade swept across the ground, shattering the combined ninjutsu of the grass shinobi and obliterating their resolve to resist. Those with wavering determination swiftly turned to flee, causing the grass shinobi's offensive to collapse rapidly, until not a single soul remained. Hinata opened to Susanoo, acutely aware of the pain in his eyes and the waning of his ocular power. His experience of the side effects of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was not particularly profound. Perhaps it was due to the influence of his sage lineage, or perhaps it was simply because he had utilized it sparingly. Departing from the hidden grass village, Hinata sought out Uchiha Izumi and others. Hinata Kei entered the cave, while Uchiha Izumi swiftly assumed a defensive stance, peering into the shadows. "Who goes there?" "It is I." Upon recognizing Hinata Kei's silhouette, the Uzumaki mother and son deeply bowed. "Thank you for rescuing us." "No need for gratitude. This is merely part of our agreement." "May I inquire your names?" "I am Uzumaki Yuka, and this is my daughter, Uzumaki Karin." "Understood. From now on, you shall remain by my side, attending to my daily needs just as Izumi does, and provide your blood on a weekly basis. Is that clear?" "Indeed. We shall fulfill your wishes to the best of our abilities." Hinata Kei intends to find a town to settle in, to facilitate the recuperation of Uzumaki Yuhua and Uzumaki Xianglin, as they are currently unable to withstand the toll of excessive blood loss. Even though the Uzumaki clan possesses sage body, they cannot endure the relentless pressure of Kusagakure. It is truly perplexing how the value of sustainable development eludes understanding. Moreover, Hinata Kei also requires training to assimilate the ocular power of the rebirth eye and to cultivate more advanced ninjutsu techniques. Hinata Kei, accompanied by several companions, settled temporarily in a town of moderate size. He instructed Izumi to procure some medicinal herbs and entrusted him with the care regimen for the Uzumaki mother and daughter. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in his daily training. Uzumaki Yuka expressed her profound gratitude towards the man who had liberated them from their hellish existence, diligently attending to his needs and wishing to keep his bed warm. In the land of fire, Kakashi, out on a mission, was abruptly confronted by a shadowy figure. "Kakashi of the Sharingan, I have come to reclaim your eyes." Chapter 21. Invitation from Obito, March 24th. 58th year of Konoha. 3 months after rescuing the Uzumaki mother and daughter, Uzumaki Yuka's once white hair had transformed back into a splendid shade of red, and even the bite marks were gradually healing. Hinata Kei could not help but marvel at the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan, a strength that his own half-baked sage body could not rival. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Karen began her studies in ninjutsu under the guidance of Uchiha Izumi. As for Hinata Kei, he diligently mastered the family's secret techniques, including the gentle fist, twin lion fist, and the divine void strike, while continuously honing the abilities of his Tensigen. Just as Hinata Kei was immersed in his training, a figure cloaked in a crimson cloud-patterned coat appeared outside the village. Having followed the marks left by White Zetsu to locate Hinata Kei's residence, Uchiha Izumi, who was instructing Uzumaki Karen outside, immediately caught sight of the familiar figure and was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. He pushed Uzumaki Karen aside, urging, "Quickly, go inside and summon Lord Kei." Observing Izumi's grave demeanor, Uzumaki Karen rushed into the house to seek out Hinata Kei. With a kunai in hand, Uchiha Izumi regarded the seemingly ominous figure in black, who remained motionless. "I seek Hinata Kei," the figure declared. Sensing Obito's chakra, Hinata Kei opened the door to find an anxious Uzumaki Karen, and he gently ruffled her crimson hair. "Obito, what brings you here?" Hinata Kei surmised part of the reason, having glimpsed the two eyes exposed by Obito. Having reclaimed his Sharingan, it became clear, after their duel, perhaps he felt that a single eye was insufficient. "I am here to invite you to join the Akatsuki," Obito announced. Akatsuki is an organization dedicated to bringing peace to the shinobi world. Hinata interrupted him bluntly, "I'm not interested. You should tell me what you can offer." Obito, undeterred by Hinata's rudeness, replied, "Then allow me to first present my plan. Let us converse through our Sharingan." Obito opened his eyes, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan. And Hinata mirrored his action, also activating his three-tomo Sharingan as they cast their genjutsu. Their minds transcended into a pristine white space. In the primordial world, before the existence of ninjas as a profession, a woman descended from the heavens. Before Hinata Kaido's eyes unfolded various scenes, Obito narrated the history of the shinobi world. However, Hinata Kaido possessed a deeper understanding than he. The goddess of the moon, driven to the brink, consumed the fruit of the god tree. Subsequently, she utilized the faith of the people to give birth to two sons, namely the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. Upon hearing this, Hinata Kaido displayed a keen interest, prompting Obito to elaborate even further. The Sage of Six Paths, alongside his brother, sealed their mother, while the god tree transformed into the Ten Tails, which he confined within his own body. After the sage's demise, he dispersed the Ten Tails' power into nine-tailed beasts, with its husk sealed in the heavens. My intention is to reunite the nine-tailed beasts. I shall become the new Sage of Six Paths, employing the moon to initiate an illusion known as the Infinite Tsukuyami, wherein all of humanity shall dwell in an eternally blissful illusionary realm. After absorbing this altered narrative, the Sage of Six Paths emerged as a wayward son yearning for power, and a faint smile graced Hinata Kaido's lips. Perhaps I have identified a point of collaboration. Speak on. I desire the fruit of the god tree. In return, I shall assist you in realizing your moon eye plan, provided you grant me a second fruit from the god tree. Naturally, Hinata Kaido held no expectation that Obito could fulfill this. What he truly sought was Kagaya's body. Aspiring to transcend the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Obito observed the genuine excitement in Hinata Kaido's expression. Certainly, once I become the second Sage of Six Paths, it shall be but a fleeting thought. Hinata extended his hand. It seems we shall become excellent comrades. Obito grasped Hinata's hand. We share mutual interests. Hinata Hikari feigned ignorance and posed a question. Madara, I have a query regarding the Rinnegan you mentioned. If there is no Rinnegan, isn't that all mere nonsense? He had been placed in the hands of the Akatsuki leader, serving as an excellent pawn. Understanding dawned upon him. Meanwhile, outside, Uchiha Izumi, Uzumaki Hanabi, and Uzumaki Kyuka merely watched the two of them standing in a daze. Subsequently, Hinata Hikari opened his eyes and smiled. Izumi, Hanabi, Kyuka, please gather your belongings. We are preparing to depart from this place. Izumi and Hanabi nodded and began to pack their items, while Kyuka felt a twinge of reluctance. For the first time since birth, she had distinctly sensed the warmth of home, and she felt an immense attachment to this place. Master Hikari, are we truly leaving this home? Hinata Kei gently tousled Xianglin's crimson hair, asserting that no matter where he went, it would always feel like home to them. I understand, he replied. Obito then vanished once more into the swirling vortex, declaring, the organization resides within the Hidden Rain Village. I shall await your arrival there. My name within the Akatsuki is Akai, do not forget. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Kei, accompanied by the three women who had prepared their belongings, procured a carriage and set forth on their journey to the Land of Rain. As he sat in the carriage, Hinata Kei attuned himself to his chakra. Ever since awakening the rebirth eye, his chakra attributes had been fully restored. He was endeavoring to merge his bloodline limits, having previously acquired and studied the corpse of a ninja from the Cloud Village who wielded storm release during a mission. The founders of these techniques had subtly altered their genetic makeup, enabling their descendants to master these abilities with greater ease. This suggested that Hinata Kei too could forge such unique techniques, and he aspired to utilize this method to comprehensively study the bloodline limits, including the coveted truth-seeking balls. In this world, power is stratified. Ninjutsu, bloodline limit, bloodline elimination, bloodline collection, Otsutsuki divine techniques. Although a higher power tier does not inherently denote greater strength, it certainly indicates a higher potential limit. The Otsutsuki divine techniques possess the unparalleled ability to alter the very fabric of the world. Despite the lack of progress in his research, Hinata Kei remained patient, recognizing that growth must be gradual, much like savoring a meal one bite at a time. His ongoing struggles with the unyielding research had begun to fray his nerves. Stepping out of the carriage, he approached Izumi, who was driving. How much further do we have to travel? Izumi glanced at the map in her hand. We should reach the borders of the Land of Rain by afternoon. Xianlin leaned closer, inquiring, Lord Kei, why does it always rain in this country? Because this nation is weeping. A nation is weeping? In Hinata's eyes? A vision of the impending scene flickered. A great battle was about to erupt here. Ever since he awakened the rebirth eye, his perception of the future had intensified, allowing him to glimpse various future events sporadically. However, he found himself unable to control this foresight, which could manifest at any moment. War is approaching, Lord Hayashi. Should we not head to a great nation like the Land of Fire? Why have we come to this small country? Fear not. For the deity of this land shall protect it. Deity? Xianglin's understanding of this term was still rooted in statues and faith. A scene unfolded in Hinata's vision. Pain stood aloft, unleashing the almighty push, sweeping across the battlefield. Chapter 22. Joining the first male group of the shinobi world, the cart carrying several individuals had just entered the hidden rain village, characterized by a punk aesthetic, with advanced city pipelines permeating the landscape. From the tower's pinnacle, Pain utilized the Rain Tiger Free technique to detect unfamiliar chakra signatures. Conan. The new members mentioned by Madara have arrived. Go and greet them. Before the cart, countless pieces of paper swirled in the air, coalescing into the form of a woman. Numerous residents of the hidden rain village, moved by excitement, knelt upon the wet ground, disregarding the rain. Uchiha Izumi, who was driving the cart, was taken aback by this spectacle. Hinata Kei stepped out of the carriage, recognizing the individual with short blue-purple hair adorned with white paper flowers. I'm a fae. Who introduced you to the Akatsuki, he stated. Follow me. The group made their way to the towering structure at the heart of the rain-hidden village. Entering the tower where Conan guided them to their dormitory. This is your living space. You may reside here, she explained. Please tidy up your rooms while I fetch the organization's uniforms and equipment for you. Watching her depart, Hinata Kei gently shook his head, no matter the circumstances. The tenderness within would remain unchanged. Hinata Kei and his companions secured 3 adjacent rooms. Uzumaki Karen wished to reside with her mother, and Hanabi had prepared the bedding and other necessities for Hinata Kei. Shortly thereafter, Conan knocked on Hinata Kei's door. Come in. Upon entering, Conan placed her red cloud cloak, hat, and 3 ninja scrolls on the table. The clothing is an Akatsuki uniform, and these 3 scrolls contain techniques you must master. She then produced a ring and some nail polish from her pocket. Your codename will be Sora. The nail polish and ring are essential mediums for executing these techniques. The ring should be worn on your left pinky, corresponding to your position on the golem. I understand, Hinata Kei responded, accepting the ring that symbolized Sora. This ring had long been in Orochimaru's possession. However, he had fled after Uchiha Itachi's defection, making way for Hinata Kei to take it. Yet, Hinata Kei recalled that the ring had never been retrieved. Was it newly crafted by Nagato? Tomorrow's meeting will introduce you to the other members of the organization. My name is Conan, codename Shiro. After delivering her message, Conan prepared to leave. Could I trouble you with a request? Hinata Kei inquired. Please proceed. Assist me in processing an enrollment application for Karen to join your Rain Village Ninja Academy. The red-haired girl? Indeed, since he had promised to ensure Karen's well-being. Hinata Kei would not go back on his word. I will arrange it. Thank you. As he watched Conan depart, Hinata Kei picked up the scrolls on the table, which included the body flicker technique, the illusionary dragon 9 seals, and the transfiguration technique. The following day, after a day of rest, Hinata Kei followed a Rain Ninja attendant to the Akatsuki meeting room. Several Akatsuki members were already seated. Codename, Sora, Hinata Kei. Conan reintroduced him to the familiar faces. This is our leader, Zero, Pain. Codename, Jin, Zetsu, responsible for reconnaissance. Tobi, Sasori. 3, Haiden. North, Kakuzu, responsible for the organization as finances. South, Kasame. Zu, Uchiha Itachi. Hinata Kei nodded to those around him and noticed an empty seat next to Uchiha Itachi, so he took a seat beside him. Itachi. I didn't expect to see you here. Does this mean you have become my senior? Hinata Kei initiated a conversation. Uchiha Itachi responded with a notably indifferent tone, clearly unwilling to show any warmth to Hinata Kei. Concurrently, in the context of the clan massacre, Hinata Kei appeared to be exploiting Uchiha Itachi, deliberately inciting suspicion regarding the animosity between the village and the Uchiha clan. Such coldness. Ignore him. Tell me how you managed to eliminate your entire clan. The loquacious Haiden interjected. Hinata Keiyoshi smiled and remarked, under the cover of night, we shall knock on every door and eliminate them all. How delightfully elegant is such a method of murder. Haiden felt a kinship with Hinata Kiyoshi, pondering, would you be interested in joining the cult of the evil god? I shall give it earnest consideration, Hinata Kiyoshi replied, leaving the door open for future possibilities, perhaps when he becomes powerful enough to witness the existence of deities. To his surprise, the slayers of the Hyuga clan had all joined Akatsuki. Our organization is truly flourishing, remarked Kasame Hashigaki with a sigh. Kakuzu silently produced the bounty manual, Hinata Kiyoshi, a bounty of 50 million ryo in the black market. Hinata Kiyoshi, have you ever contemplated betraying Akatsuki? I could claim your head for the reward. Hinata replied, I have no such intention for the time being. Pain interjected, silencing the conversation, quiet. I shall now discuss our forthcoming mission. Everyone fell silent. Pain elaborated on the upcoming tasks, the majority comprising commissions from various villages. Until the capture of the tailed beasts. The Akatsuki organization would undertake missions to sustain their livelihood. Is there anyone willing to accept the task of recruiting Deidara? Hinata Hayashi and Scorpion raised their hands simultaneously. Hinata aimed to witness his explosive techniques, believing it might aid his own research. Meanwhile, Scorpion, intrigued by the revelation that his counterpart also pursued the realm of art, wondered how their interpretations of eternal artistry might differ. Very well, this task shall be entrusted to you. I shall undoubtedly guide your path. Hinata Kei stood up and walked outside, saying, Senior Scorpion, let us depart. The village of Awagakure is quite a distance from here. Scorpion remained silent. Following Hinata Kei out of the conference room, Hinata Kei once again briefed Uzumaki Yuka and the others on the matters at hand, instructing them to remain there while leaving behind a sum of money sufficient for their sustenance in the land of rain. Uzumaki Yuka expressed a desire to accompany Hinata Kei on his mission, saying, Lord Kei, please allow me to join you. I can take care of you as well. To which he replied, this is a mission, not a leisurely trip. Your responsibility is to stay home and master the sealing techniques. You will find them useful in the future. Understood, Lord Kei, she acknowledged. With that, Hinata Kei and Scorpion set forth on their journey to the land of Earth. Upon entering the land of Earth, they encountered unforeseen circumstances. The looming war had placed the region under martial law, and gaining entry proved to be quite a challenge. As night fell, the two found solace beside a crackling fire. Hinata Kei extended the grilled meat in his hand, asking, would you like some, Senior? No, thank you. Scorpion remained concealed beneath the puppet, Hiryu, resembling a hunched old man. Very well, subsisting solely on soldier food pills is detrimental to one's health. Hinata Kei feigned ignorance of the fact that Scorpion had already transformed himself into a puppet. You are a puppet master, aren't you? Might I enlist your assistance in crafting a few puppets? Hinata Kei continued the conversation, recalling that the reincarnation I possessed the ability to imbue puppets with spirit, knowing that he would eventually require them. What kind of puppets do you wish to create? They need not be exceptionally powerful, merely capable of mass production. In that case, I can provide you with the designs in a few days. Scorpion perceived Hinata Kei's interest in puppets as a potential indication of a companion on his journey. Thank you. And should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Scorpion prepared a design for the puppets, tailored to Hinata Kei's specifications. Simple, mass-producible humanoid warriors wielding katana. Hinata Kei sought guidance on the art of puppet making along the journey, and at long last, just prior to reaching Awagakure, he successfully crafted a reasonably functional puppet. Deidara, having been assigned by Inoki to conduct experiments outside the village, inadvertently facilitated Hinata Kei's endeavors. Deidara resided in a nearby chamber, his explosive release frequently wreaking havoc upon the structures, prompting Inoki to allow him solitude in this secluded location. The underground emerged, and with clarity, I shall take it upon myself to extend the invitation to him. Hinata Kei knocked on the door. It must be the food delivery. Before the person arrived, the voice had already echoed. When Deidara opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of two unfamiliar figures standing at the threshold. What brings you here? Deidara asked, adopting a defensive stance as he scrutinized the strangers. Hinata Kei, we have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Dawn. What organization is that? I have not heard of it. I do not intend to join any organization. I wish to continue my pursuit of art. Chapter 23. Your art is beneath mine. In that case, I shall have to best you. I find your art to be utterly insignificant in comparison to my own. Hinata Kiyoshi activated his Sharingan, looking down upon Deidara with an air of superiority that incited the latter's fury. You scoundrel! How dare you insult my art? It is utterly unforgivable. Deidara reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a lump of clay. In his hands, the clay swiftly transformed into a centipede. Exploding clay, centipede. Deidara hurled the clay centipede, which instantly enlarged, ensnaring Hinata Kiyoshi's body. Sensing his success, he prepared to detonate the clay. Hinata Kei spoke up. Do you not see what binds you? Deidara abruptly glanced at his own form, realizing, to his astonishment, that he had been ensnared by a clay centipede. Illusion. When did this happen? The moment you gazed into my eyes. Is this your art? Yes and no. I may join Akatsuki, but your life must be surrendered to me. Very well. If you can. Hinata handed Deidara a set of the Akatsuki organization's uniform. Deidara unfastened his centipede adornments and donned the signature cloak of the Akatsuki. Welcome aboard. My earlier discourtesy was regrettable. Hinata Kei introduced himself, saying, I am Hinata Kei, and this is Scorpion. Unlike your explosive art, he pursues the art of eternity. So, are all members of our organization artists? One might say, Kakuzu and Haiden seek the art of immortality, while Itachi and Kisame are devoted to the art of slaughter. Conan and Pain pursue the art of peaceful destruction. I find myself increasingly intrigued by our organization. You will not be disappointed. At present, Deidara is merely a child. At the tender age of 12, younger than both Uchiha Itachi and Hinata Kei, driven by his artistic pursuits and easily deceived by a few naive words. The intelligence suggests you possess flight ninjutsu capable of carrying others? Certainly, my art knows no bounds. As they boarded Deidara's clay bird, their speed multiplied exponentially compared to their earlier pace. Your art is truly remarkable. Hinata Kei did not hesitate to offer his praise. And Deidara was elated to receive admiration from another artist. Of course, my art is unparalleled. May I inquire about the explosive release technique? Deidara, buoyed by the flattery, believed Hinata Kei was captivated by his artistry and yearned to learn from him. Haha, of course, ask away. Scorpion observed Hinata Kei's protectiveness over the young artist and suddenly felt it was quite a feat for Deidara to have survived thus far. Having been easily misled regarding the bloodline limit, what two types of chakra are fused in explosive release, and how is this fusion achieved? Hinata Kei expressed the doubts that lingered in his heart, having faced repeated failures in his research on bloodline limits. Now, with the emergence of an experienced mentor, he found himself at a pivotal moment. The explosive release, a fusion of earth and fire chakra, was thoroughly elucidated by Deidara, who generously shared his insights. After listening to Hinata Kei's narrative, he felt an overwhelming surge of understanding regarding bloodline limits, elevating his comprehension beyond the most fundamental aspects of his studies. The explosive release, akin to the properties of molten release, represents a distinct manifestation, despite sharing similar elemental attributes. Hinata nodded in acknowledgement, and proceeded to experiment with the fusion of the two types of chakra. TSK, your talent is rather mediocre, Deidara remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. In my day, I merely had to glance at it a few times to master it. Delighted, he reveled in the realization that he surpassed Hinata in skill. Hyuga Kei remained unperturbed. After all, it was not easy to deceive the teacher, and it was essential to maintain that facade. Let us proceed. We are nearing the land of rain, Scorpion reminded the two who had been deep in their studies. Once they delivered Deidara to Conan, the mission of Hyuga Kei and Scorpion would be deemed complete. With the task behind him, Katsuya would have the freedom to allocate his time as he pleased. Recently, he had felt an increasing scarcity of time, with numerous matters demanding his attention. 1. Master the ocular prowess of the rebirth eye. 2. Practice the fusion of chakra with bloodline techniques. 3. Learn the art of puppet creation. 4. Seek out Hana to study the vortex sealing technique. Each of these pursuits required Katsuya's attention, and each presented its own formidable challenges, necessitating substantial time for mastery. Fortunately, for his second, third, and fourth objectives, Katsuya had secured mentors, alleviating the burden of solitary exploration. Just as Katsuya was preparing to devote himself to his training after absorbing the blood produced by the vortex mother and child, Uchiha Izumi approached him. Lord Katsuya, why is it that upon encountering Uchiha Itachi, I feel no surge of anger? He annihilated our Uchiha clan, yet I find myself oddly familiar with him. Hinata's kaleidoscopic ocular technique altered her memories, yet it did not affect her emotions. Izumi, your kindness is overwhelming. You do not blame him for his choices. Understanding the difficulties he faces. Is that so? I comprehend now. You merely need to regard him as a stranger. Understood, Lord Hinata. Just as Uchiha Izumi departed, Uchiha Itachi approached Hinata, inquiring without reservation, what have you done to Uchiha Izumi? Hinata Kei squinted, as your senior in the Umbu. Is it truly necessary for you to treat me so impolitely? Uchiha Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, coldly fixed his gaze upon Hinata Kei. During this time, he had not been idle. He had gathered extensive intelligence on Hinata Kei. He discovered that after distancing himself from Hinata Kei's influence, the second Umbu squad led by Hinata Kei had secretly engaged in numerous actions detrimental to the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. I have altered her memories. Izumi has long since forgotten about you. Did you not abandon her? It is only in my possession that she finds a reason to continue living. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, an unusual display of anger flickering across his features. So, you absorbed the body of Uchiha Shursui? His mind connected Izumi's strange behavior with Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami, alongside the information regarding Hinata Kei's ability to absorb others' bloodlines that had circulated in Konoha. Had Hinata Kei discerned this through his unusual emotional state during those days? How could he have discovered the location of Shursue's death? It was no wonder that on the day of Shursue's demise, he suddenly announced he would no longer accept missions. It was not out of concern for my feelings, but rather his intention to seek out Shursue's corpse. If Hinata Kei could hear Uchiha Itachi's conjecture, he would undoubtedly applaud him. After all, he was indeed a worthy Uchiha. And what of it? It is better than you annihilating your entire clan. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Itachi released his clenched fists, his expression returning to one of indifference. We are merely reflections of one another. We are not reflections, Hinata retorted. Hinata killed my parents and harmed my kin. It is only natural for me to seek his end. Yet, it is you, Hyuga Kei, who refrains from continuing this discourse. However, everyone understood the implication of Hinata's words. My eradication of the Hinata clan is justified, while your destruction of the Uchiha leaves you orphaned. Uchiha Itachi realized that he sought answers beyond mere verbal sparring and declared the primary purpose of his visit. I warn you not to harm Sasuke, or else. Hyuga Kei curled his lips in disdain. What do you want to discuss with me? You ought to consider the implications of Orochimaru's actions. He might not hesitate to strike at your brother if he feels threatened. The moment Uchiha Itachi heard these words, his steps faltered. Hyuga Kei's reasoning resonated with him, prompting him to seek an opportunity to inscribe a sealing technique for Tsukuyomi on Sasuke's Sharingan when he returned to Konoha. Chapter 24. The Outbreak of War Konoha, April 23rd. 58th year, while Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were still honing their skills at the Ninja Academy, war erupted once more. The Wagakure launched a surprise offensive against Konoha, which had been preparing for such an eventuality. On the battlefield of Iwagakure, Shimura Danzo took command personally, engaging in fierce combat with the Iwagakure forces led by Noki. At this critical juncture, Danzo abandoned his usual scheming, for Konoha faced an unprecedented crisis. Meanwhile, the battlefield in Sunagakure was under the command of Jiraiya, who was leading the fight against the Sand Village forces commanded by the Kazekage. By the second month of the war, Kimogakure entered the fray, sending support to the Iwagakure front as a gesture of goodwill towards Konoha, thereby alleviating significant pressure on the village. The long-standing enmity between Iwagakure and Kimogakure was palpable, particularly since the father of the current fourth Refuge had perished in Iwagakure's prior assault, making this engagement a quest for vengeance. As the four nations clashed in brutal combat, the hidden machinations of the Mist Village, orchestrated by Obito, were set in motion as they prepared to strike Konoha from behind. Within a mere month, the dynamics of the ninja world had become increasingly convoluted. If one were to rank the current strength of the ninja villages, it would reveal that the two strongest nations were pitted against the three weaker ones. Konoha, reigning supreme, benefited from its vast resources and support from the Land of Fire, maintaining a significant advantage. Kimogakure held the second position, with the fourth Refuge in his prime and two formidable Jinchuriki by his side, poised to potentially surpass Konoha. Iwagakure ranked third, renowned for Inoki's dust release, bolstered by his son, Noki, and other powerful shinobi. However, the recent defection of Deidara had diminished their strength. Sunagakure languished in fourth place, suffering from a lack of resources in the desert and political turmoil, having lost the powerful Shikuten user, Yashiro, leaving the aging Chiyo in command. The Mist Village, in fifth place, had its elite shinobi embroiled in internal strife, yet still managed to outpace Sunagakure in terms of high-level combatants under Obito's control, including the perfect Jinchuriki, Zetsu, and the formidable ninja, Terumi Mei. Now, the two most powerful ninja villages were engaged in a struggle against the three weaker villages. Given the geographical location of the Land of Rain, situated at the crossroads of the Wind, Fire, and Earth countries, it was only a matter of time before the flames of war would reach this territory, regardless of its current status as a neutral ground. Upon rising early that day, Hyuga Kei received news from Pain, as several members were out on missions. Consequently, they would convene via the holographic body technique to discuss matters pertaining to the war. Hyuga Kei evenly applied black nail polish to her fingers, swiftly forming hand seals to activate the shadow body technique. In an instant, her figure materialized like a phantom atop the fingers of the Outer Path deity statue, followed closely by the other members of the Akatsuki, who appeared in succession. 10 individuals stood perfectly atop the 10 fingers of the statue. Deidara, who had not seen Hyuga Kei for several days, inquired, "So, have you succeeded in mastering the explosive release? Were you once again astonished by my art?" Hyuga nodded, exclaiming, "Success is imminent. The power of the explosive technique is truly formidable, and I owe you my gratitude for your guidance." He chuckled heartily. "Did you see that, Brother Scorpion? Hyuga has already been captivated by my artistry. You should join my artistic troupe as well." Scorpion's voice was deep and contemplative. "Heh. I will consider transforming you into a puppet, Hyuga. How has your mastery of puppet techniques progressed? Have you been able to perceive that eternal beauty?" Hyuga Katsuya replied, "I have already commenced the creation of puppets. Your mastery of puppet techniques is truly exquisite." The others from Akatsuki looked on in astonishment, pondering how these two managed to extract their most adept secret techniques during a mere mission together. "Are you both succumbing to folly? To so casually share your finest skills?" If Hyuga Katsuya were privy to their thoughts, he would undoubtedly rise to defend the notion that art knows no boundaries. Pain interrupted their nostalgic exchange, declaring, "The 5 great nations are at war. Konoha and Kimogakure have allied against the remaining 3 nations. We are positioned at the heart of these 3 nations and must take action. Otherwise, we risk becoming a battlefield for the great powers." He continued, "We must decide whether to join the Ninja World War or to bide our time. I invite everyone to share their thoughts." Haydn shouted without hesitation, "Of course. We should slay them all as a sacrifice to the evil god. War is the finest offering. Kakuzu, ever fixated on profit, suggested. We could serve as mercenaries for the 5 nations, earning commissions. Deidara chimed in enthusiastically. I concur. I wish to showcase my art to the 5 great nations. As the tide of opinion began to shift, it was the two with a more strategic perspective, Scorpion and Hinata Kitsuya, who spoke up. Scorpion's deep voice resonated. I advise against joining the conflict between the 5 great nations. If we draw their attention before we have even begun to gather the tailed beasts, we jeopardize our greatest advantage, striking from the shadows. Hinata, I concur with Scorpion's perspective. We cannot prematurely disseminate our intelligence, as it would jeopardize the completion of our plans. Pain, as the leader, raised a question. If war were to engulf the land of rain, would we refrain from intervening? Hinata Kei continued. Of course we must take action. But not in the name of Akatsuki. Rather, we shall act under the banner of Hanzo. We can circulate the word that anyone who dares to turn the land of rain into a battlefield shall face the wrath of the demigod. Even if some ninja villages underestimate Hanzo's age and attempt to invade, we will quell them with overwhelming force. When all are struck with fear at the mere mention of the demigod, naturally, no one will dare to lay a hand on the land of rain. While it is common knowledge that Hanzo has perished, the outside world remains oblivious. Ever since Pain assumed control over the land of rain, he has employed a policy of sealing the village and cutting off all communications, along with clever disguises, ensuring that no one suspects that the legendary demigod has indeed met his end. Hinata Q gazed at the assembled crowd, stating, thus, the 4th Great Ninja War will devolve into internal strife among the 5 major ninja villages, which will greatly benefit our plans. Everyone nodded in agreement. Casting their eyes toward Pain, the leader, knowing that the final decision rested with him, Hinata Q's proposition was astute. If ninjas from other nations were to infiltrate the land of rain, they were to be dealt with mercilessly. Hinata Q, this matter shall be entrusted to you. What assistance do you require? Hinata replied, I require the assistance of Scorpion and Kisame. They are, respectively, masters of poison and experts in water release. Additionally, I need the summoning scroll of the salamander and the command authority over the rain shinobi. Very well, I hereby appoint you as the overall commander during the war, with full responsibility for external engagements. The summoning scroll of the salamander will be delivered shortly. Scorpion and Kisame will coordinate their efforts with my actions. Understood. Scorpion, being an old companion of Hinata's, expressed no objections. Kisame, a steadfast executor of commands, also remained compliant. Hinata Kiyoshi smiled, assuring, I will not let you down. All members of the Akatsuki engaged in external missions promptly returned to the Rain Village upon completing their tasks. Understood. Q. You are responsible for monitoring the movements of the 5 great nations and report to me and Hinata Kiyoshi at all times. Yes, this meeting is concluded. Let us proceed according to this plan. As Pain's words echoed, several individuals vanished, with Kakuzu hastening to seize the spoils of war. Haiden seeking to find a lone ninja for sacrifice, and Itachi Uchiha possibly preoccupied with concerns for Sasuke and the safety of Konoha. Hinata Kei bid farewell to the assembly, saying, Farewell, everyone. Do not forget to practice my art upon your return. We shall not forget, came the reply. Hinata Kei's figure vanished atop the external demonic statue. And one by one, the others also disappeared, leaving only Pain and Konan. Konan voiced her concerns. Pain, are you not afraid that Hinata Kei may be a spy for Konoha? You seem quite at ease in entrusting him with command. Pain responded, that is not the case. The intelligence we possess indicates that he has severed all ties with Konoha, and his strategic thoughts align with mine. However, I remain wary of those ninjas from Konoha. Therefore, Konan, you shall monitor him as the captain of the Rain Ninja. Understood. Chapter 25, Disciple of the Demigod on a High Tower in the Land of Rain. Uchiha Itachi seized upon the rare clear day to release a raven, which was conspicuously tethered to something. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him, and he turned to see Hinata Kei ascending the tower slowly. Hinata Kei approached Uchiha Itachi, gazing at the crows that soared into the distance. I knew you would be here. Are you intending to convey information to Konoha? Do you understand why I do not impede your actions? Uchiha Itachi countered. Are you aware of my reasons for not shunning you? Hinata replied calmly, I require a force capable of annihilating the ninja villages to accomplish my mission and establish authority. Konoha must also share some of the burden. Our interests do not conflict. Itachi Uchiha, it is now your turn to respond to my inquiry. Do you still feel a sense of belonging to Konoha, considering you have friends and family there? Indeed. I intend to inform the higher-ups in Konoha of my capacity to bring about their destruction. After Hinata Kei spoke these words, he disregarded Uchiha Itachi and descended the tower with purpose. He was determined to prepare for the completion of his mission. His actions were driven by multiple considerations. Firstly, to intimidate Konoha and deter any intentions against Niji. Secondly, to prevent the war from adversely affecting Niji, as prolonged conflict would necessitate the premature graduation of ninja students to adapt to the battlefield. And thirdly, to mitigate the butterfly effect he inadvertently created, allowing him to accomplish more through his understanding of the narrative. Subsequently, Hinata Kei assumed the alias of Takuya Kimura and took charge of the defense of the Land of Rain. His strategy was straightforward, to ensure that all ninjas remained vigilant, reporting any sightings of enemy forces immediately. Meanwhile, he, along with Kisame, Scorpion, and Conan, disguised themselves as ninjas from the Land of Rain and advanced to obliterate the enemy forces. The plan was remarkably simple, with the essence lying in the art of disguise. Hinata Kei was aware that Conan was there to monitor him, yet he chose to disregard her presence, simply keeping her close at hand. After all, the mission had been successfully accomplished, and having several beautiful women around was quite a visual delight. Consequently, there was one more person to share meals at Hinata's home. He arranged for Yuka to rent a 2-story apartment outside, as residing in the dormitory was rather inconvenient. With ample space available, he assigned Conan to live in the apartment, allowing her to wait for the movements of the enemy ninja while he continued his training. In addition, he seized the opportunity to master several renowned ninjutsu techniques from the legendary Sanshou fish Hanzo, knowing that Conan was a formidable ninja and could serve as a valuable mentor. Fortunately, thanks to the selfless contributions of the Uzumaki sisters, Yuka and Karen, his sage body was growing increasingly powerful, albeit accompanied by a gradual weakening of their blood's nourishment for Hinata. On May 13th, 58th year of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha indeed did not disappoint Hinata. As under the covert guidance of Konoha, the advanced troops of Awagakure and Sunagakure infiltrated the Land of Rain. Hinata Kei promptly received the intelligence and immediately summoned Conan, along with Scorpion and Kisame, to gather the Rain Shinobi and charge towards the advanced troops of the two nations. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the Sand and Rock Shinobi stepped into the encirclement that Hinata Kei had meticulously prepared for them. Commander Kimura, addressing the angel, stated, "The enemy has entered our encirclement. Shall we engage them directly?" Hinata replied that it was unnecessary and to simply await his message. The Rain Ninja did not immediately comply, instead turning his gaze toward Conan to seek her command. In his eyes, Conan was the messenger of the divine, infinitely more exalted than this Kimura Dakuya. "Obey Kimura's orders," Conan stated impassively. Understood. The man finally acknowledged the directive. Hinata Kei did not concern himself with such matters, being a temporary appointee. It was entirely natural for him to lack authority. If there were strict orders to follow, there would be no need for Conan's involvement. Hinata Kei turned to his teammates and said, "I will descend first and execute several standard techniques of Hanzo. When I shout Water Dragon Bullet, you, Elder Kisame, should strike. But disguise it as my technique." "Hee, no problem," Kisame replied, clearly intrigued. "There's no need for Elder Scorpion to intervene with his conspicuous puppets. Instead, we shall apply poison to the ninja tools of everyone." "Understood. Sister Conan, after Elder Kisame unleashes the Water Dragon, you will lead the Rain Ninjas to eliminate all enemies." "Got it. Everyone, remember to wear your gas masks. I shall take my leave now." Hinata Kei donned a specially crafted gas mask, formed a hand seal, and vanished from sight, leaving only a puddle of water behind. "Body flicker technique, truly an envious talent," Kisame remarked. "Just a few days ago, he sought my counsel, and now he wields this technique with such proficiency." Conan, who had been close to Hinata Kei these past few days, was well aware of his rapid progress. "Just wait and see, he is capable of even more." Hundreds of sand and rock ninjas swiftly traversed the ground, acting as an advance party to clear the Rain Ninjas and establish a camp. The moment they stepped into the encircled area, Hinata Kei, hidden in the shadows, activated his trap. Fire release, exploding flame array. Countless explosive tags emerged beneath the feet of the two nations' ninjas, clinging to the ankles of nearby shinobi. An ambush. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. A sand-hidden jonin effortlessly shook off the explosive tags and leaped high into the air, awakening the dormant fears within them. During the Second Shinobi World War, witnessing the horrifying scene before them, an indescribable dread and confusion surged within. Had that legendary man truly arrived? The name of this man lingered in every ninja's mind like a nightmare. No, that can't be right. Intelligence reports indicated that Hanzo had grown old and lost all ambition, now living in fear for his life. How could he possibly be here? In an instant, many ninjas were either killed or injured by the explosions. But these traps could only diminish a fraction of their combat strength. Hinata Kai's Shunshin technique brought him before his foes, clad in a black cloak that adorned the attire of a Warring States period ninja, with a katana at his waist and a gas mask shielding his face, a most traditional garb of the Rain Village. "You have unlawfully trespassed into the territory of the Land of Rain. I, Kimura Dakuya, represent my master, the demigod Hanzo, and I condemn you to death." Upon hearing these words, many of the sand ninjas could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. After all, he was merely a disciple of the demigod. Hinata Kiyoshi struck the ground with fervor, invoking the spirit summoning technique. Demon fish, well buried. A colossal pepper fish abruptly emerged beneath the feet of the two nations' ninjas, swiftly engulfing several of them whole. Toxic fumes erupted. The fish unleashed a torrent of violet poison mist from its maw, incapacitating all ninjas unfortunate enough to be contaminated, collapsing to the ground. Many had no opportunity to utilize antidotes, yet some distant ninjas managed to react in time, donning gas masks just in time to evade the noxious vapors. Quickly disperse, evade the poison mist. A throng of ninjas scattered in a desperate bid to escape Hinata Kiyoshi's toxic onslaught. But this was merely the beginning. Hinata Kaido formed a hand seal, his voice resonating as if he were summoning every ounce of strength within him. Water release. Water dragon projectile. Hidden in the shadows, Kasame revealed a sinister grin, his shark-like teeth glistening. It's my turn. Instantly, as if answering Hinata's call, several enormous water dragons surged forth from the forest behind him, roaring as they cascaded into the crowd. Quick, take cover. It's the water dragon projectiles. A seasoned chunin, having survived 2 shinobi world wars, stood in astonishment at the sight. So many. This truly is Hanza's disciple, not a mere reincarnation. A vast number of enemy ninjas perished in this single assault. You little brat, perish. Several ninjas materialized around Hinata, unleashing their techniques simultaneously. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, mud dragon projectile. Ninja art, 1,000 needles. Fire release, fire meteor. In an instant, Hinata found himself in peril, his eyes transforming to a deep azure beneath his mask. Hinata suddenly drew his katana from his waist, swiftly executing the technique, Gale's absolute severance. With a resounding boom, all ninjutsu shattered effortlessly against the formidable repulsive force of his defense. Hinata's prowess did not lie in the legendary technique known as the Gale's Breath Slash. Rather, it was merely a performance augmented by his Rinnegan. The ninja from both nations were struck with astonishment. What manner of swordsmanship was this? They beheld neither the flash of a blade nor sensed any fluctuations of chakra. Yet this singular act rendered the full-force assaults of 5 elite ninjas utterly futile. Surely, this individual's swordsmanship had transcended the realm of the legendary demigod. Chapter 26. The shinobi world needs no second demigod. As several ninjas sought to attack Hinata, Konan utilized her paper jutsu, embedding explosive tags into their midst, pinning them to the ground before detonating them with a resounding blast. Kill! Hinata bellowed, fully immersing himself in the theatrics. Kill! 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 The air was thick with the cacophony of battle cries. Konan, leading the Rain ninjas, surged forth to engage the ninjas of both nations. In mere moments, the enemy forces began to fracture and retreat in disarray. Tell your leaders that as long as I and Lord Hanzo stand, they shall not set foot into the land of Rain. Hinata shouted after them, urging them to relay this intelligence back. The subsequent tasks of cleaning the battlefield and tending to the wounded were matters that did not concern Hinata. Hinata Kai converged with several of his Akatsuki comrades. What do you think of my performance? He inquired. Hoshigaki Kasame responded, you truly resemble Hanzo's devoted disciple. Meanwhile, Scorpion ominously suggested, allow me to take action. I shall eliminate them all to instill fear. Hinata shook his head in denial. Such actions would only pique the curiosity of the 5 great nations. It would be more advantageous to utilize Hanzo's name. Thank you, Konan, for your timely intervention. The situation was indeed perilous, and had you not acted, I would have been left without recourse and exposed. It is nothing. Hinata Kei, next. We shall convey to the 5 great nations that the Land of Rain has no intention of joining their conflict. Should anyone dare to ignite the flames of war within our territory, they shall find themselves in opposition to the demigods and will face the full might of the Land of Rain. This matter will be entrusted to Sister Konan. Very well. Now, I must return to my training. Hinata Kei stretched languidly. In the Land of Earth, within the Tsuchikage office. What did you say? The vanguard has been completely defeated. With only a handful surviving? The diminutive figure of Inoki stood startled atop his chair, fixated on the ninja from the communication team before him. That was an elite squad of 100. How could this happen? Indeed, Tsuchikage. The leading ninja claims to be a disciple of Hans named Kimura Dakuya, and he wields many of Hans's renowned jutsu. He has also proclaimed that as long as Hans and I are alive, no one shall set foot in the Land of Rain. Leave now. Yes. The communication ninja exhaled in relief, finally able to depart. With the amalgamation of information, water shunshin, mountain pepperfish, and sword techniques, he could not help but believe. What a stubborn relic of the past, after all these years without his intel. He has managed to cultivate a disciple? Inoki pondered. A second demigod must not emerge from the small nations. Such a development is utterly intolerable. A fierce intention to kill gleamed in Inoki's eyes. However, the plan to open a 3rd battlefield must be halted for the time being. If the Land of Rain aligns with Konoha, it would result in a devastating loss. At the Sand Hidden Camp, Raza scrutinized the intelligence in his hands. Is that old fool attempting to groom a second demigod? He recalled the scenes from the Second Shinobi War. The terrifying dominance of the battlefield. Such occurrences must never be allowed. Yet, this matter must wait until the war concludes. Why do these smaller nations produce so many prodigies while my Sand Hidden suffers from a dearth of talent? I must hold off on dealing with Kimura Dakuya until the war is over. If the Land of Rain is forced to ally with Konoha, it would spell disaster. Once the war concludes, I will possess countless methods to eliminate him. Hans cherished peace, so I shall instigate a localized conflict, necessitating the execution of his own disciple. As long as Hans lives, he remains the leader of the Land of Rain. Only then will he forever be a pawn that can be discarded at any moment. In the Land of Fire, within the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen contemplated the intelligence he had received. He had adhered to the information provided by Uchiha Itachi, prompting both nations to consider a new battlefield. This decision had resulted in the deaths of nearly 100 exceptional ninjas from Iwagakure and Sunagakure, allowing Konoha and Kumogakure to regain an upper hand. But when did this Kimura Takuya emerge? The Land of Rain is not participating in the war. Could this be a ploy to benefit from the chaos? Should we forcibly draw them into the conflict? Never mind. Hans did not elevate the Land of Rain to a great nation during his time. He merely protected his territory. Now, his disciple is even less likely to succeed. This is the singular area where the 5 great nations are in perfect accord. They will not allow any power capable of replacing them to emerge. The battlegrounds of the 5 great nations must not yield any advantages to other nations. On the side of the Land of Rain, however, Hinata Kei was indifferent to the machinations of the 5 great nations. Kimura Takuya is merely a pawn, and besides, Hans has been dead for many years. His corpse has long since cooled. Hinata Kei only wished to continue his training. With a swift strike, he struck a massive boulder, which remained unperturbed. He then leapt back swiftly, activating the chakra embedded within the stone. Boom! The boulder erupted violently, sending shards flying. Success! Cheered Uchiha Izumi and Uzumaki Karen, who had been spectating nearby. Deidara stood beside Hinata Kei, nodding approvingly, exuding the demeanor of a mentor imparting wisdom, a commendable display of artistry, albeit still somewhat immature. Hinata Kei has finally succeeded in developing a bloodline technique, bringing him one step closer to his ultimate goal of obtaining the Dao Jade. Moreover, Hinata Kei has also comprehended the intricate process of creating Deidara's clay explosives, which involves infusing explosive chakra into the clay to alter its form. Hinata Kaido's prowess extends beyond mere physical techniques. Perhaps his puppet could transform into a self-destructing vehicle. What an intriguing notion. Without hesitation, he unfurls a scroll, summoning a humanoid puppet. Closing his eyes momentarily, he then opens them with a sudden intensity, revealing his azure reincarnation eyes, reminiscent of a starry river. The beauty of those eyes captivates Kankuro, who gazes at them in rapture, finding them endlessly enchanting. Similarly, Uchiha Izumi is entranced, seemingly ensnared by the allure of those irises. Behold, the artistry of Hinata Kaido. Even Deidara gasps in admiration at the splendor of those mesmerizing eyes. Hinata Kiyoshi paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. He had grown accustomed to such scrutiny over time. Hinata Kei formed a sphere of psychic energy in his hand, infusing it with his will and ocular power. He then swiftly thrust his hand into the chest of the puppet, allowing his hand to pass through the marionette as he released the sphere of consciousness. Before retracting his palm, Hinata Kei immediately sensed the profound mental connection with his puppet. The puppet possessed a remarkable intelligence, responding effortlessly to his simple commands. Infusing explosive chakra into the core of the puppet, it surged towards the nearby forest at Hinata Kei's command, triggering the explosive chakra left behind. Boom! A multitude of trees collapsed, and earth was sent flying. Hinata Kei suddenly noticed a figure approaching. Sister Konan, what brings you here? Konan walked up to Hinata Kei, her expression still as icy as ever. Ninja reports indicated the sound of an explosion, so I came to investigate. I see. I'll make sure to conduct my ninjutsu experiments from a greater distance next time. Indeed. Would you care to join me for a meal, Sister Konan? I shall personally prepare the dishes. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Vortex Cheyenne observed Konan's figure, which the trench coat could not conceal, and then glanced at the striking silhouette of Uchiha Izumi beside her. Finally, she looked down at her own chest, clenching her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Yet another formidable rival. At Hinata Kei's invitation, Izumi, Hana, Cheyenne, Konan, and Deidara all took their seats. Hinata Kei then brought out the barbecue grill and bamboo skewers he had prepared in advance. Taking advantage of the rare sunny day in the Land of Rain, they all relished a delightful outdoor barbecue. Chapter 27. The Sealing History of the Warring States, September 13th. Year 58 of Konoha. Hinata Kiyoshi found himself once again ensnared in a formidable bottleneck in his cultivation. Although the power of his rebirth continued to undergo refinement, he was uncertain when he would progress to the next stage. The fusion of the 7 elemental chakras of the Tao-seeking jade seemed a distant dream, and his research into resurrection techniques yielded no fruitful insights. However, he had made considerable advancements in addressing the issues surrounding chakra attributes and had developed several techniques related to the ninja physique. Slightly perturbed, Hinata Kiyoshi gazed vacantly at the incessant downpour in the distance. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Hana, who was tidying up the room, approached him holding a scroll. Lord Kiyoshi, may I have a look at this book? She inquired. Hinata Kei turned his gaze towards Hana, who was holding a document titled The History of Seals in the Warring States Period, brought from the Konoha sealing room. Upon seeing the title, Hinata Kei lost all interest in examining it. The name sounded akin to that of a novel, likely another tedious work. He decided to disregard it. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, it was not surprising that he had a penchant for materials related to sealing techniques. Thank you. While he continued to gaze absently at the falling rain outside, a thought suddenly crossed his mind about a character from a newly released Naruto game prior to his transmigration. Although some time had passed, he vaguely remembered the character's background and story, albeit not with complete clarity. Hinata Kiyoshi performed the ninjutsu technique, spirit vision technique. This jutsu grants the ability to delve into the memories of the soul. He sought to explore his own memories, specifically those from his life before his reincarnation. Within a familiar room, Hinata Kiyoshi casually scrolled through videos on his phone. Hello everyone. Today I present to you the tale of Uchiha Hikari. The production of this story has not been easy, so I kindly ask for your support through likes and shares. Uchiha Hikari, also known as Nameless, was a ninja from the Warring States period. Hinata Kei revisited the tale of Uchiha Hikari within the corridors of his memory. Ultimately, he arrived at a singular judgment, the epitome of foolishness. During the Warring States period, Uchiha was nearly stripped of his self-awareness, reduced to an anonymous instrument of warfare. After being released from his seal, he fell prey to the ideologies of Zero, the leader of the organization inheriting Pain's will, who sought to extinguish the ninja way of life. It could be said that his entire existence was one of exploitation, only beginning to carve out his own path upon encountering Boruto. Yet, this trajectory aligned perfectly with Hinata Kei's expectations, who was not subject to manipulation. Why should it not be me who wields such influence? As he emerged from his reverie and returned to reality, Hinata Kei found himself before Uzumaki Yahana, who was engrossed in perusing various tomes at the table. Did you come across a sealed individual named Uchiha Hikari? He inquired, confused by Hinata Kei's sudden fervor. Uzumaki Yahana replied, not at the moment. Please assist me in locating any records of Uchiha clan members sealed by the combined efforts of the Senju and Sarutobi clans. Certainly. Yahana swiftly flipped through the pages, while Hinata Kei positioned himself behind her, activating his Sharingan to meticulously scrutinize the text. I'm back, exclaimed Sarada, returning from school, only to discover her mother and Lord Kei in an intimate posture, engrossed in a book. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sarada bit her collar, unable to fathom that her adversaries included not only the striking Uchiha Izumi and the aloof Konan, but also the beautiful Uzumaki Yahana. If her enemy were indeed her mother, how could she navigate such a predicament? Should Lord Kei marry her mother, would that not compel her to address him as father? Noticing her daughter's return, Uzumaki Yahana turned. Welcome back. Sarada dashed upstairs, leaving behind a fleeting remark. Wishing you both happiness. What could that have meant? Yahana pondered, perplexed by Sarada's sudden outburst. Before resuming her studies, Hinata Kei, indifferent to the exchange, remained fixated on uncovering the whereabouts of Uchiha Hikari's seal. All right, he affirmed, as they continued their diligent search through the documents. At last, they unearthed a passage chronicling the sealing of the Uchiha weapon. This narrative closely mirrored the wartime accounts Hinata Kei had encountered in his memories, unaltered by Boruto's influence. It merely presented the perspective of Uchiha's adversaries, infused with malevolent descriptors. Finally, they discovered the location of Uchiha Hikari's seal and the sealing technique employed. The time-lock seal, a method that confines the target within a space where time and spatial dimensions cease to flow, yet consciousness remains intact. The bloodline distinction seal, requiring the blood of a similar lineage to unravel. No wonder Uchiha Hikari survived into Boruto's era. It was the time-lock seal that preserved him. An act of sealing rather than obliteration, indicating that the clans had not entirely forsaken their intentions towards him. The bloodline distinction seal served to prevent outsiders like Uchiha from breaking the seal, yet it also effectively barred Hinata Kei from intervening. The means to unravel the time-lock seal were documented within the tome, while the bloodline distinction seal necessitated the blood of direct descendants from the Senju and Sarutobi clans. Presently, the sole direct heir of the Senju is Tsunade, while the Sarutobi clan boasted numerous members, including Asuma, who protected the Fire Nation's daimyo, and Konoha, residing in the Hidden Leaf Village. Hinata's choice, of course, fell upon Asuma Sarutobi from the Sarutobi clan at the daimyo's estate, a locale that promised greater safety compared to the Hidden Leaf Village. He had previously witnessed the prowess of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Yet the sole technique worth noting was the combined ninjutsu of the 4 Lightning Ninja, Lightning Release, Thunder Dream Lightning Man. A technique capable of obliterating an entire village in a single strike, as depicted in the original work. Other than that, there was only a mention of techniques akin to the reanimation jutsu, specifically the Earth Release reanimation technique, utilizing the corpse of a deceased individual as a medium. This technique constructs the body of the deceased as it was in life through Earth Release, allowing the fallen to be resurrected as a puppet of the caster. The resurrected individual retains their appearance, physical abilities, and chakra levels exactly as they were in life, and can even wield all the powers they possessed before death. However, at this juncture, it remains uncertain whether he has mastered it. Resolutely, he decided to extract the soul and return to study it thoroughly. Without hesitation, 3 days later, at the Akatsuki meeting, after the customary task assignments were made, Hinata maintained his usual languid demeanor, opting out of any mission unless specifically designated. The reasons were simple. He feared the dangers of undertaking missions alone without a companion, and he wished to focus on his own growth and training while he was still young. Once the task distribution concluded, Hinata articulated his objective, absolute. I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Tsunade Heim. Before anyone could respond, White Zetsu interjected, Are you referring to Tsunade Heim, the descendant of the Senju clan? Hinata nodded, affirming, Indeed. I shall deliver the information in a few days. Thank you. Black Absolute seized the opportunity to inquire, "You're welcome. May I ask what you intend to do with her blood?" Hinata Kei articulated his purpose, "Research. It is understandable. It is not incorrect to say so. The bloodline of the Senju clan undoubtedly warrants investigation, and within Tsunade's genetic fragments, there must be traces of wood release. If he could convert her into a blood sample, it would be nothing short of perfection. Kei, you aren't truly considering eliminating Tsunade, are you? Aren't you the one most afraid of death? What has emboldened you to challenge one of the legendary three of Konoha?" Deidara exclaimed in astonishment. "You are my artistic partner. Do take care not to perish. Would you like us to accompany you?" Scorpion's deep voice chimed in, "Hee hee. It would be an opportune moment to witness Tsunade's medical prowess and see if she can cure my poison." Ever since Scorpion witnessed Hinata Kei's ability to imbue puppets with a semblance of spirit through the reincarnation eye, he had begun to regard Kei as a friend. "Thank you. But I can manage on my own." Note, the sealing of Uchiha light does not adhere to the original narrative, as it does not elaborate on how light has been sealed for such an extended period. The game presents a perspective of being buried alive, which has been modified here. Chapter 28, Tsunade, Land of Fire. Hinata Kei wandered alone through the dense forest, when suddenly, the figure of Zetsu emerged. Tsunade was in the nearby town, likely within the confines of the casino. Zetsu spoke beside Hinata, revealing that intelligence indicated she was currently afflicted with hemophobia, causing her to lose her combat prowess at the sight of blood. This posed a significant dilemma. While one could resort to force, it would be preferable to rely on intimidation and persuasion. Hinata Kei, clad in a flowing white robe, gradually made his way into the town, understanding that it was best for Akira to remain concealed for the time being. Upon inquiring about the location of the casino, he could already hear the raucous shouts emanating from within as he stood at the entrance. Hinata Kei entered and immediately spotted Tsunade shouting fervently by the gambling table. Her distinctive physique made her unmistakable. Big, big, big. Then, upon seeing the outcome, Tsunade wore a look of vexation. "Shizen, give me another 10,000 RY Shizen," clutching a small pig, protested, "But Lady Tsunade, we need this money for food." "Allow me," interjected Hinata Kei, slamming a kunai onto the table and pointing at the gamblers. "I wager the lives of everyone here. I bet that if you don't leave now, I'll kill you all." An almost palpable aura of menace swept through the room, freezing even the enforcers and the owner in place, who could only watch from a distance, silently praying for this harbinger of death to depart. Within moments, everyone except Tsunade and Shizen scattered like startled birds. The two women turned their gazes toward Hinata Kei. "Who are you?" "My name is Kai. Are you one of the old man's newly recruited ambu?" "Don't bother. I'm not going back." Tsunade crossed her arms and pointed at the cowering casino owner in the corner. "Go settle all my gambling debts. Then have the old man reimburse you. I was indeed a Konoha ambu, but not anymore. I came to gamble with you." Hinata Kei produced a briefcase, flipping it open to reveal stacks of bills. Tsunade's eyes gleamed with avarice. She estimated at least 10 million Ri inside. "Speak. How do we play? Though I have no money on me now." Her gaze flickered mischievously as she snatched the pig from Shizen's arms. "But I can wager this fragrant pig." "Lady Tsunade." Shizen gasped in dismay. Hinata Kei revealed a smile, stating, "I harbor no interest in that adorable little pig." Tsunade slammed her fist onto the table, causing it to splinter instantly. "I have already declared that I shall not return to Konoha. Do not be hasty. I have yet to finish. I require your blood." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, questioning, "Are you one of Danzo's people? Seeking the blood of the Senju clan? You must be affiliated with him. Rest assured, I am not from Konoha." Hinata Kei pushed the money box forward, suggesting, "How about this? This sum should suffice for your indulgence for quite some time." "That is unacceptable." Tsunade forced herself to utter these words despite the excruciating pain within her heart as she began to leave with Shizen. At that moment, four puppets, entirely wrapped in white bandages, appeared before Tsunade, blocking the entrance. Tsunade instinctively prepared to strike the puppets, but they swiftly produced a bag of blood and crushed it violently. Blood splattered everywhere, coating the ground. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade's body trembled uncontrollably, succumbing to weakness as she collapsed. Shizen supported Tsunade, attempting to flee with her from the puppets. But the puppets swiftly overpowered Shizen, rescuing the incapacitated Tsunade. Hinata approached Tsunade and retrieved 2 bags for blood preservation, proceeding to draw her blood. "Release Lady Tsunade," Ino scolded. Tsunade gritted her teeth, yet found herself bereft of strength, exclaiming, "You wretch. Hinata Kei, my transactions remain valid. This money is all yours." Just as Hinata Kei finished drawing Tsunade's blood, someone arrived belatedly. "Release Tsunade." The silver-haired ninja swiftly defeated the few puppets that obstructed his path, simultaneously rescuing Shizen and Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the newcomer with surprise. "Jiraiya." Hinata Kei stored 2 packets of plasma in a sealed scroll, rising to face the newcomer, who turned out to be the ninja from his memories. "Jiraiya, you no longer preside over the war with the Wagakure. What brings you here?" Jiraiya's eyes glinted with murderous intent. "Who are you?" Hinata Kei narrowed his eyes, surveying the remarkable figure before him, who was a hero in the original narrative. "You are Hinata Kei? It is indeed an honor to be recognized by Jiraiya, though it seems we have yet to meet. I have heard from the old man about you. Your ruthlessness in annihilating the entire Hyuga clan is truly chilling." Hinata scoffed. You flatter me, truly. We're merely a notch below you, Konoha. However, to be mentioned by the third Hokage is indeed an honor. If given the chance, I would relish the opportunity to spar with you, but alas, I have no time to indulge in games with you. Hinata Kei leapt into the air, casting a sealing scroll that erupted in a cloud of white mist, while the puppet giant eagle bore him skyward. You shall not escape, Jiraiya exclaimed, springing into action as he rapidly condensed a Rasengan in his hands. Yet, the puppet eagle soared swiftly, vanishing into the heights in the blink of an eye. A distant voice echoed, Jiraiya, Tsunade, may our paths cross again. Watching Hinata Kei's departing figure, the others furrowed their brows. Tsunade, return to Konoha with me, even if you wish to avoid the old man. The incident from years ago was orchestrated by Danzo. You are aware of the old man's indecisive nature. Upon your return, he shall provide you with an explanation. Jiraiya earnestly implored his dear friend. Moreover, you are not safe out here alone, are you? Everyone knows about your hemophobia now. You would become a lamb to the slaughter. Tsunade, having just begun to alleviate her fear of blood, retaliated by driving Jiraiya into the wall. Who are you calling a lamb to the slaughter? Jiraiya extricated himself, wincing. Ouch. So, will you return to Konoha or not? I will. I am curious to see what explanation the old man will offer, if it truly was Danzo's doing. I swear I shall not spare him. Shizune, fetch my money. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune stepped over a large pool of blood at the doorway and retrieved a box of cash from the gambling table. Where did you acquire such a sum? Jiraiya inquired. Well aware of Tsunade's gambling prowess, which previously had her borrowing from him and Orochimaru. Mind your own business. I won this, Tsunade replied, shaking her fist. Shizune quietly revealed the truth behind the money. It was left by that person earlier. They said it was for blood. Tsunade's expression darkened, swiftly changing the subject. What is the situation with that Hinata Kei? Jiraiya recounted what he knew, sharing Konoha's speculation that Hinata Kei could absorb bloodline abilities, and had even seemingly utilized the Manjiki Sharingan in the village of Grass. Tsunade pondered aloud. Does this mean we have another Senju in our midst? Well, he is simultaneously a member of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Chapter 29. Unsealing the curse perched atop the puppet eagle, Hinata Kei activated the blood absorption technique, siphoning a pouch of Tsunade's blood. As he wielded his ninjutsu, he sensed the transformation of the Tsutsuki genes within him. No wonder they said the Senju and Uzumaki physiques were similar. Tsunade's blood could not even enhance his sage body. Having absorbed such a substantial amount of sage body blood, he had already reached a bottleneck. Hinata Kaido speculated that perhaps his sage body could only continue to evolve with the infusion of Hashirama's blood. However, the Hashirama cells are possessed solely by either Danzo of the Leaf Village or Orochimaru, making this a matter worth pursuing. Nonetheless, this journey was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he acquired a fragment of the wood-release genetic chain, enabling him to effortlessly develop wood-release techniques. Now, he merely required the direct bloodline of the Sarutobi clan to lift the seal of the bloodline limit technique. Hinata Keisuke maneuvered the puppet eagle, soaring directly towards the Lord's residence. Within the grand hall of the residence, the Lord was still engaged in deliberations with numerous ministers regarding state affairs. Hinata Kei, accompanied by the puppet eagle, boldly shattered the ceiling and descended into the heart of the grand hall. Protect the daimyo. In an instant, 12 guardian ninjas materialized at the sides of the daimyo. Hinata Kei withdrew his puppet and slowly emerged from the mist. It has been a long time, everyone. You are Hinata Kei. Gasps echoed around him. They had encountered Hinata Kei once before, recognizing his face and having heard tales of his massacre of the Hyuga clan. It is I. The daimyo intervened, attempting to restrain the advancing guardians. He was acutely aware of Hinata Kei's prowess, knowing these individuals were no match for him. Kei, what do you desire? Wealth or status? I can provide it all. The bounty on your head from Konoha can be rescinded. The daimyo, whom Hinata Kei had once supported, still harbored some fondness for him and sought to win him over. Such agreeable terms warrant two requests. Firstly, I require a sample of Sarutobi Asuma's blood. Secondly, I seek the Earth Release, resurrection technique of the Maki clan. The two individuals mentioned trembled at Hinata Kei's demands. Asuma speculated on Hinata Kei's motives, but could not fathom why he would desire his blood, given the Sarutobi clan lacked any bloodline limit. Meanwhile, Maki was equally perplexed, wondering how this individual knew of such a jutsu. After a prolonged silence, during which Hinata Kei allowed them time to ponder, he began forming hand seals to activate his ninjutsu. If that is the case, I shall procure it myself. Should I strike too forcefully, do not blame me. With a flourish, the lightning wind body technique enveloped Hinata Kei in a dual-colored chakra, shattering the ground beneath him as he transformed into a bolt of lightning. Wait. The daimyo's voice rang out suddenly, as Hinata Kei's palm halted mere inches from the chest of a guardian ninja. Give it to him. Yes. The leader of the 12 guardians sighed in relief. Just moments ago, none had been able to react to Hinata Kei's speed. If they were to confront such an adversary, they stood no chance. Especially the ninja who had nearly fallen victim to Hinata Kei. He collapsed to the ground, feeling for the first time in years how close he was to death. Thank you for your cooperation. Hinata Kei produced the blood bag and handed it to Asuma. then accepted the earth release, resurrection technique from Maki, who looked on with reluctance. Asuma quickly filled the blood bag and returned it to Hinata Kei. Thank you. Hinata Kei secured the blood and summoned his puppet, the soaring eagle, which flew away with grace. Daime, what shall we do now? Naturally, we must increase his bounty, raise it to 100 million. The ministers buzzed with debate. The Daime, exasperated, barked, Are you also foolish? If we push him too hard, he may come to assassinate me. How can I live? Increase the bounty? Do you wish for him to return and kill me? Listen to my orders. Issue a summons for talent. Any ninja from any nation may join the Fire Country's guard, with the opportunity to become my personal protector and enjoy substantial rewards. The ministers complied eagerly. The Daime, who once believed he had witnessed the pinnacle of a ninja's power, was now confronted with the realization that such formidable strength could so easily lead to his demise, rendering his guardians utterly insignificant. A profound sense of insecurity now lingered in the heart of this young Daime. After years of Konoha's tranquility, he had forgotten the true mind of a ninja. It was imperative that he acquire his own powerful protectors. Hinata Kiyoshi could not concern himself with trivial matters. He swiftly returned to the Land of Rain, determined to bring along both Uzumaki Yohana and Uchiha Izumi, for they would be instrumental in unraveling the seal on Uchiha Hikari in the future. With Uzumaki Yohana and Uchiha Izumi aboard, the trio set forth towards their destination, which, according to the records, was a cliff in the northern region of the Land of Fire where Uchiha Hikari had been sealed. Guided by the map above and Hinata Kiyoshi's Byakugan, the three of them made their way to the site without significant hindrance. They arrived at a cave nestled within the cliff's wall. Armed with torches, they ventured deeper, startling countless bats that took flight towards the entrance. At last, they beheld a stone door illuminated by the glimmer of sealing techniques. Hinata Q inquired of Uzumaki Yuka, "Is this the blood identification technique?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Where must I sprinkle the blood?" Hinata Q observed that there were no blood receptacles on the stone door. You merely need to apply the blood of the practitioner's blood relatives upon it. Hinata Kei extracted the blood of Tsunade and Asuma, opening the blood bags and squeezing the crimson liquid onto the stone door. As expected, the sealing technique above shattered abruptly, and the stone door rumbled ominously as it gradually creaked open. Uchiha Izumi also cast a curious gaze inside, yet the opulent tomb they had envisioned failed to materialize. Behind them, a fierce wind swirled, forcing a considerable volume of air into the concealed chamber. Hinata Kei did not rush inside, activating his Sharingan to draw Uzumaki Yuka and Uchiha Izumi into the realm of illusion, allowing them to experience the tale of Uchiha Hikari from a first-person perspective, culminating at the moment of her sealing in time. When Hikari was born, her parents cradled her and bestowed upon her the name. Let us henceforth call our child Hikari. In this current world of shinobi, engulfed in darkness, I hope she can one day traverse amidst the radiance. Uzumaki Yuka displayed a visage full of sorrow, having immersed herself in the role of Hikari's mother, for had they not encountered Hinata Kei, Kagaya would undoubtedly have been reduced to a mere tool of the grass village. Although she had perused the brief accounts in the documentation, how could she have fathomed the authenticity of this first-person illusion crafted by Hinata Kei? In contrast, Uchiha Izumi felt no discomfort in her identity as an Uchiha. She equally condemned the tumultuous shinobi world of the warring states and expressed sympathy for the girl known as Hikari. After a moment, they resolved to persuade her to join them. Should that fail, they would seize the opportunity while she was vulnerable to incapacitate her. Do you understand? This was the reason behind Hinata Kei's intention to narrate the story of Uchiha Hikari to them. The female perspective, being more nuanced, was expected to be more effective than his own attempts at persuasion. Should all else fail, they would resort to the use of the rebirth eye, transforming her into a mere puppet. As for the reason for not employing the Sharingan's soul-cleansing technique, it was due to Uchiha Hikari's possession of a Meijiki, rendering his ocular abilities largely ineffective. Understood. Uzumaki Yuka and Uchiha Izumi nodded resolutely. Though they felt a twinge of sympathy, they would not compromise Hinata Kei's significant undertaking. Chapter 30. Uchiha Hikari. Following Hinata Kei, the trio arrived before the stone sarcophagus. Hinata commanded, "Yukihana, release the seal. Watch for my signal." Understood. Yukihana knelt before the stone coffin, meticulously examining the sealing technique inscribed upon it. Gradually, she channeled her chakra to unravel the intricate seal. The onlookers observed as Yukihana diligently worked to dismantle the enchantment. Before long, she rose to her feet and declared, "It is done. Now, we shall push open the stone coffin, marking the official dissolution of the seal." Hinata praised, "Well done." With a slight bow, I humbly acknowledge my duty. Approaching the sarcophagus, Hinata extended his hand and gently pushed aside the lid, revealing a stunning figure peacefully resting within. Hinata Kiyo couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Is this truly the feminine incarnation of the formidable Madara? Just as Hinata Kiyo was lost in admiration, Uchiha Hikari suddenly opened her eyes, rose from the stone coffin, and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Hinata Kiyo's chest. Hinata Kei did not flinch or evade as he received the blow, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he extended his arms and gently embraced Uchiha Hikari. "Hikari, we understand your pain. We are comrades, here to rescue you. Do not be afraid." Uchiha Hikari, taken aback by Hinata Kei's gesture, found herself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She merely felt herself enveloped in an extraordinarily warm embrace, his broad hands tenderly caressing her hair. For reasons unknown in that moment, she experienced a sense of security she had never known before, an inexplicable urge to weep rising within her. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Why was this happening? Why did I feel the desire to cry? Ever since she had been used as a weapon by the Uchiha, she had understood that tears would yield no results, and no one would show her compassion. Yet, why did the impulse to weep arise now? Hinata Kei whispered softly in Kei's ear, I apologize for our tardiness. In that moment, under Hinata Kei's guidance, Uchiha Kei could no longer restrain her emotions and began to weep. Why must you do this? She exclaimed, biting down on Hinata Kei's shoulder. It's all right, let it all out, came the soothing reply. Vortex Hanabi and Uchiha Izumi, standing nearby, gazed at the scene in astonishment. Weren't we supposed to help her feel better? It seems this girl has been utterly swayed. As Kei's sobs began to subside, Hinata Kei discreetly activated her Sharingan. Drawing Kei into a genjutsu, do not resist. My eyes can glimpse into the past. Allow me to show you the moment of your birth. You are not alone. You carry the hopes of your parents, and you have us. Before Kei's eyes, the scene of her birth unfolded. A tender image of herself as a child, cradled in the arms of a man and a woman, emerged. The ninja world remains shrouded in darkness, yet I hope she can walk in the light. Is it strange that this name embodies such a wish? At that moment, Kei saw the woman turn her head towards her and say, what a wonderful name, isn't it? Little Kei. Tears streamed down Uchiha Kei's face as she realized this was not a mere fabrication of the genjutsu. It was indeed her mother. She was not a nameless weapon. She was Uchiha Kei. Hinata embraced Uchiha Hikari's shoulders, inviting her to delve into his tale. 14 years ago, Hinata, through the art of illusion, began to unfold his narrative for Hikari. Hinata Kei once enjoyed a blissful family life and a splendid childhood. Yet his romance with an outsider was deemed utterly forbidden. His family, constantly evading the relentless pursuit of the Hinata clan, ultimately succumbed to capture. In a desperate plea, his parents implored the Hinata clan to spare Kei. In a dramatic turn, he was rescued by Saratobi Hizashi. Yet the tale concluded with his own demise at the hands of the Hinata clan. The narrative then shifted to the tale of Uzumaki Hanabi and her mother, Uzumaki Kagaya, whose homeland lay in ruins. They were cast adrift to the land of grass, reduced to mere commodities, subjected daily to torment, until they were ultimately saved by Hinata Kei. After absorbing the story of Hinata Kei, Uchiha Hikari felt a profound numbness. Was suffering the only constant in this world? We are all of the same kind, battered by the trials of the shinobi realm, and it is only through unity that we find warmth. Join us, for we shall harness our strength to transform this world. Hinata extended his hand, signaling Hikaru to take hold. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hikaru placed his hand upon it. Hinata Kei revealed a gentle smile, drawing Hikari into his embrace. Rest assured, from now on, I shall protect you and ensure that no harm befalls you. With that, he dispelled the illusion, yet in reality, Hinata Kei continued to hold Hikari close. Hinata grasped her hand, and together they ventured into the outside world. Recently awakened, she stumbled slightly as she walked. Let us go home. Under the astonished gaze of Uchiha Izumi, they boarded the puppet flying eagle bound for the land of rain. Hinata removed her crimson cloud robe and wrapped it around the bare body of Hikari, determined to impart a sense of warmth akin to that of a home. Observing the proud yet joyful expression on the puppet that was Uchiha Hikari, Hinata couldn't help but smile. The plan was unfolding perfectly. She had successfully deceived this century-old little girl. Everything was meticulously orchestrated by Hinata, starting with a punch that bore little weight, ensuring no blood was shed. The blood was, in fact, extracted by her chakra. The first step was to instill a sense of guilt within her. That warm embrace was not a mere illusion. Her entire being radiated fire attribute chakra, which indeed emanated warmth. The second step was to make the love-deprived girl feel affection. Through genjutsu, she narrated tales of camaraderie, proving that they were kindred spirits, a family formed by mutual warmth. The third step involved emotional manipulation through genjutsu, causing her to lose her ability to think critically and drawing her into Hinata's team. Why go through such elaborate measures? The ultimate skill of the 8,000 spears merited the effort. 8,000 spears, it allows one to leave a mark on any individual, granting the ability to control their mind and chakra at will, even transmitting chakra over vast distances to oneself or others. Even the pinnacle Naruto from Boruto fell victim to this ocular technique. Such power was simply otherworldly. This technique was the ultimate enhancement of her soul-washing ocular arts, rendering all other ocular techniques pale in comparison to 8,000 spears. Moreover, Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan possessed abilities beyond this single power, Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, and Kagaya's blessing. Combined with her innate talent for awakening the Mangeki at such a young age, with minimal guidance, she could easily become the next Uchiha Madara or at the very least, Itachi. If she were to employ the blood theft technique directly, Hinata would only acquire a portion of the Mangeki Sharingan's ocular power. However, if she could cleverly deceive her with words, she would gain a loyal subordinate of the shadow level. A day later, the group returned to their two-story apartment in the Land of Rain. Hinata brought Hikari upstairs and arranged for her to stay next to his room. Hikari, you will reside here from now on. Shortly, Hana will bring you bedding and necessities. Thank you, Hikari replied, her voice tinged with hesitation, struggling to articulate her emotions effectively. Hinata gently tousled her hair, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. You can share anything with us, and we will support you." Meanwhile, downstairs, Uzumaki Hanabi earnestly pulled Uzumaki Shine aside, stating, "A new member has joined our family. You both must get along and avoid any conflicts." "Really? A new member has arrived? Is it a boy or a girl? And how old are they?" Shine inquired eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of finally having a peer at home. However, if we were to consider age, Uchiha Kagami would surpass everyone present in years, and even Uchiha Madara, if resurrected, would be regarded as an ancestor. In the shadows, observing this scene, the entities known as Kuro and Shiro were taken aback. This is Uchiha Kagami. They were fully aware of the girl's lineage, possessing the Uchiha clan's most formidable ocular technique. The 8,000 spears. How did Hinata find her? This Hinata possesses extraordinary talents, perhaps representing the greatest variable in the resurrection of his mother. While Korezetsu contemplated how to eliminate him, a sudden plan emerged in his mind. No, he could also become the most significant ally. Does he not desire power? What could surpass the strength acquired by becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Perhaps he could also serve as the executor of the Moon's Eye plan. Obito has become increasingly unruly. Chapter 31. Impure World Reincarnation Konoha, October 3rd. 58th year of the Leaf. The Hidden Mist Village publicly declared the 4th Mizukage gravely ill and deceased, withdrawing from the war with Konoha and issuing a letter of surrender. Konoha and the Hidden Cloud rejoiced, and without imposing any difficulties upon the mist, they proceeded to negotiate peace. Hinata Kei understood that Ching had likely discovered and unraveled Uchiha Obito's illusion ahead of time, preventing Yagura from succumbing to his control and ultimately leading to his demise. Along with the Three Tails sealed within him. Should the Akatsuki organization wish to capture the Three Tails, they would have to wait 3 years for the opportunity. On March 9th, 59th year of Konoha, Sunagakure, having lost a significant ally, could no longer sustain itself and submitted a proposal for peace talks. The process was fraught with obstacles, as the factions advocating for war and peace within Konoha and Kumogakure engaged in constant disputes. By April 20th, 59th year of Konoha, the 5 great nations daimyos, weary of incessant military expenditures, united to pressure the ninja villages to cease the feudal conflict. The 5 Kage summit convened in the Land of Iron for formal negotiations, culminating in peace as the IWA, Suna, and Kiri submitted reparations for the war. The 4th Great Ninja War lasted a year, coming to an abrupt conclusion. Meanwhile, far away in the Land of Rain, Hinata Kei's life began to return to a semblance of normalcy, entering a phase of diligent training. While his bonds with Uchiha Kagami deepened, his thoughts of vengeance against the ninja world diminished, as he found joy in attending school with Cheyenne, becoming somewhat oblivious to the outside turmoil. Just as Hinata Kei sat in meditation, absorbing the power of the rebirth eye, Zetsu emerged from the depths of the earth, clutching a scroll in hand. The leader had issued a mission. Orochimaru had resurfaced in the Land of Rice, and the command was given for him to be eliminated. Hinata Q remained with his eyes closed, acknowledging the situation, placed the task scroll on the ground. Kagaya, observing the fluctuations of chakra emanating from Hinata Q, speculated that he had surpassed the halfway mark in mastering the power of the Rinnegan. Once Kagaya departed, Hinata Q rose from his seated position and retrieved the scroll from the ground, examining its contents. Orochimaru may prove to be a valuable pawn in my game. In Hinata's eyes, a peculiar glimmer emerged, for Kimimaro, under Orochimaru's command, was an essential condition for bloodline evolution. Although Kimimaro was exceedingly loyal to Orochimaru, Hinata was never short of methods for brainwashing. If his Manjiki Sharingan's soul cleansing proved ineffective, he had the mental sphere of the Rinnegan at his disposal. And if all else failed, he could resort to Uchiha Kagami's 8,000 spears. Orochimaru's soul, having undergone numerous reincarnations, was remarkably fragile, making him exceedingly easy to control. After explaining the situation to Uchiha Izumi, who was tidying up at home, Hinata resolved to embark on the journey to the Land of Rice Fields alone. Boarding the puppet eagle, Hinata swiftly arrived at the location inscribed on the scroll. Hinata Kei gazed at the cave before him. Is this the lair of Orochimaru? Activating his Rinnegan, he discerned a labyrinth of tunnels within. It appeared that visitors had arrived. 2 shadowy figures emerged slowly from the cavern. Observing them, Hinata Kei could not suppress a smirk. They were exceptional pawns. One was clad in a white robe, emanating a chilling aura, none other than Orochimaru himself. The other was none other than the future sage, Yakushi Kabuto. It was the Akatsuki that sent you, was it? Orochimaru inquired, noting the red cloud-patterned cloak adorning Hinata Kei. I don't recognize you. You must be a recent addition to that organization, which holds little promise. You would be better off joining me. Before he could finish his statement, Hinata Kei removed his conical hat, revealing a face that was both handsome and slightly youthful. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment as he greedily licked his lips. You are Hinata Kei, the one who has absorbed countless Byakugan and awakened the Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. How did you achieve this? Absorbing so many bloodlines without being devoured by them. If there were anyone in the current shinobi world who fascinated Orochimaru the most, It would undoubtedly be this individual before him, possessing both the formidable Byakugan and the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru was exhilarated. He had been searching for Hinata Kei's whereabouts. And now he had presented himself at his doorstep. Since you are here, you might as well surrender your life. He had meticulously prepared many gifts for Hinata Kei. With a sudden clap, Orochimaru summoning jutsu. 4 white coffins rose from the ground. Hinata Haya felt a surge of apprehension. It seemed that Orochimaru had not been idle during his years away from Akatsuki. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid was forcefully slammed onto the ground, and 4 figures emerged slowly from the casket, as the coffin itself gradually faded from sight. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, the third Kazekage, and the third Reikage, Orochimaru, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "These are the opponents I have selected for you, Hinata Haya. Show me your strength." Tobarama Senju turned to see the eager countenance of Orochimaru. "Recklessly employing my ninjutsu? Boy, are you a ninja from Konoha?" Hashirama remarked sarcastically about his younger brother. "I told you not to exploit these profane techniques on the deceased, and now they are being used against us." The third Kazekage observed the unfolding events in silence. Fully aware that he had been manipulated, the third Reikage glanced at the somewhat familiar face, recognizing him from intelligence reports. "Damn it, you are Orochimaru of Konoha. Daring to use me in this manner." Orochimaru responded with a sinister smile. "Indeed, it is I." Hinata Kei spoke calmly. "Ladies and gentlemen of the shadows, allow me to introduce to you the renowned trader of Konoha, Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage, standing behind you. And before you is the defector from Konoha, Hinata Kei." The third Kazekage unexpectedly mocked the 2 Hokages of Konoha, stating, "Indeed, Konoha is brimming with talent." This statement was laced with a hint of resentment, as he recalled how, during his own lifetime, Konoha continually produced prodigies, including legendary figures such as the Sannin, the Yellow Flash, and Konoha's White Fang. Senju Tobarama inquired, "Are you a member of the Hyuga clan?" Hinata Hiro explained to the deceased, "The Konoha of today no longer has the Uchiha, Hyuga, or Senju clans. They have all been wiped out, with only a few scattered survivors remaining. It's all gone now." Hashirama scratched his head, then smiled in resignation. "Perhaps it's for the best. Then the current Konoha must be a world for civilian shinobi, no?" Before Hinata Hiro could respond, Orochimaru couldn't resist mocking his former teacher. "Now it's the Sarutobi clan's domain. From the Hokage to the Yanbu captain, even the hospital director, all are Sarutobi." Tobarama had no words left to say about that monkey. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen had his own burdens to bear. The idle chatter ended. Now was the time for battle. With a cold smirk, Orochimaru inserted cursed kunai into the backs of the 4 men's heads. "Surrender your bodies to me." The 4 mighty warriors had their consciousness erased, reduced to mere puppets. Hinata Kei gazed intently at the 4 individuals before him, a frown creasing his brow as he pondered the extent to which Orochimaru had advanced his research on the impure world reincarnation. Observing that neither Hashirama nor Tobarama displayed any power to resist the technique, Hinata realized that these individuals were far from their peak forms in life. He underestimated Orochimaru. Surprised by the rapid progress of his research, it became evident that he too must summon his full strength, for even a moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. "You should consider yourself fortunate to witness my most formidable form," Hinata declared, activating his reincarnation eye, revealing a pair of stunning azure orbs reminiscent of the galaxy. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of chakra surged within him, enveloping his body in a tangible blue aura. This was the chakra mode of the reincarnation eye. Hinata Kei raised his hand, summoning 3 black Dao orbs behind him. This was the culmination of his painstaking efforts over a considerable period, requiring an immense expenditure of chakra to materialize these 3 orbs. However, they were more than sufficient to confront such an adversary. Wood release, birth of the tree realm. Hashirama concentrated his energy, striking his palms together, and in an instant, within a radius of 100 meters, the trees began to grow wildly. As Hinata Kei was about to ascend into the sky, a colossal black iron cube plummeted towards him. Utilizing magnet release, sand iron creation, Senju Tobarama hurled several shurikens, instantly appearing beside Hinata Kei, wielding a swirling water blade aimed directly at him. Flying Thunder God. With the aid of the trees around Senju Hashirama, the third Reikage nearly materialized behind Hinata Kei, clad in lightning armor, extending a single finger. Hell piercing, 1 book through hand. Chapter 32. I have time. Lock on. Boom. The combined assault of the 3 shadows struck, generating a tremendous sound and sending forth a massive cloud of smoke. Has it come to an end? Orochimaru fixated on the silhouette within the smoke. No, he is still alive. As the smoke dissipated, Hinata Kei remained suspended in place. 3 black, truth-seeking orbs transforming into a circular shield that deflected this round of attacks. The legendary strongest spear, 1 book through hand, was effortlessly repelled by that thin layer of black shield. How is this possible? The 4 shadow-level powerhouses were astounded that their most formidable strike had been so easily thwarted. Kabuto and Orochimaru widened their eyes in disbelief. Hinata Kei revealed a smile, for his efforts had indeed borne fruit. The Dao Gem possesses the power to unravel any ninjutsu, placing him in an invincible position. In the realm of ninjas, those who can wield sage arts are exceedingly rare. Currently, only 2 individuals can breach Hinata Kyuu's defenses, Tenbin Shigemo and Jiraiya. The remaining challengers consist solely of the summoned beasts from the 3 great sacred lands. Hinata Kei waved his hand, and the circular shield crafted from Akidu Tamaki instantly sent the 2 individuals nearby flying. Wind release, truth-seeking, orbs, shuriken. Hinata Kei clasped 3 truth-seeking orbs, transforming them into shurikens enveloped in a tempest of wind-release chakra. Hinata unleashed the shuriken of the Seekers of Truth, which transformed into a dark green meteor, soaring towards Orochimaru with an unstoppable force. Orochimaru, witnessing this formidable strike, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The immense chakra contained within the projectile could indeed be fatal if it struck true. The third Reikage, displaying astonishing speed, appeared before the shuriken, intercepting it with a single finger thrust. In an instant, however, the body of the third Reikage was obliterated, disintegrating into a cloud of dust that gently descended. As his spirit gradually detached and returned to the pure land, he reflected, "How remarkable! I had not anticipated that such powerful beings would emerge in the ninja world during my absence." Kabuto's eyes widened in disbelief. The dark orb had the capacity to annihilate even the body constructed through Edo Tensei. Simultaneously, Orochimaru and Hashirama Senju invoked the summoning technique, causing 6 enormous doors of various shapes to rise from the ground. The body of Hashirama, summoned through Edo Tensei, was not at its peak and was therefore unable to unleash the 5 gates of resurrection. The shuriken of the Seekers of Truth tore through the 6 gates with relentless force, yet it was ultimately redirected further away. Hinata Kei swiftly ignited the wind attribute chakra above, causing a violent storm to erupt from the Tensigen shuriken in an instant. With another gesture, the Tensigen shuriken transformed back into 3 spheres, hurtling towards Hinata Kei at an astonishing speed. Do discerned the vulnerability of Hinata Kei's Tensigen. "Lord Orochimaru, allow the second Hokage to use the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate that black sphere to a distant place and seize the opportunity to defeat him." Orochimaru nodded, and the 2 aligned their thoughts. With the creation of sand and iron, the third Kazekage utilized the iron sand collected by Orochimaru to construct a massive black cube before the Tensigen. The 3 Tensigen spheres, glowing like molten iron, relentlessly advanced towards the cube, yet the sand and iron indeed hindered their velocity. Just as the Tensigen was about to breach the sand and iron construct, Senju Tobarama appeared before the 3 spheres using the instantaneous Flying Thunder God, intercepting them with his body. The current Tensigen lacked the force to shatter his impure body. In the next moment, Senju Tobarama teleported himself along with the 3 Tensigen spheres to a location several dozen kilometers away, and the very next second, he returned to his original position using the Flying Thunder God. The Tensigen destroys techniques, as depicted in the original work. There is a scene where Minato takes away the Tensigen, indicating it does not result in instant death upon contact. Hinata Kei sensed the location of the Seeker's Gem, which swiftly soared towards him, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes until the gem would return, Hinata mused. Magnet release, sand-iron domain. Countless grains of sand and iron ascended above Hinata's head, forming numerous conical structures that filled the sky, which would then relentlessly pierce into the ground. Hinata Kiyoshi deftly maneuvered, wary of any contact with the treacherous poison that could inflict harm upon him, just managing to evade the barrage of sand and iron spikes. He ventured beyond the range of magnetic manipulation. Yet, Orochimaru would not grant him a moment's respite. With a swift incantation, the wood release, wood dragon technique was unleashed. The soaring wooden dragon swiftly ensnared Hinata, draining his chakra relentlessly from his entire being. Hinata Kei swiftly dispelled the chakra mode of the rebirth eye, preventing the wood dragon from further absorbing his chakra. Those ensnared by the wood dragon technique found their chakra being relentlessly siphoned away, leaving them powerless to break free. Orochimaru, employing an instantaneous body technique, materialized before Hinata Kei, intent on seizing this vessel. He remained exceedingly vigilant, ensuring that the brothers Hashirama and Tobarama were at his side even in this precarious moment. "How dare you show yourself before me?" Hinata Kei murmured, shaking his head slightly as a formidable aura erupted from his being, his eyes revealing the twisted mandala of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Allow me to demonstrate my new ocular technique. Eye of Time. Lock on." Hinata's right eye technique had awakened long ago, yet he had never found the opportunity to employ it until now. In an instant, Orochimaru intended to have Senju Tobarama take him away. But before Tobarama could place his hand upon Orochimaru, everything around them came to a standstill. Time was locked by Hinata in that singular moment, and he could not afford to hesitate. Every second here was a tremendous drain on his ocular power. Breaking free from the wood dragon, Hinata suddenly appeared before the 3, executing the ghostly vision soul technique to swiftly extract the souls of Hashirama and Tobarama, liberating them. Thus, Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu was left with only the third Kazekage standing beside Kabuto. Hyuga Kei dared not delay, dispelling the kaleidoscope's ocular technique, and in an instant, the flow of time around him resumed. Orochimaru felt as if Hyuga Kei had effortlessly escaped the wood dragon and materialized before him. Meanwhile, the techniques of the two reanimated Senju Hashirama and Tobirama beside him were abruptly interrupted. Observing the scene, Tobirama surmised the situation. Is this the ocular technique of your kaleidoscope? It can actually manipulate time. Hashirama nodded in agreement. It surpasses even that of Aben. The souls of the two swiftly ascended, returning to the Pure Land. Orochimaru, intent on retreating, found himself ensnared in a genjutsu cast by Hyuga Kei, immobilizing him. Without Orochimaru's commands, the third Kazekage was left without guidance, and the swirling sands and iron lost their control, cascading downwards. I shall not become your tool. Seizing the moment when Orochimaru was at his most vulnerable, the third Kazekage broke free from the reanimation technique, returning to the Pure Land. His form disintegrated into fragments as the deceased, serving as offerings, emerged within. At that moment, dozens of shurikens and kunai were launched towards Hyuga Kei, as Kabuto, who had remained passive until now, sought to rescue his superior. Hyuga gathered a formidable bone claw to shield herself in front of Orochimaru, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. Orochimaru's escape abilities were among the most exceptional in the ninja world. Even if she wished to capture him alive, it would require considerable effort. This time, she merely managed to outwit him using the ocular techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Next time, armed with intelligence, he would not be so fortunate. Hyuga Kei, accompanied by Orochimaru, suddenly materialized before Do. I advise you not to make any sudden moves. You have already fallen into my grasp. Do revealed a seemingly harmless smile. Lord Kei, please grant me my freedom. I am merely a lowly subordinate under Orochimaru, compelled to serve him against my will. Hyuga Keisuke smiled and said, You are no mere underling of Orochimaru. You are his right-hand man, a prodigy whose talents surpass even those of Orochimaru himself. Let us venture inside to observe your serpent's den, for I have matters to discuss with you. Hyuga Kei was the first to enter the cave, with Orochimaru trailing behind him like a puppet. Kabuto took a deep breath and followed in Hyuga Kei's footsteps, fully aware that escape would prove exceedingly difficult this time. Chapter 33. I have captured Kabuto. Within the research base of Orochimaru in the Land of Rice, Hinata Kiyoshi sat in the chair often occupied by Orochimaru, while Do stood before him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained ensnared in an illusion, lingering off to the side. Consider this. Become my subordinate, would you? Your talents have the potential to surpass those of Orochimaru, freeing you from the perpetual shadow of his influence. Hyuga Kei approached Orochimaru, a cerulean sphere of spiritual energy coalescing in his hand. He had no intention of employing the Mangekyou Sharingan's soul-altering techniques to modify Orochimaru's memories. Such an endeavor was monumental in scope. Moreover, Orochimaru's ambitions were exceedingly vast, and even after a soul cleansing, the possibility of betrayal loomed ever-present. There was no need for hasty refusals. He urged him to contemplate the matter thoroughly. Hinata's palm penetrated Orochimaru's chest, placing the mental sphere within his body before retracting his hand. As the illusion was dispelled, Orochimaru knelt before him, astonished, and said, Lord Hinata, please issue your command. Throughout the encounter, Orochimaru exhibited no sign of resistance. This is one of the abilities of my eyes. What do you think? Kabuto, beads of sweat forming at the corners of his eyes, remarked, impressive, to think you could control a formidable figure like Lord Orochimaru. Picking up a dossier of Orochimaru's research, Hinata returned to his seat, holding a slender volume of research material. Once I have reviewed this document, you may provide me with your answer. Remember, whatever Orochimaru can offer, I can provide, and what he cannot, I am also capable of delivering. Hyuga Kei merely sat there, exerting immense pressure on Yakushi Kabuto, beads of sweat incessantly trickling down his back. A tempest of thoughts began to swirl within Kabuto's mind as he contemplated various approaches to the current predicament. How could he possibly rescue Lord Orochimaru? The notion was swiftly dismissed. If he could not even contend with the four Kage, how could he hope to save anyone before his eyes? Alternatively, if he were to become a subordinate, would he not also be subject to a cursed seal of control? Perhaps not, for Lord Orochimaru appeared to have lost much of his intellect. In that case, what Hinata sought was a subordinate capable of independent thought. Before Kabuto could delve further into contemplation, Hinata slammed the documents onto the table. So, what are your thoughts? Kabuto countered with a question of his own. I can become your subordinate. Lord Orochimaru once helped me realize my true self and granted me the opportunity to grasp the truths of the world. What can you offer me? Realizing oneself? Hinata scoffed, extending his hand to conjure a shimmering water mirror, which he held before Kabuto. Take a good look at who you are now. You are merely a tool, passed around among many. Is this truly you? Is it the figure that Yakushi Nanoyu yearned for, or the image that your companions from the orphanage hoped to see? Hyuga Kei shattered the water mirror in his grasp, droplets splattering at their feet. You are not an aimless wanderer without a home. You cannot confront the reality of having inadvertently taken Nanao's life. Instead, you have erased all your joys and sorrows from your memory. Hyuga Kei activated his Sharingan. This illusion will lead you to discover your true self. Allow me to assist you in recalling your memories. The technique, Magical Abyss Vision. is merely a D-rank illusion, designed to confront an individual with their deepest fears. However, with the enhancement of Hinata Kai's Sharingan, it also has the capacity to evoke the most cherished moments from the past. A minute later, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly awoke, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes as he cried out in anguish. How could this be? Director, it is I, Kabuto. Do you not recognize me? Hinata Kei rose to his feet and approached Yakushi Kabuto, gazing down at his disheveled state. With a commanding tone, he inquired, have you recalled everything? Like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, Yakushi Kabuto lifted his gaze to Hinata Kei, clutching the hem of his garment with a pleading tone. I remember now. I remember it all. Lord Kei, you must have a way to revive the director, don't you? If it is you, I am certain you possess the means. I am willing to serve you, no matter the cost. Please, bring the director back to life. Hinata Hayashi beheld the moment as the fish was finally caught, a smile gracing his features as he personally drew Yakushi Kabuto closer. I can assist you in eliminating Danzo, and even aid in resurrecting the late director, allowing you to return to Konoha and reclaim those cherished bonds. Is that truly feasible? Kabuto inquired. You may doubt your own capabilities, but I assure you, I am entirely capable. With a confident smile, Hinata produced a tome of sealing techniques. Behold my research findings. Although still in its nascent stages, it promises great potential. Kabuto received the book with utmost respect, engrossed in its contents, his eyes widening in awe at the ingenuity of the technique. Once he finished, he returned the tome with reverence, posing a question. Hinata seemed to have anticipated what he intended to say. I understand your inquiry. In my grand design, I shall ultimately transcend the Sage of Six Paths, rendering the execution of this ninjutsu inconsequential. This is a repository containing all research documentation. You may retain it as I assign you the task of further exploring this ninjutsu. There are additional lines of inquiry to pursue ahead. Hinata's research progress has surpassed the halfway mark. In his conceptualization, the resurrection of a being necessitates 2 steps. The first involves summoning the soul back, a task that has been accomplished following the completion of his study on the Earth Release Rebirth technique. The second step entails the recreation of a physical body to allow the soul to return, which remains under investigation. Carefully, Do tucked the sealing book back into his bosom. Acknowledging his understanding, Hinata Kei issued a command. First, take me to observe Orochimaru's research achievements. As you wish, Lord Kei, replied Yakushi Kabuto. He guided Hinata Kei through a comprehensive tour of all the research findings. An array of treasures overwhelmed Hinata Kei, including the severed horn of the 8 tails, the colossal size of the Hashirama cells resembling 2-meter-high nutrient containers, and, most importantly, the long-desired bone pulse descendant, Kagai's Maru. Hinata Kiyoshi was unceremonious, utilizing the blood demon technique to devour the large jar of Hashirama cells down to the size of a basketball. This not only spared him considerable effort, as he directly mastered would release with the aid of the sage body, but also further enhanced the sage body itself. Under the guidance of Kabuto Yakushi, Hinata Kiyoshi entered Kimamaro's chamber, where Kimamaro, concealed in the shadows, suddenly launched an attack, his 10 fingers piercing forward, aimed directly at Hinata Kiyoshi's forehead. Hinata Kei casually swatted away the bone bullet, and decisively activated his Sharingan to cleanse and alter Junmaru's memories, replacing the recollection of Orochimaru with that of Hinata Kei. Lord Kei, Junmaru, having transformed his previous demeanor, spoke with utmost respect. This left Yakushi Kabuto secretly astonished, pondering the extent of Lord Kei's ability to manipulate others. Junmaru, from now on, refrain from using your bloodline limit. Do you understand? Hinata Kei stated. I cannot perish until I have complete mastery over the abilities of the corpse bone pulse. As you command. The two departed from Kimamaro's chamber, and Hinata Kei inquired. If we were to prohibit Kimamaro from utilizing his bloodline ability from this moment forth, while ensuring his treatment, how long could he survive? After a moment of contemplation, Kabuto replied, 10 years, contingent upon the absolute cessation of his bloodline usage. That is sufficient. Henceforth, we shall extract and preserve his blood while guaranteeing his health and vitality. Awaiting my absorption, I shall adhere to your will. Hinata Q harbored no fear of the latent bloodline illnesses concealed within the blood. The technique of blood extraction merely devoured the necessary genes rather than merging bloodlines. After perusing all of Orochimaru's research findings alongside Kabuto, they returned to Orochimaru's side. Hinata Kei addressed the seemingly motionless Orochimaru, akin to a puppet, and inquired, where is the summoning scroll of the dragon's cave? Instantly complying with Hinata Kei's command, Orochimaru bent down and retched, producing a 1-meter-long scroll. How disgusting, Hinata Kei muttered, subsequently employing water release to cleanse the viscous substance from its surface. As he unfurled the scroll, Hinata Kei unhesitatingly bit his fingertip and inscribed his name upon it. The moment he finished writing, he felt a piercing gaze scrutinizing him. Could it be the Whitesnake Sage? Hinata Kei speculated inwardly. He then tossed the summoning scroll back to Kabuto Yakushi, saying, this is yours. Perhaps you can study the sage body of SHT and maybe you could become a sage as well. Hinata's actions are not without purpose. In the original work, Yakushi Kabuto truly became the first human sage of the Dragon Cave, achieving a level below the Six Paths, only inferior to the formidable duo of Obito and Madara. Your current mission is to establish the Sound Village, where Orochimaru will remain to assist you. Although he can no longer conduct research, he remains a formidable ally in combat. Hinata instructed Kabuto, advising him not to become overly fixated on the study of resurrection techniques. Instead, he should concentrate on researching the impure world reincarnation technique. Additionally, he was to clandestinely gather the flesh and blood of powerful individuals, expedite the development of the Sound Village to enhance their strength, and continue Orochimaru's ambitions of establishing a ninja village, seeking out bloodline users, and recruiting rogue ninjas. Before departing, Hinata entrusted Kabuto with a puppet messenger bird, stating that he could use it to send messages if any issues arose. He had ensured that his puppet recognized Kabuto's chakra, reminding him to remain vigilant for incoming orders. Understood. Hyuga Kei issued numerous commands. Having finally secured a truly versatile talent, he certainly aimed to extract every ounce of potential. Moreover, Hyuga Kei held steadfast belief in Do's abilities, providing him with an expansive platform that would undoubtedly surpass that of the original narrative. In Chapter 34, Dragon Cave. After assuming control of all of Orochimaru's assets, Hyuga Kei returned to the Land of Rain to present the second Void Ring to Pain, revealing the news of Orochimaru's escape. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the long-absent Kei and others. Uchiha Kei exhibited a profound reliance on Hyuga Kei, rushing forward to embrace him the moment he arrived. Meanwhile, the ever-jealous Kei Rin clung to him from behind, creating a delightful yet chaotic scene for Hyuga Kei, who found himself in a rather charming predicament. Eventually, it was Izumi who intervened, pulling the two away and granting Hyuga Kei his reprieve. After urging Kei Rin and Kei to ascend and complete their assignments, he inquired about the recent happenings at home. Uchiha Izumi acknowledged Kei as her younger sister, successfully elevating herself into the parental role. Kei and Kei Rin had just wagered on who would win Hyuga Kei's affection first. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Kei was engulfed in a wave of embarrassment, realizing he was being perceived as a lowly enthusiast. Such matters should certainly wait until all parties involved reach maturity. Furthermore, he needed to concentrate on his training, at the very least until his plans were realized. Hyuga Kei decided to let the matter unfold naturally. He reminded the two once more to devote themselves to their training, as he would be leaving home for a while to take care of Hikari and Shakurin. Amidst the reluctant gazes of Izumi and Shakurin, Hyuga Kei activated the reverse summoning technique. With a resounding bang, he vanished amidst a cloud of smoke. Hyuga Kei felt as though the world was spinning around him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Before him stood a resplendent palace, its plaque adorned with the gilded characters Dragon's Lair. Was this an illusion? With resolute determination, Hyuga Kei activated his reincarnation eye, shattering the illusion effortlessly. The magnificent palace vanished, revealing a gruesome sight of scattered bones strewn across the ground. Hyuga Kei resolutely approached the grand palace doors and knocked. The gates opened silently to reveal an exquisite lady, adorned with a golden crown and clad in a flowing white priestess robe, who greeted him with a graceful bow. Her voice, reminiscent of tinkling silver bells, conveyed no hint of dissonance. "Are you the new contract holder of our Dragon's Cave? I apologize for the wait. My name is Tianqin Shinshi." She gestured toward an array of sumptuous delicacies laid out on a table. "The white serpent sage is within. Please rest here and enjoy some refreshments. I shall escort you to meet him shortly." Noticing that Hinata remained unmoved by her offerings, Tianqin furrowed her brow. "Are you not hungry? If so, please indulge in a cleansing bath first. We will see the white serpent sage right away." With that, she extended her hand and slowly loosened her garment, revealing shoulders as delicate as fine jade. With a sultry gaze, she softly proposed, "Allow me the pleasure of attending to your bathing needs." Yet, unbeknownst to her, Hinata had discerned the illusion. The sumptuous feast was but decayed meat and spoiled vegetables, and the bathing pool bubbled with crimson liquid. "No, thank you," Hinata replied, shaking his head in refusal. "I suppose I have passed the trial, have I not?" Tianqin felt a surge of trepidation. He had seen through her illusions, a most intriguing human indeed. A flicker of mischief ignited within her. Of course not, before she could finish her sentence. Hinata's patience had already worn thin. Hyuga Kei suddenly appeared before Tianqin Shinshi, extending his hand to grasp her neck with a fierce grip, forcefully slamming her entire body against the ground. Boom. The earth shattered, and the surrounding illusions dissipated, revealing a stone cavern enveloped in thick mist. Hyuga Kei crouched beside Tianqin Shinki and inquired, "Can we leave now?" Tianqin Shinki licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and replied, "Of course." She stood up, adjusted her attire, and pointed towards a direction shrouded in mist. "That way lies the location of the second challenge." "Thank you." Hyuga Kei expressed his gratitude before proceeding ahead. As he walked away, Tianqin Shinki gazed at his retreating figure, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "What a handsome man," she mused, recalling how long it had been since she encountered someone so intriguing. A thrill coursed through her as she imagined dominating him completely. The thought of being overpowered in return was equally tantalizing. The dense fog obscured Hyuga Kei's vision, preventing him from perceiving the wicked glint in Tianqin Shinki's eyes. which would have undoubtedly sent a shiver down his spine. Hinata Kei walked forward, finding himself surrounded by countless stalactites and stalagmites within the cavern. A labyrinthine structure where one could easily lose their way if not cautious. As he contemplated how to navigate his escape from this enigmatic place, a white figure drifted past him from afar. Hinata Kei quickly hastened his pace, relentlessly pursuing the ethereal white figure. Before long, he found himself in a stone chamber, where the entrance behind him suddenly sealed shut with a resounding thud. The white figure turned to reveal a charming girl clad in a white shrine maiden's attire. She floated gracefully in the air, gliding behind Hinata Kei, and whispered in his ear, "I am Uchiha Itachi, and you must be the new contractee. Come, let us play a game." Her voice trailed off as she perched upon the stone wall, gently caressing the hollowed surface. "The trial I present to you is quite simple, merely a small game. All you need do is fill the voids in the door with the stones scattered upon the ground." As Uchiha Itachi twirled in the air, she added, "However, be warned. During this process, your chakra will be incessantly drained by this chamber. I have little fondness for overly vibrant chakra. Ultimately, you shall become my feast." With that, Uchiha Itachi revealed her true form, her mouth widening and her eyes elongating as she emitted a serpentine tongue. Hinata Keiko smiled faintly. "This game is rather dull. Perhaps we should consider a different approach." "What kind of approach?" Michitsune Islandheim suddenly appeared before Hinata Keiko, inquiring with curiosity. Hinata opened his hands, conjuring a wooden dice cup along with 3 dice. He placed the dice into the cup and gave it a couple of shakes. "Let us play the simplest game of comparing sizes. If I win, you shall teach me a technique once I master Senjutsu. Should I lose, you may draw a breath of my chakra until I am completely drained." Uchiha Itachi displayed an expression of excitement. "All right, let us play. I'll go first." Hinata sighed inwardly, recognizing that no matter how long he lived, he remained but a child unacquainted with the world. Uchiha Itachi seized the dice cup from Hinata's hands and shook it vigorously before suddenly unveiling the result. 4, 5, 6. Hinata exclaimed in astonishment. Uchiha Itachi cheered. "It seems I am destined to win. Hurry, it's your turn." Hinata Kei took the item, gave it a casual shake, and opened it once more. Immediately, Uchiha Itachi leaned in closer. 1, 3, 6. "I have triumphed. You must allow me a taste of your chakra." Uchiha Itachi exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at Hinata Kei. "This was your proposed game. You cannot back out now." "Of course." Hinata Kei signaled his unwavering commitment, opening his arms to allow Uchiha Itachi to proceed. She leaned in toward Hinata Kei, deftly parted his clothing, and sank her teeth into his shoulder with fervor. Hinata Kei could only feel his chakra being incessantly drained until Uchiha Itachi, after assessing the situation, pursed her lips and finally released him. "Shall we proceed?" Uchiha Itachi inquired. Hinata Kaido sensed his chakra, noting that a significant amount equivalent to that of a chunin had dissipated within him. However, under the influence of his sage mode, this was but a trifling matter, and he would soon restore it. Indeed, it was merely a drop in the ocean. He could easily engage in playful banter with Uchiha Itachi for an eternity. With a gentle smile, Hinata decided to let her savor a modicum of success before he could fully unleash his prowess. It was time for her to comprehend the art of fishing, the intricacies of a deceptive trap, and the treacherous nature of human hearts. Chapter 35. The perfect sage mode. Hinata maintained a consistent rhythm, ensuring that Uchiha Itachi neither lost continuously nor triumphed excessively. After another defeat, she angrily cast the dice cup to the ground, declaring, "Let us count this one. I'm done playing. You can consider this round yours." The stone door rose once more, and Hinata donned his garments anew. "You have lost a total of 12 times. Once I master the sage arts, remember to teach me 12 different techniques." Uchiha Itachi waved her hand in annoyance. I get it. Just wait until you're alive long enough to learn sage mode." She cautiously picked up the dice cup and the scattered dice, planning to seek out Tenjin Shinheim and the others for a game later. "Then I shall see you shortly," Hinata waved, continuing deeper into the mist. Uchiha Itachi watched his retreating figure, pondering. This guy's chakra is as vast as the ocean. He is indeed a formidable individual. It seems we are to welcome a powerful and intriguing ally into our dragon's cave. She shook the dice cup once more, contemplating whether there was a technique involved. She resolved to inquire about it once the game concluded. Hinata Kei stepped into the mist, awaiting the trial of the 3rd level. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He swiftly turned around to find a woman lunging towards his neck. Hinata Kei had no intention of intervening, as this was, after all, a part of the trial. A woman opened her mouth wide and bit into Hinata Kei's neck before swiftly retreating. She was a serpent spirit disguised as a caring older sister, her bangs framing long hair, her voice exuding gentleness. "I am Taki no Han. This trial tests your state of mind. Savor it well." With that, she vanished back into the mist. At that moment, a figure materialized before Hinata Kei. It was the voice of Hinata Kumo. "Why could you not save me?" The visage of Hinata Hikari emerged on the left. "It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, I would not have perished." Niji's voice echoed from behind. "Why do you seek to obliterate the Hinata clan? I shall exact my vengeance upon you." Hinata Kei paid no heed to the phantoms, instead focusing intently on the essence of the Senjutsu chakra he had just absorbed. His internal nervous system was disrupted by this mystical chakra, manifesting the illusions before his eyes. Such was the legendary Senjutsu chakra, truly remarkable. After fully experiencing it, Hinata Kei extinguished the chakra within him, causing the illusions to vanish entirely, along with the surrounding mist. Before him stood a temple, inscribed with the characters for Dragon's Cave. The previously encountered Tejaheim now appeared before him, offering a graceful bow. You have successfully passed all trials. The White Serpent Sage awaits you within. Thank you. Hinata Kei approached the temple, directly pushing open the grand doors to enter. An individual even more unhinged than Orochimaru had appeared. Perhaps he truly could master the art of sagehood. Tsujiheim murmured to herself. Orochimaru had already transformed into a serpent in his pursuit of sage techniques, and now another had arrived. As Hinata Kei entered the chamber, he beheld an elderly woman reclining, a pipe clutched between her lips. The younger Hinata Kei had encountered the white snake sage before. He dared not be presumptuous and thus bowed respectfully. For this individual stood as an equal to the sage of the six paths. Ah, I see, nodded the white snake sage. You wish to cultivate the art of sagehood, correct? Indeed, replied Hinata Kei. The white snake sage proceeded to elucidate. Allow me to explain the principles of sage arts. Chakra is the amalgamation of physical and spiritual energy, while the essence of sage arts lies in the absorption of natural energy into one's being. This natural energy, combined with physical and spiritual energy, must be distributed in a precise ratio of 1:1:1. This aligned closely with Hinata Kei's understanding from his previous life. I will soon infuse natural energy into your body through my fangs. Your task will be to continually adjust the balance of their distribution. Do you comprehend? I understand. You possess but a singular opportunity. Should you fail, you may transform into a serpent or even face death. Hinata Kei nodded and sat cross-legged, exuding an air of confidence. With the control over chakra characteristic of the sage body, combined with the suppressive powers of the Rinnegan and Sharingan, even the legendary Hashirama Senju would find it challenging to contend with him. The white snake sage revealed its true form, a colossal white serpent adorned with exquisite jewelry, before sinking its fangs into Hinata Kei's neck. In an instant, he felt natural energy surging into his body, prompting him to swiftly merge his chakra with it. Meanwhile, the three sisters, Tianqin Shunsher, Ichikishimaheim, and Takawakiheim, observed Hinata Kei, who was seated in meditation, as he began to exhibit signs of serpentine transformation, scales sprouting upon his skin. Tianqin Shunsher displayed a hint of concern, exclaiming, such a delightful young man should not perish so easily. Ichikishimaheim nodded in agreement, shaking her dice cup. Indeed, indeed. I still wish to learn his techniques for casting dice. Takawakiheim glanced at her sisters and remarked, if he transforms into a snake, he can still accompany us, can't he? Both sisters began to share an unspoken anticipation of Hinata Kei's metamorphosis. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata Kei remained focused on adjusting the balance of his sage chakra. Internally, he noticed the serpentine transformation intensifying. Suddenly, he activated his Rinnegan, unleashing its ocular power, which instantly suppressed the transformation. The three women outside were taken aback by the sight of his eyes, a profound sense of being thoroughly seen washing over them. Tianqin Shunsher, entranced, licked her lips and murmured, such beautiful eyes. I wish to be gazed upon and cursed by him. After 10 minutes, Hinata Kei gradually discerned the pattern of merging with the natural energy. The white snake sage released its grip, instructing, feel the natural energy of the outside world and guide it. Hinata Kiyoshi, having lost the external aid of the white snake sage, was compelled to endeavor in absorbing the natural energy from the surroundings. As he attuned himself to the ambient natural energy, he sought to incorporate it into his being. Gradually, Hinata Kiyoshi succeeded in manifesting the first thread of sage chakra, ultimately transforming a portion of his internal chakra into sage chakra. Hinata was enveloped in a layer of azure sage chakra, surrounded by serpentine forms of green chakra that coiled around her. A visage reminiscent of a sage's mask adorned her eyes, accentuated by delicate scales emerging from the corners. It was the perfect sage mode. The three women gasped in astonishment, for it was their first encounter with someone who had mastered the sage mode of the Dragon Cave. Hinata Kei rose to his feet, sensing the surge of power coursing through him. At this moment, he felt as though he could vanquish Kagayaheim with a single blow. Are you eager to test your strength? Inquired the white snake sage. Indeed, he replied, understanding that this was an invitation to seek out an adversary, and he did not decline. Deep within the Dragon Cave lies a colossal serpent, one that has yet to shed its reverse scale. Go and procure it. Hinata Kei flexed his wrist. No problem. He will serve as a suitable opponent for my practice. The white snake sage issued a command. Which of you three will accompany him? Kenshin Shinki immediately raised her hand. Me. Very well, you shall take him. Suppressing her inner excitement, Tianqin Shinki approached Hinata Kei and bowed respectfully. Please, follow me this way. Hinata Kei followed closely behind Ueda Kokushin, advancing deeper into the Dragon's Cave. Chapter 36, Senya. What type of woman does Lord Kei favor? Ueda Kokushin continuously leaned in towards Hinata, peppering him with questions, which began to wear on his patience. Hinata glanced at her and said, could you please be quiet for a moment? Even the disdainful gaze looked so captivating. Tian Xi and Shin Ji found herself once again lost in admiration. Hinata Kyo has become aware of her peculiarities. She is nothing more than a serpent deity with a penchant for masochism, reveling in harsh rebukes. Now even Kyo, a traveler from another world, finds himself at a loss on how to handle the situation. After enduring for quite some time, the two finally arrived at the innermost depths of the dragon's lair, where Shinya resides. As Hinata Kei activated his rebirth eye and departed, he immediately noticed the swirling crimson giant python, its most distinctive feature being the fact that it was blind in one eye. This must be the legendary Shinya. In the original narrative, it lost its eye due to an assault from its contract holder. However, Hinata Kei was not particularly concerned with these details. His sole interest lay in the reverse scale located beneath its chin. Hinata Kiyoshi absorbed the natural energy surrounding him, and in an instant, he entered the sage mode. Shinya also sensed an unfamiliar presence encroaching upon his territory, making its way toward him. Hinata Kei approached with determination, gazing at the massive crimson serpent. Shinya, I am here to claim your reverse scale. Is there truly no one left in the dragon's lair? It seems an outsider dares to intervene. Shinya scoffed, eyeing Tian Xi and Shinji, who stood not far behind Hinata Kei, lost in admiration. You have even mastered the sage mode of the dragon's lair? Shinya exclaimed in surprise, sensing the natural energy emanating from Hinata Kei. Indeed, it is the sage technique, Thunder Palm. Without further ado, Hinata Kei unleashed his strike. Shinya retaliated with a lash of his tail, but Hinata Kei's palm collided with it. Ouch! 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 Shinya cried out. Hinata Kiyoshi felt a surge of astonishment within, as he realized that under normal circumstances, he would never possess such strength. The enhancement brought about by Sage Mode was undeniably profound, resulting in a remarkable leap in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Sage Art, Flame Form Fist. Sage Art, Explosive Body Palm. Hinata Kei continuously tested various techniques on Shinya, releasing ninjutsu in the form of Sage Arts. By the end, Shinya was nearly unconscious, prompting Hinata Kei to finally remove the reverse scale from its chin and employ Palm Sage Arts for its healing. The moment Shinya regained consciousness, it immediately scurried deeper into the cave, as though Hinata Kei were some form of calamity. Meanwhile, Tian Shinshinki remained enamored, exclaiming how dashing Lord Kei looked while utilizing ninjutsu. Subsequently, the two returned to the Temple of the White Serpent Sage, where Hinata Kei presented the red reverse scale to the sage. Well done, you have remarkably become proficient in Sage Mode so swiftly. Nothing that transpires in the Dragon's Cave escapes the keen gaze of the White Serpent Sage, who had witnessed Hinata Kei's recent performance. Now, allow Tian Shinshinki, Ichikishimaheim, and Tatsujiheim to instruct you in the sage arts of the Dragon's Cave. Thank you, White Serpent Sage. Very well, you may descend. Hinata Kei emerged from the temple, only to behold the three maidens awaiting outside. Ichikishimaheim, it is time to fulfill your promise regarding the 12 celestial techniques, Hinata Kei declared. The petite Ichikishimaheim pouted, humph. It's merely 12 celestial techniques. I shall teach you. Tian Shinshinki raised her hand. I wish to teach as well. Then I must trouble you both, Kei replied, a smile gracing his features. Tian Shinshinki nodded enthusiastically. The eldest among the three serpents, Takujiheim, observed the scene in silence, perplexed by the lack of progress in these two after all this time. Subsequently, Hinata Kei plunged once more into a fervent training regimen, incessantly traversing between the dragon's lair and the land of rain. The majority of his time was devoted to training the celestial techniques with the three maidens, occasionally returning to the land of rain to address various matters and communicate directives to Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto, in his correspondence, expressed a desire to alter the manner of Orochimaru's control, for the current state of Orochimaru resembled that of a mere puppet, rendering many tasks quite inconvenient. Hinata Kei readily acquiesced, stating that as long as it could be accomplished, he was in agreement. Hinata Kei harbored no concerns regarding the potential betrayal by Yakushi Kabuto, for what he had bestowed upon him was something that Orochimaru could never offer. Furthermore, Yakushi Kabuto presented Hinata Kei with yet another surprise. He had procured an ally for himself, Amato, the scientist from the Kara organization in Boruto. His singular request was to seek a cure for his ailing daughter. Hinata Kiyoshi readily accepted the request from Kabuto, recognizing the rarity of such a brilliant scientist. His involvement would undoubtedly expedite his own research. On November 13th, 59 in the Hidden Leaf Village, upon returning to the Land of Rain after concluding his training in the Dragon Cave, Kiyoshi was approached by Zetsu. The leader summons you to discuss certain matters. Understanding the urgency, Kiyoshi bid farewell to his family and proceeded to the Akatsuki meeting room. Black Zetsu observed Kiyoshi's departing figure, noting, this individual grows increasingly formidable, having mastered the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. Pain had already been awaiting Kiyoshi's arrival. Upon his entrance, Pain presented a dossier to him, stating, take a look at the shameless actions of these great nations. During Kiyoshi's absence, the rock and sand villages had united to pressure the Land of Rain, demanding the surrender of Hanzo the Salamander for the murder of Takuya Kimura. Should their demands be unmet, they threatened to unleash war to obliterate the Land of Rain. What are your thoughts, leader? Kiyoshi pondered. Only through suffering can they grasp the true essence of peace. Hinata's persuasion, there is no need to mobilize such forces, they remain a defeated nation, still recovering from their loss. As long as we demonstrate a resolute attitude and the capacity to inflict significant harm upon them, they will naturally surrender. Nagato, concealed behind pain, pondered for a moment and conceded that, as Hinata suggested, it was indeed not the right time to reveal the organization's true strength. A mere display of intimidation would suffice. Therefore, let us take action and eliminate their border outpost located in the Land of Rain. Hyuga Kei revealed a smile, acknowledging the wisdom of the leader. At the Akatsuki meeting the following day, Pain announced the mission directive, the extermination of the border outpost of the rock-hidden sand. The task would be undertaken by Sasori, Deara, and Hyuga Kei for the sand, while Kakuzu, Haiden, and I would attend to the rock. The objective was clear, leave no survivors. Instilling fear in the 5 great nations, Haiden smiled, remarking that this was more like it. It was time for the great powers to feel the might of the evil god. Such a slaughter mission was certainly to his taste. Deidara, turning to Hyuga Kei, inquired about his artistic training during their time apart. Magnificent, I'll show you shortly. Hyuga Kei slyly thought to keep the opportunity for himself. Deidara insisted. There's no need for Sasori to intervene. This will be left to Kei and me. Though Sasori did not object, having defected, he still held a connection to his homeland. As the trio departed the meeting room, Deidara began to argue with Sasori over whether to use clay birds or puppet eagles. Ultimately, Sasori relented, as Deidara's incessant chatter could be quite irksome. Watch closely, Sasori, Kei, behold my ultimate art, Deidara declared, stuffing his hands into a clay pouch and inhaling a substantial amount of clay. After nearly 5 minutes, he finally prepared the ninjutsu. Look, my latest creation, C2, giant dragon. Deidara expelled a torrent of explosive clay from his mouth, which, after being shaped by chakra, formed a white clay dragon. After a cloud of smoke cleared, the dragon appeared even more enormous. Sasori, unimpressed by the lack of finesse in the grandiose creation, felt it paled in comparison to the puppet eagle developed with Hyuga Kei. Sasori, watch closely. Soon you will witness the power of my art. Chapter 37, Attack on the Sand-Hidden Border Outpost Captain. A colossal flying object is approaching from the direction of the Rain Ninja Village. A sand ninja reported to the captain. The Jonin took the binoculars and gazed at the white beast approaching. Prepare for battle, he commanded. Yes. Instantly, the border outpost stirred into action, with numerous ninjas positioning themselves at the watchtowers, ready to confront the threat. A messenger eagle was dispatched towards the sand village to relay the intelligence. In the blink of an eye, the dragon was upon them, its gaping maw unleashing an array of bizarre clay birds. In the next moment, the small outpost was violently overturned, with explosions filling every corner of the vicinity. Hinata Kaido activated his rebirth eye, precisely identifying the survivors who remained on the ground. Water release, water arrow. A multitude of water arrows coalesced before Hinata Kaido, accurately targeting each survivor. The arrows pierced through the walls, mercilessly eliminating these hapless individuals. Hinata Kiyoshi, let us proceed to the next outpost. Deara, brimming with excitement, introduced the two. Behold, my art. The exquisite C2 explosion, a manifestation of absolute aerial supremacy. The enemy shall be reduced to dust before they even perceive our approach. Indeed, a remarkably ingenious concept. Haha. Naturally. Subsequently, the trio systematically dismantled several border outposts in a similar fashion. Following Deidara's bombardments and Hinata's precise sniping, there were often no survivors left. It was not until they encountered an unwelcome presence that the mood shifted. Just as Deidara reveled in his explosive triumphs, a shimmering golden sand appeared beneath the clay dragon. The golden particles dispersed evenly through the air and, as the trio drew near, coalesced into a colossal golden hand that grasped the base of the dragon. Almost instantaneously, countless arrows imbued with explosive tags were unleashed toward the clay dragon. Hinata Kiyoshi once again formed the hand seals to unleash the wind release, sending countless arrows raining down upon the earth. Deidara shouted, "You bastard, allow me to demonstrate the might of my ultimate art, C2 Dragon." The clay dragon unleashed its final barrage, the projectile striking with precision towards the numerous sand shinobi. Instantly, a colossal dome of sand gold rose from the ground, shielding the sand shinobi beneath its protective embrace. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. However, this merely served to diminish the defenses of the sand gold, failing to inflict harm upon those sheltered within. Kiyoshi, prepare to switch to the puppet. Deidara discarded the portion of clay ensnared by the sand gold, leaving behind a clay clone atop. The three swiftly leapt onto Hinata Kiyoshi's puppet, the soaring eagle, ascending into the skies, while the clay clone charged forth with the massive clay dragon, crashing into the ranks of the sand shinobi. Die! The clay clone bellowed. Hinata Kei gazed at the scene unfolding beneath him. A small mushroom cloud erupted from the ground, followed by a deafening explosion. And then a powerful wind swept across the earth and sky. Even the three individuals high above felt the waves of tinnitus, each covering their ears in an attempt to restore their hearing. You could at least give us a warning, Hinata Kei shouted, not out of desire to raise his voice, but because he feared that Deidara might not hear him otherwise. Haha, this is art. Deidara, clearly unable to comprehend Hinata Kei's words, mistakenly believed that he was receiving praise. Hinata stood speechless, ultimately deciding to descend and finish the task. As he maneuvered the puppet, the flying hawk gradually descended, revealing a grim scene below. The ground was strewn with gold sand and the countless bodies of ninjas, their forms barely recognizable. This was under the protection of the fourth Kazekage's gold sand. Without these corpses, one could only imagine the devastation. Deidara's explosive techniques were indeed a rare and formidable weapon of war. The group stood upon the searing ground, the molten gold sand adhering to their feet due to the extreme heat of the explosions. Have you seen that fellow, Rasha? Scorpion inquired, scanning the surroundings. He was particularly focused on transforming the fourth Kazekage into his puppet. Perhaps, in conjunction with the third Kazekage's magnetic jutsu, they could devise some novel strategies. Hinata Kei activated the rebirth eye, surveying his surroundings, only to discover a tunnel emerging from the ground. This tunnel had been excavated by Raza prior to the explosion. Hidden away, and he must have already fled to the sand village. Scorpion shook his head in regret, having hoped to add a wind shadow to his collection. What a pity it was. What a shame. Watch as I create another C2 dragon and go hunt down Raza to bring him back for you, Deidara exclaimed excitedly. However, he nearly stumbled as his legs weakened, only to be swiftly supported by Hinata Kei. Deidara was still lacking in prowess. His chakra efficiency and quantity were not comparable to those he would possess years later. Maintaining the C2 dragon for such an extended battle was already quite impressive. No need for that. The mission is complete. Let us depart. Scorpion declined Deidara's generous offer. The trio once again boarded the puppet eagle, soaring towards the land of rain. Upon returning to the Akatsuki's base, they found Pain and the others waiting for them. Hinata and his companions were significantly delayed by the fourth Kazekage. Upon noticing them, Deidara eagerly approached, animatedly recounting how he had utilized his C2 technique to send the fourth Kazekage fleeing in disarray. Throughout the journey, Deidara did not cease his chatter, regaling even the passing dogs with his tales. You all performed admirably on this mission, Pain remarked, producing a briefcase filled with coins, which he presented to the trio as their reward. Thank you, leader, they replied, accepting the briefcase. Scorpion then handed it back to Deidara, indicating that he had not contributed to the mission's success. Without hesitation, Deidara accepted it. After all, being a ninja was an expensive endeavor, and his specially crafted clay required considerable investment. Kisame bent down to examine the golden sand that had fallen from their footwear. Where did you acquire such an abundance of golden sand? Hey, Kisame, did you not heed my words? Deidara reiterated his tale of how he had artfully repelled the fourth Kazekage. However, it was evident that Kisame's interest lay not in Deidara's exquisite artistry, but rather in the fact that the fourth Kazekage was capable of producing gold sand, and that their recent battleground was strewn with vast quantities of it. Where exactly did you engage in battle? Kisame inquired, pulling out a map. Hinata pointed out the location for him. Thank you, Scorpion. If I were to bring back the corpse of the fourth Kazekage, would you be able to transform it into a puppet and mass-produce gold sand? Scorpion understood that this was a request for him to gather materials for puppetry. Of course, the chakra-transformed gold sand will not last indefinitely, but it would be quite simple to mine gold with puppets. It is worth noting that a significant portion of the income in Sunagakure is generated by the Kazekage. Kakuzu had already placed Rashi on the kill list. I understand, he replied. Chief, since the task is complete, I shall take my leave. As Hinata spoke, he prepared to depart, eager to return home and rest during the precious break that had been so rudely interrupted. Wait. Hinata, don't leave yet. I haven't seen the art you've developed, Deidara interjected. Next time, there will be an opportunity, Hinata responded. Chapter 38. False Intelligence. Hinata returned home, carrying his hatchet, and was greeted at the door by the kneeling figure of Hanabi Hyuga. Lord Hinata, she said, slightly bowing as she placed the slippers before him. Hinata Kei, with the attentive service of Hanakawa, changed into his slippers. Have you been waiting here all along? He assisted the numb-legged Hanakawa, who had been kneeling for too long. It's nothing. Lord Kei is the head of the household. This is my duty. Hinata Kei found himself at a loss for words. He harbored a profound aversion to such overt displays of masculinity, yet he understood the futility of attempting to alter the deeply ingrained beliefs of another. Despite his repeated refusals to engage in such behavior, Uzumaki Hanaka continued to greet him this way, particularly after learning of his approximate return time. He resigned himself to the notion that he would simply observe through Kagura's discerning eyes and no longer feel compelled to wait indefinitely. There was no need for concern. Household duties would not be neglected. Observing Uzumaki Hanaka's stubborn demeanor, Hinata Kei found himself unable to utter any words of reprimand. Hinata collapsed onto the sofa, surrendering his entire being to the embrace of soft cotton. How delightful. He let out a gentle sigh and took a sip of the juice prepared on the table. Although his training in the Dragon Cave had progressed swiftly, the quality of life was undeniably lacking. Each day he had to venture outside to hunt for food and prepare it over a fire. Occasionally, 3 gluttonous pests would also show up to mooch food and drink. By the way, where has Izumi gone? She ventured out to play with Light and Xianglin, and will likely return only in the evening. Oh, I see. Hinata Kei, In consideration of the well-being of her subordinates, seeks to utilize her more effectively, while also endeavoring to compensate for the childhood she has lost. At this moment, Uzumaki Hana approaches the sofa. Master Kei, this is the blood that Kei Rin and I preserved during your absence. Hinata Kei languidly waved his hand while reclining on the sofa, murmuring that there was no longer any need to preserve blood. He had no further use for it. Uzumaki Yukihana felt as though struck by lightning, realizing that Lord Kei had no need for them anymore, rendering their previous transactions void. Everything she possessed was bestowed upon her by this man, and with her worth diminished, she feared abandonment. How could she and her daughter possibly survive in this brutal world of ninjas? With a resounding thud, Uzumaki Yukihana knelt beside Hinata Kei, bowing her head against the wooden floor. Her voice trembled with emotion as she pleaded, Lord Kei, please do not forsake us. I am willing to do anything for you. As long as S.H. Rin can grow up safely. Hinata Kei was abruptly awakened from his daze. What are you doing? I never dismissed you. I still require your services in my daily life, along with Izumi's. Then why do you say you no longer need me? Is it because you find me aged and unappealing, or perhaps because you deem my presence insignificant? I may not possess the same purity as Izumi, yet rest assured. My Lord Kei, I would never intrude upon your affections with your future wife. Hinata Kei found himself momentarily stunned, realizing that his intentions had indeed been misinterpreted. This woman had defined herself as his mistress. He took a moment to carefully scrutinize Uzumaki Hanabi. Her appearance was undeniably striking. With a curvaceous figure that was both ample and alluring, her long, crimson hair cascaded over her shoulders, lending an air of delicate disarray. The most compelling aspect was the profoundly enticing aura of a married woman that she exuded. Enough, please do not cry. How could I ever forsake you? I merely believe that the time is not yet ripe. Hinata seems to be feeling increasingly irritable lately, perhaps stirred by the provocations of the Tian Shinshinji. It might be beneficial to go along with this momentum and allow it to develop further, as it could also help to solidify the loyalty of his subordinates. Hinata Kei gently lifted the kneeling Uzumaki Hanakawa, kissing her softly on the lips. Shall we go to my room? He inquired. MHM, she replied, not a naive girl, but instead responding passionately to Hinata Kei's advances. After several hours of tumultuous intimacy, as the others were about to return, Uzumaki Hanakawa propped herself up, preparing to make dinner. Hinata pulled her back and kissed her forehead, saying, do not entertain such thoughts. I shall protect you all in the future. With a smile as radiant as blossoms. Uzumaki Hanami inquired, you mean Izumi and Hikari, right? Indeed, he replied, I harbor no biases, although they are still quite young. We shall discuss them again in a few years. In the hidden sand village, chaos reigned supreme. The fourth Kazekage lay gravely injured and unconscious. While all 50 elite ninjas dispatched to intercept the attackers had perished without exception. Even the ninjas who previously scoured the battlefield had been slain by a mysterious assailant, leaving no survivors. Now, they could only hope that the fourth Kazekage would awaken and provide valuable intelligence. At present, they were entirely ignorant of the attacker's appearance, only aware that the enemy hailed from the land of rain. Was it the infamous Takuya of the wood village who had struck? Yet, why was there no trace of water-style poison mist or any other clues left behind on the battlefield? Quickly summon Lady Chiyo. The Kazekage's injuries are critical. We must take him to the emergency room. Yes. Countless individuals busied themselves for the sake of one man. Having lost a previous leader, the village could scarcely endure another loss. They truly had no shadow-level warriors left to uphold their dignity. Lady Chiyo was finally summoned and was taken aback upon hearing of the Kazekage's grave condition, just after signing a peace treaty. How could anyone dare to launch such an audacious attack on the hidden sand village? Upon arriving at the bedside of Rasha, she was horrified to see his body covered in burns. Is this the result of steam danger explosive? The moment this jutsu crossed her mind, she dismissed it. For steam danger explosive caused scalding injuries, while these were clearly burns, distinctly mismatched. Furthermore, that particular technique had long been lost to the Mist Village. With no one left to wield it, there was no time for further contemplation as Chiyo observed the diminishing fluctuations on the electrocardiogram. She swiftly commenced surgery, knowing that Rasha might one day be bound in bandages like the second Suchikage, but at the very least, she could preserve his life. Within the hidden stone village, Noki was astounded by the reports he received. In the brief span of a morning, every border outpost along the land of rain had been annihilated, with not a single one remaining intact. Even the few survivors were pitifully scarce. Was this a warning from the hidden rain? Noki felt a chill run through him. When had the rain village acquired such formidable power? A ninja possessing extraordinary 5-element ninjutsu had almost decimated the enemy. The cryptic black monstrosity and the blood ritual, each word in the report tugged at his nerves. What manner of power was this? Kei. Arrange for that mercenary organization known as Akatsuki to undertake another mission. Investigate the ninjas responsible for the destruction of the border outposts. Understood, father. The tall Kei strode out. In the land of rain, Pain received an exceedingly peculiar mission to investigate the Akatsuki organization itself. During the mission allocation meeting of the Akatsuki, Deidara unabashedly burst into laughter. That old fool has truly lost his wits. I've never encountered such a ludicrous task, asking someone to investigate themselves. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Deidara clutched his stomach, doubled over in mirth. Hayden, the notorious chatterbox, joined in the ridicule aimed at Noki, exclaiming, "The cunning Noki of the ninja world has given such a foolish command." Once the laughter had subsided, Pain inquired, "So, who will take on this mission?" Hinata Kei raised his hand. "Allow me to take on this task, for I possess a profound interest in it." When the time comes to present the forged intelligence to him, his expression upon confronting us will undoubtedly be quite remarkable. Chapter 39, The Invitation of Kuros. Executor of the Moon, I plan Intelligence 1. A ninja proficient in the 5 elemental ninjutsu is suspected to possess the Sharingan. Illustration, a single-eyed Sharingan. Intelligence 2. A mysterious bloodline limit belongs to an unknown sect of ninja who harbor a disdain for slaughter. Engaging in rituals to pray for the deceased. Illustration, a simple sketch. Intelligence 3. Takuya Kimura has also joined this assault on the battlefield. Evidence. The slime of a pepperfish. Hinata Kei sat at his desk in his room, revising and reworking evidence. At this moment, he felt akin to a struggling writer from a past life, tasked with crafting narratives that were both intricate and elusive. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Come in," he called. "Apologies for the intrusion." Uzumaki Yohana entered, carefully pushing the door open while balancing a tray of delicacies. She approached Hinata Kei's side and gently placed the assortment of treats on the table. "You've been working hard, sir. Please indulge in some snacks." "It's nothing, really. I'm not weary," he replied, reaching for the meticulously prepared treats that Yohana had brought him. Hinata Kei quickly consumed a snack and washed it down with a sip from his cup. As Hyuga tidied up the cup and other items, she prepared to rise and leave. Just as she was about to depart, Hinata Kei reached out and pulled her into his embrace, playfully saying, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, my little secretary, hee." Recently, after breaking his vow for the first time, Hinata Kei found himself unable to restrain his indulgences, relishing the pleasures of life without moderation. However, bolstered by his formidable physique, he encountered no adverse effects. A few hours later, feeling refreshed, Hinata Kei resumed his work, while Uzumaki Hyuga went to rinse her mouth. After diligently crafting a series of false reports, Hinata Kei caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and noticed a hint of weariness etched upon his features. Reflecting on the frequency of his recent encounters with Uzumaki Hyuga, he realized that the pain of desire had rendered him somewhat haggard. Henceforth, perhaps it would be wise to exercise greater restraint. Hinata Kei believed that cultivating his skills was of utmost importance at this stage, particularly as his body was still undergoing rapid development. He resolved to refrain from engaging in mischief in the future. After rinsing his mouth, Uzumaki Yukari descended the stairs and encountered Uchiha Izumi, who was busily attending to household chores. Curiosity piqued, Izumi inquired, "Why have you been gone for so long?" "Not much. Just tidying up the room," Yukari replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Then why did I hear so much commotion downstairs?" Izumi questioned, somewhat puzzled. Yukari found herself momentarily taken aback. She wondered if Izumi was genuinely unaware or merely pretending. After engaging Izumi in further conversation, Yukari realized that she was quite naive. As Hinata Kei's guiding mentor, it was her duty to take on the responsibility of caring for the harem. With honest determination, Yukari invited Izumi into her room and began imparting essential knowledge to her. Within the confines of the room, Izumi's face flushed to an extreme degree. "Ah? Did you really say that? I will become Lord Kei's wife in the future." "Yukari-ne, what should I do?" Hinata had no inkling of what the women in his household were discussing. He ventured out to find Kuro, who was responsible for reconnaissance and communication, and handed over the intelligence he had meticulously compiled. "This is fabricated information." Kuro accepted the small booklet and diligently perused several pages. Upon reading that Hayden was praying for the deceased, Kuro could hardly contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha, can this truly deceive them? Hinata Kei, they lack precise intelligence. So how can I place my trust in them?" Just as Hinata Kei was about to depart, Kitsuchiku obstructed his path. "Have you ever contemplated usurping Uchiha Madara's position as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki?" The very first words from Kurizetsu set off alarm bells in Hinata Kei's mind. Was this a test from Abido, or a notion of Kurizetsu's own? "Are you not the embodiment of Madara's will? Did Madara send you to probe my resolve?" He. In truth, he is not Uchiha Madara, he is Uchiha Abido. Hinata appeared astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. Uchiha Abido, the hero of the Shinobi World War? Indeed. He did not perish. Rather, he was rescued by Lord Madara, to be utilized as a pawn in the Eye of the Moon plan. Now, this pawn has ceased to obey, and I intend to seek out a new executor for Lord Madara. Hinata Kei sneered. "So you intend to make me your pawn?" Kuros explained to Hinata Kei, "Certainly not. You can become the orchestrator of the game. You possess greater strength and a more fervent desire for power than Abido." Hinata Kei exhibited a semblance of being swayed. "What must I do?" "You need do nothing. But wait for an opportunity to extinguish Uchiha Abido and usurp his position as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki." "Very well." Bidding farewell to Kagaya's black essence, Hinata Kei inwardly scoffed, pondering whether this was a ploy to make him a sacrifice for Kagaya. However, Abido indeed represented a variable, now endowed with the power of dual Kamui. He surpassed his original form significantly, fortified by Susanu's defense. The prospect of vanquishing him was now more daunting than ascending to the heavens. Perhaps I could harness the strength of others, such as Nagato and Conan. Or perhaps they. Hinata Kei returned home to inform his family of his decision to continue his training in the Dragon Cave. Under the astonished gaze of Hinata Kei and the encouraging eyes of Uzumaki Yuka, Izumi shyly approached and kissed Kei on the cheek. "Please be safe, Lord Kei." The two ladies said in unison, bowing to bid farewell. "All right, I will return often," Kei replied, feeling a twinge of reluctance at the thought of leaving. He repeated the phrase 3 times, a gentle hero's resting place. Hinata Kei resolutely invoked the reverse summoning technique. In a whirl of chaos, he opened his eyes to find himself in the dragon's lair. Tion Xin, the divine maiden, immediately sensed Hinata Kei's presence and almost instantaneously appeared before him. "Welcome back, Lord Kei," she said. Suddenly, her nose twitched and tears welled in her eyes. "You have been with another woman. Why have you rejected me to be with someone else?" Hinata Kei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was aware of her serpentine nature, yet her bluntness was rather startling. Was it not possible for her to express herself with a touch more subtlety? Moreover, although she was of the female gender, she was, after all, a serpent. Hinata's voice turned frigid. "What of it?" Tenshin Shinki bowed deeply, pleading for his attention. "I have no interest," Hinata replied, walking past her. Feeling no desire to engage with a serpent. Even if she were a breathtaking snake spirit, he had no inclination to play the role of Ning Susien. He preferred the company of Yashiro Island's princess, who sought only his chakra and companionship, while Tenshin Shinki desired his very being. Perhaps he should seek out Yashiro Island's princess for some celestial techniques. Yet, unbeknownst to Hinata, behind him, Tenshin Shinki displayed an even more exhilarated expression. His rejection only heightened her excitement. Hinata Kei arrived at the entrance of the cave where Ichikishimaheim resided. "Ichikishimaheim, I have come to play with you." Upon hearing Hinata Kei's voice, Ichikishimaheim appeared before him in an instant. "What shall we play today? Poker or dice? Or should I summon my sisters?" "Let us play dice. Just the two of us. As per our usual agreement, if I lose, you take a bite. If I win, you teach me a spell." Ichikishimaheim patted her petite chest. "No problem." Chapter 40. The Jin in Niji Konoha, March 11th, 60th year. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the composed Niji Hyuga standing before him. "Are you certain you wish to graduate early?" He recalled how Hinata Kei had once stood in the same manner, ultimately causing tremendous losses for Konoha and indirectly leading to the Fourth Great Ninja War. "Due to your early graduation, you will not be able to assign a leading ninja or teammates. You will have to wait 2 more years for the allocation with your peers. During this time, you will train alone and accept missions." Niji's voice was resolute. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I believe the Ninja Academy has imparted all the knowledge I require." "Very well. You indeed possess the strength of a genin. I grant you permission to graduate early, but do seek guidance from a jonin regarding your training issues. And you are prohibited from undertaking missions above rank C." Sarutobi Hiruzen had to ensure Niji's safety, especially after Hinata Kei had orchestrated the annihilation of 2 major ninja villages' advance forces, instilling fear within Konoha. Should Niji encounter an unforeseen accident, it was likely that Hinata Kei would seek retribution, and one could only speculate about the extent of Hinata Kei's power after more than 2 years. "Thank you, Third Hokage." Niji continued. "May I inquire why you're in such a rush to graduate?" "I seek the truth behind my clan's extermination and the grievances between my brother and our family." "I see." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Niji's unblemished forehead with a hint of sorrow. He could surmise the reasons behind Hinata Kei's actions during the clan's massacre. The circumstances surrounding Hinata Hayashi's untimely demise were too conspicuous. Once Niji matured and grew stronger, uncovering the truth would become increasingly straightforward. Exiting the Hokage's office, Niji clutched his forehead protector and the genin graduation certificate tightly. Every advancement he made filled him with immeasurable joy, bringing him closer to the truth. Niji exhaled deeply. "Brother, wait for me. I shall surely uncover the truth." He was uncertain whether his feelings toward his brother were love or hatred. All he yearned for now was to know the reality of the massacre. Upon returning to the Ninja Academy, Niji began to gather his belongings. In the brief span of a single class, the news of the talented upperclassman Niji Hyuga's early graduation spread throughout the academy. Students gathered in groups, discussing the event with fervor. "Did you hear? Niji Hyuga from the upperclassmen applied for early graduation, and the Hokage has approved it." "Indeed. Among the 3 remaining descendants of the Hyuga clan, he possesses the greatest talent. I heard Hinata can't even defeat a commoner in class." Can you imagine the ruthlessness of Hinata Kei? He left no survivors among the elderly and children. If it weren't for these 3 hiding, the Hyuga clan would have been entirely wiped out. Yes, Niji's eagerness to graduate early surely stems from a desire for revenge. These whispers reached Uchiha Sasuke's ears. Clenching his fists, he observed Niji, who bore the burden of blood vengeance, having already graduated as a genin, while he remained engaged in childish games with the other students. Damn it, damn it, damn it. When will I ever get the chance to avenge that man? Sasuke's distaste for the raucous students grew with each passing moment. At that moment, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino approached him, vying for his attention. Ino eagerly suggested, "Sasuke, let us have lunch together later. I've prepared some delicious shrimp." Sakura pushed Ino aside, asserting, "Ignore that boar, Sasuke. I've prepared mackerel for you. Let us eat together." Faced with the incessant clamor of the 2 girls, Sasuke became increasingly convinced that the academy was merely a playground. Stay away from me. I have no interest in dining with you. Just then, Uzumaki Naruto appeared beside Sakura. Let us eat together, Sakura. I love mackerel. No, Sakura shook her head vigorously. All right then. At that moment, Niji walked past with his backpack, inciting a stir among the surrounding students. Sasuke suddenly stood up and stepped outside to confront the figure that had drawn everyone's attention. He approached Niji, blocking his path. You are Niji Hyuga, who graduated early. Yes, is there a problem? Upon receiving a confirmation, Sasuke turned, revealing the Uchiha clan crest on his back. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I wish to challenge you to a duel. I want to see the extent of our differences. Though confident, Sasuke was not foolish. He knew he could not match Niji, who was a year his senior, yet he desired to gauge their disparity. Niji scrutinized the young man before him, ultimately nodding. Very well, I have time now. Let us proceed to the training ground. Sasuke inhaled deeply. This could prove troublesome. Their exchange was overheard by those nearby, and the tale of the Uchiha scion challenging the Hyuga heir spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Almost all students gathered outside to witness this clash of titans. Even the academy teachers emerged to officiate, inviting all students to observe. On the training ground, Niji and Sasuke stood facing each other. Niji focused on the young man before him, recalling his sister Hanabi. The same love had birthed the same hatred. I see boundless resentment in your eyes. Indeed, I must kill that man. Sasuke did not shy away from the hatred that burned within him. Are you not eager to grow stronger for the sake of revenge? No. My pursuit of strength is not for vengeance, but to unearth the truth. People do not change abruptly. I believe my brother sought not power for its own sake. There must be a reason behind his actions. This declaration resonated deeply, causing Sasuke to reflect on his brother's past actions and the cruelty during the clan's massacre. Impossible. I must kill that man. He screamed internally, memories of his time with Itachi flashing through his mind. Forget what I just said. I do not know your story. Let us proceed with our duel. Niji assumed the stance of the opposing side. Sasuke, suppressing his agitation, mirrored the gesture. Let the duel begin. The teacher announced. Byakugan. Sharingan. The two activated their respective bloodline techniques simultaneously. The initial clash involved taijutsu, with fists colliding and palms striking. However, after just 3 or 4 exchanges, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage, both in strength and technique. He could not match Niji. Sasuke's Sharingan granted him insight into Niji's movements. Yet he could not keep pace with Niji's speed. It was not that Sasuke lacked talent, but rather he had not received systematic training. While Niji had benefited from Hinata Kei's extensive training notes, allowing him to progress rapidly over the past few years. Be careful. Hinata Niji's attacks intensified, relentlessly breaching Sasuke's defenses as the 8 trigrams palm continuously infused chakra into Sasuke's body. Realizing that he could not match Niji in taijutsu, Sasuke swiftly retreated, hurling several shuriken. In response, Niji also launched shuriken, intercepting all of them midair. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke quickly performed the necessary hand seals and exhaled a massive fireball. Hinata Niji remained composed, his hands extending gracefully in front and behind him as chakra emanated from his chakra points. His body began to rotate swiftly, forming a cerulean shield around him. The fireball collided with the protective sphere, instantly drawn in by its formidable gravitational pull, swirling around it. In a swift counteraction, Niji halted his movement and thrust his palms outward, sending the fireball hurtling back towards Sasuke. The fireball struck Sasuke with overwhelming force, engulfing him entirely. Sasuke, teacher, please save Sasuke, cried out the surrounding students in alarm. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who had always held a grudge against Sasuke, shouted, Sasuke, as the flames subsided. The onlookers were met not with the charred remains of Sasuke, but with a solitary wooden post that continued to smolder. It was a substitution technique. Truly impressive. Sasuke reappeared behind Niji, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at Niji's neck. The referee and several observing teachers sounded the alarm, poised to intervene and rescue Hinata Niji. However, all of this was within Niji's perceptive gaze, his Byakugan revealing Sasuke's intentions. He swiftly pivoted, channeling his chakra with greater velocity into Sasuke's chakra points. In an instant, the chakra he had infused within Sasuke erupted, causing Sasuke's body to seize up in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Hinata Niji wins. Please perform the reconciliation seal, the referee announced. Hinata Niji knelt down to alleviate the chakra blockage at Sasuke's acupoint. Hinata Niji whispered softly in Sasuke's ear. I believe that Itachi's love for you is unwavering. My brother, who once served as Itachi's captain, once mentioned in a casual conversation that Itachi's affection for you surpasses that of the village and the clan. There may be deeper truths to this matter. I encourage you to explore the history of the Uchiha clan. My brother often remarked that studying historical texts can lead one to profound understanding. So I suggest you take a look. I have said all that I wish to convey. Hinata Niji extended his hand, lifting the motionless Sasuke, who resembled a marionette, and formed the seal of reconciliation. Chapter 41. 3 years later, the plot unfolds. 3 years later in the 63rd year of Konoha. Within the valleys of the Land of Wind, the disguised Hinata Hayashi stood behind Orochimaru alongside Kabuto, facing 3 individuals, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and his 2 Umbu bodyguards. Raza, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages, spoke, Orochimaru, was it not previously agreed upon regarding the distribution of benefits? Why summon me all of a sudden? Are you having second thoughts? Of course not. The territories conquered in the Southern Fire Nation will belong entirely to you, and should Konoha remain standing, an indemnity of 80 will be owed, Orochimaru replied, his tone as chilling as ever. Very well, just do not forget your words, Orochimaru. Orochimaru maintained his eerie demeanor. Indeed. May our collaboration be fruitful. However, prior to commencing, I require something from you. Something? Is it my head you seek? Raza inquired. Certainly not. I wish to borrow your head for a brief moment. Suddenly, the ground erupted with countless sharp bone spikes, piercing through the bodies of Raza's two guards. With quick reflexes, Raza summoned Sand to elevate himself, narrowly evading the assault from the lurking Kimimaro. Yet, Hinata Hayashi and his companions would not grant him a chance to escape. Hinata Hayashi extended his hand, unleashing an overwhelming gravitational force that compelled Raza's body toward him uncontrollably. Orochimaru, under Kabuto's control, acted swiftly, employing the shadow snake hand technique. His arm transformed into several ferocious venomous snakes that coiled tightly around Raza's body, penetrating through the bandages and sand armor, sinking their fangs into him. Instantly, the poison coursed throughout Raza's system, rendering him incapacitated as he collapsed to the ground. He attempted to harness his chakra to retaliate, but not a trace could he muster. Raza was adept at long-range combat with his magnet release abilities. However, the proximity of his adversaries left him defenseless against such a sudden onslaught. Orochimaru, you are untrustworthy, Raza uttered, his gaze fixed on the trio, a hint of desperation in his voice. Yet, Orochimaru remained expressionless, akin to a puppet devoid of response. The earlier vivacity in his demeanor now entirely vanished. Hinata Kei bent down and delivered the final blow to Rosa. Hinata Kei provided a summary of Rasha's life. This fellow is truly myopic, believing that he can effortlessly obliterate Konoha. He fails to consider the improbability of his ambition. After all, the third Kazekage, a formidable shadow, has yet to surpass the number of Konoha's first generation. Kabuto nodded in agreement. Growing increasingly aware of Hinata Kei's profound depth over time, as Lord Kei has stated, what shall we do next? We shall proceed according to the plan. You and Orochimaru will masquerade as the Kazekage, awaiting in Sunagakure. Understood. Kabuto bent down, preparing to change faces. Allowing Orochimaru to don Rasha's visage while he himself would adopt the guise of a closed-body Yambu, meticulously controlling his every move. Remember to preserve the corpse. Hinata Kei reminded him, a smile playing upon his lips, as the theatrical performance he had meticulously orchestrated was about to commence. The first act, the darkening plan of the prophesied child, begins. Subsequently, Hinata Kei dispelled the shadow clone. Meanwhile, his true self, along with Kagaya and Uchiha Hikaru, disguised themselves as sound ninjas to attend the Chunin exams in Konoha. Hinata Kiyoshi invoked the transformation technique he had learned from Ichika Shimoheim, disguising himself as a child of 13 or 14 years. Xiao Guang, remember, once we enter Konoha, refrain from using the Sharingan under any circumstances. Do you understand? Uchiha Guang had matured significantly, blossoming into a more vibrant and youthful version of herself, yet Hinata Kiyoshi utilized the technique to conceal her appearance, rendering her as she was just after the seal was lifted. Guang exhibited a remarkably obedient demeanor, responding with a soft, understood. Meanwhile, Xianglin approached, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Kiyoshi Onaikin, may I share a tent with you? Having grown considerably, Xianglin still retained her adorable charm. Forgoing the glasses that had once masked her beauty, her long red hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. No, you have grown up. It is time for you to learn to take care of yourself. But why can Guang Nichin stay in the same tent as you, when she is already 16? Hinata Kei coughed lightly to alleviate the awkwardness. Xianglin, could you refrain from being mischievous and manage on your own? Yet, every night, the sound of your merry laughter reaches my ears. Why do you not invite me to join in the fun? Uchiha Hikari's face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Hinata Kei. Today, I shall share a tent with Xianglin. Very well, Xianglin replied somewhat reluctantly, wishing to stay with Hinata Kei instead. Meanwhile, the shadow clone was dispelled, instantly flooding Hinata Kei's mind with a wealth of information. The plan was proceeding smoothly. The following day, the trio hastened their pace, finally arriving at the entrance of Konoha village. Gazing at the familiar gates, Hinata Kei felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. 6 years had swiftly passed. He had departed as a youth and returned as a husband to 3 women. He couldn't help but wonder how Niji was faring. The 3 approached the 2 gatekeepers, Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi. Hinata Kei pointed to the headband atop his forehead and produced 3 passes, stating, "We are the lower ninjas of the Sound Village, invited by your esteemed village to participate in the Chunin exam." Steel Iron accepted the passes, meticulously comparing the individuals' appearances with the list of personnel sent by the Sound Village. Chiba Mushio, is that correct? Indeed. Chiba Guang? Yes. Vortex Xianglin? Correct. Upon hearing this name, the 2 guards lifted their heads and were struck by the distinctive crimson hair. It was the same hue as that of Lady Kushina. A report to the Hokage must be made immediately. Hinata Kiyu and Uchiha Hikari both employ pseudonyms, as their identities are cleverly concealed. However, with her striking red hair, Kei Rin immediately deduces the reason. Well, there are no issues with the pass. You may proceed. Gongzi Tai returned the pass to Hinata Kyu. With a fortnight remaining until the CHNIN exams, may I inquire why you have arrived so early? Hinata Kyu was the first to respond, expressing a desire to explore the scenic beauty of the Hidden Leaf Village, the foremost ninja village in the shinobi world. Upon hearing Hinata Kyu's praises, the two gatekeepers were visibly pleased and wished them a delightful journey. Thank you. As the trio entered the Leaf Village, Hinata Kyu immediately sensed the watchful eyes of the Umbu, among whom was a familiar face, his former teammate, Mokutan Tenzo, who would one day become a high-ranking jonin. Kakashi must have already retired from the Umbu by now, and that rascal Yamato should have settled down, starting a family. However, Hinata Kyu dared not approach for recognition, opting instead to feign ignorance. Suddenly, Sarada stepped beside Hinata Kyu, grasping his hand and subtly squeezing it, conveying through a secret technique, "We are being followed." Hinata Kyu squeezed his hand twice to signify his discovery. Let us proceed to rent a place. Within the Hokage's office, an Umbu member arrived to report, Hokage-sama. 3 genin from the Sound Village have arrived in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze. So early? There are still 2 weeks until the Chunin exams, correct? The Umbu member bowed and replied that they had come to Konoha for leisure. I see. There's no need for surveillance then. 3 genin are unlikely to stir any trouble. The Umbu continued. There is one more matter to report. One of the 3 sound ninjas is of the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed immediately. Are you certain? Absolutely. They possess red hair and exhibit a strong chakra presence. Understood. You may return and rest. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, contemplating that it might be an Uzumaki who had fled. It would be unwise to act during the Chunin exams. Better to wait until they conclude before pressuring the Sound Village for their surrender. This would also provide Lord Mito with a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 42, Ichiraku Ramen. An encounter with Team 7 the following morning, Hinata Kyu sensed that the monitoring Umbu had departed. Hinata took Uzumaki Karen and Uchiha Hikari to breakfast. Brother, where shall we dine? Ichiraku Ramen. How could one visit Konoha without savoring Ichiraku Ramen? Having defected from Konoha, Hinata had not indulged in Ichiraku Ramen for quite some time. Accompanied by the 2 ladies, Hinata skillfully arrived at the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Boss, 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please. The owner, a warm-hearted uncle known for his perpetually squinted eyes, was affectionately dubbed Otsutsuki Ichiraku by netizens. All right, 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. The cheerful uncle swiftly got to work, pouring fresh bone broth over the freshly cooked noodles and garnishing them, resulting in 3 steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen. 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Enjoy at your leisure. Thank you. After expressing their gratitude, the trio began to savor the piping hot noodles. I see you are unfamiliar faces. Hinata Kei smiled and said, I am a foreign participant here for the Chunin exam, and I arrived early to enjoy some sightseeing. I see, came the reply. I wish you a pleasant visit. The morning saw a steady stream of patrons arriving for their meals. While a few were slowly savoring their dishes, Hinata Kei suddenly heard a loud commotion. Uncle. 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen, paid for by Kakashi-sensei. Little did he expect that one of the targets of this grand spectacle would make an appearance so soon. Hinata Kei found himself inexplicably amused, as neither Tenzo nor he were present. He was curious to see whom Kakashi would choose to settle the bill. To his surprise, he noticed Naruto Uzumaki cheerfully seated beside someone, followed by Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi himself. It appeared that Kakashi had relinquished his Sharingan, presumably taken back by Obito. Yet he had not succumbed to despair. Instead, he had replaced it with an ordinary eye and donned a short blade once more. The 4 companions settled next to Hinata Kei, each placing their order for ramen. Since the moment we entered, you have been watching us intently, Sound Ninja, Kakashi remarked, nonchalantly producing 4 pairs of chopsticks to distribute among his students. Huh, is he actually watching me? Naruto queried, oblivious to the nuances. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood vigilant, instinctively on guard for any potential threats, having just emerged from the tumultuous events in the Land of Waves, where they had learned to be wary of foreign ninjas. Hinata Hayashi did not exhibit any surprise upon being discovered. Instead, he turned to face the 4 individuals. I was merely curious about what Konoha's elite ninja Kakashi looks like. Are you here to participate in the Chunin exams? Indeed, if these individuals are Kakashi's disciples, they are likely to partake in this Chunin examination as well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chiba Mushio, to my left is Chiba Hikari, and to my right is Uzumaki Karen. Kakashi also recognized the figure with red hair. Is she from the same clan as my mother, a refugee who wandered into the Land of Rice? Hello. Naruto enthusiastically extended his hand to shake hands with Hinata. Greetings. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke maintained his customary aloof demeanor. Uchiha Hikari cast a curious glance. This is the last descendant of the Uchiha clan. She had long since relinquished any hatred toward the Uchiha, as those who had harmed her had become mere ashes of history. Brother Hayashi is right. This is all a result of the mistakes within the ninja world. Suffering stems from errors. Everyone is merely a bubble drifting along the current. We should all follow Brother Hayashi in striving to change this. Sakura leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, That girl with red hair shares your surname? Indeed. Naruto suddenly realized this, excitedly thinking that if she belonged to the same clan, she might know his parents. Bursting with enthusiasm, he leaped from his seat, abandoning his ramen, and approached Uzumaki Karen. You share my surname. Do you know my parents? Uzumaki Karen shook her head. I do not know them. I have not been in the land of whirlpools since I can remember. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Puzzled. Where's the land of whirlpools? Uzumaki Karen looked astonished. Although children of the Uzumaki clan their age were not born in the land of whirlpools, they had certainly heard of it. You don't even know that? Naruto maintained his earnest expression of curiosity. No, which country is that? It's not even on the map anymore, is it? Hinata replied. Allow me to elucidate. The land of whirlpools is situated on an island to the east of the land of fire, predominantly inhabited by the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their formidable sealing techniques and remarkable vitality. Indeed, Sakura interjected, Naruto quickly recuperates from every injury. In the nascent days of its establishment, Konoha Gakure forged a friendly pact with the land of whirlpools, fostering a bond that has endured through generations. The crimson whirlpool emblazoned upon the back of the Konoha shinobi's attire signifies their clan emblem. Naruto, do you not also bear it upon your clothing? The group turned their gaze toward Naruto's sleeve, and he suddenly realized, so, the attire prepared by Grandpa Hokage carries such significance. However, as time passed, other nations coveted their powerful sealing arts, leading to the Land of Waters Kirigakure igniting a war that obliterated this once thriving nation. This is why the Land of Whirlpools is absent from your maps. The Uzumaki clan was mercilessly slaughtered by the Mist Shinobi, leaving only a scant few survivors, who were left destitute and suffering, while Naruto's parents were likely among the immigrants from the Land of Whirlpools. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that an entire nation could be annihilated in such a manner, especially by the Mist Ninjas. How could they be so cruel? Naruto, you should eat your noodles before they become soggy. You know how much you detest overcooked noodles, Kakashi interjected, noticing Naruto's distress and promptly seeking to soothe his emotions. Hinata continued, I perceive certain traits in you that remind me of a couple I once encountered in recorded mission logs. Who are they? Naruto turned to Hinata, his eyes filled with an earnest yearning. He had long sought to uncover the identities of his parents, to validate that he was not the fox spirit others believed him to be. Why did everyone else experience the warmth of parental love, while he was left in solitude? Mitsuki, Kakashi interjected, abruptly halting Hinata's discourse. This is classified information pertaining to Konoha. Hinata obediently closed her mouth. One must savor their meal step by step. The desire to see Naruto and Sasuke embrace darkness must also unfold gradually. My apologies, for this was originally a secret of Konoha, and I have spoken out of turn. Hinata ceased to speak, engrossed in the noodles before her, indifferent to Naruto's frantic attempts to persuade her. Just tell me, please. This is my lifelong request. I am sorry. Naruto-kun. Hinata Kei shook his head. Naruto clutched tightly to Hinata Kei's garment, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down his face as he pleaded. Please, tell me. Ever since I was a child, the villagers have regarded me as a demon fox, proclaiming that I am the reincarnation of one. Yet, I have never believed it. I am certain I have parents. Please, do not make this harder for me. We are merely ninjas from a small village, unable to withstand the wrath of Konoha. I apologize. Hinata Kai retrieved a 1,000 yen bill from his pocket and placed it on the table, declaring, allow me to treat you to this meal. Hinata lightly patted Naruto's shoulder and whispered, I am sorry. Subsequently, Hinata, accompanied by Kei and S.H. Rin, walked away into the distance, unable to contain herself. S.H. Rin glanced back at Naruto, her heart brimming with compassion, and softly remarked to Hinata, Naruto is truly pitiable. Hinata quietly nodded, gently tousling Xianglin's crimson hair, and reassured her, rest assured, we are here to rescue him. Interestingly, their trio bore a striking resemblance to the composition of Team 7, one Uchiha, one Uzumaki. Does that mean I am akin to Sakura? Chapter 43, Tribute. Naruto observed the departing figures with an unwavering gaze, akin to a puppet fixated on Kakashi. He posed a profound inquiry to Kakashi, since the moment I was born, I have been without parents, branded by the villagers as the reincarnation of a demon fox. Now that I have finally unearthed a glimmer of a clue, I am met with prohibition from Konoha. Do you truly wish for me to continue this existence as the demon fox? Kakashi felt a piercing pain within his heart, akin to being torn asunder. I'm sorry. Naruto, that is not my intention. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade had been unable to alter this fate. What power did he possess? It was merely the command of the Hokage. Naruto scoffed coldly. Not only do you refuse to tell me my parents' names, but you also deny me the chance to seek them out myself? A fierce determination ignited in Naruto's eyes, and blood-red chakra enveloped him. Recognizing the emergent tailed features, Kakashi swiftly struck Naruto on the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious, and then hoisted him onto his back. You all eat. I will return, Naruto. Is Naruto truly unharmed? Sakura inquired, stepping forward alongside Sasuke to obstruct Kakashi's path. Kakashi forced a strained smile. I am merely taking him home. Do not worry, he will be fine after a good sleep. Upon hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura finally relented, allowing Kakashi to pass. Upon returning to Naruto's chaotic room, Kakashi carefully laid him on the bed. He resolved not to report this matter to the third Hokage. If the Hokage were to discover it, Naruto would inevitably end up living in a ceiling barrier, much like his mentor-esque wife. This was the extent of what Kakashi could do for his master and mistress. He leaned helplessly against the bed. It was not merely exhaustion from using chakra but rather a profound sense of defeat. He had failed to save Obito, failed to rescue Rin, failed to assist his master, failed to protect Obito's eyes, and failed to provide Naruto with a joyful childhood. Kakashi gazed out the window, lost in thought. I am truly worthless. Meanwhile, Hinata had successfully completed the first phase of his plan and continued to guide Guang and Xianglin as they explored Konoha. As their guide, he took them to admire all the renowned landmarks of the village. Here is a flower shop belonging to the Yamanaka clan. Let us step inside. And I shall buy you both a bouquet. Yes, yes. Xianglin responded with palpable excitement. Upon entering, they encountered a familiar face, Ino Yamanaka. Welcome to the Yamanaka flower shop. What can I assist you with? Could you please fetch me a bouquet of roses and one of violets? Hinata requested. Xianglin immediately protested. Why am I getting violets? I want roses too. Violets symbolize wisdom. Your clever and whimsical nature suits them perfectly. Reluctantly, Xianglin conceded. Fine. Ino carefully wrapped the two exquisite bouquets and handed them to Hinata. That will be 1,000 ryo, please. Hinata Kei extended his hand, presenting 2 bouquets of fresh flowers. We look forward to your next visit. The trio exited the flower shop, and Kei solemnly offered the 2 bouquets to his companions. The roses were resplendent and regal, while the violets exuded elegance and grace. May Xiaoguang and Xianglin forever remain beautiful, enchanting, wise, and lovable. Xiaoguang accepted the flowers with a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Kei brother. Though Xianglin also yearned for the roses, she refrained from any sulking at that moment, accepting the violets with a smile. Thank you, brother. This scene left passers-by momentarily astonished. Were today's youth truly this adept? Balancing 2 relationships with such poise. Jingye's mother appeared beside her at some point, imparting a lesson. Jingye, remember to avoid such boyfriends in the future. Especially that Sasuke, surrounded by so many girls. Do you understand? Jingye nodded vacantly in agreement. Hinata Kei and his companions made a round and returned to the hotel, allowing the 2 women to rest well. In the evening, Hinata Kei utilized his transformation technique to visit the Nakayama flower shop once more, purchasing several bundles of white chrysanthemums. Under the cover of night, he arrived at the Konoha cemetery, locating the tombstone of the Hayashi couple, who were interred together. Hinata Kei quietly placed a white chrysanthemum before the gravestone, bowing in reverence, and then sought out his parents' tombstone to do the same. The following morning, Hinata Niji similarly brought a white chrysanthemum to the cemetery to pay respects to both his parents and those of Hinata Kei, only to discover that fresh flowers, still glistening with dew, adorned the graves. Niji immediately activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing the surroundings for any signs left behind. Had Kei returned to Konoha? What could have prompted his return? A colossal question loomed in his mind. He narrowly evaded detection. In the shadows, Hinata Kei observed the now considerably grown boy. Exhaling a sigh of relief, has this child truly matured so much? On his way back, Hinata Kei encountered several youths adorned with the headbands of the hidden Cloud village passing by. As they crossed paths, the young Cloud ninjas engaged in hushed conversation. Karui scratched his reddish-brown hair, inquiring, which village do those ninjas belong to? The Sound village, recently established by Yakushi Kabuto, was still obscure. Beside him, Atsui responded, Oh, I think I've heard my sister mention it. It's called the Sound village. Karui scoffed, just more ninjas from small villages. I could easily defeat them in the Chunin exams. Omoy, another disciple of Killer Bee, interjected. Don't underestimate them. Even ninjas from small villages can be formidable. Understood. But do not be overly cautious, Karui retorted. Meanwhile, as Hinata Kei passed by the group, a frown creased his brow in contemplation. The unfolding events diverged from the original narrative. Hinata Kei reminisced about the faces and appearances of several individuals. These included Atsi, the brother of Samui, and the 2 disciples of Karabi, Omoy and Karui. During the 4th Shinobi World War, instigated by Hinata Kei, the villages of Kumogakure and Konohagakure became allies, establishing a solid foundation of trust. Presently, the relationship between the 2 is far less strained than in the original narrative, making it plausible to send lower-ranking ninjas to participate in the military competitions among the great nations. Subsequently, Hinata Kei received a letter from Kabuto Yakushi, who informed him that he had led the Sunagakure team to Konohagakure and had already met with Hiruzen Sarutobi. That night, Hinata Kei sought out Kabuto, who was waiting for him atop the Hokage rock. From this vantage point, one could gaze upon every corner of the village. Kabuto reported, Master Kei, I have located the base of the root organization. Shimura Danzo is situated within. Well done, replied Kei, but Danzo must not perish just yet, or else Konoha will grow suspicious. Hinata Kei, perched upon the statue of the first Hokage, awaiting the eve of the plan's commencement to carry out the assassination. Remember to exercise caution against the eye technique of the heavenly god. It holds no power over me, yet you must remain vigilant. D stood slightly bent behind Hinata, acknowledging. Understood. This time, Kumogakure has also arrived. Do you possess specific intelligence regarding them? D retrieved a tome, flipping it open to read aloud. Kumogakure has dispatched 27 ch Nin, with the most formidable among them being Karui, and Omoi. The leading ninja is the elite J-Nin, Toroi, who wields magnet release. Hinata Kai expressed concern for a few individuals he holds dear, Reikage and Killer Bee. Has the shinobi from the land of Wood arrived? No. What about the other villages? Konoha has dispatched 87 Nin, notably including Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata Kei interrupted Do's explanation, inquiring about the intelligence on Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Niji, a genin who graduated early from the Leaf Village at the age of 60, is renowned for his exceptional proficiency in taijutsu. He has successfully completed 136 D-rank missions, 23 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission. Hinata quietly nodded. Niji, having liberated himself from the confines of his cage, truly lived up to his reputation as a prodigy. Very well, should anything arise, I shall reach out to you again. Remember our plan. Kabuto pointed to his head, assuring, rest assured, Lord Hinata. I have meticulously rehearsed it countless times in my mind. For this grand performance. His expression radiated excitement. He had orchestrated this spectacle for 3 years. And it was finally about to commence. This was also a battle of vengeance for him. That would be for the best, Hinata remarked. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Kabuto's sight. Chapter 44. The Chunin exam commences, round 1 from that moment on. Hinata refrained from any further actions, preferring to quietly await the commencement of the Chunin exam. Days spent in the company of Kei and Karen felt akin to being enraptured by beauty, as if he were not a ninja preparing for the Chunin exam at all. Furthermore, with only these 3 from Otogeikure participating in the exam, there was little interest in their presence. It was not until the Chunin exam began that their significance would be revealed. The trio, equipped with their specialized Otogeikure ninja tools, made their way to the designated assembly point for the examination. On his journey, Hinata Kei encountered numerous familiar faces, including the renowned 12 from Konoha, the trio from Kumogakure, and the siblings Gaara and Temari from Sunagakure. He also spotted various minor characters, such as the Rain Village's Kagu, and Babuki, who were merely there to fill the ranks. As Hinata Kei and his companions made their way to the designated meeting point, 3 individuals suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, with whom he had previously crossed paths. Hinata Kira feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Is it you? What brings you here?" Naruto approached Hinata, bowing deeply, and implored, "Chiba-kun, could you please share any clues regarding my parents? I beg of you." Meanwhile, his 2 companions cast beseeching glances in his direction. This scene attracted the attention of numerous candidates nearby, most of whom paused in curiosity, eager to witness the unfolding events. Hinata slightly crouched down, whispering softly into Naruto's ear, "For the second exam, come find me. I shall share my conjectures with you. For now, remember to act composed, ensuring the people of Konoha remain oblivious. Once I finish speaking, immediately strike me, and do not forget to feign unconsciousness afterward." Hinata stood tall and proclaimed loudly, "You are not worthy of challenging me. Summon your esteemed elders from Konoha. I have no time to waste on a mere child." "How infuriating. How dare you look down upon me?" In response to Hinata's taunt, Naruto immediately threw a punch aimed at Hinata's face. Hinata Kei deftly sidestepped the incoming punch, extending his palm to effortlessly seize Naruto's arm, before executing a shoulder throw that sent Naruto crashing to the ground. The impact, both heavy and yet seemingly gentle, astonished the onlookers, who were left breathless as Naruto merely felt as though he had stumbled. In an instant, Naruto closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness from the fall. Witnessing Naruto's plight, Sasuke and Sakura cried out in alarm. Naruto. Sasuke, witnessing his dear friend being bullied, clenched his fist in anger. "You scoundrel!" Without hesitation, Sasuke charged towards Hinata Kei, who merely scoffed in disdain. "Foolish." Hinata Kei restrained his speed and strength to the level he possessed upon joining the Umbu, proactively confronting Sasuke with a rapid punch. So swift. Sasuke felt a surge of astonishment as he attempted to react and defend himself, only to be struck squarely in the face by Hinata Kei's fist. Bang! Sasuke was sent hurtling backward, tumbling to the ground. And it was only with Sakura's desperate embrace that he avoided further injury. The bystanders, including the 3 talented ninjas from the Cloud Village, were taken aback. This ninja from the overlooked small village was indeed a prodigy. The surrounding ninjas were left in shock, realizing they could not match his astonishing speed. How could this be? Was he merely a filler according to the intel? Such incredible velocity! The Sand siblings passing by also paused to observe. Gaara displayed an intrigued expression. It would surely be entertaining to eliminate such a genius. Meanwhile, Sasuke wiped the dust from his face, declaring, "You have provoked me." His eyes glinted with 2 crimson tomo, the Sharingan. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd as they realized that this individual was none other than the legendary descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. Once more, Sasuke charged towards Hinata Kei like a tempest. Hinata blocked the advancing Hikari and Kei Rin, standing steadfastly in place, patiently awaiting Sasuke's arrival. As Sasuke approached, he executed a straightforward punch, reminiscent of their previous encounter. A smirk crept upon Sasuke's lips. This time, he perceived the movement with clarity. Just as he prepared to guard, he was struck by the startling realization that his own actions appeared agonizingly slow in his perception. Urgency surged within him. Move faster, quicker still, an attack was imminent. Hinata's fist struck Sasuke's face once more with tremendous force. This time, Sasuke's muscles were taut, and he was finally prepared, unlike the last occasion when he was sent flying. He took a few steps back to steady himself. This time, he would observe closely. Before Hinata could finish his words, he suppressed his own power slightly once more. Then instantaneously accelerated, appearing before Sasuke, who had just regained his footing, like a flash of lightning. So swift. The onlookers could scarcely discern Hinata's movements. Perceiving only that he had suddenly materialized in front of Sasuke, a flurry of strikes ensued. Hinata Kei unleashed a barrage of punches upon Sasuke, each strike falling like raindrops. And with each blow, he would swiftly appear on the opposite side of Sasuke's weak defense. Each punch connected with flesh. Although Sasuke could discern Hinata Kei's attacks with his Sharingan, his body struggled to keep pace. Whenever he attempted to block, the attack had already landed. The next strike would shift positions, and he could never quite match Hinata Kei's speed. Gradually, Sasuke found himself disoriented from the relentless assault. In a final move, Hinata Kei executed a sudden 180-degree spin, his arm whipping out like a whip, poised to strike Sasuke's neck, yet halted at the last moment. The gust of wind rushed past Sasuke's face, tousling his hair. That's enough. Don't act so impulsively in the future, Hinata Kei remarked as he turned away. Addressing the two women, let us go. The crowd parted respectfully, their gazes filled with awe towards Hinata Kei. No one could guarantee they could withstand such an onslaught. It was evident that he had held back. Had he unleashed his full potential, his strikes would have been even swifter. While everyone had assumed Hinata Kei to be a mere wealthy dandy, he had delivered a profound lesson to all. Among the spectators, Rock Lee's eyes sparkled. This was the opponent he had been searching for. This is the essence of youth, constantly confronting formidable adversaries, only to overcome them. Niji furrowed his brow, pondering that this individual might indeed be a worthy rival. Sasuke, on the other hand, was lost in a daze, still immersed in the recent duel. His mind echoing with two words, so fast, so strong. It was not until Sakura approached and inquired, "How are you, Sasuke?" that he shook his head, replying, "I'm fine." At that moment, Naruto, having risen to his feet, joined Sasuke, expressing concern, "Are you alright, you fool?" Sasuke disregarded Naruto's words, instead asking, "Why did you suddenly start fighting just now?" Naruto recounted Hinata Kei's words. "So, as long as we can pass the first exam, we will uncover clues about your parents." A smile crept onto Sasuke's face. He realized that this was not only aiding Naruto but also himself. Moreover, the upcoming Chunin exam was teeming with hidden talents, which heightened Sasuke's excitement. The 45th match, the first written examination. Hinata, along with his companions, arrived at the assembly point of classroom 303, where a multitude of candidates had already gathered. Over 100 aspirants from 6 villages, Konoha, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Amigakure, Kusagakure, and Takigakure, were present. The trio settled into an unoccupied corner. Hinata Kei remarked, "It is highly likely that the upcoming examination will consist of written assessments. Xianglin will utilize her Kagura Shingon to transcribe the answers. And then we shall establish a mental connection through secret techniques to relay the information." "No problem," Xianglin responded with an okay gesture. Although Hinata Kei was aware of the unfolding narrative, he understood that even if one refrained from answering during the first written test, enduring the pressure until the end could still lead to passing the examination. Nevertheless, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Especially considering that the Fourth Great Ninja War had commenced earlier than anticipated, what else could possibly be deemed impossible? Lord Kei. Is the target of this plan none other than Uzumaki Naruto? Uchiha Hikari, who had been closely following Hinata Kei, astutely discerned his intentions. Hinata nodded, "It's not just him. There's also Uchiha Sasuke and my younger brother." Kurenai expressed her disdain for the arrogant Sasuke. Why does he always have that haughty expression? It's utterly unamusing. Hinata Kei smiled. In the original work, you were utterly infatuated with him, yet now you harbor disdain. However, it is understandable. The environment in which Sakura was raised was exceedingly harsh, devoid of any sense of security. It is only natural that after being rescued by Sasuke, she fell hopelessly in love. But now, after Hinata Kei rescued Sakura and her son, they have been well protected. Uchiha Hikari inquired, "Is there something remarkable about them that warrants such concern from Lord Kei?" Hinata Kei realized that this was Kei, who was feeling a tinge of jealousy. After all, Kei had also been rescued by Hinata Kei. What warranted such a considerable effort for 3 little brats? Hinata Kei offered no explanations, merely running his fingers through her long hair, while Hikari, akin to a contented kitten, closed her eyes to relish the gentle caress. Uchiha Hikari refrained from pressing further. If Hinata Kei chose silence, she too would respect that choice. Moments later, all candidates gathered in the examination hall, and amidst the cacophony, a booming voice commanded silence. "Quiet, novices." Bang! A thick cloud of white smoke erupted from the podium. The previously noisy venue fell into an immediate hush, all eyes drawn to the stage. Ninja Ibiki Marino from the Konoha interrogation class, accompanied by numerous supervising Chunin, emerged upon the platform. Stepping forward, Ibiki declared, "Everyone, please take your seats according to your examination numbers." The crowd erupted into chaos as individuals scrambled to locate their designated spots. A few minutes later, everyone was seated, and beside Hinata Kei. A familiar figure appeared, none other than the timid Hinata Hyuga, sitting quietly. Hinata Kiro revealed a gentle smile as he extended his hand. Greetings, I am Chiba Mushio. I am Hinata, she replied. Slowly, Hinata stretched out her hand to shake hands with Hinata Kiro, only to withdraw it almost immediately. Hinata blushed with delight at the praise from Hayashi, who remarked, Hinata-chan is truly adorable. Under his commendation, Hinata's eyes sparkled with joy. Hayashi, however, exercised restraint and refrained from further interaction with her. Now you may begin the examination, stated Ibiki. There are a total of 9 questions. And I will reveal the 10th question during the last 15 minutes of the test. Subsequently, the majority of the candidates found themselves staring blankly at the questions, overwhelmed by their difficulty. Consequently, many resorted to various means of cheating. The Byakugan, Sharingan, and even the body flicker technique were put to use. Some, however, employed more rudimentary tactics and were swiftly eliminated. Candidate 13 is disqualified, exclaimed the proctor. The disgruntled candidate abruptly stood, protesting, I did nothing wrong. On what grounds am I disqualified? This is unfair. At that moment, a ninja, whose face was largely obscured by bandages, forcefully pinned him against the wall. Novice. You must understand that every proctor present is a seasoned nin, far more powerful than you. Thus, be mindful of your words and actions. Shortly thereafter, several ninjas emerged to escort the raucous candidate away. Hinata observed the scene with a gentle smile as Satoru Gojo effortlessly dispatched a Konoha genin. While Hinata was engrossed in the spectacle, she noticed that Hinata Kiyoshi had not made a single mark on his paper. With her innate kindness, she subtly slid her test paper closer to him and softly whispered, Kiyoshi-kun. Hinata-Q gently shook his head to indicate his refusal, prompting Hinata to return the exam paper. Shortly thereafter, a telepathic connection was established between the two and Kagaya. Q&II, Akarine, can you hear my voice? If so, please nod. The voice of Kagaya resonated in his mind. Hinata-Q subtly shook his head to signal that he could indeed hear her. Sitting behind them, Uzumaki Kagaya observed both of them nod slightly. All right, then I shall begin to reveal the answers. For the first question, the answer to the coded question is, if the enemy. Hinata Kei swiftly pinned down her answers with remarkable speed. This scene caught the attention of the proctor. Ibiki, who silently mused, this girl is capable of employing sound transmission ninjutsu? Before long, Hinata Kei and Uchiha Hikari had completed all 9 questions. Subsequently, Hinata Kei rested her head on the desk to gather her thoughts. What transpired next unfolded as it did in the original narrative. Ibiki's 10th question served as a pressure test, and those unable to endure would be eliminated early, while those who succeeded would advance directly. Morino Ibiki inscribed on the blackboard, Novices, I am about to announce the content of the 10th question. Remember, your forthcoming decision will profoundly affect your lives. Should you choose to remain here and tackle the 10th question, an incorrect answer will strip you of the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exam, relegating you permanently to the rank of a genin. Alternatively, you may opt to withdraw now, but be aware that your teammates will face elimination as well. This is a decision that will shape your future. It is not too late to withdraw. One must commend Ibiki's profound understanding of human nature. Befitting the leader of the interrogation class, on one side lies their future prospects, while on the other, the potential to drag their teammates down due to a single failure in this examination. A typical individual would weigh the pros and cons, naturally gravitating towards the less severe outcome. Inuzuka Kiba slammed his palm on the table. What a ludicrous rule. Many present have participated in the Chunin exam multiple times. Ibiki retorted with a smirk that merely indicates your misfortune. This year's examiner is me, and thus I embody the rules. Those lacking confidence should patiently await next year's or the following year's examination. After nearly 3 minutes of silence, someone finally succumbed to the pressure and raised their hand. I voluntarily withdraw. I'm sorry, Yudo Fuyuki. A supervising Chunin glanced at the report in his hand and stated, Candidate 91 has withdrawn. Candidates 76 and 48 are eliminated together. There is no need to apologize. Had you not raised your hand, I would have chosen to withdraw anyway. The departing candidate reassured his teammates, who bore him no ill will. His 2 companions followed suit, leaving the examination room alongside him. Once one person took the lead, others unable to withstand the pressure began to raise their hands and depart as well. Hinata raised his head, stifling a yawn, and gazed in Naruto's direction, eager to witness whether this iconic moment would unfold once more. Naruto's hand trembled slightly as he gradually lifted it, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination, as if engaged in a final battle against his inner fears. The surrounding crowd instinctively turned their attention to him, each person speculating about his next course of action. Just when everyone presumed he would forfeit, Naruto suddenly slammed his hand forcefully onto the table before him, the sound resonating throughout the examination hall. Do not underestimate me. I will never back down. I shall continue with this exam, even if it means being a mere genin for eternity. I am determined to become Hokage, Naruto proclaimed. Rising to his feet with a straightened posture, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve, slicing through the oppressive atmosphere of the room like a sharp blade. Those ninjas who had previously wavered, contemplating withdrawal, found a glimmer of determination in their eyes upon hearing his words. They no longer wished to retreat. I will uphold my promises. This is my ninja way. Naruto's declaration resounded like thunder, echoing in the hearts of all present. Ibiki continued to exert pressure on the candidates, inquiring if anyone wished to withdraw. However, this time, no one chose to back down. Their gazes were filled with courage and resolve. Hinata was thoroughly amused. Naruto's verbal prowess had manifested at such a young age, effortlessly instilling unwavering conviction in so many with merely a few words. As for this Naruto Uzumaki, it remained uncertain whether his eloquence would yield tangible results, yet one must always endeavor to try, for success is often a matter of human effort. In Chapter 46, familiar yet strange dreams, with a golden-haired father and a red-haired mother, Marino Ibiki announced that all present had successfully passed the examination. This phase would test their reconnaissance skills and battlefield decision-making abilities. In Ibiki's view, a Chunin lacking the capacity to make critical decisions was unworthy of the title. With Ibiki's impassioned discourse, the previously agitated crowd found a semblance of calm. While their indignation lingered, they could not deny the validity of Ibiki's assertions. Just as they absorbed his teachings, two kunai, bound in black cloth, shattered the glass and pierced the ceiling. The cloth unfurled, revealing bold characters. The second examination's chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko, has arrived. A woman followed closely, landing on the podium with an impressive pose. Now is not the time for celebration, she declared. I am Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner for the second phase. Follow me. Her striking entrance left the candidates wide-eyed. Could such an examiner truly be reliable? Would it be possible to request Ibiki to continue in his role? Though he favored psychological tactics, he exuded a sense of dependability. Anko, sensing the unusual atmosphere, cleared her throat. Ahem, 83 individuals and 31 teams. Ibiki, why are there so many? You must have gone too easy on them. To which Ibiki replied, this year, there are many exceptional candidates. Hinata, I have lost interest in her incessant chatter. I waved my hand toward Hinata beside me and said, little Hinata, let us meet at the examination venue tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Is it appropriate for the examiner to be speaking like this? It is of no concern. Hinata Keiichi waved his hand and stood up, preparing to leave for some much-needed rest. Upon seeing Hinata rise, Uzumaki Karin and Uchiha Hikari also stood and moved toward the exit. Halt! Red Bean exclaimed in a commanding tone, is this how you show disdain for the examiner? A shuriken flew toward Hinata, but in an instant, Uchiha Hikari appeared before him, wielding a kunai to deflect the incoming projectile. A chilling aura of murderous intent flickered in Hikari's eyes. How dare this woman attempt to ambush her brother Kei? At that moment, should Hinata issue the command, she would not hesitate to eliminate Red Bean. The atmosphere in the examination hall grew suffocating, leaving all the candidates trembling uncontrollably. Sasuke lowered his gaze to his quaking hands. Pondering, is this an illusion? No, this is pure murderous intent. Meanwhile, Naruto stood frozen, unable to articulate a single word. The small dog named Akamaru atop Inazuka-Kiba's head trembled uncontrollably. The cold sweat dripped down from Omoai of the Cloud Village. A fearsome aura more terrifying than that of his master. Gaara widened his eyes, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. Hinata Kei paid no heed to Hondo's fury. He gently patted Kogane's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, yawned, and continued on his way. The competition for the Earth Scroll in the Death Forest of Training Ground No. 44 had long been communicated by Konoha Gakure to the higher-ups of the various villages. Everyone, disperse. It's time for meals and training, he declared. Meanwhile, Hondo wiped the sweat from his forehead, recalling the overwhelming killing intent he had only witnessed from Orochimaru and his associates. Yet, now it emanated from a mere young girl, who appeared utterly devoted to that boy. Little did Hondo know, Uchiha Kogane, a weapon of the warring states, had been steeped in bloodshed since her youth, with each of her strikes claiming countless lives. Well, you all heard it. Tomorrow morning, at training ground number 44 in the Death Forest. This examination will eliminate more than half of the candidates, he announced. The candidates, filled with trepidation, rose and walked outside, shaken by the formidable presence of that black-haired girl. It was difficult to fathom the thought of opposing someone like her. Hondo inquired of Ibiki, do we have any intel on them? A nearby ninja flipped through a ninja handbook and replied, the leading boy is Chiba Mushio, 13 years old, a genin from Sound Village, with 0 completed tasks in C, B, A, or S ranks. The black-haired girl is Chiba Hikari, also 13 years old, a genin, with the same record. The red-haired girl is Uzumaki Keirin, 13 years old, a genin, with a similar lack of accomplishments. Hondo interrupted impatiently, enough. It's all zeros, isn't it? Indeed, came the reply. Hondo sighed. How could Sound Village, just recently established, have summoned so many monsters? Ibiki picked up the documents. Regardless, we must report this to Lord Hokage, in the Hokage's office. Ibiki recounted the events faithfully. Are you saying the ninjas sent by Sound Village possess at least special Genin strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen queried. Indeed. Such killing intent is not something an ordinary Nin could wield. What do you think their objective is? After a moment of contemplation, Ibiki replied, unknown. During the exam, he remained quite silent, merely observing his surroundings. After the test, he displayed signs of impatience and left immediately. Reckless and unrestrained, perhaps that is his modus operandi. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled from his pipe, pondering Hinatake's intentions, only able to speculate. Ibiki concurred, that is not without merit. However, we must remain vigilant. Inform Jiraiya and relay all the information to him, asking him to replace Hongo as the chief examiner for the second testing ground. Understood. Having successfully passed the first exam, Naruto was elated, bouncing home while completely disregarding the hostile gazes of those around him. As long as he could find Chiba Mushio in the second exam, he would glean information about his lineage, proving that he was not the Nine Tails. To celebrate his success, he decided on a special edition ramen for today. With joy, he retrieved his long-saved instant noodles, but for some inexplicable reason, Mushio's face surfaced in his mind. Forget it. I'll bring this to Mushio tomorrow to thank him for the clues about my parents. Naruto sampled a regular cup of noodles, stowing away the cherished ones in his backpack. One cup of noodles sufficed for today's lunch, and feeling somewhat drowsy, he lay down on his bed, his thoughts drifting until he slipped into a deep slumber. In his dream, Naruto found himself back on the day he registered at the Ninja Academy, as all the students departed through the school gates. Most were greeted by parents. Sakura leaped into her father's embrace, playfully demanding to be carried home. Meanwhile, the arrogant Sasuke was also being carried by his brother, exchanging banter. Naruto smiled to himself, content to walk home alone. Just a short distance from the school, a sudden pain struck his head. Naruto, why did you run off without waiting for your mother? Are you trying to sneak out to play again? Turning around, he saw a woman with flowing red hair, though he could not discern her features clearly. An inexplicable warmth enveloped him. He knew he did not recognize her, yet he instinctively blurted out, Mom, being cute won't solve the problem. Accept your punishment, little Naruto. And come home with me, the red-haired woman said, tugging at Naruto's ear and leading him away. He was pulled into a strange house. I'm back, the woman announced as she swung open the door. Naruto beheld a man with golden hair seated in the living room, who lowered his newspaper and looked their way. Welcome back, Kushina, Naruto, the golden-haired man said gently. Kushina crouched down, exuding a sense of exasperation as she helped Naruto into frog slippers before tossing him onto the sofa. Minato, you need to discipline our son. I went to pick him up from school and he tried to sneak out to play. Do you know how dangerous that is? An exaggerated expression crossed her face as she imagined the potential dangers. Perhaps he might become like Jiraiya-sensei, lazing about all day, peeping into women's baths, and violating the ninja code. Minato offered a sheepish smile, attempting to defend his son. However, upon seeing his wife's growing anger, his tone shifted. But Naruto, what you did is wrong. You should return home immediately after school and inform us of your safety. If you wish to play, you must ask for permission. Do you understand? Naruto nodded dumbly, father. The man quickly changed the subject. Now go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. Okay, Naruto replied, relieved. As he dashed to the bathroom, the family gathered to enjoy a sumptuous dinner in celebration of Naruto's enrollment. In a haze, Naruto felt himself being lifted to bed by the golden-haired man, while the red-haired woman softly kissed his forehead, whispering, Good night, my son. In reality, Naruto awoke. Scrambling out of bed, I need to pee. He rushed to the toilet and felt immense relief. As he pulled up his pants, memories of the dream flooded back. The golden-haired father, the red-haired mother's words still resonated in his ears. Father, mother. Naruto's features contorted as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Outside, Hinata Kei, quietly observing, concealed his Sharingan once more. Next, I shall visit Sasuke's home. The white Zetsu, emerging beside Hyuga Hayashi, beckoned, lead the way. Let us find Sasuke. As you command, Lord Hayashi, replied the servant. This white Zetsu, a subordinate summoned by Hyuga Hayashi, had previously been sent by him to retrieve the black Zetsu, and now they were entirely devoted to Hayashi. In chapter 47, titled Parents' Photographs, there was little to say regarding Sasuke. He merely recounted the events of the Uchiha clan's massacre once more. Upon witnessing Sasuke awaken from his nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, Hyuga Hayashi finally felt at ease to depart. Hinata Q had no intention of revealing the truth to him just yet. Sasuke was destined to follow the path laid out by his brother Itachi, and he would undoubtedly grow into a formidable force in the future. The following morning, several candidates gathered outside the training ground of the Death Forest, where a multitude of participants had also assembled. Suddenly, amidst a cloud of smoke, a peculiar duo materialized before the crowd, standing atop a frog, the legendary sage of Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya. The perverted sage, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Jiraiya with enthusiasm. Indeed, the perverted sage. After a brief scuffle, Jiraiya managed to extricate himself from Naruto's clutches. Ahem, I am the new proctor for the second exam, and I shall now elucidate the rules of this examination. The second exam consists of survival training and a contest for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Each team will randomly receive either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll at the outset. The objective is to acquire both types of scrolls and ultimately reach the tower within the Death Forest, which will signify victory. Hinata Kei smiled, realizing that by revealing a hint of his prowess, he had triggered Saratobi Hizashi's sensitive nerves, prompting him to dispatch the more formidable Jiraiya to assume the role of chief examiner for the second round. However, it was unforeseen that Naruto had already made an acquaintance with Jiraiya, introducing yet another variable. Soon, the scrolls were distributed, and Hinata Kei's team received a celestial scroll. With a nod of acknowledgement to Naruto, Hinata Kei, accompanied by the Vortex Kin and Uchiha Hikari, ventured deep into the treacherous expanse of the Forest of Death. Hinata stopped after a short distance, allowing Naruto some time to catch up. Kagaya, Shion, you two should proceed with the exam. I have some matters to attend to. Hinata Kei handed the celestial scroll to them, saying, once I am finished, I shall make my way to the tower. KKO took the scroll, replying, understood. As she observed the silhouettes of the two departing, Hinata Kei silently nodded, realizing they had matured and grown increasingly sensible. Hinata Kei activated the reincarnation eye, instantly perceiving everything within a 100-mile radius. The three members of Team 7 proceeded cautiously, following the signals left by Hinata Kei in search of his location. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained seated at the entrance, having not followed the others, which afforded Hinata Kei the opportunity to act. Hinata Q gathered some wild fruits and patiently awaited the arrival of Naruto and his companions. Shortly thereafter, he heard Naruto's familiar voice. Hurry, hurry. The wooden repair should be just ahead. Naruto, do be cautious, Sakura called out from behind him. Hinata suddenly leaped into view before the three of them. Naruto, startled by Hinata's abrupt appearance, lost his footing and fell from the branch. However, he quickly regained his composure and approached Hinata, inquiring, could you provide me with the clues regarding my parents? Hinata was quite fond of Naruto's unpretentious personality while watching anime. He spoke his mind without pretense. Of course. Hinata took out a few photographs from his backpack, but he did not immediately show them to Naruto. He had previously stipulated, I will show you these. But before I leave Konoha, you must only view them yourselves and refrain from sharing them with others. If Konoha discovers that I have divulged confidential information, they will certainly issue a manhunt for me. Sasuke questioned, do you really fear Konoha's pursuit? Indeed, I do, Hinata replied, for it is Konoha. Naruto, unconcerned with the implications, eagerly agreed, I swear by my ninja way that I shall not reveal these photographs to anyone else. Sasuke and Sakura also vowed to keep this secret. Hinata Kai, upon hearing their remarks, felt an immense sense of reassurance as he handed the photograph to Naruto. As Naruto accepted it, the first image that met his gaze was that of a strikingly handsome man with golden hair, exuding an aura of charisma and vitality. He was adorned in a ceremonial robe, topped with the iconic Hokage hat. Two team members leaned closer to Naruto, and upon recognizing the figure in the photograph, Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, isn't this the fourth Hokage? Hinata confidently replied, indeed, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, shares the same golden hair as Naruto. This is one of the pieces of evidence I have gathered. Sakura, intrigued, inquired, but why does Naruto bear the surname Uzumaki instead of Namikaze? Hinata explained, it is due to his mother's lineage. Sakura pressed further, asking, why must he follow his mother's surname? Hinata shook his head, indicating his own ignorance of the matter. He certainly would not divulge the underlying intricacies. Konoha required an outlet for the frustrations of the common folk, and such truths deserve to be discovered by them for genuine conviction. Naruto gazed at the photograph, a wave of warmth swelling within him. He was resolute in his belief that this was indeed his father. Subsequently, he stiffly turned to the second photograph, which depicted a striking red-haired woman clad in the attire of a Konoha ninja, radiating beauty and exuding an air of elegance. Hinata introduced, this is the previous generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, who is also Naruto's mother. Naruto gazed at the figure in the photograph. As his mother's image gradually overlapped with that in his dreams, he fought back tears, yet a single, glistening droplet slipped down his cheek, landing upon the photograph. He carefully wiped it away. There are two more. Let us take a look, Hinata said softly. Naruto slowly turned the pages, revealing a group photo from the Ninja Academy graduation. Hinata remarked, this is your parents' graduation photograph, which I specifically sought out for you. Hinata pointed to the corner where Minato and Kushina stood together during their time at the Ninja Academy, their demeanor exuding intimacy. Turning the page, they encountered a wedding photograph, a snapshot from that momentous occasion. Kushina was adorned in a splendid wedding gown, gracefully linked to her beloved husband. Minato, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, radiated charm, harmonizing beautifully with the elegant and radiant Kushina, unable to contain his tears any longer. Naruto's expression contorted as he burst into loud sobs, releasing the pent-up emotions he had long suppressed. Sasuke placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, while Sakura gently caressed his back, offering silent comfort, as words of solace eluded them all. Hinata waited until Naruto's tears had subsided somewhat, then spoke with startling revelation. In this world, death is not the end for an individual. There exist numerous methods to resurrect the deceased. What? The three stared at Hinata in astonishment. Hinata raised his shoulders, saying, I did not speak falsely. There exists a technique in Konoha known as the Edo Tensei, which can summon the deceased from the Pure Land. However, this does not equate to true resurrection. It merely transforms them into puppets. Sakura questioned, isn't that a desecration of the dead? Indeed, but if one can summon people from the Pure Land, why can't the deceased be revived? Ninjutsu has no limits, Naruto. Do not allow these minor setbacks to hinder your progress. Strive to grow stronger, and you too may develop such a technique to reunite with your parents. Sasuke felt a surge of excitement, realizing that as long as he continued to grow stronger, there was a possibility for his own parents to be revived. Yes, Maki-kun. I will persist in my training and become stronger. Naruto regained his composure, wiping away his tears, and carefully placed the photograph into his backpack. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and pulled out a cup of instant noodles. Thank you, Maki-kun. This is a token of my appreciation, limited edition chicken soup ramen. Naruto proudly offered it to Hinata. Thank you, I shall not refuse. Hinata accepted the cup of noodles and stored it in his sealing scroll. Curious about the flavor of the instant noodles that Naruto cherished. What are your plans next? He inquired. Naruto scratched his head, of course. We aim to seize the Heaven and Earth scroll. By the way, what about Kankuro and the others? I instructed them to complete the exam first. I see. It's rather dangerous for you to go alone. Would you like to join us? Sakura admonished Naruto with a firm tap on his head. You fool. They are far stronger than us. How could they be in danger? If anyone is in peril, it would be us. Hinata did not decline. Then let's have dinner together. I just spotted a wild boar over there. Sure, sounds great, Naruto responded with enthusiasm. Chapter 48. Sage Technique Seal. Before long, the group had dissected the wild boar, its succulent meat sizzling over the fire, the fat dripping and crackling as it met the flames. Naruto watched the roasting meat, saliva pooling in his mouth. Though he knew the freshly skewered delicacy would take some time to cook, Hinata initiated a conversation, inquiring of the group, Do you have any dreams? Perhaps I could assist you. Naruto resolutely declared, My dream used to be to become Hokage. But now I aspire not only to follow in my father's footsteps as Hokage, but also to become the world's greatest ninja and resurrect my parents. Hinata handed a skewer of perfectly grilled meat to Naruto, remarking, Indeed, a magnificent dream. Naturally, there are no shortcuts to becoming Hokage. Hinata turned to Sasuke and inquired, What about you, Sasuke? I intend to kill that man. Is it Uchiha Itachi? Indeed. Sakura, what is your dream? My dream is to marry. Sakura shyly stole a glance at Sasuke. Yet, Hinata had already grasped the essence of Sakura's words. A simple and unadorned dream. This is something I cannot assist with. Hinata gazed at Sasuke and Naruto, stating, Your dreams necessitate strength, and I believe I can offer some assistance. Hinata Kei unfurled a scroll, presenting it to Naruto. This is the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, the diamond sealing lock, both offensive and defensive. It is your mother Kushina Uzumaki's signature ninjutsu. Upon hearing that it was his mother's renowned technique, Naruto's excitement surged as he eagerly accepted it. I will study it diligently. Noticing Sasuke's equally enthusiastic gaze, Hinata Kei inquired, Sasuke, have you ever heard of Sage Mode? Sage Mode? Sasuke echoed, intrigued. Sage Mode is a ninjutsu that harnesses natural energy, merging it with chakra to enhance the user's abilities comprehensively. I have developed a seal known as the Sage Mode seal, which enables the user to generate a rudimentary sage chakra within their body. Rest assured, this seal has undergone human trials and is entirely safe. Sasuke remained cautious. Why are you so invested in us? Do you have ulterior motives? Hearing this, Naruto's expression soured. After all, Hinata Kei was his benefactor. Sasuke, how can you say that? Sasuke's gaze was piercing. It's not that I am overly suspicious, but there is no such thing as unprovoked kindness in this world. Your generosity towards us is excessive. Truly. As expected from a descendant of the Uchiha clan, your caution is admirable. However, my motives do have a purpose. This can be considered an investment. Naruto voiced his confusion. Investment? Indeed, an investment. I believe in your boundless potential. By assisting you now, I trust that you will aid me in the future. Hinata's words are indeed quite persuasive. Being a descendant of the Uchiha clan and the son of the fourth Hokage are credentials worthy of investment. Naruto, with an air of confidence, exclaimed, Ha ha ha. I see. Don't worry, Mikio, just let me know if anything comes up, and I assure you I will handle it. Sasuke, lowering his guard, replied, My apologies, I was overly cautious. Not at all. This is precisely what I value in you. You and Naruto always manage to complement each other's strengths. Naruto is genuinely sincere, while you are prudent and meticulous. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and retorted with a hint of pride, Who is complimenting this guy? Aha. Would you like to try the sage technique seal I have been researching? After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke decisively nodded. I appreciate it. I will certainly repay you handsomely in the future. No worries at all. Hinata Kaido remarked, Then please remove your shirt, so that I may perform the technique with greater ease. Without hesitation, Sasuke decisively took off his shirt. Hinata would certainly not resort to using her own mouth to bite like Orochimaru. Hinata Kai reminded Sasuke, It will be quite painful. You must endure it. Understood. Hinata absorbed the natural energy surrounding him, swiftly entering the sage mode. Around his eyes, a cerulean visage of a sage emerged, while azure chakra serpents of sage art slithered across his body. How impressive! Naruto exclaimed in admiration. One of the chakra serpents sank its fangs into Sasuke's shoulder. Ah! Sasuke cried out in agony as the natural energy wreaked havoc upon his body. In a brief moment, the chakra serpent released its grip, leaving behind a mark resembling a three-tomo seal upon Sasuke's shoulder. Hinata Kiyoshi swiftly extended his hand to form a seal, forcefully striking the mystical techniques, incantation, mystic art, serpent lock seal. Two black serpents materialized beside the mystical incantation, entwining themselves in a circular manner, effectively ensnaring the seal within their grasp. Hinata exited Sage Mode, the features of Sage Mode gradually fading away. It was accomplished. Sasuke took a deep breath, feeling as if he had been on the brink of death moments ago. You may attempt to activate your Sharingan and harness this power through its guidance. Sasuke, exhilarated, activated his Tsutomu Sharingan, using its ocular power to gently touch the seal. In an instant, a surge of natural energy fused with his own chakra through the cursed seal. A wave of pain coursed through his body as black markings began to spread from the seal, traversing across his entire being. Hinata Kei inquired, "How does it feel?" "It feels absolutely wonderful." Of course, this is the Sage Technique seal custom-made for Sasuke by Hinata Kei. "Then let us test its power. Come at me once more." Sasuke smirked. "That is only fitting." With remarkable speed, Sasuke arrived before Hinata Kei in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Hinata Kei extended his palm to intercept the blow, exclaiming, "Both strength and speed have increased by 30%. Not bad. But we are not finished yet." With one hand restrained by Hinata Kei, Sasuke supported himself with the other and suddenly launched a kick aimed at Hinata Kei's cheek. Hinata swiftly extended his left arm, effortlessly blocking the strike. He seized Sasuke's fist and forcefully flung him aside, sending Sasuke soaring through the air like a kite cut from its string. In midair, Sasuke adeptly adjusted his posture, landing gracefully like a swallow. "Sasuke is so cool," Sakura exclaimed in delight. Seeing the goddess's admiration, Naruto fervently cheered for Hinata. "Damn it, Sasuke. Go, Makushu. Give him a good thrashing." Ignoring their shouts, Hinata began forming hand seals. "Now, let us test the ninjutsu." Uchiha Sasuke quickly followed suit, forming his own seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke unleashed a colossal fireball, approximately 7 meters in diameter. Water release, water formation wall. Hinata Kaido unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, which coalesced before him into a formidable wall. Fire and water clashed violently, producing a hissing sound that echoed in the air. In an instant, a dense vapor surged around, enveloping the surroundings as if one were immersed in a thick fog. As the ninjutsu dissipated, the surrounding mist thickened, obscuring the vision of all present. From within the haze, the voice of Hinata Kaido emerged. "Next, we shall test your reflexes." Hinata launched several kunai and shuriken. Sasuke drew his kunai, deftly deflecting all the incoming projectiles. As the mist gradually dissipated, Hinata approached Sasuke and inquired once more. "How does it feel?" "Incredible." "Is this truly me?" Sasuke gazed at his palm, reflecting on the transformation. Not only had his strength increased, but also his speed, reflexes, and even his ocular prowess had grown stronger. Hinata Kei patted his shoulder, advising, "Attempt to cancel the cursed seal state. This mode should not be employed frequently, as it imposes a strain on the body. Furthermore, refrain from casually disclosing your cursed seal. It will naturally conceal itself when not in use, thus avoiding numerous troubles." "I understand," Sasuke replied, forcing the power of the cursed seal back into its confines. Instantly, a wave of discomfort surged through his body, accompanied by the growl of his stomach. "Haha, it seems this also consumes a considerable amount of energy," Hinata Kei chuckled, relishing the rare sight of Sasuke in such a disheveled state. "Let us proceed to dine. The grilled meat should be ready." The two strolled back to the campfire, where Naruto eagerly approached, promptly offering a skewer of grilled meat to Hinata Kei. "Brother Mukesh, do you think this cursed seal suits me?" Hinata Q stated bluntly. "It is not suitable." "Why?" "You possess the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, a physique of remarkable strength, and in the future, you may have the opportunity to master the true sage mode, akin to mine." "Really? Then when will you teach me?" "If the occasion arises." "All right." Hinata's gifts will inevitably be repaid in kind in the future, as all offerings are secretly marked with a price. Chapter 49, Hinata-chan. At the same time, in the land of rain, upon the outer path statue, 9 individuals stood upon its fingers. Deidara glanced around. "Where's that guy, Hinata? Why is he absent from the meeting again?" Scorpion's voice was grim. "You should be grateful if he shows his face even a few days a month." Pain interjected. "Where has Hinata gone?" Black Zetsu pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I do not know either." Pain said, "Forget it. Let's assign tasks among ourselves." The members of Akatsuki had grown accustomed to Hinata's frequent absences, as he rarely accepted missions even when present. On the second day of the survival exam, in the Forest of Death, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunagakure confronted 3 Rain Village ninjas. Concealed in the shadows were 3 from Konoha: Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburang. The leader of the Rain ninjas sneered. "Hey, kid, choosing the wrong opponent can lead to death." Gaara remained unfazed, his expression unchanging. "Then let us begin the fight, Rain Uncle," Kankuro suggested. "Let us inquire about their scrolls. If they are the same, there is no need for conflict." Gaara dismissed him. "There's no need. I intend to eliminate every single one of them." The atmosphere grew tense with his chilling declaration. The Rain Ninja leader scoffed, then prepare to die. He swiftly tossed 4 wooden umbrellas into the air, which floated above them. With a focused gaze, he clasped his hands together. "Ninjutsu, Rainfall 1,000 Leaves." Before his words faded, countless shurikens shot forth from beneath the umbrellas, raining down towards Gaara. Yet, Gaara remained composed. As the sand beneath him surged to life, rising to form an impenetrable sand wall that shielded him from all angles. The wall stood resolute, deflecting the onslaught of shurikens. The Rain Ninja leader's expression shifted as he charged forward, intending to engage in close combat. Gaara merely extended his hand towards him, and sand enveloped the Rain Ninja, swiftly encasing him entirely. The sand ball ascended into the air, and the Rain Ninja's cries of despair echoed. Gaara retrieved one of the fallen umbrellas, holding it over his head, and with a single hand gesture towards the floating sandball, declared, "Sandstorm Burial." The sandball constricted violently, causing the Rain Ninja within to explode, showering the area with a torrential downpour of blood. Gaara stood beneath the umbrella, drenched in the crimson rain, a sight that left the observing trio in utter shock. Particularly for the Konoha trio, it was a scene of unprecedented brutality. The remaining Rain Ninjas, now paralyzed with fear, placed their scrolls at their feet. "Here, the scroll. Please spare us." Gaara remained silent. The sand answered for him, rising once more to ensnare the two, delivering them to the same fate. And the ground was once again washed in blood. Gaara grinned sinisterly, a Shura grows stronger nourished by blood. The trio watching this horrifying scene instinctively recoiled. "We need to leave. We'll die if we're discovered," Kiba urged. As they attempted to retreat, a sand wall blocked their path. After observing for so long, "Are you little mice not coming out?" came Gaara's voice, laced with malice. The three, trembling with fear, stepped out from the foliage. "We'll give you the scrolls we collected. Please let us go," Shino pleaded desperately for their lives. "There is no chance left." "I have given you an opportunity to escape," Gaara stated, once more extending his hand. The surrounding sand began to encroach upon their feet, slowly compressing their space. The trio faced despair, with Kiba lamenting, "I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging everyone into this. We should have gone straight to the central tower." At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. "Hinata-chan, what a coincidence. You're here too." The sand beneath the trio halted. A figure emerged from the adjacent forest, Hinata's ally, who had assumed the name Chiba Mushio. "Mushio-kun, hurry and leave. It's dangerous here," Hinata exclaimed anxiously. "It's all right. Just leave it to me," Mushio replied, retrieving two metallic wrist guards from a ceiling scroll to Dawn, as he intended to maintain his disguise until the plan commenced. Hinata lightly struck her fist against the tree beside her, causing it to topple in the direction of Hinata and her companions, crashing down beside them. In an instant, the three understood Hinata's intent and leapt onto the fallen tree, positioning themselves behind her. "Thank you," Hinata said as she joined her companions. "No need for thanks. I must also express my gratitude for your assistance in getting me through the first round," Hinata replied, her voice timid. "I truly didn't contribute much at all." Hyuga Kei flexed his wrist and declared, "I shall take care of these three. You may leave for now." In response, Inuzuka Kiba assumed a combat stance, stating, "I have no inclination to abandon my savior." Meanwhile, Aburame Shino summoned a black parasitic insect, affirming, "I too shall strive with all my might." Hinata activated her Byakugan, positioning herself for the gentle fist technique. Opposite them, Gaara's expression lit up with excitement as he observed Hyuga Kei's arrival. "I wonder if your blood is even sweeter," he mused. Having witnessed the clash between Hyuga Kei and Sasuke, he had already placed Hyuga Kei on his list of targets, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Hinata Kiyoshi did not refuse the assistance of several individuals. It was quite favorable for him to conceal much of his own strength. The one burdened with a peculiar load is a puppeteer, adept at manipulating puppets with chakra threads, a young member of the Yamanaka clan. Soon, you shall employ the parasitic insect to sever his chakra threads, thereby diminishing his power significantly. The female ninja, who carries a fan, excels in wind release. Her fan can unleash gusts of wind, so be vigilant and avoid her attacks. The young man from the Inuzuka clan should engage closely with Hinata against the wind release ninja, ensuring she has no opportunity to unleash her techniques. Finally, the one who plays with sand shall be entrusted to me. Hinata Kiyoshi skillfully executed his strategic plan, and several individuals nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning both sound and persuasive. Understanding this, Inuzuka Kiba felt a newfound confidence. Could Akamaru still fight? Woof. The white-furred ninja dog named Akamaru barked and leaped from Kiba's clothing. Kiba produced a soldier pill and tossed it to Akamaru, watching as the small dog visibly transformed into a crimson hue. From beneath Shino's ample sleeves, a swarm of parasitic insects emerged. Hinata quietly nodded. Truly worthy of being the heir of the prominent clans of Konoha, Hyuga Kei leapt into the air, ascending to the top of a grand tree. And then with a sudden burst of power, his body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, aimed directly at Gaara. Beneath Gaara's feet, a sphere of sand rose, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Hinata's swift fist struck the sand wall with formidable force. How ridiculous, she thought, to dare to challenge Gaara's impenetrable defense. Yet, in the next moment, her amusement was extinguished. Hinata's wrist guard emitted powerful sound waves, penetrating the sand wall and delving deep within. Gaara's agonized cries echoed back, reverberating in her ears, leaving him with a splitting headache. The sound assault continued to resonate within the sealed confines of the sand sphere. Chapter 50. Gentle Senior Gaara. Quickly disperse the sand shield. Temari shouted in desperation. Just before losing his ability to think clearly, Gaara dissipated the sand shield before him, allowing the sound to spread and gradually bringing him back to a semblance of consciousness. At that moment, a large hand seized his throat, dragging him away with relentless force. Seeing Hinata attempt to abduct Gaara, Kankuro and Temari sprang into action to thwart her. However, Hinata, Shino, and others stood resolutely in front of them. Beast Mimicry Technique. Beast Clone. Inuzuka Kiba positioned himself low, while Akamaru leaped onto his back. A cloud of smoke erupted, transforming Akamaru into Kiba's likeness. Parasitic Insects. A swarm of dark insects surged toward Kankuro. Gentle Fist Technique. Palm Strike. Hinata stealthily approached Temari from behind, forming a strategic triangle with Inuzuka Kiba. Hinata Kei dragged Gaara to a distance and with great force hurled him against a large tree, causing the sand armor that clung to Gaara to crack slightly. The pain jolted him back to a semblance of consciousness. The recent assault had indeed inflicted considerable harm. Yet it was insufficient to extinguish his fighting spirit. Gaara rose to his feet, a manic expression gracing his visage as he extended his tongue to lick the blood that trickled from his lips. You have provoked me. With a flick of his will, a multitude of sands ascended into the sky, coalescing into a gray cloud. Sand Shuriken. From within the aerial sand cloud, sharp grains of sand rained down upon Hinata Kei. Hinata opened his arms towards the sky, invoking the technique of sound release, tremor of the void. In an instant, a colossal fan-shaped sound wave erupted from the center of his palms, tearing apart the airborne sand projectiles and dispersing the low-hanging clouds of sand. In that fleeting moment, the entire death forest was enveloped in swirling dust. Outside the death forest, Jiraiya gazed up at the sky, astonished. Is this the attack of a mere genin? The numerous Chunin proctors also witnessed the swirling sand, their mouths agape in disbelief. Sand coffin, Gaara called out softly, and a deluge of sand surged towards Hinata like a tidal wave. Hinata leaped gracefully onto the trees, skillfully using their branches to evade the pursuing torrents of sand. Sand hands. The attacking sand transformed into 3 enormous hands, reaching for Hinata from different directions. Seizing the opportune moment, Hinata exerted tremendous force, thrusting his hand into the grasp of the sand hands. Before Gaara could crush his arm, Hinata unleashed a powerful sound wave that instantly shattered the entire formation of sand hands. Hinata Q executed the body flicker technique, materializing behind Gaara. With a single, forceful punch, he shattered the gathered sand shield, sending Gaara hurtling through the air. Gaara tumbled and crashed against a tree, struggling to rise. However, the previous strike had disrupted his nervous system, leaving him staggering and unable to regain his footing. Gaara emitted a furious roar as the surrounding sand rapidly enveloped his form. Could this be a host of a tailed beast? The sealing technique. Hinata's hand illuminated with a cerulean chakra as he struck Gaara's back with considerable force, instantly suppressing the surging chakra of the tailed beast. Overwhelmed by the absence of the beast's power, Gaara collapsed onto the ground. Hinata Kiyoshi has consistently restrained his power and speed to the level he possessed upon his initial entry into the Umbu, making the task of dealing with Gaara quite challenging. Hinata Kei carried Gaara on his shoulders, retracing his steps. Meanwhile, Shino's parasitic insects crawled onto Kankuro's puppet, and any attempt by Kankuro to regain control through chakra would result in instant decay. Left with no choice, Kankuro had to resort to his less adept taijutsu to confront his adversary. Though Temari exhibited remarkable strength among the genin, she could only ensure her survival. Continually being struck by Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba, her body was already marked with numerous claw marks, and it would not be long before she succumbed completely. We must defeat him quickly. It seems Mushio can hardly hold on any longer, they thought. Despite Hinata Kei's formidable display of power, they sensed he might not be a match for the monstrous killer. Stand down. At that moment, Hinata Kei's voice rang out once more as he made a striking entrance. Bearing the unconscious Gaara, Kankuro and Temari widened their eyes in disbelief. How could Gaara have lost? It was inconceivable, as he possessed the power of a tailed beast. Is that monster dead? Inuzuka Kiba asked incredulously. He is not dead, merely unconscious, Shino reassured, sensing Gaara's faint breath. I am in a good mood today, so I shall let you be. Take your teammate and leave this place, Hinata Kei said, tossing Gaara to Temari and the others. Temari swiftly caught her brother, while Kankuro carefully retrieved his fallen puppet, hastily fleeing into the distance, anxious that Hinata Kei might change his mind. Hinata Kei suddenly exclaimed, "Stop!" The two turned around stiffly. It's nothing serious. I merely wish to inform you that before my sealing technique becomes ineffective, he should rest for a few days. Until then, you must take care of him. So, take this with you. Hinata Kei gently kicked the heavenly scroll that Rain Ninja had dropped on the ground towards them. Hanabi bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Hinata Kei revealed a faint smile, assuring that everything was fine. Temari cast a deep glance at Hinata Kei before turning to leave. Hinata, stealing a sidelong look at Hinata Kei's figure, thought him quite handsome and gentle. Yet, she shook her head, reminding herself that vengeance had yet to be avenged. Such matters of love and affection were not to be entertained. As they departed, Hinata Kei turned to gaze at his companions from Konoha. Have you completed the collection of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls? I apologize for having taken the liberty of giving your spoils to them. Hinata Kei offered an apologetic smile. We have already completed the collection. And I must thank you for saving us, Inuzuka Kiba replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Meanwhile, Hinata nodded fervently beside him, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Shino also slightly bowed in acknowledgement of their thanks. Hinata waved her hand and said, It's merely a small effort. I simply cannot tolerate his indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. As it happens, I too am headed to the central tower. Shall we go together? I appreciate your assistance. The group bowed in gratitude once more. Aware that they were receiving aid. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, their combat capabilities had diminished, and encountering other teams would pose a significant challenge. It's a trivial matter. Allow me to prepare lunch, one suggested. After enduring such a harrowing fight, we shall take the afternoon to rest and set off for the central tower tomorrow. Hinata eagerly volunteered, I will assist. Excellent. With Hinata-chan's Byakugan aiding us, the task will undoubtedly be expedited. I am not as proficient as you might think, she replied modestly. Shino also stepped forward to help but was discreetly halted by Kiba, who whispered in Shino's ear. Do you genuinely believe they are assisting us solely because Hinata helped them first? It's clear they harbor feelings for her, so best not to disrupt their budding connection. Hinata and Hayashi ventured to a nearby stream to catch fish. Hinata, use your Byakugan to discern where the fish might be, Hayashi instructed, mindful of not revealing his own Rinnegan. All right, Hinata replied, activating her Byakugan and gazing into the water. Over there, she exclaimed, pointing to a specific spot. Hinata approached, gently placing his hands into the water, and soon a few dazed grass carp began to surface. Hinata waded into the river, reaching its center to catch a few grass carp before returning to the riverbank. She handed several fish to Hinata, instructing her, Please take care of these and remove their entrails. All right, Hinata replied timidly as she crouched by the riverbank, beginning to clean the fish. Hinata was receiving instruction from Hinata's side, occasionally providing hands-on explanations. At times, there were moments of physical contact that caused her cheeks to flush, transforming her into a blushing maiden. Hinata placed the meticulously cleaned fish upon the leaves and, gazing at her, asked in bewilderment, Hinata-chan, you are undeniably talented. Why do you persist in displaying such a lack of confidence? With a hint of insecurity, Hinata replied, I seem to fail at everything. Hinata Hyuga, however, held a different perspective. With sincerity, he expressed, in my view, everyone possesses their own virtues. For instance, Hinata, your gentle and kind nature is evident even in our brief encounters. I am certain that you will make an exceptional wife in the future. Upon hearing the phrase exceptional wife, Hinata transformed once more into a blushing maiden, bashfully inquiring, is that true? Hinata Kiyoshi turned her head slightly, revealing an exceedingly gentle smile, and confidently replied, of course, so Hinata-chan should also be more self-assured. Deeply touched, Hinata returned the smile and nodded vigorously, yes. All right, let us head back. Following closely behind Hinata, Kiyoshi continuously rubbed his cheeks, realizing that maintaining a facade of cheerful acting was truly exhausting for his facial muscles. With the clean fish in tow, the two returned to the campsite, where Shino and the others had already ignited a fire and set up a makeshift camp. The next day, after resting for half a day, the group set forth on their journey to the central tower. Thanks to Kiyoshi's presence, no reckless teams attempted to ambush them. They all chose to steer clear of Kiyoshi and his companions. As they neared the designated meeting point at the central tower, a figure suddenly emerged on their path, an individual clad in a green jumpsuit, sporting thick eyebrows and a bowl haircut. It was Rock Lee, the fierce blue beast of Konoha. Hinata and his companions came to a halt. Inuzuka Kiba, somewhat impatient, spoke up, if you don't want to be eliminated, then step aside quickly. We have no time to waste on you. At this moment, he felt emboldened by Hinata's support behind him, his words dripping with arrogance. However, Rock Lee paid no mind to Kiba's outburst and instead inclined his body slightly towards Hinata, saying, Makusha-kun, I request a duel with you. Enraged, Kiba stepped forward, ready to teach Lee a lesson for daring to disregard him. Hinata reached out to stop him. You all go ahead and seize the central tower. I will handle things here. Mukyu-kun and Hinata still harbored some concerns. Hinata Kei offered a reassuring smile, saying, Do not worry, it will be over soon. Be extra cautious. Mushio-kun. The three of them bypassed Rock Lee and made a beeline for the final tower. Rock Lee's focus was on Hinata Kei, thus he did not impede their progress. When you spar with me, you must possess the unwavering determination to defeat me, Hinata Kei stated solemnly. Rock Lee displayed an incredibly youthful grin, his row of pearly white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. Rest assured, I will give it my all. This is a promise of youth. Hinata Kei gazed upon the youthful smile, unable to suppress an inward scoff, labeling him a fervent fool. Konoha Hurricane. Lee Rock leapt into action, aiming a kick at Hinata Kei. As a martial arts ninja, his speed was remarkable. A mere flick of his legs sliced through the air with a whoosh, making him the swiftest and strongest among the Leafs genin confronting Hinata. However, These attributes paled in comparison to Hinata Kei, who, having joined the Umbu at the tender age of 8, had gained renown for his martial prowess. Should Lee Rock shed the weights from his legs and unleash the 8 gates, he could temporarily attain a level of martial skill rivaling that of a jonin. Hinata Kiyoshi effortlessly deflected the attack with a sidestep, then forcefully threw Lee Rock aside with his arm. Lee Rock rolled on the ground, bracing himself with one hand, and regained his footing. Your speed and strength are inferior to mine. Without employing your ultimate techniques, you couldn't even graze the hem of my garment. Hinata Kiyoshi stood with arms behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. However, Lee Rock's thoughts were ensnared in turmoil. His mentor, Might Guy, had instructed him that the use of the 8 gates and other advanced ninjutsu should only be considered when safeguarding those of utmost importance. Yet, confronted with the formidable Hinata Kiyoshi, he resolved to unleash his full potential, believing that to hold back against such an adversary would be a disservice to his youthful spirit. Surely, his teacher would not chastise him for this choice. With this thought, he crouched down, preparing to remove the weights from his legs. Lee, have you forgotten your teacher's words? A voice echoed. Hinata Niji and Tenten emerged from the central tower. Niji remarked, such sparring can wait until the 3rd match. These words prompted Rock Lee to return, as he nearly faltered in his promise. I apologize. I have my reasons for not being able to give my all. We shall have to postpone our sparring for another opportunity. Rock Lee bowed deeply in apology. Hinata Kei waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's all right. I'm always here for you. Thank you for your understanding. You truly are a captivating individual, Lee Rock sincerely praised. I appreciate your compliment. Hinata Kei replied with a gentle smile as he bid farewell to the 3 members of Class 3 and proceeded towards the central tower, leaving everyone with just his silhouette. Niji approached Lee Rock and inquired, What do you think of his strength? Lee Rock responded with seriousness, He's formidable, without using the 8 gates. I would stand no chance against him. Ten gasped in surprise. What? You couldn't even keep up with his speed? Indeed. I felt as though he never exerted himself at all. The trio from Class 8 entered the central tower to submit their earth and sky scrolls, ultimately making their way to the lounge on the upper floor. Throughout the journey, Hinata's face was etched with worry, prompting her teammates to offer words of comfort. Inuzuka Kiba patted Hinata on the shoulder, reassuring her, Don't worry, Mushoku-kun is incredibly strong. That bushy-browed one is certainly no match for him. That's right. My insects have informed me of his immense power, Namanaka Shino added, producing a black parasitic insect from his hand. Yes, Mushoku-kun will be just fine, Hinata stated, more to convince herself than anyone else. Are you still discussing Mushio? A familiar voice called out from ahead. Naruto bounced into view, grinning widely. Kiba, you're so slow. Why did it take you so long to get here? How come you arrived even quicker than I did? Kiba exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Naruto. With pride. Naruto lifted his chin, declaring, Of course. I'm destined to become Hokage. Suddenly remembering to keep a secret, he paused. By the way, were you just talking about Mushio? Mushio? Kiba questioned, puzzled by the term. Didn't he just beat you up in the 2nd exam? Why are you calling him bro now? Of course, Mushio is a good person. Naruto continued before abruptly stopping, realizing he should not divulge too much. Unable to contain his impatience, Kiba pressed, What on earth are you talking about? At that moment, Sasuke appeared to mediate, stating, It's nothing. We were just consulting Mushoku-kun about some training matters. Hearing this, Shino was taken aback. The typically proud Uchiha Sasuke was referring to someone as Mushoku-kun. Indeed, he provided us with valuable training guidance. I merely wish to keep my newly acquired techniques under wraps, Naruto explained. Kiba rolled his eyes dismissively, muttering, A loser is still a loser. You're asking for a fight, Naruto retorted, reaching out to teach Kiba a lesson, only to be stopped by Sakura. Sasuke then turned to the more reliable Shino and asked, How did you come to know Mushio? Standing quietly to the side, Shino lamented, Have you finally noticed my presence? We encountered Gaara's team from Sunagakure. He recounted the events of the previous day. At that moment, Asuma's team, consisting of Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji, approached, eager to gather information about Hinata Kei. Upon learning that the sandstorm engulfing the Death Forest that morning was a result of the clash between the two, they were left speechless. Is this really the technique of a genin? Ino asked incredulously. Shikamaru scratched his head lazily, commenting, What a bother. It seems our adversaries are indeed quite formidable. Are you all really scared by this? You Leaf Village kids, with such meager abilities. You might as well go home and find your mothers. Karui from the Cloud Village jeered, her dark skin and flowing red hair contrasting sharply with the atmosphere. How dare you? Naruto fumed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront her, but Sakura held him back. Meanwhile, Sasuke's eyes glinted with malice. Family was his bottom line, and anyone who dared to mention it was courting death. At that moment, Karui and her companion Izai drew their blades, ready for a confrontation. Chapter 52, A fatal blow in an instant, the atmosphere escalated, teetering on the brink of chaos. As the 12 young warriors of the Leaf prepared for a confrontation with the 3 Cloud Ninjas, a clash that could only result in the latter receiving a severe thrashing. Just then, another figure arrived. Hinata Kei's voice echoed from a distance. Everyone's gathered here. What's all the commotion about? Mushoku-kun, Mushio bro. Hinata Kei greeted each acquaintance, and the previously tense atmosphere was significantly alleviated. However, in this world, there are those who remain oblivious to the prevailing circumstances. Is this another one from Konoha? Achi thought to himself, and then shouted loudly, "Are you also a lackey of Konoha?" The people of the small hidden village are simply pathetic. Always eager to ingratiate themselves with Konoha ninjas, he intended to provoke Hinata Kei into a state of shame, compelling him to withdraw, but he employed the wrong tactic. "What nonsensical drivel are you spouting?" Naruto's face flushed crimson, his gaze fierce and his voice low and gravelly, outraged that this cloud ninja would dare malign his benefactor. Sasuke activated a Sharingan, drawing out a kunai, poised for action. Both of them felt equally insulted. Hinata opened her Byakugan, ready to strike. "Do not bully Mukyo-kun." Rock Lee similarly assumed a defensive stance. Insulting an opponent is not the behavior of youth. The 12 young warriors prepared themselves, all eyes on Hinata Kei. Should he make a move, they would rally together to deliver a severe reprimand to these arrogant cloud ninjas. The 3 cloud ninjas sensed the shift in atmosphere. Achi realized that Hinata Kei had not retreated in shame as he had hoped. Instead, he had intensified the conflict. Omoy bit down on his lollipop, turning to his teammates with a sigh. "Looks like we can't escape this predicament, you two fools." Hinata extended her hands to halt the fervently agitated Konoha 12, turning back to reveal a gentle smile. "Leave it to me." Hinata Kei's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Aji. Aji responded swiftly, swinging his blade towards Kei's neck. Kei extended his right arm to block, producing a sharp clang as the long sword embedded itself into his steel arm guard. With a subtle exertion of force, Kei unleashed a shockwave. Bang! In the midst of Azi's horrified gaze, the sword shattered, scattering into fragments upon the ground. In an instant, Kei seized Aji by the throat, lifting him off the ground, causing his limbs to dangle helplessly. Aji, in a desperate attempt, drew a kunai from the air, viciously thrusting it towards Kei's arm. Yet, the unyielding arm guard absorbed the assault entirely, emitting a powerful sonic wave that left Aji momentarily dazed, blood streaming from his orifices. Only then did his 2 companions regain their senses, rushing forward with their blades drawn to attack Kei. In a swift motion, Kei discarded a mass of flesh out of the window, sending the unconscious Aji crashing through the glass, plummeting downwards. This was a perilous height. Such a fall could lead to severe injury or even death. However, Omoy reacted with remarkable speed, abandoning his long sword and leaping to catch the falling Aji, drawing a kunai from his waist to embed into the wall, ensuring a safe landing. Seeing that the 2 were unharmed, Kurugi let out a sigh of relief. But upon witnessing Kei's intent to kill Aji, his eyes blazed crimson. Gripping his lightning blade, he swung down with ferocious intent. Hinata's speed was unparalleled as he instantaneously appeared before her, delivering a powerful punch to Karui's abdomen. Hinata Kei withdrew his hand and took a few steps back, while Karui knelt on the ground in agony, continuously spewing blood and gastric fluids. This served merely as a lesson. Henceforth, be mindful of your words. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Uzumaki Shion and Uchiha Hikari emerged, excitedly rushing towards Hinata Kei. The 2 approached to inquire about the unfolding events, and the 2 women, filled with indignation, expressed their outrage. Shion, known for her forthrightness, vehemently cursed, declaring that had it not been for Hikari's intervention, she would have certainly gone over to deliver a few kicks to Karui. Hyuga Kei turned to bid farewell to his companions from Konoha, saying, "Goodbye. I shall take my leave to rest." The others waved their goodbyes to him as he departed. The 12 small warriors gazed at Hyuga Kei's retreating figure, their hearts filled with awe. Having never witnessed his combat prowess, they finally grasped a vague understanding of his formidable strength. It was certain that he was an opponent they could not hope to defeat. Tenten turned to Niji beside her and inquired, "Niji, having witnessed his battle just now, how do you think you compare?" Her question drew the attention of all present, for Niji was widely recognized as the strongest among them, thus his perspective carried significant weight. If even he acknowledged that Chiba Mukyu was insurmountable, then it was evident that the others stood little chance. Niji reflected on the scene of Hyuga Kei's earlier display of skill. His speed and strength surpass mine. I believe I would not be able to overcome him. If even you cannot defeat him, then what hope do we have in the second round if we encounter him? Lee exclaimed, still brimming with enthusiasm. To celebrate our advancement to the second exam, I shall reward myself with 1,000 push-ups. One day, I will surpass Mukyu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Omoai swiftly carried ATSI back to their resting quarters. He summoned a Konoha medic to provide urgent treatment for ATSI and Karui. Karui, having sustained lighter injuries, soon stood up. Filled with rage, she confronted the Proctor Jiraiya in the monitoring room, exclaiming that Chiba Mukyu attempted to kill my teammate. Why did you not intervene? Jiraiya flipped through his book, responding nonchalantly, but he did not die, did he? What if you had perished? Yet, here we are, and he is alive. Karui, exasperated, retorted. What about the fact that he injured my teammate? Jiraiya, never once lifting his gaze to meet hers, replied, you could always retaliate against him. We will not interfere. Even if you were to kill him, it would be deemed justifiable. You, Karui fumed. If she were capable of defeating Hyuga Kei, she wouldn't have resorted to reporting him. From the beginning, it was they who instigated the conflict, yet they expected her to bear the consequences alone, even if she brought this matter to Refuge. He would undoubtedly be furious, chastising them for their incompetence. Very well, if Konoha adopts such an attitude, we of the Cloud Village will remember this, Karui declared. Leaving with a final scathing remark, Jiraiya yawned, covering his face with the book. You do not represent the Cloud Village. I shall relay the events of today to Refuge truthfully. Good day. Once the Cloud Ninja departed, Jiraiya resumed his position at the monitor, diligently reviewing the footage of the recent events. Back in the resting room, Uzumaki Karen anxiously glanced around, worried that Hyuga Kei might sustain injuries in their absence. She leaned against him, extending her arm. Kei and I, please take a bite. It's fine, I assure you, those fellows cannot harm me, Hyuga Kei said, gently pushing her arm away. Yet Karen persisted, isn't this to prevent internal injuries? Just take a bite. Hinata Kika could not withstand the persistent entanglement of Xianglin and reluctantly sank her teeth into Xianglin's delicate, fair arm. A soft moan escaped Xianglin's lips. Hinata Kei felt an instant rush of sweetness flooding his mouth, that pure essence of vitality coursing through his entire being, even alleviating the weariness of his body considerably. He felt much more at ease. As Hinata Kei took a bite, it was as if a mysterious switch had been activated. The sensation was utterly addictive. And she reluctantly released her grip on Kuin's arm. To be honest, it was her first experience of biting someone with the Uzumaki physique, which invigorated her. Typically, when she was with Yuka, she refrained from using her mouth, as it often triggered unpleasant memories. The exhilarating feeling that coursed through her body was somewhat enchanting. Yet Hinata ultimately suppressed the urge to embrace Kuin and indulge in the moment. Perhaps such an endeavor would be better suited for her return to the Land of Rain, where she could experiment with Yuka or perhaps even Shoko. Chapter 53. The preliminary round's 2 fleeting days had passed, marking the conclusion of the second round. With a total of 26 individuals successfully advancing, the third round of the Chunin exam was of paramount importance, as it would invite the feudal lords of various nations, dignitaries, and the leaders of hidden villages to witness the proceedings. The competition allowed commoners to spectate, drawing numerous spectators from afar. Consequently, the event required a streamlined selection of powerful ninjas, aiming to elevate the grandeur of the contest. This was not merely a matter of pride for the hidden villages. It also involved future investments from feudal lords and commissions from merchants. Within the competition arena, a multitude of candidates stood in formation, as a frail Konoha ninja approached with a notebook and pen in hand. The Moonlight Gale, possessing the bloodline limit of phasing, could render itself invisible. Yet this ability came at the cost of a debilitating bloodline illness. Hinata's assessment was that the protagonist bore the name without the fortune befitting it. The preliminary rounds adopted a one-on-one combat format, perfectly aligning with the 26 participants to facilitate 13 matches, with the victors advancing to the third round. There were no rules, save for the stipulation that a match could only conclude upon one participant's death or voluntary surrender, prompting the wise to concede early if they wished to avoid demise. At this juncture, Uzumaki Kuin and Uchiha Hikaru promptly raised their hands. We voluntarily withdraw. The crowd gasped, astonished by the duo's decision, for their prowess would have easily secured their advancement. Without offering any explanation, they made their way toward the spectator stands. This, of course, was a command from Hinata, as the two were prone to miscalculating their strength, which could jeopardize the execution of their plan. Furthermore, she yearned to observe the remaining candidates' matches. Very well. 2 more have withdrawn. To prevent unnecessary casualties, I shall intervene and halt your progress, a voice declared as an electronic screen unfurled behind them. This electronic bulletin board would randomly display the names of the 2 combatants for each match. Let us unveil the first 2 competitors. The screen flickered to reveal the names. First match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Asahi. A smile graced Sasuke's lips. He had long wished to confront this individual. Asahi, too, appeared eager as he cast his gaze towards Sasuke, confident that he could best him, even if he could not defeat the formidable beast. Subsequently, numerous candidates ascended to the stands, forming clusters to witness the unfolding duel. Asahi brandished his long blade, employing the fire cloud flow sword technique of Kumogakure, relentlessly pressuring Sasuke. Yet, Azui's strikes failed to connect, as Sasuke's Sharingan discerned each attack. What Hinata did not anticipate was that, although Sasuke had forsworn the Lion's Barrage, he had appropriated a technique from Hinata. Ultimately, Sasuke seized an opportunity to execute the Lion's Barrage, concluding the match in a decisive fashion. Azuhi was thoroughly bested and was promptly carried back to his sickbed. This iteration of the Lion's Barrage was clearly a replica of the Thousand Leaves Barrage that Hinata had demonstrated prior to the first exam. All eyes turned toward Hinata, as if to inquire whether she had imparted her knowledge to Sasuke. Hinata Kei shrugged slightly, remarking that he did not teach Sasuke. It was a skill he acquired on his own. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Sasuke, who stood at the center of the arena. Was this truly the realm of genius? If Hinata Kei were aware of their thoughts, he would merely scoff in disdain. What was so impressive about this? They had yet to witness his brother, who was even more extraordinary. Just by observing Hinata Kei's B-rank fire release taijutsu once, one could master it effortlessly. It is essential to understand that this technique is a synthesis of ninjutsu and taijutsu, requiring not only the guidance of chakra, but also the mastery of physical force techniques. Well done, Sasuke. Naruto was unconcerned with the methods employed. He only knew that Sasuke had thoroughly defeated the detestable Cloud Ninja. In the second match, Naruto Uzumaki faced off against Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba, relying on his beast mimicry techniques, maintained a firm grip over Naruto, who struggled to keep pace using transformation jutsu and shadow clones. With the upper hand, Kiba attacked Naruto, but was ultimately bested by a foul odor that overwhelmed his heightened sense of smell. The third match featured Omoy against an unnamed adversary, where Omoy effortlessly triumphed with his feigned sword techniques. In the fourth match, Shino Aburame confronted Kankuro. Following a familiar pattern, Shino unleashed his insects to corrode Kankuro's chakra threads. Yet Kankuro had anticipated this, and, in the end, both eliminated each other with poisoned weapons. In the fifth match, Neji Hyuga faced Hinata Hyuga. As in the original narrative, Neji began with verbal jabs at Hinata, albeit this time with a gentler tone. Hinata, you are not suited to be a ninja. I understand your desire for revenge against Kei, but with your aptitude, you cannot hope to catch up to him. I will uncover the truth behind that matter. Hinata shook her head, her expression resolute. No, I cannot continue to place the burden on others, even if my talents do not match. I will strive with all my might. Neji attempted to persuade her further. Perhaps you should prioritize the revival of the Hyuga clan, seek a suitable husband, and restore the clan. That is the righteous path. Upon hearing the mention of a suitable husband, Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a furtive glance at Hinata Kei before gently shaking her head. No, Neji brother, please do not try to sway me. My resolve remains unyielding. Neji formed hand seals. Then I shall defeat you using my brother's techniques, so you may comprehend the disparity between us. Flames ignited in Neji's hands as he assumed the starting stance of the Leaf Village's strong fist. I too will not hold back, Hinata declared, her palms glowing with blue chakra. The members of Team 7 turned to Kakashi upon witnessing this familiar technique. Naruto, puzzled, asked, Kakashi-sensei, isn't that a technique you've used before? Kakashi nearly slipped into reminiscence. Indeed, they all originate from a single individual. Sasuke inquired, are you referring to the legendary Hinata Kei, who slaughtered his entire clan without leaving a single corpse? Correct. As the battles continued below, the two swiftly clashed, fists colliding, with Hinata finding herself entirely at a disadvantage. Even when Neji's attacks were blocked, they left burns on Hinata's arms. Hinata's perceptiveness revealed that Neji had shown considerable restraint, as the flames in his hands flickered in a subdued state, and his punches were delivered with diminished force. He wished to convey to Hinata that it would be prudent for her to concede defeat. However, Hinata displayed remarkable tenacity, undeterred by the wounds on her arm, resolutely advancing each time she was pushed back. Ultimately, Neji could no longer tolerate the prolonged contest and decisively concluded the match. It was then that I, her gentle brother, felt compelled to intervene. With that thought, Hinata jumped from the stands and approached the unconscious Hinata, a radiant green light emanating from his hands as he placed them over her chest. Gradually, Hinata stirred awake, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Kishikoin. I'm fine. A smile graced Hinata's face as he rested his hands on her delicate arms. The visible burns on her skin healed at an astonishing rate. The doctors who arrived later gazed in disbelief at Hinata, who was now able to move freely. It's simply incredible. What jutsu did you employ to facilitate her recovery so swiftly? Hinata's enigmatic smile revealed, it's merely a few trivial tactics. Noticing Hinata's reluctance to respond, the doctors refrained from pressing further. I'm fine. Perhaps I should forego the infirmary. Hinata attempted to decline the stretcher brought by the doctors. Yet, ultimately persuaded by Hinata's insistence, she agreed to undergo further examination to avert any potential internal injuries. As she was carried away by the doctors, Hinata returned to her seat in the stands. Chapter 54. Hinata's Invitation Match 6. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. These two were once close friends, but their paths diverged due to their mutual affection for Sasuke, and now they faced each other once more. Exhausted, they unleashed their final attacks, each landing a punch on the other. Though they sustained no serious injuries, they both collapsed, resulting in a draw. Match 7. Temari versus Konoha's supporting character Temari effortlessly secured victory with a single flap of her fan. Match 8. Nara Shikamaru versus Akimichi Choji. Both raised their hands and surrender almost simultaneously. Yet Choji's quick tongue declared his defeat first, granting Shikamaru the win. Fortunately, I was prepared, Shikamaru remarked as Choji munched on chips. What a hassle, he sighed, gazing skyward. Match 9. Chiba Miki versus Cloud Village's supporting character. Hinata Kei delivered a powerful sonic wave, effortlessly securing victory. In the 10th match, Karui faced off against the affluent Ten, who unleashed a barrage of dual rising dragons. Overwhelmed by the formidable array of ninja tools, Karui succumbed to defeat. Hinata secretly praised, truly worthy of being my future sibling-in-law, impressive strength and wealth. It would even allow Neji to marry in. In the 11th match, Gaara faced a Leaf Village extra, whose demise was utterly tragic, appearing to be in a state of dismemberment, his body crushed by sand. In the 12th match, Rock Lee faced another extra from Sunagakure. Even with his weights intact, Lee effortlessly concluded the battle. The preliminary rounds concluded smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. 10 participants advanced to the third round: Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Omoi, Miji Hyuga, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, Kiyoshi Chiba, Hinata Kei, Tenten, Gaara, and Rock Lee. The Moonlight Gale organized the groupings, with Hinata Kei placed in Group 2, facing Rock Lee. The participants had a month to prepare, and after this period, the third examination officially commenced. That night, in an apartment in the Leaf Village, Hinata and Hanabi Hyuga lay on a bed, Hanabi resting her head on Hinata's shoulder. After the destruction of the Hyuga clan, they no longer required such an expansive territory, which was reclaimed by Konoha for a sum of 100 million ryo. They subsequently purchased a modest 2-story apartment. Hinata lay on her bed in a state of daze, her mind echoing with Niji's voice. Hinata, you are not suited to be a ninja. I know you wish to avenge your brother. I will defeat you using my brother's techniques, and you will understand the chasm that separates you from us. You should prioritize the revival of the Hyuga clan, seek a worthy husband, and rebuilding the clan is the true path. Then, the visage of Chiba Muku resurfaced in her thoughts. Hinata resembled a bewildered maiden, uncertain of her next steps. Must she truly relinquish her vengeance and marry a good man for the sake of the clan's restoration? Sister, are you contemplating what Brother Niji said? Hanabi suddenly interjected. No, not at all. Hinata felt a pang of guilt as her thoughts were exposed. Hanabi diligently trained to grow stronger, while she herself was lost in matters of love and longing. Hanabi perched herself on Hinata, gazing intently into her sister's eyes beneath the night sky. I support you in finding someone to carry on our family lineage. Must we solely focus on vengeance and neglect the continuation of our clan? Father's greatest dream was to see our lineage endure. This does not equate to forgetting our roots. Father and mother would surely be pleased if they could see this. Hinata still harbored doubts. But, oh, there are no buts. Sister, your talent may not be as great as mine. So I will take on the responsibility of vengeance while you focus on perpetuating our family. Hanabi placed her hand over Hinata's mouth, speaking softly. Do we truly wish to seek revenge together only to perish? That would mean the end of the Hyuga bloodline. Hinata, moved by this counsel, began to grasp the significance of sustaining the family legacy. I understand. Thank you, Hanabi. Hanabi nestled in her sister's embrace. What can I say? You are my sister after all. Now, tell me, suddenly speaking of such matters, do you have someone special in mind? Invite him over for dinner. I will keep an eye on things. Well, I am not sure if this qualifies as liking someone, but I find myself thinking of him often. His image frequently appears in my mind. Hanabi playfully tapped her sister's forehead. Silly sister, that is indeed a sign of infatuation. Tell me, what is it about him that captivates you so? Hinata pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. He is exceptionally gentle, the kind of gentle that truly resonates. The following morning, a knock echoed at the door of Hinata's room. Upon opening the door, Hinata Kei beheld a young girl standing at the threshold, a petite figure he immediately recognized as Hinata Hanabi. Hinata Kei feigned ignorance, inquiring, Who are you? Hanabi spoke with remarkable swiftness. I am Hanabi Hyuga, Hinata's younger sister. My sister wishes to express her gratitude for your assistance in her healing. Please do dress appropriately for dinner this afternoon. Here's the address. Make sure not to get the door wrong. Without awaiting a response, Hanabi swiftly handed a complete sheet of paper to Hinata Kei and departed without looking back. Hinata Kei gazed at the note in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His plan was progressing seamlessly. He intended to use this false identity to ensnare Hinata's heart, ultimately revealing his true self at the opportune moment. This was his objective, to manipulate their emotions, much like how the Hyuga clan once brainwashed Niji. To resort to soul manipulation directly would be far too mundane. The current approach was far more intriguing, and he had already crafted the script for Hinata. In the afternoon, Hinata Kei donned an elegant trench coat and layered himself with an enchanting illusion technique. This small spell, acquired from the deity of the Tianxin clan, served to enhance his personal charm, directly influencing the mind and evoking an involuntary fondness. He then visited a flower shop in Nakayama, purchasing a bouquet of white roses, which symbolized purity, romance, and innocence. This gift was perfectly suited for a woman friend like Hinata, with whom he shared a flirtatious connection. Hinata Kei purchased another fruit basket, perfectly timed for delivery. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he knocked on the door of Hinata's residence, and almost immediately, Hanabi opened it. She cleared her throat a couple of times, adopting a demeanor that suggested a parent awkwardly scrutinizing their daughter's suitor. You can just place the fruit on the table. My sister is currently preparing dinner. Hinata Kiyoshi crouched down to meet the gaze of the young girl before him. You must be Hinata's younger sister. It was you who delivered the letter this morning, wasn't it? Quite adorable indeed. He reached out and gently tousled her hair, changing into the guest slippers. Hinata entered the living room, placing the fruit basket upon the table. He discreetly set the bouquet behind him and quietly made his way toward the kitchen. Hinata was busy cooking in the kitchen when Hinata noticed her presence. She quietly approached and gently tapped her on the shoulder. Hanabi, please don't disturb me. I'm in the midst of preparing a meal. Hinata's shoulders were gently tapped by Hyuga Kei, and this time she finally turned her head, only to see Hyuga Kei presenting a bouquet of white roses before her. May our Hinata-chan forever remain beautiful and kind. Thank you. Hinata solemnly accepted the flowers. That night, after a hearty meal, Hyuga Kei returned to the inn, only to be met with the melancholic gaze of Kei-rin. Despite her disinterest in him, she seemed to flirt with wildflowers everywhere. Chapter 55. The Truth Behind the Ninetales Chaos, Severing All Bonds on the Cliff. Hyuga Kei smiled as he observed the gigantic frogs leaping in the distance. With Naruto managing to harness the power of the Ninetales to a certain extent, his plan could continue. Here, he also felt grateful to Jiraiya. To darken Naruto's character, it required not only words, but also the assistance of the Ninetales. Its sinister chakra would make Naruto more susceptible to persuasion. Time swiftly passed, and during these days Hyuga Kei accompanied Hinata on various outings, nurturing their bond. This was also a necessary part of his plan, and he found joy in making the daughter of his enemy fall for him. What a thrilling thought. This lifestyle continued until the eve of the third exam. As Naruto was about to sleep, he heard a frantic knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. They have arrived. Naruto hurried to open the door, only to find a Konoha ninja dressed in umbu attire standing at the entrance. He clutched his abdomen with one hand, revealing a massive wound that, despite rudimentary treatment, continued to seep blood through the bandages. What happened to you? Let me take you to the Konoha hospital, Naruto offered, stepping forward to assist. Young Master Naruto, you share your father's kindness, but I no longer require assistance. My time is limited, so please do not interrupt me. I have a few words to convey. The masked man pushed past Naruto, thrusting some documents into his hands. I am an ordinary ninja who was saved by your father on the battlefield of Iwagakure. After joining the Umbu, I uncovered the dirty secrets of Konoha. His voice was laden with hatred, and he stumbled over his words due to the pain. Young Master Naruto, perhaps you will not believe it, but your father was the fourth Hokage, and you are his son. The deaths of the fourth and your mother were orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who concealed your identity. His goal is to reclaim power in Konoha and seize the Ninetales' power. The Umbu grew increasingly agitated. These documents contain evidence I have gathered over the years. Once I leave, you must keep them safe and ensure that Hiruzen does not discover them. Otherwise, you will be in danger. He tightly grasped Naruto's hand. Please, young master, endure and strive to cultivate your strength. Until you possess sufficient power, remain patient and bide your time for revenge. Remember that I was never here. Soon, Sarutobi's lackeys will come seeking you. You must conceal yourself well. Take care, young Master Naruto. With that, the Umbu vanished in an instant. Naruto stood there, momentarily dazed as an influx of information overwhelmed his mind, making it difficult for him to process. Cautiously, he hid the stack of documents and pretended to be oblivious while preparing instant noodles. As he waited for the noodles to cook, Naruto sat blankly in his chair, his mind a whirlpool of chaos. If another Umbu truly arrived to inquire, did that not imply the previous ninja's words held truth? At the very least, the claim of being the fourth's orphan seemed credible, but why would the Hokage hide his identity? Countless questions that had never crossed his mind before now flooded in. Before long, another knock echoed at the door. Naruto's heart raced. The previous ninja's prediction had come true. Could it be as he said? Deep down, he hesitated to believe that the kindly Hokage could be the one responsible for his parents' demise. Feigning ignorance, he opened the door to find several Umbu standing outside. Have you seen anyone pass by this way? One Umbu interrogated. Naruto shook his head repeatedly, pointing to the instant noodles in his room. I was just having a late-night snack. I didn't see anyone. Very well, if anything arises, report immediately. With that, the Umbu swiftly departed. As he watched them disappear, Naruto shut the door tightly, his body collapsing to the floor in weakness. No, it can't be true. Had the previous ninja been right? Could it genuinely be, as he said, that the Hokage was the mastermind behind his parents' deaths? Then he remembered the documents. Stumbling, he crawled beneath his bed to retrieve the stack. Naruto meticulously examined the papers. The first page detailed the confidentiality agreement regarding the identity of the fourth Hokage's son, with numerous signatures from those in the know. All of Konoha Ch Nin and J Nin were listed, including a familiar name, Kakashi Hatake. The document contained analyses written in the first person. I surmised that following the Ninetales incident, with the fourth and his wife perishing and numerous civilians dead, the citizens of Konoha needed a scapegoat, so they were led to view the young master as the demon fox, alleviating internal conflicts. At the moment young Master Naruto was vilified, Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to be a good person to gain their trust. Now it makes sense why, despite being the Hokage's son, I have been treated this way. Hokage, you truly have a cunning strategy. Reflecting on the treatment he had endured, he pondered whether this was how the son of a hero should be treated. With clenched teeth, he continued to flip through the documents. The second page contained official documents from the Hokage's office during the fourth's tenure, yet the name at the bottom read Sarutobi Hiruzen. During the fourth Hokage's reign, Sarutobi Hiruzen coveted power, refusing to relinquish authority to the fourth. he aspired to be the ultimate leader. Under the pretense of mentoring the fourth in administrative matters, he sought to retain control over the Hokage's power. Recalling the images of his parents in his dreams, Naruto's heart surged with fury. Was the position of Hokage so coveted that it warranted the murder of his parents? He once thought the title was sacred. Now, it seemed utterly vile. The third page was a shocking sight, filled with alarming red text. Kushina's place of childbirth was an absolute secret. How could the enemy have discovered the location of the hidden chamber? Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a bid to eliminate the fourth, did not hesitate to leak Konoha's secrets, ultimately leading to the capture of his offspring as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What? The death of my parents was indeed orchestrated by the Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened at the implications. Sarutobi Hiruzen had murdered his parents to control him. He had nearly been deceived for a lifetime. A dark aura enveloped him, brimming with rage. The fourth page read, the perpetrator behind the Nine-Tails incident. After extensive investigation, I have concluded that the true culprit is Uchiha Obito. Obito, a disciple of the fourth, faked his death during the battle at Kamizukigai 50 years ago, gifting a pair of Sharingan to his friend Kakashi before his feigned death. The motives are as follows. 1. Releasing the Nine-Tails was to counter Kakashi's left eye with his right eye. 2. When Kakashi transplanted the Sharingan, it was a pair of Tomo. Later, it evolved into 3 Tomo, leading Konoha to believe he had inadvertently killed his teammate Rin, when in fact, Obito knew of Rin's death, which allowed Kakashi to advance to 3 Tomo. 3. His motive stemmed from resentment towards the fourth for failing to save Rin. He sought vengeance against Konoha and conspired with Sarutobi Hiruzen to murder the fourth Hokage. As Naruto perused the documents in his hands, each page clearly pointed the blame towards Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Hiruzen. His heart was engulfed in anguish and fury, realizing that everything he had endured was merely a scheme orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and all the suffering was a consequence of his own actions. Naruto's features contorted in extreme pain, tears streaming down his face like a deluge breaking through a dam. I will avenge you, Mom and Dad, he vowed silently within himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks to possess everything in Konoha? Very well, I shall obliterate the entire village. A resolute glimmer shone in Naruto's eyes. In the midst of torment and struggle, Naruto found himself once more within the confines of the Nine-Tails sealed water prison. Gazing at the immense figure within, he spoke darkly. You are the Nine-Tails, aren't you? You wish to break free, don't you? Indeed, I can lend you my power. Let us create chaos together. The Nine-Tails looked at the diminutive figure and chuckled. I can assist you in annihilating both Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen. With your father gone, who in Konoha can stop me? The Nine-Tails had witnessed everything that Naruto had seen and, like him, was taken aback by the darkness lurking within Konoha. Although the Nine-Tails had its doubts, it recognized a splendid opportunity to escape its seal and obliterate the village established by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Release me, and let us unleash havoc upon Konoha. The Nine-Tails urged Naruto, longing for the taste of fresh air. Naruto, however, remained somber, the chakra of the Nine-Tails intensifying around him. It is not yet time. Creating chaos on that pivotal day tomorrow will be far more entertaining. Ha ha ha, I did not expect you to possess such talent. But it will serve as a splendid gift for Konoha, the Nine-Tails remarked, astonished that Kushina had sealed it for so long, only for her son to face such treatment. As its tenant, it felt compelled to guide Naruto wisely. Outside, Hinata Hayashi observed the crimson chakra emanating from Naruto, a smile gracing his lips. You have not disappointed me, Naruto. The intelligence Naruto had received was meticulously crafted by Hinata Hayashi, a blend of truth and deception, further enhanced by Yakushi Kabuto's performance, easily fooling a young child. For instance, the location of Kushina's childbirth was a detail mentioned by Kakashi at Obito's grave, which had been overheard by Obito himself. And now all blame had been shifted onto Sarutobi Hiruzen by Hinata Hayashi. Tomorrow, he merely needed to employ his words to whisk Naruto away. Standing behind Hinata Hayashi, Yakushi Kabuto bowed slightly. How did I perform, Lord Hayashi? Kabuto was now profoundly devoted to Hayashi, entrusting his future entirely to him. He believed that under Hayashi's cunning and strategy, Hayashi's ambitions would surely come to fruition. He envisioned reviving the director and establishing an orphanage, returning to his initial starting point. Indeed, if you were not a ninja, you would undoubtedly make an excellent actor, Hinata Hayashi praised. Entrusting such matters to Kabuto was indeed an underutilization of talent. As a former top spy of the root, deceiving a mere 12-year-old was child's play. Hinata Kai spoke as he rose to his feet, dispelling the unique ninjutsu that enveloped him and returning to his true form. Hinata stretched her shoulders and said, let us proceed. First, we must locate Niji. This evening appears to be rather hectic, and I must also pay a visit to Danzo shortly. Upon hearing the name Danzo, a flicker of hatred and anguish crossed Kabuto's eyes, for it was Danzo who had brought harm to the director. Hinata cast a sidelong glance at him and reassured. Rest assured, I shall entrust Danzo to your care. Thank you, Lord Hinata. Of course, Hinata would fulfill the promise made in the past. Only then could Kabuto fully return to his loyalty. In Niji's chamber, Hyuga Kei quietly appeared at Hinata Niji's bedside, gazing upon that familiar visage. A hint of tenderness graced Hinata Kei's face. The task entrusted to him by his aunt was one he was determined to fulfill. Hinata Kei sat at the edge of the bed and gently tapped Niji's forehead. Niji was instantly awakened from his slumber, and upon seeing Hinata Kei at the head of the bed, his expression shifted from surprise to alertness as he abruptly sat up and retrieved a kunai from beneath his pillow, assuming a defensive stance. Hinata teased with a smile, Hey, there's no need to be so cautious. I am, after all, your brother. Is it really you, Brother Ko? Niji replied, uncertain. Of course. I gifted you those arm guards, remember? You were so attached to me when you were little. Do you recall? All right, no need to say more. I believe you. Niji quickly nodded, anxious that his past might be revealed. You finally came to fetch me. I thought you had forgotten about me. Why the sudden urge to take me away? Hinata Kei did not respond, but instead retorted, have you already formed some conjectures regarding the annihilation of my clan, the Hinata? Is your vengeance driven by a desire to avenge your parents, targeting the Hinata clan as a means to that end? Perhaps that is only a fragment of your true intent. Otherwise, I would not go so far as to obliterate the Hinata lineage. Hinata's expression gradually turned exceedingly grave. The death of your parents was, in fact, orchestrated by the Hyuga clan. What? Niji's eyes widened in disbelief. He had suspected that the circumstances surrounding his father's demise were suspicious, yet he dared not confirm it. Could it be that his mother was also slain by the Hyuga clan? Hinata, with resolute determination, activated his Sharingan and ensnared Niji within an illusion. He was compelled to relive the harrowing night of the Nine-Tails rampage, where the Hyuga clan's patriarch had forced the once ninja, Hinata Cloud, to the front lines to confront the beast. Witnessing the anguished cries of his mother, trapped like a caged bird, Niji clenched his fists in anguish. The scene shifted once more, transporting him back to the day Hinata discovered his uncle's poignant farewell letter in his chamber, the contents of which remained vividly etched in his memory. As the illusion dissipated, both souls returned to the present reality. Niji tightened his fists, drawing in deep breaths to quell the rising fury within. Hinata gently patted his shoulder and said, the grievances have come to an end. I have come this time to take you away. Very well, I shall accompany you. Hinata Kiyoshi smiled. Indeed, Niji was still the same Niji. Hinata Kiyoshi feared that Niji had been consumed by hatred, yet he managed to retain his ability for independent thought in such circumstances. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Just do what you need to do, he said. All right, should I bring Tenten along? She seems quite interested in you, he added. Niji shook his head. We are merely ordinary friends. Hinata Kei gazed at Niji, whose cheeks flushed, and playfully ruffled his hair, only to be rebuffed. Brother, I am no longer a child, Niji exclaimed. Very well, little Niji has grown into big Niji, Kei replied, before walking to the window and vanishing into the twilight. Niji turned his gaze outside, gradually finding solace in his heart. His loved ones had finally returned. The questions that had lingered in his mind dissipated. And having grasped the sequence of events, he now comprehended Kei's actions. If he were to place himself in Kei's shoes, he would likely make the same choice. Yet, he pondered the reason for their departure today. Did it signify that something momentous was to transpire in Konoha tomorrow? After bidding farewell to Niji, Kabuto, who had been waiting outside, brimmed with excitement. Soon, he would have the opportunity to exact vengeance on his foes. I have summoned Danzo under the guise of Orochimaru's name. And we are poised to strike at any moment, Kabuto exclaimed, his voice tinged with fervor. That old fox, Danzo, was practically elated upon hearing of the plans to dismantle Konoha. He eagerly anticipated the morrow when they would eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing him to clean up the aftermath and ascend to the position of the fifth Hokage. Hinata Kei scoffed disdainfully. Ultimately, a mere jester remains a jester, a creature whose ambition is disproportionate to its capabilities. In fact, he is even inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who can merely be deemed a mediocre ruler, while Danzo serves only as a despicable schemer. Very well, let us proceed to our appointment and meet our future fifth Hokage. Chapter 57. Uncovering the roots of Konoha within the underground base of the root, concealed at the edge of the village, Danzo engages in his nefarious dealings. The base resembles a vast well, with layers of interconnected rooms and staircases, akin to a colossal ant nest. Danzo, in an unusually buoyant mood, savors sake accompanied by some delicacies in his chamber. This is no mere indulgence. Tomorrow marks the commencement of his plan to dismantle Konoha. And it is time for his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to meet his demise. All he must do is await Orochimaru's departure, and then ascend to the position of Hokage himself. When Kabuto Yakushi unexpectedly arrives, Danzo perceives it merely as an attempt to negotiate terms. After all, what significant disruption can a mere traitorous ninja like Orochimaru create? He is destined to remain a mere pawn in Danzo's grand scheme. In Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen has merely leveraged a momentary cunning to attain the title of Hokage. The continual decline of the village serves as a testament to Hiruzen's ineptitude, while Danzo believes himself to be the true man capable of restoring Konoha to its former glory. A series of knocks reverberates from the door. Accompanied by the voice of his guard, Kamizuki Izumo, Lord Danzo, Orochimaru's subordinates are waiting outside. It seems that Orochimaru has arrived, Danzo muses. He commands, I understand. Inform them that I am currently occupied. Danzo intends to keep them waiting for a while, allowing for a more advantageous negotiation. So they may grasp the reality that a rogue ninja must embrace the consequences of their treachery. In the next moment, a figure crashes through the door, sending oil-wielding Tifu flying and appears before Danzo. Hinata Kiyoshi moved with the swiftness of a tempest, delivering a powerful punch that struck Danzo squarely in the abdomen. With his right hand, akin to an iron claw, he seized Danzo's hair and yanked it fiercely. His left hand followed suit, shattering the bandages that adorned Danzo's face. Without hesitation, he plunged into Danzo's eye socket, forcefully extracting a vibrant Sharingan, now firmly clasped in his grasp. To waste Shirsue's eyes in your possession is an utter travesty. Allow me to safeguard them for you, he declared. Danzo, not one to be caught off guard despite his lengthy existence, swiftly retreated and released the seals binding his arms. As the bandages and shackles fell away, a ghastly sight emerged. His pale arm bore 10 writhing crimson orbs, grotesque in appearance. Gazing upon the somewhat familiar visage before him, Danzo mused, "You are Hinata Kiyoshi?" For years prior, it was he who had decimated the Hyuga clan, indirectly precipitating the Fourth Great Ninja War. Orochimaru approached Hinata Kiyoshi, carefully taking the Sharingan containing the formidable Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi, from his hands. Even the technique of Izanagi necessitated a prior recording of one's state. Thus, Danzo found himself bereft of the opportunity to employ ninjutsu before Hinata's sudden assault, rendering him incapable of snatching away Shirsue's eyes and transforming reality into an illusion. Hinata Kei flicked the blood from his hands and remarked, "I am truly astonished that Lord Danzo still remembers me." He then inquired, "You are Kabuto Yakushi. How is it that you still draw breath?" Upon recognizing the figure beside Hinata, Danzo scrutinized him closely. Kabuto gritted his teeth and replied, "It is fortunate that I am still alive, for I can personally slay you in honor of the director. Is it for that wretched Hanabi?" Danzo's gaze turned icy as he regarded the pair, sensing that today's encounter would not conclude amicably. Yamanaka Ino stood up, positioning herself before Danzo. In response, Danzo formed the 3 seals of Uo, I, and Nu, the sigils of Izanagi, thereby marking his current state to activate its power. Within this fleeting minute, all unfavorable circumstances could be rendered illusory. "You have allied with Orochimaru?" Danzo proposed. "If so, why not join my route? I can grant you anything you desire." Hinata's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "There is no need for your concern. It appears Danzo will not survive until tomorrow." Arrogant. Behold, wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo unleashed sharp blades of wind that sliced through the air towards Hinata. With a swift sidestep, Hinata appeared behind Danzo and delivered a powerful kick to his back, sending him crashing violently into the wall. Meanwhile, Oil Woman prepared to assist, only to be halted by Kabuto, who smiled and said, "Your opponent is me." Kabuto's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Through extensive training, he had approached the threshold of a formidable shadow-level warrior. Once praised by Orochimaru for his extraordinary talent, he was far from being inconsequential. Danzo's body slid down the wall, his expression darkening to an extreme. Such speed and power were difficult to contend with, even during his prime. The previous strike had surely shattered numerous bones in his body. Danzo's figure gradually faded as Izanagi activated, rewriting the very fabric of death. Yet the Sharingan in his arm began to close. His form reappeared behind Hinata, kunai in hand, lunging fiercely towards him. Hinata swiftly turned, grasping Danzo's wrist with one hand while the other pierced his chest like a gale, crushing his heart with a single squeeze. Withdrawing his bloodstained arm, Danzo's body crumpled to the ground like a lifeless dog. The Sharingan on his arm lost its brilliance, and his corpse vanished once more, this time reappearing in the distance. Danzo surveyed his surroundings, finding no trace of the root ninjas. The vast expanse of root was eerily silent, littered with the bodies of fallen ninjas. Even Yamashiro Kaze, who had just spoken, stood frozen like a puppet in place. Hinata Kei exited the room and stepped into the corridor outside the root base, scoffing, "Give it up. All the ninjas of the root have fallen by my hand. Is it an illusion cast by the Sharingan? How fitting it would be for your eyes to replace Shirsue's Sharingan." Danzo sneered, biting his finger and slapping it onto the ground, summoning a conjuration circle that erupted into a vast cloud of smoke. From within this turmoil emerged a colossal beast, its reddish-brown fur reminiscent of a mighty elephant. The Dream Eater yawned wide, generating a formidable suction that drew in everything before it. In an instant, sand and debris were swept away as numerous objects were devoured by the Dream Eater. Yet, Hinata Kei stood resolutely in place, unmoving. Hinata Kaido leaped gracefully onto the back of the Dream Taper, delivering a powerful strike upon its spine. The Dream Taper, unable to withstand such immense force, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Hinata Kei leaped away, instantly activating the explosive chakra embedded within him. With a thunderous roar, the Dream Demon transformed into a colossal bomb, detonating violently and engulfing the surroundings in a tempest of flames and flying flesh. Fortunately, Hinata Kei had anticipated this and sought refuge behind a stone wall, evading the rain of blood that could have drenched him. Meanwhile, Toanzo, standing beneath the Dream Demon, was completely engulfed by the flames and explosion, forcing him to activate Izanagi once more, reappearing at a distance. Toanzo gazed at the three closed Sharingan on his arm, his expression grim. He had intended to deplete Hinata Kei's stamina using Izanagi, but he had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of Hinata Kei, which compelled him to use Izanagi 3 times in such a short span. Though panic gripped him as he contemplated his escape route, Toanzo still declared, "It is futile. Your attacks are of no consequence to me. Yet, I have already glimpsed your demise." Hinata Kei emerged from behind the wall, his feet splattering blood upon the ground. Chapter 58, The Death of Shimura Toanzo. Hinata's voice resembled the whisper of a demon, shattering his last vestige of hope. "You possess 10 Sharingan on your arms. Each time you are resurrected, 1 will close, leaving you with 7. Am I correct?" Danzo's legs weakened, barely allowing him to lean against the wall without collapsing. As all his hidden cards were laid bare before Hinata, "In the next few minutes, you shall face death 7 more times. Let us proceed." Hinata Kei reappeared behind Danzo, seizing his collar and forcefully slamming his head against the stone wall, leaving a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. For the first time, wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo resurrected once more, materializing behind Hinata Kei, and unleashed several massive gusts of wind from his mouth. In Hinata's eyes, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested. An verdant skeletal frame emerged around him, impervious to the gusts that struck against it. The skeleton grew into a towering half-giant, who wielded a long blade that cleaved Danzo in 2. Hinata Kei declared, a second time. Danzo was revived once more at his side, as a round of Tomo coalesced in the hand of Susanoo, striking Danzo like a cannonball. The Yata mirror once again banished Danzo. A third time. This time, Danzo did not reappear beside him. As he surveyed his surroundings, no figure emerged. Hinata Hiki concealed his Sharingan and donned the Rinnegan, instantly enveloped in azure chakra, as 5 black orbs of the 6 paths appeared behind him. No matter where he hid, it was futile. Hinata's gaze effortlessly located Danzo's concealed position. 3 of the orbs transformed into colossal arrows, shrouded in a fierce whirlwind. They pierced through layers of walls, penetrating Danzo's chest and utterly shattering his form. For the 4th time, with the perceptive power of the Rinnegan, Hinata easily identified Danzo's location once more. The long arrows swiftly adjusted their course, hurtling towards Danzo and obliterating his body anew. The 5th time, the 6th time, the 7th time. In the blink of an eye, Danzo had exhausted his 7 lives. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, his Sharingan completely sealed, while his right arm had transformed into a great tree standing beside him. Kabuto and Hinata approached him. Hinata mocked, "I presume you intend to unleash the seal of the 4 symbols. Conveniently, I have a subordinate from the Uzumaki clan. Shall we see if I can unravel your ninjutsu?" Danzo fixed his gaze intently upon Hinata-ku's eyes, inquiring, "Can you truly perceive my thoughts? Is that the power of your eyes? Indeed, I have long foreseen your demise. You shall meet a most tragic end." Although Hinata Kiyoshi occasionally glimpses scenes from the future, he is utterly incapable of wielding this ability at will. His assertion serves merely to dissuade him from employing the Lishang seal. Hinata Kei appeared before Danzo and struck his chest with a palm, thereby nullifying the seal of the 4 symbols that had been placed upon him. Now, Danzo was left without even the opportunity for mutual destruction. Hinata Kei remarked, "Rest assured, tomorrow your dearest friend Sarutobi Hizen will join you." "You wretched fool!" Danzo roared in fury. "Was it not you who summoned us to eliminate Sarutobi Hizen? Why the discontent now?" Hinata Kei merely shrugged in response. Danzo clenched his teeth, realizing that his dealings with Orochimaru had backfired spectacularly. Was it to be that Konoha would face annihilation due to his momentary lapse in judgment? With the deity still in Orochimaru's grasp, Konoha found itself once again teetering on the brink of destruction. The focus in Danzo's eyes began to wane as memories of his mentor, Hashirama Senju, flooded his mind, leaving him engulfed in remorse. "Tobi, he is in your hands now." Hinata Kei addressed the eager Tobi beside him. "Understood, Lord Kei," Tobi replied with utmost reverence, having received the initial promise from Hinata Kei. This would grant him the opportunity for vengeance, placing the architect of his tribulations, Danzo, directly within his reach. "Take your time. I shall inspect Danzo's collection," Hinata Kei stated. "Understood." Tobi grinned sinisterly, adjusting his glasses as he turned his gaze toward the struggling Danzo on the ground. It was now just the 2 of them. Ignoring Danzo's desperate attempts to escape, Hinata Kei ventured deeper into the root base, having glimpsed many intriguing treasures with his Rinnegan, with each utterance for the sake of Konoha, and each plea for the sake of the ninja world. The ambition to become Hokage had rendered him devoid of even the courage to grasp a kunai and end his own life. Hinata Kiyoshi entered a concealed chamber, where an array of Sharingan was displayed, varying in quality, some possessing a single tomo, others 2, and yet others 3. After all, the formidable head of the Uchiha clan on the night of the massacre had been seized by Obito, who single-handedly eradicated the Uchiha's most elite guard division. Hinata Kiyo exhibited no restraint as he activated the blood theft technique, the familiar dark flesh once more shattering the glass and rendering the Sharingan ineffective. Upon switching back to the Sharingan, Hinata Kiyo felt his ocular power ascend to a new height. After assimilating this newfound strength, he sought out Orochimaru. who had concluded his task of sealing Danzo's corpse within a scroll. Next, assist me in fabricating a covenant, Hinata instructed. It should state that the leader of the Sound Village, Chiaki Mushio, aided Danzo in eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen, and as a result, Konoha must support the expansion of the Sound Village, providing economic and technological assistance. Most crucially, the Ninetales Jinchuriki should be rented to the Sound Village free of charge as a weapon of war. The more humiliating and compromising the terms, the better. Reflecting Danzo's ruthless pursuit of the Hokage title, Orochimaru adjusted his spectacles, a glint of understanding illuminating his eyes. Indeed, Lord Kiyo, he comprehended Hinata's intent, which would bestow a veneer of righteousness upon the Sound Village. Be sure to create a duplicate, once our plan unfolds. We shall present this covenant to Konoha for their discovery. It merely places another burden upon him. The root organization was situated on the periphery of Konoha, and the sound of the recent skirmish was muffled, failing to carry far. Furthermore, all root ninjas had been eliminated by Hinata, leaving no one to relay messages regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if the situation were to be discovered, it would not hinder the Chunin exam scheduled for the following day. Attended by the fire, wind, and lightning daimyos, as well as the Kage of Konoha, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure, alongside various dignitaries. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen were to perish, the Chunin exams would proceed, as it pertained to the honor of Konoha and the Land of Fire. Hinata Kiyo's task was now to await the forthcoming Chunin exams in silence. He needed to cleanse himself of the bloodstains, so he returned to his rented room to wash. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continued to prepare for the various matters of the following day. On the other side of Konoha, within the residence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage was abruptly roused from his slumber. He sat up and lit a cigarette, pondering the source of the unsettling sensation he had just experienced. A seasoned warrior, he trusted his instincts, having survived countless perils through prudence. Could something transpire during tomorrow's Chunin exams? Sir Hokage, an Umbu appeared at the door. We need to deploy additional Umbu for tomorrow's event. Let us also summon Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to include Tsunade, but while she had overcome her blood phobia, she harbored profound disappointment towards him and would not heed his commands. Understood. The Umbu quickly departed to make arrangements. Chapter 59, the plan commences. Naruto's Bija transformation. The following morning, Konoha's gates were bustling with a continuous stream of carriages, laden with dignitaries and high-ranking officials from various lands. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not slept a wink. He had hoped to delegate the reception of the Refuge and others to Danzo, only to find the vast root organization deserted. After the Umbu conducted their investigation, they discovered only pools of blood, identified as that of the summoning beast, the Dream Taper. However, the dignitaries and leaders of the ninja villages had arrived, and the Chunin exams must proceed. Suppressing his unease, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to greet his guests. After arranging for the daimyo and other dignitaries to take their seats in the stands, he returned to the viewing platform with the three Kage. The Wind and Lightning Kage were already seated, flanked by their respective guards. However, beneath the Wind Kage's mask was Orochimaru, controlled by the manipulations of Orochimaru himself. Upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, the Refuge, remarked, Hokage, you truly are a busy man, burdened with endless duties. Indeed, my old bones still hold up. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied as he settled into his seat. At your age, it would be wise to allow the younger generation a chance, the Wind Kage taunted. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head away, chuckling. Every time I see youthful figures like you, I feel rejuvenated, as if I could continue for another decade. An obsession with power is hardly a virtue for a leader, the Wind Kage continued. It is merely that I have yet to encounter a worthy successor. Unlike the Sunagakure who can select anyone at random, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted with a smile that concealed a sting. The third Wind Kage vanished, and then you, the fourth, took the stage. Was that not a hasty selection of a successor? Before the conversation could deepen, the fourth Refuge interjected, attempting to steer the dialogue. When did the Chunin exams commence? I have heard that a prodigy from a small village has emerged this year, having bested all competitors and even defeated our three geniuses from Kumogakure. It has incited my ire, prompting me to arrange pre-exam training. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. Then we can look forward to the performance of the Kumogakure ninjas. A boasted They are merely a few disappointing youths. They can't compare to the talents of Konoha. In recent years, the relationship between Konoha and Kumogakure had been rather harmonious, and their banter lacked the barbs present in the Wind Kage's remarks. In the stands below, Naruto Uzumaki, Omon, Miji Hyuga, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, Chiaki Mushio, Hinata Kiyo, Tintin, Gaara, and Rock Lee were all prepared for the forthcoming events. However, Sasuke had yet to appear, with the third exam about to commence. As they awaited the start, Shikamaru Nara keenly observed the change in Naruto, who appeared unusually gloomy, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Shikamaru approached Naruto and inquired, Naruto, what's bothering you today? You seem rather distracted. Naruto lifted his head, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I'm just a bit anxious about facing that monster in battle. I see. Just try to perform your best when the time comes, Shikamaru reassured him, patting his shoulder. As the referee said, even if you don't pass, there's still a chance to become a Chunin. Thank you, Shikamaru. Naruto nodded appreciatively. Hinata observed the scene with a sidelong glance, fully aware of the reason behind Naruto's actions, an outcome he had orchestrated himself. He realized that his entire existence had been subject to the machinations of others, and that his beliefs were merely instruments wielded by those in power. The swift moonlight heralded the arrival of the wind before the gathered crowd. Ahem, Uchiha Sasuke has yet to arrive. Should he fail to appear for the second round, it shall be considered a forfeiture. Everyone else may return to the resting area, while those who participated in the first examination remain. Hinata Q and a group of examinees retreated to the rest area. Xianglin had already been arranged by Hinata Q to leave Konoha early, as her strength was insufficient and she could only hinder the efforts. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari remained for a crucial purpose. If Naruto could withstand such circumstances without succumbing to darkness, then let little Hikari directly wield the 8,000 spears to manipulate his will and lead him into the shadows. Only Gaara and Naruto Uzumaki remained on the arena, and the battle between the two Jinchuriki was about to commence. Hinata Q lay on the railing, observing the match, quietly awaiting the commencement of his scheme. Niji's thoughts were evidently elsewhere as he scanned the surroundings in search of his brother. The sand is about to be tainted by such inferior blood, surely. Mother would be heartbroken, yet there is nothing to be done, for this is a competition. Gaara gazed at Naruto before him, feeling an intense loathing emanating from him. A burgeoning desire to rend the person before him to shreds. I too harbor a desire to extinguish your life. Naruto, similarly, sensed the repugnant aura of his opponent. Unlike in the original narrative, the influence of the Nine-Tails power intensified his visceral aversion towards Gaara. The first match commenced, with the sound of the swift moonlight wind. A deluge of sand surged towards Naruto in an instant. In his heart, Naruto exclaimed, "Time for the Nine-Tails to pay rent." Aha! I never expected to encounter this fellow upon my arrival. The Nine-Tails, in a fit of laughter, infused its beastly chakra into Naruto's being. Instantly, a vast surge of crimson chakra erupted from Naruto, greatly enhancing his speed and strength. The ensuing battle was nearly one-sided. Naruto's velocity, augmented by the Nine-Tails chakra, surpassed Gaara's sans cohesion speed. Naruto relentlessly shattered Gaara's absolute defenses, gradually inflicting damage upon him. Gaara's emotions plummeted, and the seal began to show signs of loosening. Enveloped entirely in a sphere of sand, Gaara desperately formed hand signs beneath the surface, aiming to unleash the Shikaku. Meanwhile, the crimson chakra enveloping Naruto intensified, gradually covering his entire form and coalescing into a tail behind him. Chaos erupted in the elevated stands. The residents of Konoha witnessed the red tail, awakening deep-seated fears from the Nine-Tails rampage. The memories still vivid. It's the demon fox. The demon fox boy is transforming into the fox again. Run. Conversely, in the noble stands, Konoha's ninjas protected their dignitaries as they retreated in an orderly fashion. Evacuate the spectators, summon the sealing team. We must organize this battle. The Nine-Tails chakra cannot continue to leak, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded. A single tail was sufficient for a few sealing ninjas to handle. Observing the scene, the Reikage felt assured that Konoha would not face any imminent danger. Hinata Q furrowed his brow slightly. If Naruto were to lose control here, he would undoubtedly encounter the fourth Hokage, and he wondered how this might affect his plans. However, there was no alternative now, with the one tail having awakened. The plan had to commence prematurely. Naruto observed several Umbu clad in various masks and wielding sealing tools approaching him. The sealing team surged forward, intent on temporarily sealing Naruto. Yet, the blood-red gaze in Naruto's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he surveyed the surrounding Umbu and the fleeing citizens of Konoha. A sense of exhilaration filled him. Without my father here, what do you intend to do? Kurama, it is your turn to make an entrance. The crimson chakra enveloping Naruto intensified, wrapping around him entirely as his tail split apart. First, second, third, fourth. Naruto was shrouded in deep crimson chakra, rendering him invisible within as he crouched on all fours. Emitting a beastly roar. With a fierce howl, Naruto elongated his chakra claws, sending the encroaching sealing ninjas flying. Chapter 60. Loyal to the throne and benevolent to the people, this is bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the four tails being wielded with such ferocity that he could no longer remain composed. Anxiously, he dashed toward the stage below. At that moment, a figure obstructed the Hokage's path. It was Orochimaru, wrapped in bandages and draped in a Kazekage robe. With a swift motion, Orochimaru transformed his arm into multiple serpents, ensnaring Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then forcefully hurled him onto the rooftop. Orochimaru, alongside the disguised Kabuto, leaped up to the rooftop as well. The Sound Four, previously hidden in the crowd, quickly shed their disguises and ascended to the corners of the rooftop, activating the four purple flames formation, which instantly isolated the rooftop with a wall of purple chakra. The Umbu who had followed them were engulfed in purple flames and reduced to ashes. Orochimaru, it's you, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, recognizing the familiar figure clad in the Kazekage attire. He chuckled coldly. Ah, Hiruzen-sensei, you truly have grown old. I never expected you to fall so easily into my trap. Orochimaru shrugged off the Kazekage robe that bound him. Hiruzen, unwilling to be outdone, cast aside his Hokage cloak, revealing his meticulously donned armor. Orochimaru licked his lips. It seems Hiruzen-sensei has prepared himself for death. Kabuto, ever the faithful subordinate of Orochimaru, moved with uncanny precision under his command. Look at the gift I have prepared for you, Hiruzen-sensei. Summoning technique. 2 coffins slowly rose from the ground. And with a thunderous crash, the doors fell open, revealing 2 figures, Shinja Hashirama and Shinja Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped as he recognized the 2 familiar forms, Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Orochimaru. How dare you desecrate the dead? Hashirama gazed upon his resummoned form and turned back to Orochimaru. You again. Young ones should know their limits when disturbing others. It was rare for the good-natured Shinja Hashirama to display anger. Meanwhile, Tobarama, the creator of the technique, sensed something amiss and urgently warned Monkey that Orochimaru is being controlled by someone behind him. He is not the true puppet master. Be cautious. Before Tobarama could finish, Kabuto swiftly formed seals and seized control of him, silencing his words. Nevertheless, those words reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, spoken by the masked ninja behind them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, summoning the Monkey King, declared, summoning technique. You dare control Orochimaru. Indeed, but there is no chance for you to convey this information now, Third Hokage, came Orochimaru's voice. Though it had shifted to Kabuto's tone, Hiruzen's eyes glinted with lethal intent. I will never allow you to wreak havoc upon Konoha again. The Monkey King transformed into the Golden Staff, understood. Meanwhile, due to the interference of the sealing team, Gaara's technique of feigned slumber activated. The colossal Shikaku roared into existence. I have arrived. Stinking fox, perish. The first act of Shikaku was not to attack indiscriminately, but to strike at the tailed beast form Naruto. In response, the 4-tailed Naruto unleashed a long-prepared tailed beast bomb. Just then, Kakashi, accompanied by the freshly trained Sasuke, arrived late to the chaos. Kakashi surveyed the tumultuous scene and quickly issued commands to the ninjas present. Do not concern yourselves with the battle between the tailed beasts. Sasuke, Tenten. Rock Lee, assist in evacuating the civilians. Shikamaru, Kiba, seek assistance from the Umbu and intercept the incoming ninjas from Sunagakure and Otogakure. Understood. At that moment, a voice rang out, accompanied by a large hand resting on Hyuga Niji's shoulder. Niji, you need not assist. I will take him away. Niji turned in surprise. Brother? The one who stood before him was Hinata Kei, though merely a shadow clone for now, as he intended to keep Chiba Mushio's identity concealed for the time being. Sending a clone to escort Niji instead. Hinata Kei, what brings you here? Kakashi's eyes narrowed, regarding Hinata Kei with caution. Hinata Kei tilted his head slightly, revealing a gentle smile. I merely took my younger brother along for a bit of merriment. You may continue with your tasks. Subsequently, Hinata Kei produced a sealing scroll, summoning 3 flying puppets resembling eagles along with 3 humanoid puppets. Let us return, my brother. Understood. Hinata Kei turned to Niji and said, I shall escort you from this place. It is far too perilous here. Young Master Niji, please accompany us. The humanoid puppet bowed slightly, as Niji mounted the puppet eagle. Just as it was about to take flight, countless ninja tools surged toward Hinata Kei. Release Niji. At that moment, Tenten's voice resounded. Hinata Kei turned his head, his eyes transforming into a deep azure hue. With a casual wave of his hand, an array of ninja tools fell to the ground in abundance. His younger siblings were indeed anxious. With a beckoning gesture, Hinata Kei invited Tion to join him on the puppet eagle. In the blink of an eye, the puppet eagle vanished into the horizon, soaring towards the land of rain. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Hinata Kei, wielding a Rasengan and preparing to strike him with force. Hinata swiftly sidestepped as Jiraiya struck the ground with his Rasengan. Hinata pointed at Chiba Mushio, stating that he was merely here to join the fray, as he began to levitate and soared into the sky. Leaving the battlefield to the others, I have already mentioned that I am simply here to enjoy the excitement. Why do you insist on pursuing me? Hinata Hyuga observed as her counterpart stepped forward, confronting several Leaf Village ninjas. Allow me to reintroduce myself, he declared. I am the leader of the Sound Village, Chiba Mushio. I look forward to your guidance. Encouraged by his introduction, Hinata mustered her courage and took a step forward, asking, Mushio-kun, why must it be this way? Are we not friends? Hinata's expression was exceedingly grim. I apologize, Hinata. I had no choice but to act this way in order to trust my people. Hinata, please go protect the civilians. We elite shinobi will handle things here. With that, Kurenai, Hinata's teacher, pulled her back. Jiraiya stepped forward and exclaimed, do you really believe that to trust your people, you must ignite a war? Are you willing to drag both nations into the quagmire of conflict? He too harbored a deep aversion to war and could not fathom why the 2 previously peaceful nations would resort to such hostilities. Hinata's eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the gathered denizens of Konoha. What do you understand? As a great nation, you cannot possibly comprehend the suffering of our small country. Has the land of Rice not endured enough oppression at your hands? Each year, we are compelled to supply a multitude of resources to Konoha, cloaked in the guise of amicable cooperation, when in truth it is nothing more than extortion. These provisions come from the toil of the people of the land of Rice. And should there be a single year of poor harvest, countless lives will be lost due to your actions. The military expenditures of Konoha, year after year, are not solely funded by the Fire Nation. They are also sustained by the lifeblood of our citizens. Chapter 61, Hinata, Sage Mode, the Wheel of Battle against Konoha. Jiraiya's expression darkened. for he was well aware of the truths Hinata spoke. Yet, such was the harsh reality of the ninja world, where the strong prey upon the weak. He knew he had to pacify the leader of the sound ninja before him, and thus he replied, "If you take your sound ninja and depart now, we in Konoha will guarantee the cessation of any further tributes from the land of rice, and we will also provide a substantial compensation to your nation." Hinata's gaze was resolutely firm as she rejected Jiraiya's proposal. "It is too late to speak of such matters now. For the trust of my people, I shall forge the path to the future with my own hands." Hinata raised his tightly clenched right fist, declaring resolutely, "Even if I am covered in scars, even if I am shattered to pieces." Hinata's voice resonated powerfully, allowing everyone to perceive the essence of a true leader. From the stands, Reikage AI, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim to Darui beside him, "I never imagined there existed such a heroic figure among our neighbors. It is a pity he hails from the small hidden leaf village. Had he been born in our cloud village, I would undoubtedly have nurtured him as the future fifth Reikage." Darui, observing Hinata's silhouette, sighed inwardly, recognizing that he had underestimated the strength of Konoha. It seemed unlikely that the day would end favorably for them. Jiraiya's gaze darkened with intent, declaring, "It appears this matter cannot be resolved amicably. Very well. Let us engage in battle." As he spoke, the natural energy surrounding Hinata surged into his being. Hyuga Kei instantaneously entered Sage Mode, embodying the formidable power of the perfected Sage Mode. He could transition into this state at will, a manifestation of the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. Jiraiya exclaimed, recognizing Hinata's current condition, which far surpassed his own Sage Mode in perfection. "I had underestimated him." Jiraiya bit his finger and smeared the blood across his face, preparing to summon the two great sages of Mount Mayaboku into Sage Mode. However, his Sage Mode required a considerable amount of preparation time, unlike Hyuga Kei's seamless transition. "Kakashi, Guy, hold him off while I summon the sages of Mount Mayaboku into Sage Mode," Jiraiya declared, bringing his hands together to gather Sage Chakra. "Understood," Kakashi responded, his gaze sharp as he drew his ninja blade from his back. "Now it's time for Konoha's Azure Beast to make his move," Guy shouted, charging towards Hyuga Kei with fervor. Dynamic entry. Guy accelerated, shattering the stone slabs beneath him as he leapt forward to deliver a flying kick at Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei extended his hands before him, bracing for the impending kick, and in that instant, a powerful sonic wave erupted from his arm guard. Kai felt as though every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering, prompting him to swiftly retreat. At that moment, Kakashi materialized behind Hyuga Kei, thrusting a dagger toward his back. Senjutsu, Dragon Scales. Hyuga Kei's clothing rippled as dense scales sprouted from beneath, and Kakashi's dagger met Hinata's form with a resounding clash of metal. Hyuga Kei suddenly turned, his arm transforming into the most unyielding steel whip, striking towards Kakashi's neck. "Perish." Kakashi hurriedly attempted to retract his blade for defense, but the scales on Hyuga Kei's body ensnared Kakashi's short sword within their grasp. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Kakashi found himself ensnared in peril. Would release. Great force technique? Abruptly, a robust wooden beam thrust Kakashi away, while Hyuga Kei's arm collided with the wood, splintering it into fragments. One can only imagine the immense strength behind Hyuga Kei's arm. After being thrust aside, Kakashi performed several rolls to evade and maintain a safe distance from Hyuga Kei. "Tenzin, you finally arrived," Kakashi exclaimed with delight. But his peripheral vision caught the relentless struggle between Shikaku and Kurama. Naruto had already unleashed his sixth tail. Kakashi addressed Tenzin, "Leave this to us. See if you can reseal the nine tails." "I'll give it a try. I can only do my best to slow his advance," Tenzin replied, visibly troubled. Hinata swiftly unsheathed the dagger from Kakashi's back and charged forward, exclaiming, "You should focus on yourselves. Kai, unleash your full strength, but try to avoid close combat with him." Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals, exhaling a fireball, invoking the fire release, great fireball technique. Hinata Kiyoshi halted in his forward motion, unleashing a torrent of water, water release, great waterfall technique. Instantly, water clashed with fire, generating a vast mist. The seventh gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Shock, was opened. Might Guy spread his arms wide, releasing a formidable wave of chakra that dispersed the surrounding fog. In a heartbeat, Might Guy appeared before Hinata Kiyoshi, delivering a powerful punch. Unflinching, Hinata Kiyoshi reciprocated with a strike aimed at Guy's chest. Their fists collided simultaneously, and Hinata felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Meanwhile, Might Guy fared worse. As he threw his punch, his feet lost traction, propelling him backward in a dramatic tumble. Hinata's heart raced with quiet astonishment, for he alone understood the immense force behind that recent punch. Augmented not only by his celestial physique but also by the powers of divine techniques in the Sage Mode, enabling him to stand toe-to-toe with Might Guy. Hinata swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the mystical technique, Senjutsu, White Surge. This quintessential ninjutsu of the Dragon Earth Cave allows the wielder to manipulate the vibrations of the air within a designated area, causing the opponent's bones to grind against one another, thereby paralyzing their body. Furthermore, it possesses the capability to sever the opponent's 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, and touch. Hinata Kiyoshi unleashed a radiant crimson dragon from his mouth, which held a black orb in its grasp. The scarlet dragon soared towards the gathered leaf ninjas, revolving around the black sphere as its nucleus. Subsequently, the red dragon plunged into the orb, which erupted violently, unleashing blinding light and a deafening sonic boom. In an instant, the surrounding leaf ninjas were rendered sightless and their ears filled with a relentless buzzing, their bodies racked with pain and rendered immobile. Only the caster, Hinata Kiyoshi, remained unscathed. As he brandished a short blade and charged towards the others once more, Jiraiya swiftly regained his composure, suppressing the agony coursing through his body, and leaped into action. Forming hand seals with his feet, ninjutsu, Lion's main technique. His flowing white hair, empowered by chakra, hardened to the strength of steel and elongated, ensnaring Hinata Kiyoshi. Meanwhile, Hinata's short blade, enveloped in a layer of wind-release chakra, descended in a slicing motion, severing the advancing strands of white hair. Ash strained to keep his eyes open. Aiming towards Hinata Kiyoshi, fingers pointed, daytime tiger. The roaring white tiger head surged forth, charging at Hinata Kiyoshi. In response, Hinata formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a colossal fire dragon, which collided with the daytime tiger, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Painful heaven kick. A commanding voice resonated as Tsunade descended from the sky, executing a powerful kick aimed at Hinata Kiyoshi. Hinata's heart remained unperturbed as he clapped his hands together and invoked the mystical art, Dragon's Might. Hinata's muscles on his arms suddenly bulged as he countered Tsunade's assault. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Hinata's feet could no longer withstand the force and shattered violently, sending both him and Tsunade plummeting to the lower level. The surrounding walls and structures were left in ruins, utterly devastated by the ferocity of their clash. Hinata was suddenly buried beneath the rubble. Tsunade was the first to leap forward, yet Hinata did not follow. "Tsunade, you have finally arrived," Jiraiya exclaimed, his hands clasped in prayer. His gaze filled with joy as he looked at her figure. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, stating, "I cannot allow the legacy of our forefathers to be extinguished in our hands." Is he dead? The thought flickered in the minds of the surrounding leaf ninjas. Under such tremendous force, surely no one could survive. Just as a glimmer of hope lingered in the hearts of all. That despairing voice echoed once more. Sage art, transmutation of the inorganic. The surrounding stone walls, debris, and trees seemed to come alive, crashing down upon the leaf ninjas. In an instant, several ninjas met their unfortunate demise. Amidst the ruins, the scattered stones shifted, and from the earth emerged a pale hand, pushing against the ground as it rose once more. Hinata Kei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, "I have vowed to pave the way to the future for those who place their trust in me." The onlookers gasped in awe at Hinata Kei, their adversary. Yet all secretly admired this young man in their hearts. What formidable will and strength he possessed. Was it truly wise to stand against such an opponent? From a distance, Sasuke observed the proud figure, contemplating, if I possessed such power, eliminating Itachi Uchiha would surely pose no challenge. Unbeknownst to them, Hinata Kei's thoughts were elsewhere, pondering. Why have they not discovered that pact to summon me for surrender? At this rate, I might lose my role entirely. Kabuto, your incompetence is glaring. Chapter 62, Orochimaru escapes control within the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation. Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted all his strength to seal away Hashirama and Tobirama Shinji using the Reaper Death Seal. He charged towards Kabuto, intent on taking down the mastermind behind Konoha's crisis, but Kabuto, ever cunning, had already retreated to a safe distance, allowing Orochimaru to entangle Hiruzen in a fierce struggle. Hiruzen realized that if he delayed any longer, the time limit for the Reaper Death Seal would expire, leaving him with no chance of success. Thus, he reached out to Orochimaru, only to find that Orochimaru's soul offered no resistance, allowing Hiruzen to extract the essence of his two arms effortlessly. However, those arms bore a faint green hue, and Orochimaru's eyes regained their luster, no longer resembling a mere puppet. Ha ha ha, Sensei Sarutobi. Who would have thought that one day you would be my savior? Orochimaru manipulated the Kusanagi sword, severing the Reaper's arm, sacrificing the soul of his own arm. Yet, utilizing the recently liberated essence, he ensnared Hinata Kei's spiritual orb, breaking free from Hinata's control. This is bad, Kabuto exclaimed, simultaneously forming hand seals to activate the curse seal he had implanted within Orochimaru. In agony, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto and warned, "Do not let me find an opportunity, for I shall seize everything from you." With that, Orochimaru collapsed to the ground in silence. Kabuto exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had preemptively embedded the cursed seal within Orochimaru, granting him the ability to extract Orochimaru's life at any moment. Both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell lifelessly, appearing to the outside world as if they had perished together. Kabuto approached to claim Orochimaru's corpse, excising a piece of flesh from Hiruzen. Should he take Hiruzen's entire body, Konoha would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly to preserve their honor. Better to claim just a piece of flesh, fulfilling his goal of employing the impure world reincarnation technique in the future. Withdraw. The four-sound ninja immediately dismantled the Four Purple Flames formation and retreated beyond the borders of Konoha. Their mission had concluded, leaving the stage set for Hinata Kei and Konoha's ensuing confrontation. In another clearing outside Konoha, Naruto, in his six-tailed state, had sprouted bones around him, able to contend with the complete form of the one tail, despite being merely half of the nine tails. Damn that foul fox, prepare for an attack. Shikaku unleashed a massive wind blast, aimed at the sixth tail's Naruto. Infuriated by the devastating blow, Naruto gradually manifested a seventh tail. His body enveloped in an immense crimson chakra cloak interwoven with bone, effortlessly toppling Shikaku. Under such overwhelming pressure, the one tail was gradually forced back into Gaara's body, awakening Gaara from his pain and compelling him to recontain Shikaku. In his seven-tail state, Naruto became entirely dominated by the nine-tail's consciousness, wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures. Finally, Yamato arrived, producing a chakra secret medicine and consuming it before forming hand seals, would release, birth of the Sea of Trees. In an instant, a vast expanse of trees erupted beneath the seven tails Naruto, rapidly growing and enveloping his colossal form. The trees absorbed the nine tails chakra, temporarily restraining Naruto. Just as Yamato struggled to maintain his hold, he felt a pair of hands on his back, pouring a surge of pure life force chakra into him. Yamato turned in surprise. Lady Tsunade, your wood release lacks the vitality of Sage Mode. I am here to replenish what is missing and suppress the nine tails with all my strength. Tsunade's body emanated the black markings of the 100 Healings technique, channeling her accumulated chakra into Yamato. Understood. Yamato replied, exhilarated. Hinata Kei gazed into the distance at the nine tails ensnared by wood release, then turned to Jiraiya, who had entered Sage Mode, and inquired. Do you believe you can defeat me alone? Impossible. At the very least, I can hold you off, Jiraiya replied, discarding his wooden sandals. A portion of his body had already begun to transform into that of a frog. While the Sage of the Deep and the Sage of the Shima stood upon his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, what prompted you to summon us so suddenly? Did you not mention that this form does not appeal to women? The Sage of the Deep questioned. This situation is dire, Jiraiya indicated towards Hinata Kei before him. Our adversary has also mastered Sage Mode. The Sage of Shima, astonished, remarked, this is the Sage Mode of the Dragon's Cave. I never anticipated anyone would be able to learn it. It seems we are in for a fierce battle. Hinata swiftly formed hand seals, his gaze emanating confidence and indifference as he declared, the three great celestial realms counter each other. How dare you attempt to thwart me? Truly, you overestimate your own abilities. Upon finishing his words, he unleashed a powerful shockwave from his palm, causing the ground beneath him to shatter instantaneously. Be cautious, Jiraiya. The two sages warned in unison. Understood. Jiraiya responded promptly, leaping into the air to narrowly evade the sonic assault. Old hag, Sage Zensuke shouted. Understood. Sage Art. Frog croak. The two sages simultaneously opened their mouths, emitting a deafening croak akin to that of a frog. Hinata Q, undeterred, charged directly towards Jiraiya, seemingly impervious to the effects of the illusion. In truth, he had long since blocked his hearing. Jiraiya leapt atop the crumbling ruins, shouting, use wind and oil. Sage Art. 5 right gate. Together with the two sages, Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of toad oil, where fierce winds and flames intertwined, creating a blazing inferno. The fiery oil surged towards Hinata Q like a dragon, its flames resilient against water, exhibiting astonishing power. Hinata Kei struck the ground with a single palm, exclaiming loudly, Earth release, multi-earth wall. In an instant, four colossal stone walls rose from the ground, encircling him and effectively thwarting the onslaught of fire oil. However, as one wave subsided, another surged forth. Jiraiya, wielding a Sage Art stone sword, descended from the heavens like a divine being, aiming a fierce blow at Hinata Kei. Hinata's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of mischievousness, ninjutsu, fusion with nature. In an instant, his figure melded seamlessly with the earth beneath him, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's stone sword crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, yet Hinata remained elusive, leaving only a deep crater in his wake. The surrounding stone walls, as if animated, swiftly surged towards Jiraiya. Sage Shima was the first to react, unleashing a torrent of water arrows that sliced through the encroaching stone barriers. The shadow of Hinata emerged from beneath, extending an arm toward Jiraiya's neck. As if possessing a sixth sense, Jiraiya swiftly turned, wielding his stone sword to strike fiercely at Hinata. Hinata swiftly retracted her arm, her body once again melding into the earth. Ninja technique, earth release, dragon's earth burial. Hinata Kayoshi's silhouette re-emerged in the distance, palms pressed together as he invoked a sage technique. Instantly, the ground erupted with countless sharp stone spires aimed at Jiraiya, who could only flee further away to escape Hinata's spell. Sage Art, my snake spirit's cry. Hinata's mouth opened, unleashing a resounding cry. Upon hearing this sound, Jiraiya felt as if he had entered a serene sanctuary, cradled in Tsunade's embrace, resting his head upon her ample bosom. The sage Fukasaku unleashed a torrent of water arrows, shattering the incoming stone spires. Little Jiraiya has fallen under a genjutsu. The old woman dispelled his illusion. Understood, Frog Song. The shrill croak of frogs instantly yanked Jiraiya back into the fray. We need to close the distance. We can't let him ensnare us, Jiraiya declared. Understood. Fukasaku extended his long tongue, ensnaring a stone spire beside Hinata, and in an instant, Jiraiya soared into the air, rapidly approaching his opponent. He formed a colossal Rasengan, launching it directly at Hinata. Chapter 63, The Frenzied Danzo, continuing to bear the blame posthumously, the transformed Naruto, infused with the power of the Nine Tails, struggled against the restraints of wood release, the tailed beast chakra within him intensifying. Yamado's would release could only bind him temporarily, within Naruto's mental realm. He had succumbed entirely to the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, slowly making his way towards the cage that imprisoned the beast. Hurry! Faster! The Nine Tails urged. Exhilarated at the prospect of regaining freedom after so many years, Naruto reached out to tear away the ceiling symbols, but a familiar hand pressed down on him. The gentle voice resonated once more. Naruto, do you truly wish to harm your comrades in Konoha? Just those words dispelled the darkness within Naruto, restoring clarity to his gaze. Father. He turned, embracing his dad tightly as tears streamed down like a broken dam. Minato Namake's eyes brimmed with paternal affection as he tenderly stroked Naruto's golden hair. My child, have you encountered a dilemma? Speak to your father. Perhaps I can help clarify your doubts. Releasing his father's embrace, Naruto spoke urgently. One day, an Umbu was pursued and came to my home, delivering information about Saratobi's schemes. Since birth, I have been regarded as the embodiment of the demon fox, enduring relentless bullying. All because Konoha needed a scapegoat to alleviate tensions. The circumstances surrounding my mother's childbirth are a closely guarded secret. Yet how could the masked man know the location of her delivery? It must have been leaked by Saratobi. He aims to kill you and reclaim the position of Hokage, consolidating power for himself. And the culprits behind your and my mother's deaths are none other than your disciple, Uchiha Itachi, who bears a grudge for your failure to save his beloved Rin. Naruto quickly recounted everything he knew, the magnitude of his revelations leaving Minato astounded. His brow furrowed deeply. That cannot be. The third Hokage is not one to covet power, and Obito has long since perished. Naruto retorted vehemently, I also know that during your tenure, Saratobi constantly meddled in political affairs. He simply cannot relinquish his authority. Kakashi's transplanted Sharingan perfectly counters Obito's. He is undoubtedly alive and aware of Rin's demise. The Nine Tails, grinning, interjected, I can attest to one thing. The little brat has indeed borne a considerable share of my sins. As the Nine Tails imparted a sliver of its chakra into Minato, a flood of memories surged through his mind. He envisioned Naruto being ostracized by other children, driven away by adults, forced to consume expired milk and instant noodles. These scenes deeply pained Minato's heart. He had never fathomed such an outcome. Not only was his son not regarded as a hero's heir, but he was treated even worse than an ordinary orphan. Minato frowned, unable to find any words to counter the irrefutable information laid before him, which perfectly explained every mystery surrounding the Nine Tails rampage. At that moment, he recalled how, following the Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage had resigned in disgrace. During the election for Hokage, why had he been recommended over the more qualified Orochimaru? Was it because of his superior strength? Clearly not, for Orochimaru was equally formidable. Was it due to his charismatic personality? No, for Orochimaru had many loyal followers. It was simply because he was easier to manipulate, lacking a solid foundation. Reflecting on his own time as Hokage, each decree had been met with significant resistance. He had sought to alleviate tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan, only to face staunch opposition from several Hokage advisors. Minato, ever astute, connected the dots he had previously overlooked. Crouching down to meet Naruto's gaze, he said, Son, I apologize. There are matters in which I have faltered. Seek out Jiraiya-sensei. He will help me uncover the truth and look after you. He is my mentor, and you can trust him. Relay the information you just shared to Jiraiya-sensei. He will get to the bottom of it. Are you referring to the perverted sage? Naruto recalled the white-haired man who had taught him to control the Nine Tails' power. Minato, fully aware of his teacher's character, explained, though Jiraiya-sensei may have his faults, he is reliable most of the time. Your name was derived from the protagonist in his book. Huh? From the little yellow book? Naruto exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Minato's expression darkened as he replied, Certainly not. That is an inspiring tale. Oh, I see. As Minato's figure gradually faded, Naruto exited his mental realm. In the real world, Tsunade and numerous Umbu ninjas gazed in despair at the now muscular-tailed Naruto, on the verge of full transformation into the Nine Tails. Yamado's would release was precariously close to collapse. Yet, Konoha had no second fourth Hokage to sacrifice. Just as Tsunade prepared to risk her life to reseal the Nine Tails, the beast suddenly fell silent. The tails behind Naruto diminished, and chakra gradually receded back into his body, causing him to plummet from the air. Tsunade, reacting swiftly, leaped to catch Naruto as he fell. In a sense, Naruto had safeguarded Konoha. Without his sudden outburst, the village would have faced a dual crisis from the rampaging Kyuubi and the chaos from Chiyo and Mu. At that moment, an Umbu appeared beside Tsunade, stating, Lady Tsunade, we have discovered this at the root. The dark faction delivered a scroll into Tsunade's hands. As she unfurled it, she was confronted with its shocking contents. The Sound Village pledged to eliminate the obstacles that stood in Danzo's path to becoming Hokage. Upon his ascension, Danzo was to provide the Sound Village with the following support. 0. The lease of Naruto Uzumaki as a weapon for the Land of Rice for 10 years. 1. A one-time economic grant of 2 billion Ryo to the Sound Village, along with an annual purchase of 1,000 tons of grain from the Land of Rice at a price exceeding the market rate by 10%. 2. Educational support in the form of 10 elite teachers to work in the land of rice for a decade. 3. Technological support to fund the establishment of a research base for the Sound Village. 4. Financial assistance to create an orphanage within the Sound Village. Each clause reeked of treachery, revealing Danzo's collusion with external forces to fulfill his ambitions. Tsunade, suppressing the urge to tear the scroll to shreds, managed to utter through clenched teeth. Even with such underhanded schemes, no one would acknowledge his claim to Hokage. The Konoha founded by my great-grandfather is not a tool for Danzo's ambitions. One of the Umbu members bowed respectfully, stating, Danzo has gone missing. The 2 Hokage advisors suggest we could accept clauses 1, 2, and 3 as compensation to mitigate Konoha's losses. What? To yield to such a small nation? Tsunade exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, this is an unavoidable circumstance, the Umbu nodded. Tsunade sighed deeply, I understand. She was not without a sense of the larger picture, should the situation persist, even if they defeated the Sound. Konoha would suffer far greater losses. This was particularly detrimental for Konoha, which had already lost its 3rd Hokage. Tsunade entrusted Naruto to the 2 Umbu beside her and sprinted toward the direction where Hinata and Jiraiya were engaged in battle. Shortly after Tsunade departed, the 2 Umbu escorted Naruto towards Konoha's sanctuary, where Uchiha Hikaru appeared before them. Upon noticing the Sound Village headband on Hikaru's forehead, the Umbu grew vigilant. But this was futile against Hikaru, who possessed the Sharingan. Hikaru activated his Manjiki Sharingan, ensnaring the 2 Umbu in Genjutsu. He swiftly eliminated them and cast a healing jutsu on Naruto. As Naruto slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the figure before him, Sister Hikaru. Hikaru replied coldly with a nod, instantly plunging Naruto into illusion once more. Within the Genjutsu, a chakra clone of Hinata stood before him. How did you get here, Mushio? Naruto, who had been in a tailed beast transformation, was unaware of Chinya Mushio's incursion into Konoha. Mushio clapped his hands. Conjuring various scenes, I am here to invite you to join my plan. What? Naruto, still somewhat consumed by darkness, could not shake off his inherent navet. We are exploring a jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased, the heavenly mandate rebirth. Join us, and in the future, I will possess the power to revive your parents. What do you think of this proposition? Imagine the chance to reunite with your lost loved ones and reclaim the beautiful moments you once shared. This is an opportunity to alter your fate, a chance to restore your family to wholeness. Hinata Kiyoshi extended his hand, beckoning Naruto to grasp it. Upon hearing Hinata's enticing proposition, Naruto found himself in a state of turmoil. However, recalling his father's words urging him to seek out the perverted sage, he resolutely shook his head, rejecting Hinata's offer. I'm sorry, Kiyoshi. I cannot acquiesce to your request at this moment. I must find the perverted sage. Please, release me. Hinata's expression gradually turned cold. No one can refuse me. Hinata Hayashi actively dispelled the illusion, erasing Naruto's memories of that moment. In the real world, Naruto awakened in an instant, immediately rising to his feet. I apologize, Sister Hikari, but I must seek out the perverse sage. With that, he dashed toward the distance. Having already spotted Jiraiya engaged in battle, Uchiha Hikari remained silent, her gaze cold as she watched Naruto depart, activating her Sharingan technique, 8,000 spears. Yet at the moment of activation, Uchiha Hikari felt a surge of pure yang chakra thwarting her jutsu. Unaware, Naruto continued to sprint toward the horizon. If the technique were to fail, she would abandon the plan immediately. Uchiha Hikari repeated Hayashi's words in her mind, suppressing her doubts as she watched Naruto vanish from sight. Hinata's gaze was as cold as ice, fixated intently on the charging Jiraiya. The Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand roared fiercely, unstoppable in its momentum. Hinata's lips curled into a sinister smile as he raised his right hand, exclaiming, mystical art, bone drilling wind. In an instant, a massive bone drill materialized in his grasp, spinning at an alarming speed. The outer layer of the drill was entwined with rapidly circulating water and swirling winds, converging to form a terrifying force. This technique was one of the abilities Hinata had developed through years of absorbing the blood of Kimimaro, possessing formidable offensive power capable of effortlessly shattering the Susanu's skeletal structure. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiraiya's eyes, yet his movements remained unfaltering. He summoned all his strength, propelling the Rasengan forward. The two dreadful forces collided midair, producing a cataclysmic roar. The surrounding air was violently disturbed, generating a chilling shockwave. The intertwining winds and water clashed fiercely with the Rasengan, while the bone drill resolutely advanced, forcefully tearing through the Rasengan's defenses. This strike sent Jiraiya hurtling backward, and in an instant, Hinata closed the distance to stand before the exhausted sage. The bone drill pointed menacingly at Jiraiya's head, who, despite the deep-seated resolve of the sage of the deep woods, was compelled to withdraw his summoning technique. Returning to Mount Myaboku. Farewell, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Just as the bone drill was about to descend, a voice called out, halt. We can accede to the conditions of your Sound Village. Tsunade appeared before Hinata, clutching a forged alliance from Kabuto, her gaze anxiously darting toward Jiraiya. Danzo has already been slain by Konoha, your plans have been laid bare. Do not cling to your delusions. We can accept the first, second, and third clauses of the treaty. Surprise flickered in Hinata's eyes, quickly giving way to a sense of unwillingness. How much is the life of a shadow-level ninja worth? He was fully aware that Danzo had already met his demise, and it was by his own hand. Since Konoha was willing to bear the burden of responsibility, he could afford to remain untroubled. However, this performance must continue. Hinata Kei pressed the bone drill closer to Jiraiya's throat, the whirling instrument creating a rush of wind that enveloped him. Yet, in his eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, he fixated on Tsunade's anxious expression, never having imagined that he could evoke such concern from her. Even if he were to perish in this moment, he considered it worthwhile. With that thought, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. We can still agree to the 7th and 8th terms, providing compensation for the Sound Village in this war and establishing an orphanage for them, along with annual funding. Tsunade gritted her teeth, selecting the two conditions that were most palatable. Hinata Kei exclaimed, "Konkubo, how can I trust your words? To my knowledge, you are not even among the higher echelons of Konoha." Surrounding them, the Umbu and Konoha ninjas continued to converge, standing resolutely behind Tsunade. Meanwhile, the remaining Sound ninjas, alongside the summoning beast, Shinba, stood steadfastly behind Hinata Kei. Despite their evident numerical and strength disadvantage compared to Konoha, none displayed a hint of fear. They had long been imbued with the spirit of the 8,000 spears, and regardless of their past, they had become loyal warriors of the Sound Village. At that moment, an Umbu appeared beside Tsunade, kneeling with one knee and holding the Hokage's hat aloft. Without hesitation, Tsunade accepted the Hokage's hat and placed it upon her head, declaring, "I swear by the name of the 5th Hokage." In that critical moment, Tsunade was entrusted with the mantle of the 5th Hokage of Konoha Village. Hinata Kei glanced around and declared, "In that case, let my subordinates depart. I shall remain here alone to negotiate with you." Tsunade promptly agreed, "Very well." The ninjas of Konoha cleared a path, allowing the remaining Sound ninjas to leave. One resolute Sound ninja stepped forward and proclaimed, "We shall share our fate with our master." "Indeed, we shall share our fate. For the land of rice." Hinata Kei gazed at them and spoke, "You have all done excellently, but your sacrifices are no longer required. It is time for me, as your leader, to take action for the sake of everyone. All of you, heed my command and retreat." "Yes." The Sound ninja withdrew towards the opening that had been created. All the Konoha ninjas watched them leave with expressions of awe. Just moments ago, they had truly felt the formidable strength of the Sound ninja. Their unwavering will to fight, even in the face of death, was terrifying. They were determined to take down as many opponents as possible, even at the cost of their own lives. Even if they were outmatched, they would exchange blows, fighting tooth and nail. Confronted with such formidable adversaries, how could they not feel a sense of reverence? Such enemies were ones they would never wish to encounter again in their lifetimes. What extraordinary allure does this Chiba Mushio possess, compelling so many to risk their lives for his ambitions? Chapter 65, Negotiations for the Alliance of Offense and Defense. It is now permissible to release Jiraiya. I have acquiesced to your demands, and you must now demonstrate your sincerity. Tsunade fixed her gaze upon Jiraiya, her intentions unmistakable. Hinata skillfully manipulated the chakra serpent coiled around her, directing it to bite Jiraiya on the neck, infusing his body with a surge of chakra, which subsequently manifested as a peculiar curse mark. Hinata finally released Jiraiya and employed a healing ninjutsu to alleviate his injuries. "I apologize, but I must exercise caution until we establish our alliance. However, rest assured that once the pact is formed, I shall lift the curse mark from Jiraiya-senpai." "You rascal!" Tsunade gritted her teeth, feeling utterly powerless, especially since Jiraiya was in that person's grasp. At that moment, another Umbu member arrived with a message. "Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade. The two Hokage advisors, the daimyo of the Fire Country and the daimyo of the Rice Country, are awaiting you in the Hokage office. Let us proceed." Tsunade said as she made her way toward the Hokage office. Hinata followed Tsunade's footsteps as they made their way to the Hokage's office. No sooner had they departed than a medical ninja rushed to Jiraiya's side, attempting to unravel the curse seal. Hinata Kei turned around to remind, "That is the curse seal of the Dragon Cave. You all ought to exercise caution. If triggered, not even I could rescue you." Jiraiya coughed up a few drops of blood. "You are truly meticulous in your approach. When one conspires with a tiger, one must indeed proceed with utmost caution." Hinata Kei chuckled lightly. In the Hokage's office, the two entered in succession. Mito Gate-in and T-Rin Komatsu were seated on the Hokage's side, with the daimyo of the Land of Fire behind them. Hinata Kei sat alone on the side of the Sound Village, with the daimyo of the Land of Rice behind him. The impartial referees were Reikage A and various small country daimyos, including Bo, Tang, and Takumi. Hinata Kei gently bowed before the daimyo of the Land of Rice, addressing him as Your Excellency. The daimyo nodded slightly, fanning himself while gesturing towards the seat before him, urging, "Well done, please take a seat." In truth, the daimyo had long been ensnared by Hinata Kei's ocular technique, rendered a mere puppet, merely performing for appearances. A historian from the Land of Fire stepped forward, delivering a series of formalities, proclaiming that the two nations would engage in amicable negotiations as equals, with the intent of forging a friendship treaty. Hinata, along with the three esteemed leaders of Konoha before him, rose to their feet and bowed in a gesture of respect. This signified the commencement of their negotiations. Hinata picked up a covenant and handed it to the adjacent historian, stating, "Our land of rice has always maintained peaceful relations with the outside world. This turmoil arises at the invitation of your village's higher-ups, Shimura Danzo, to restore order in Konoha." Tenen Koharu immediately retorted, "Danzo has been regarded as a traitor by us in Konoha and has been executed. The covenant he signed is as worthless to us as scrap paper." Hinata resolutely refuted, asserting, "This is an internal conflict within your Konoha. At the time we signed the alliance, Danzo held the position of Hokage's advisor in your village." Mito, with a fierce demeanor, interjected, "To express Konoha's contrition, we are willing to agree to Articles 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8 of the treaty. However, you must also demonstrate your sincerity. Should war break out in Konoha, Lord Chiba must lead the Sound Village as reinforcements on the battlefield. Furthermore, the Sound Village must acknowledge the defeat in this conflict. This is a preparation for the future. Konoha remains in a state of vulnerability, and war could erupt at any moment. Securing a formidable ally at this juncture is of utmost importance. The second article is of little consequence. Merely a matter of preserving face, acknowledging Konoha's victory to uphold the dignity of the great powers." Hinata added that the Hidden Leaf must supply war materials and provide compensation for each fallen ninja afterward, regardless of the outcome of the conflict. The Hidden Leaf is required to furnish financial remuneration as a service fee. The two advisors to the Hokage turned their gaze toward Tsunade, their eyes laden with inquiry, seemingly questioning whether the Sound Ninja reinforcements warranted such a price. Having never set foot on the battlefield, they were unaware of the capabilities of the Sound Ninja. Upon seeing Tsunade nod in affirmation, the two advisors finally acquiesced, stating, "Very well, we accept this condition. Should war befall the Hidden Leaf, we shall engage the Sound Ninja as mercenaries to support us, and we will compensate each Sound Ninja at a fair price." Hinata provocatively inquired, "What, then, is the appearance fee for a shadow-level powerhouse, such as myself?" The members of Konoha exchanged glances before presenting a figure that they deemed reasonably suitable, 50 million, to be settled in a single payment upon the conclusion of the war. Hinata's lips curled into a smile. "Konoha is indeed generous. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration. Let us proceed with the signing of the pact." Mito's expression was somewhat grim. Konoha had indeed incurred a significant cost this time. However, given the current circumstances, this was undeniably essential. Hinata interjected once more. "Next, we shall proceed to the exchange of prisoners. Your Jiraiya remains in my custody. I am curious to know at what price you intend to secure his release." "What?" The two advisors of the Hokage, typically shrewd and calculating, were momentarily taken aback. They were well aware of Jiraiya's formidable prowess and were astonished that this seemingly youthful individual possessed such remarkable capabilities. However, the two swiftly regained their composure. At the negotiation table, losing one's poise could easily allow the adversary to seize the upper hand. 50 million is the same price as your initial offer. It is indeed a considerable sum. Of course, it is acceptable. Hinata revealed a smile. These gains were merely ancillary, as the paramount concern lay with the matters concerning Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade, as the fifth Hokage, ultimately reached a decisive conclusion. "Let us draft a pact, and I implore the esteemed individuals to maintain impartiality." The Refuge, representing the neutral faction, laughed heartily. Indeed, this was quite the spectacle. He had never anticipated that such a small nation as the Land of Rice would produce a hero of such caliber. Swiftly, 2 drafts of the treaty were prepared, and without hesitation, Hinata affixed his signature, utilizing the name of Chiba Mutsu. Subsequently, the feudal lords of both nations added their names, followed by the neutral party, who also inscribed their signature as witnesses. Hinata stood up and shook hands with Tsunade, who had hastily assumed the position of Hokage. Mito, continuing his mischief, inquired whether Lord Mushio might have any interest in temporarily staying in Konoha to attend the Hokage inauguration ceremony the day after tomorrow. Hinata Keisuke, feeling despondent and lacking a reason to remain in Konoha, found that the opportunity presented itself before him. Hinata Kiyomi smiled, saying, "It is a great honor. We are now indomitable allies." Tsunade observed Hinata's smile, finding it rather disingenuous, as just moments ago they were engaged in a fierce struggle for survival, and now they were labeled as unbreakable allies. At that moment, the Refuge approached, engaging in conversation with the others. "I never anticipated that such remarkable individuals existed among ninjas. Upon departing from Kumogakure today, I have come to realize that there are indeed such heroes in this world." He had gained much from this encounter, having learned not only of Konoha's concealed would-release ninja, but also of several darker aspects of the village. "You flatter me," the Refuge replied. Tsunade then urged, "Let us first lift the curse mark placed on Jiraiya." Hinata nodded, "Of course." The two arrived at the Konoha hospital, where Jiraiya lay on the hospital bed, snoring loudly. Muttering, "Tsunade, no, not there, you mustn't touch Tsunade." Hinata could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Tsunade wore a grim expression, struggling to suppress the urge to strike Jiraiya. Muttering to herself, "He is still a patient. He is still a patient. as she approached the ward's entrance. Chapter 66. Naruto's darkening plan fails, departing from Konoha. Hinata approached and placed her hand upon Jiraiya's chest, and in an instant, the curse marks that had spread across his entire body were retracted by her. Jiraiya, feeling a sudden chill, awakened from his slumber and thought to himself, "Ah, it's you. You've come to lift the curse marks, haven't you?" Hinata nodded. Just as he was about to depart, he was halted by Jiraiya. Jiraiya inquired, "Could you perhaps teach me that illusion of yours? I would be willing to exchange it for another of my sage techniques." "You mean my snake spirit call?" "Yes, precisely." Hinata was somewhat curious about what Jiraiya had witnessed that made him so eager for this particular sage technique. This technique could immerse one in a beautiful illusion. So what exactly did he see? Jiraiya did not conceal his thoughts, placing his hands on his chest and dragging them down. The allure of a woman's bosom. "I believe this ninjutsu is truly inspired by divine artistry. You are beyond redemption, Jiraiya. Just perish." Tsunade strode in from the doorway and delivered a punch that sent Jiraiya, still on his sickbed, flying. Hyuga Kei gazed at the large hole in the wall and smiled knowingly as he made his way outside the hospital. Upon exiting, he encountered Naruto rushing into the hospital. "Mikio," Naruto called out to Hyuga Kei, seemingly in a hurry. Hyuga Kei furrowed his brow, perplexed that Naruto remained unyielding. Was the allure of resurrecting his parents insufficient? Even the formidable Yaoqian spear had failed to brainwash him. Upon locating Uchiha Hikari, who had been waiting for him, Hyuga Kei inquired, "What is the situation? Has Naruto not been influenced by Yaoqian?" Uchiha Hikari nodded, his voice laden with remorse. "My ocular technique was thwarted by an extraordinarily warm chakra." Hinata Hayashi gently ruffled the hair of Uchiha Light, saying, "This is not your fault. That warm chakra must undoubtedly belong to the reincarnation of Ashura. Yet, why did Naruto fall victim to this jutsu during the Boruto era? Only for it to now be ineffective? The only plausible explanation is that Ashura's reincarnated chakra has already departed from Naruto. We may hypothesize that each reincarnation of Ashura and Indra is imbued with a unique mission, a vital task to propel the development of the shinobi world. The missions of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were to end the era of turmoil and establish a system of one village, one nation. Conversely, Naruto and Sasuke's mission was to guide the shinobi world towards peace and prevent the resurrection of Kagaya. Having accomplished their respective missions, their reincarnated chakras would naturally withdraw. Which explains why Naruto and Boruto is susceptible to the influence of the 8,000 spears. However, the present-day Naruto seems immune to such manipulation. He has not succumbed to darkness, nor is it entirely inconceivable that Ashura's chakra still lingers within him. As for whose chakra orchestrates the process of reincarnation, it is evident that the capable mastermind behind it is none other than the Sage of Six Paths. Only he possesses such ability and foresight. Sasuke, however, is more susceptible to the influence of Indra's reincarnated chakra, leading him to more extreme paths. Naruto, on the other hand, remains steadfast. Thus, Hayashi considers enlisting Sasuke, preferably under the guise of Orochimaru. After all, Chiba Moku is now an ally of Konoha. Hyuga Kei soon received a message from Yakushi Kabuto, in which Kabuto elucidated the unforeseen changes in their plan. Orochimaru had managed to escape the control of Hyuga Kei's rebirth due to the Shiki F chain. Yet he was also eradicated by the curse seal that had been implanted beforehand. Yakushi Kabuto inquired whether Hyuga Kei wished to perform the Edo Tensei on Orochimaru to prevent his resurrection. Hyuga Kei heeded his advice, allowing him to summon Orochimaru through the technique of Edo Tensei to exert control over him. By ensnaring his soul, resurrection would become impossible. Orochimaru had already acquired an abundance of knowledge. Perhaps in the future, he could serve as a vanguard for his own interests. Hinata Hayashi sent a message to Uzumaki Erashur, requesting him to take care of Niji and Tenten while he remained in Konoha for a short while longer. Within the confines of Konoha Hospital, Naruto burst in and found Jiraiya, who lay on a hospital bed, his body swathed in bandages. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Naruto could no longer contain his tears. "Perverted sage. Dad sent me to find you, saying that you would get to the bottom of this." These words left Jiraiya perplexed. He wondered what Minato had communicated to Naruto and what exactly he was supposed to investigate. Naruto recounted his experiences in the spirit world and disclosed all the intelligence that Hinata Hayashi had compiled. Listening to these revelations, Tsunade and Jiraiya turned pale. They were aware of their mentor's penchant for scheming, yet they had never anticipated the depths of his treachery. Betraying Konoha comrades, manipulating and isolating Naruto, what heinous acts was he incapable of committing? The two understood that Naruto's sudden outburst and subsequent calmness stemmed from this intelligence, yet at the crucial moment, Minato had pulled him back. Instinctively, Jiraiya attempted to defend his mentor. "It's all right, Naruto. This might just be someone else's slander. I will definitely help you uncover the truth." However, as he spoke, Jiraiya's confidence wavered. The evidence was too compelling, leaving him with no grounds for doubt. "Yes, perverted sage," Tsunade consoled, patting Naruto's shoulder. "Do not worry. We owe much to you this time. If it weren't for your transformation into the tailed beast and your entanglement with Shikaku, your contributions would be invaluable. You are a hero of Konoha, and we will ensure that your deeds are recognized. One day, you will gain the acknowledgement of the entire populace." Wiping away his tears, Naruto replied, "Thank you, Granny Tsunade." After ascending to her position, Tsunade actively promoted Naruto's contributions during this incident. Though she refrained from revealing that he was the son of the fourth Hokage, this was unavoidable. Even if Konoha's higher-ups acknowledged Naruto's lineage, the public's perception would not shift, as the notion of him being the Nine-Tails remained deeply entrenched. Nevertheless, it somewhat eased the discord between Naruto and the citizens of Konoha. Their attitude transitioned from disdain to fear, which was, in any case, an improvement. Subsequently, Hinata Hayashi, alongside many dignitaries from various nations, attended Tsunade's inauguration ceremony, thereby bestowing honor upon Konoha. On the third day, Hinata Hayashi was to depart from Konoha, and numerous members of Team 10 gathered to bid him farewell. However, two of the members were taken to the Land of Rain by Hinata Hayashi. Though Chiyo and Maki had once been adversaries, their friendship remained unscathed. Hinata Kei bid farewell to each person in turn, while Naruto grasped Hinata Kei's hand and inquired, "Mikushige, how did you become the leader of the Sound Hidden Village?" Hinata was somewhat astonished by the formidable power of Azura's chakra correction ability. "Is your dream still to become Hokage?" Naruto, wiping the tip of his nose, affirmed, "Indeed. I will not forsake my dream for any reason. It is precisely because Konoha has its shadows that I must strive even harder to become Hokage." Hinata nodded in agreement. "However, the darkness of Konoha had already been eradicated by him, and it seems you have little opportunity left. To aspire to become Hokage requires not only formidable strength, but also the trust of the people." This time, Hinata spoke sincerely and without ulterior motives, earnestly providing guidance to Naruto. Hinata Keisuke recalled Itachi's famous saying, "It is not the title of Hokage that earns one love. Rather, it is the love one receives that bestows the title of Hokage." Naruto nodded earnestly, "I understand." Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru pondered thoughtfully to the side. Hinata smiled gently. "Then I wish you an early success in becoming Hokage. Thank you all. This is where we part ways." Lee waved his hand. "Yes. Next time I must earnestly spar with you, Mushio-kun." "Goodbye, Mushio-kun." Standing to the side, Hinata felt a pang of sadness as Mushio did not bid her farewell privately as she had imagined. Just as the group turned away, Hinata heard Hinata call out to her, "Hinata, could you accompany me for a moment?" Hinata turned around in surprise. Her cheeks flushed. "Of course I can." Chapter 67. Information exposed, Nagato and Obito's rift. Hinata and Hinata engaged in conversation for quite some time outside of Konoha, agreeing that when the opportunity arose, they would take a trip together to the Land of Rice. Hinata opened her arms, saying, "Aren't you going to embrace me before parting?" However, she timidly stepped forward, extending her arms yet hesitating to draw closer. Hinata Hyuga smiled shyly as she was embraced by Hinata Kiyoshi, who gently encouraged her, "During the times I am away, you must cultivate your confidence. When we meet again, I wish to see a completely transformed Hinata, all right?" Blushing, Hinata nodded, unsure if she had truly heard him. Releasing her petite form, Hinata Kiyoshi produced a small puppet bird designed for communication. "This is for you. It serves as my messenger, attuned to my chakra. Simply send a message with it, and no matter where I am in the ninja realm, I shall receive it." Hinata joyfully accepted the puppet, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. "Remember, do not divulge this to anyone. It is our secret." Hinata affirmed with a firm nod. Hinata Hayashi waved his hand, turned around, and left without looking back. Only Hinata remained, watching his retreating figure until it disappeared from sight before she finally turned to go home. Upon returning, she found her younger sister Hanabi perched on the entrance cabinet, legs crossed, engrossed in a book. "Sis is back. Already sent off your little sweetheart?" Hanabi teased, lowering the book with a smirk. Hinata flushed and picked up a slipper from the floor to hand to her sister. "I was just seeing him off." Hanabi repeated mockingly, "Just seeing him off, huh? Come on, tell me how far things have progressed. Let your brilliant little sister give you some advice." She suddenly brightened. "If my future brother-in-law is that strong, maybe I can ask him for training tips. Then revenge won't be a problem anymore. I doubt he'd refuse such an adorable sister-in-law, right?" With that realization, Hanabi slapped her thigh excitedly and leaped onto her sister's back. "Who? Sis, you really found me an amazing brother-in-law. In the Hokage's office." Tsunade suppressed her fury. "Explain to me why the entire shinobi world is now spreading dark rumors about the third Hokage. Who leaked the information?" Public trust in Konoha was plummeting, with some even demanding the revocation of the third S title. "His death is one thing, but tarnishing the honor of the Hokage is unacceptable," she growled. A subordinate suggested, "We must suppress the rumors and clarify the facts. Regardless of the third S past missteps, his achievements cannot be erased. We should revise the educational materials, removing the exaggerated strongest Hokage label and presenting a balanced view of his merits and flaws." Tsunade nodded. "Do it. That's the most prudent approach." Rumors about Sarutobi Hiruzen were spreading like wildfire, dredging up long-buried scandals, some true, some fabricated. Blame once shouldered by Dans was now being redirected squarely onto Hiruzen, all thanks to Hayashi's machinations. Meanwhile, Hayashi lounged lazily atop a puppet, letting the wind tousle his hair. "I suppose the storm has already hit Konoha. Naruto, consider this my apology for manipulating you." The entire affair was Hayashi's doing. Some people, in their old age, love to play the benevolent elder. The third Hokage had been wise in his youth, earning the title Shinobi no, the Shinobi Monarch. But power had corroded him in his later years. That title didn't signify heroism, it marked him as a cunning strategist. After all, who had exploited wartime chaos to dismantle the Senju clan and reclaim authority, who had first endorsed the wood release experiments, who had backed Danzet's route, enabling its shadowy operations, and now, another bombshell was spreading. Uchiha Obito, the true mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack. The revelation spread like wildfire, with Kirigakure swiftly condemning Konoha, exposing how Obito had manipulated the fourth Mizukage with Genjutsu. The next move was Konoha's. Hayashi already knew their response, denial, followed by branding Obito a rogue ninja. But the real spectacle would be Obito's reaction. The evidence was too damning. Even outsiders found it convincing. In Amigakure, another upheaval was unfolding. Inside a hidden chamber, the 6 paths of pain stood assembled. Devapath fixed his gaze on the masked man before him. Shall I address you as Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito? Obito's voice remained low. A name is just a label. All you need to know is that I am the architect of this plan. Devapath scoffed. Whoever you are, your deception is exposed. You used us. No more. A flicker of irritation crossed Obito's eye, but he steadied himself. Our goal remains unchanged, peace. Peace will be achieved by my hand, Devapath declared. With or without you. Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko, not as your tool. With that, the 6 paths turned and left, leaving Obito in brooding silence. His plans were unraveling, but surrender was not an option. He had no retreat. His reputation was in ruins. The Eye of the Moon plan must proceed. Though expelled from Akatsuki, he still had Kisame and Hayashi. As long as Nagato pursued the Ten-Tails, the game was over. Yet frustration gnawed at him. His schemes had been flawless until now. How had his identity been exposed so thoroughly? Zetsu emerged from the ground. Madara. How did it go with Nagato? Split. He insists on completing the plan alone. Back to base then. In the underground hideout where Madara had once saved him, Obito took the elder's seat. Did you find out who uncovered me? Black Zetsu answered, a Konoha Anbu. He deduced your role in the Nine-Tails attack by analyzing the connection between your eye and Kakashi's. Obito's interest peaked. Where is he now? White Zetsu grinned. Eliminated by Konoha. So what is next? Obito's expression darkened. No matter. As long as Nagato hunts the tailed beasts, he remains within my grasp. Chapter 68. Return to the Land of Rice. Family's approval. Konan frowned. Why sever ties with Obito? His strength could aid our plan. Nagato coughed weakly. I sense his motives aren't pure. He seeks something else. Konan didn't press further. Should we expel Kisame, Hayashi, and Itachi? They were his recruits. No. With his identity exposed, no one will trust him again. We proceed as planned. Nagato paused. But without Zetsu, we need our own intelligence network. Konan, handle this. Understood. Hinata Hayashi returned to the Land of Rain alongside Uchiha Kei. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the Uzumaki mother and son duo, as well as Uchiha Izumi and Hyuga Niji. Hinata Kei greeted everyone before turning to Niji and inquiring, are you comfortable living here? Quite well, though it does rain incessantly. Niji replied, not to worry. Soon we shall relocate to the Land of Rice, where the climate resembles that of the Land of Fire, Hinata Kei remarked with a smile. And what about your little girlfriend? He asked playfully. Niji's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Brother, perhaps you should send her back to Konoha. Unlike me, her parents are waiting for her at home. All right. I shall heed your advice and ensure she returns safely, Hinata Kei responded, summoning a puppet hawk. You handle the arrangements, he said with a wink. Make sure to bid her a proper farewell. Niji recognized this as yet another of his brother's mischievous whims. Understood. Hinata Kei addressed Uchiha Izumi and Uzumaki Hanabi, inquiring, are we all prepared? We are about to depart from the Land of Rain. Hanabi nodded affirmatively. Everything is already packed. Meanwhile, Kei-Rin held her suitcase in hand. Hinata Kei gently tousled her crimson locks and inquired, are you feeling sad? Xianglin solemnly shook her head and replied, wherever you are, Brother Kei is home. Hinata Kei intends to relocate his headquarters, as the Land of Rain ultimately belongs to Pain. While the Land of Rice truly serves as his stronghold, it can be stated without reservation that everything there is under Hinata Kei's control, and the forthcoming plans will continue from that very location. Moreover, it is highly likely that Obito has already severed ties with Nagato, and he too will no longer find acceptance within the Akatsuki organization. Just as they were preparing to depart the Land of Rain aboard the Soaring Eagle, a flurry of white papers coalesced before them into a figure, none other than Konan. You need not leave the Land of Rain. You are merely a victim of Obito's deception, she remarked. Surprised by Nagato's apparent magnanimity, Hinata Kei remained unfazed as he stifled a yawn. Regardless of whether you expel me from the Akatsuki, I shall depart the Land of Rain. When the time comes, we can communicate through the use of the shadow clone technique for any tasks. Konan no longer impeded Hinata Kei's departure, stating, the Akatsuki welcomes individuals of your caliber rather than mere schemers. Hinata's subtle smile revealed a schemer's delight. Does my cunning not surpass that of Uchiha Kenji? He truly holds the latter in disdain, lacking even the slightest capacity for introspection. He would never ponder deeply enough to avoid being ensnared by Uchiha Madara for all eternity. To conjure a world of illusions where everyone's dreams materialize within a flawless fade, while those he has slain are resurrected in dreams, is the most ludicrous choice one could make. For the sake of peace in the shinobi world, I feel immensely honored. At that moment, Hinata observed a puppet hawk carrying 10-10 departing from the land of rain. Hinata instantly transformed her eyes into the Sharingan, unleashing a genjutsu that obliterated her memories from this period. The situation in the land of rain must remain undisclosed to Konoha, at least for the time being, as she still relied on the Akatsuki to continue gathering tailed beasts for her. Hinata bid farewell to Konan and, accompanied by his family, embarked on a journey aboard the Puppet Eagle towards the land of rice, situated to the north of the land of fire, necessitating a traverse across the entirety of the latter. The journey consumed several days. Upon their arrival in the land of rice, arrangements were made to ensure that everyone was comfortably settled. It was then that Kurizetsu approached Hinata, revealing that Obito had been expelled from the Akatsuki organization. He now sought Hinata's assistance in monitoring the movements of Akatsuki to further the Eye of the Moon plan. Where is Obito now? He resides in the base left behind by Madara, where his presence remains valuable, rendering it unnecessary to eliminate him at this juncture. Hyuga Kei narrowed his eyes. The dead are often more useful than the living, yet it is not the time to act. Opportunities will arise in the future. Kurizetsu replied with a smile. Then let us await your plan. Since collaborating with Hyuga Kei, he felt that the Moon's Eye plan had progressed remarkably smoothly. Hyuga Kei's prowess and intellect were thoroughly satisfying. The prospect of rescuing his mother seemed ever closer. If only Hyuga Kei had been born a century earlier, he could have directly consumed the reincarnation of Ashura Indra, and perhaps his mother would have already been revived. After Kurizetsu departed, Hyuga Kei sought out the ever-diligent Kabuto, who was engrossed in his research. What commands do you have, Lord Kei? Kabuto inquired with utmost respect. Seduce Uchiha Sasuke into joining us in the name of Orochimaru. Hyuga Kei articulated his objective. The failure of the recent plan stemmed from his underestimation of Ashura's power. He never anticipated that mere chakra reincarnation could render one immune to the ultimate ocular technique, the 8,000 spears. Understood. Proceed discreetly, Kabuto replied. Hyuga Kei offered a word of advice, yet he found himself reassured by the competence of Yakushi Kabuto, rendering his counsel somewhat superfluous. Hyuga Kei guided Hinata Niji on a tour of his research institute, a haven for talented individuals gathered from various nations. The ninja world places little importance on scientific research, resulting in many of these gifted individuals leading unfulfilled lives. However, upon mentioning his research projects, Kabuto Yakushi effortlessly recruited them to his cause. Given another decade or so, Hyuga Kei mused, it might even be possible to create clones, potentially forming an entire army of Tsutsuki to astound extraterrestrial beings with the wonders of technology. What are your thoughts after witnessing all this? Hyuga Kei inquired with a sense of pride. It is truly astonishing. It feels as though the outside world and this place exist in entirely different realms, Niji exclaimed, captivated by the dazzling screens. Hinata Kaido explained, the first research project here is a forbidden technique known as Rebirth of Destiny, which has the power to resurrect the deceased. In my plan, I shall surpass the Sage of Six Paths and bring our parents back to life. Hinata once again invoked the name of the Sage of the Six Paths. For the people of this world, the strongest they comprehend is the Sage of the Six Paths. Niji hesitated, pondering whether it might lead to a calamity akin to the war with Konoha, resulting in numerous casualties. If their parents were present, they would certainly disapprove of his brother's actions. Hinata Kei remained unfazed, stating that the world would eventually achieve genuine peace. At that time, the entire shinobi realm would strive for a common objective, leading individuals to begin understanding one another. On the path to accomplishing any great ambition, sacrifices are inevitable. Even the first Hokage established order amidst chaos, standing upon the remnants of the fallen. Future generations will remember my contributions. Hinata Kei expressed his ambition, desiring to have the last remaining family member in this world recognize and embrace his ideals. Hinata Niji hesitated for a long moment before firmly nodding his head. My brother and I shall always stand united on the same front. Hinata Kei affectionately tousled his hair as he used to. Then let us strive to cultivate our skills. Chapter 69, Hinata Kei, Verbal Combat Mode. A few days later, at the Valley of the End on the border of the Land of Fire, Hinata Kei stood silently atop the statue of Uchiha Madara, awaiting the arrival of the two individuals. This place was the site of the legendary battle between Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, and the towering statues facing each other serve as a testament to their monumental conflict. Hinata Kei observed two figures rapidly approaching from a distance. The one fleeing ahead was Uchiha Sasuke, while the relentless pursuer behind him was Uzumaki Naruto. Here, the dramatic rift between dear friends was poised to unfold once more. Illuminated by the moonlight as this couple engaged in battle, their confrontation began with a contest of taijutsu, which soon escalated as Naruto entered his tailed beast form while Sasuke activated his cursed seal. Yet, it became increasingly evident that Naruto's strength and speed eclipsed Sasuke's. The latter's Sharingan struggled to keep pace with Naruto's agility. Midway through the clash, Sasuke's Sharingan evolved into the three-tomo form, enabling him to wield greater control over his cursed seal powers. As a result, a pair of scaled wings sprouted from his back, covered in a myriad of black scales. In response, Naruto summoned even more power, adeptly channeling the chakra of the Nine Tails and employing the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains. Ultimately, as they shouted each other's names, Sasuke's Chidori collided with Naruto's Rasengan, with Sasuke narrowly emerging victorious, leaving Naruto unconscious on the ground. Sasuke leaned over, intently gazing at Naruto's face, hesitating to deliver a fatal blow. Struggling to rise, Sasuke noticed a shadow approaching from afar. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely discern the figure's appearance. "Are you here to retrieve me, Orochimaru?" Sasuke inquired. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you crave power, whether you wish to eliminate Itachi Uchiha." Hinata Kei's voice was laced with temptation. "In this ninja world, no one aligns more perfectly with your desires than I." Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk upon hearing this. "You are right. It does not matter who you are, as long as you can make me stronger. Do you not appreciate the power I offer you? Is the strength of the sage art's cursed seal insufficient?" Hinata Kei's tone shifted to that of Chiba Mushio. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. "You are Chiba Mushio?" "It is I, yet not entirely. That is merely one of my many masks." "So, have you made your decision? Will you come with me?" "I will follow you," Sasuke declared without hesitation, having witnessed Hinata Kei's formidable strength. Even one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, fell short against him. This was a far superior choice compared to Orochimaru. Hinata Kei conjured a puppet hawk and gracefully leaped onto its back, turning to beckon Sasuke to follow. "Let us proceed." Without hesitation, Sasuke glanced back at Naruto on the ground before leaping up as well. Seated atop the hawk, Sasuke turned his gaze towards Hinata Kei and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Now that they were closer, Sasuke could discern the features of Hinata Kei's face with greater clarity. Hinata Kei slowly spoke, "I am Hinata Kei." He did not conceal his identity. After all, in his narrative, he ultimately aimed for redemption, rendering the revelation of his true self inconsequential. Sasuke widened his eyes, feeling as if his worldview was shattering. The person before him was none other than Hinata Kei, the one responsible for the annihilation of the Hinata clan and a key orchestrator behind the Konoha collapse plan, now the most steadfast ally of Konoha. Could the world possibly become more absurd? The very individual who indirectly propelled the shinobi world towards war by obliterating the noble clans of Konoha now stood as their ally? Furthermore, this individual had come to Konoha to take away a descendant of the Uchiha clan. The entire Konoha, no, the entire shinobi world, was ensnared in his deception. Sasuke delved deeper into contemplation, pondering that Hinata Kei, under the alias of Chiba Mushio, had approached Naruto with the ulterior motive of abducting him. Yet, Naruto was deeply entrenched in the toxicity of Konoha, preventing the execution of such a plan. What, then, was his true objective? The destruction of Konoha? The conquest of the shinobi world? Surely, you are pondering my intentions. Orochimaru seeks your body for revival, and I, too, seek something from you. Why have I come to find you, is it not? Hinata stood gracefully atop the puppet eagle, gazing at the moon in the sky, her garments fluttering elegantly, exuding an air of sophistication. Sasuke was taken aback, wondering if this individual could truly perceive his innermost thoughts, yet he maintained a facade of composure, replying, "Indeed." Hinata cast a gentle glance at Sasuke, who appeared flustered. "Do you recall what I once told you? Death is not the end. Resurrecting the deceased is not an impossibility." Sasuke, suddenly struck by a thought, exclaimed, "Are you referring to that jutsu capable of reviving the dead?" He too yearned to bring back his parents who had long since passed. "Indeed," Hinata confirmed, "we have perfected the jutsu for resurrecting the deceased. But it comes at the cost of a life for a life." Hinata Kiyuki, undeterred and relentless, continued, "In my grand design, I shall ultimately attain powers that surpass even those of the Sage of Six Paths. However, this necessitates that our adversaries encompass the entirety of the shinobi world. Hence I require your strength." Sasuke hesitated, confronted by such an ambitious plan, grappling with doubts. At this moment, he could only think of revenge. Suddenly, being informed that his enemies were, in fact, the entire shinobi realm raised questions. Can I truly become so formidable? Hinata Kei continued. Are you familiar with the legendary Uchiha Madara? Sasuke replied, the ancestor who could rival Senju Hashirama, the one who possesses the fabled eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Hinata Kei boasted to Uchiha Madara. Indeed, it is the legendary Uchiha Madara, who possesses the eternal and unyielding Meijiki Sharingan. Eternal and unyielding? A sense of bewilderment filled Sasuke's mind. Such matters were unknown even to him, an Uchiha. How could Hinata Kei be so well informed? All he knew was that Itachi's eyes were the Meijiki Sharingan above the three tomo, unaware of the existence of an eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Indeed, the use of the Meijiki Sharingan gradually deteriorates the user's eyesight, ultimately leading to irreversible blindness. Hinata revealed his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the crimson pattern swirling within his eyes. Affirming his statement, Sasuke gazed in astonishment at that pair of kaleidoscopic eyes, perplexed as to why a member of the Hyuga clan possessed the Sharingan. Hinata Kei continued to inquire, persistently igniting Sasuke's curiosity. However, The eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara is imperishable. No matter how it is utilized, it can always be restored. Do you know why that is? Why? He had transplanted the eyes of his brother, Uchiha Izuna. And the fusion of the two Mangeki Sharingan culminated in the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, thus granting him the power to contend with Shinja Hashirama. Suddenly, Sasuke grasped why Itachi had refrained from taking his life. He clenched his fists, realizing. So, Uchiha Itachi desired my eyes solely to acquire the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Hinata seductively remarked. Indeed, this could also be an opportunity for you. If you possess sufficient strength, you might not only defend yourself, but also turn the tables on him. Merging his eyes to attain the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Understanding her words, Sasuke rose against the wind, declaring, please, instruct me in my training. I am determined to eliminate Itachi and will wholeheartedly support your plan to resurrect my parents. Hinata Kei smiled gently. In 3 years, I shall help you surpass Uchiha Itachi. Hinata Kei spoke boldly without reservation, confident that Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly go easy on him. He merely needed to assume the role of a combination of Orochimaru and Obito. Chapter 70, Coercive Mission, Capture of the Tailed Beasts, Sound Village. Hinata led Sasuke and Neji to a training ground, where he presented them with an abundance of scrolls containing techniques suited to their abilities. You shall hone your skills here. Neji, you will follow the path of my original ninjutsu. Sasuke, I have prepared the arts of swordsmanship, lightning release, and fire release for you. Before commencing your daily training, engage in mutual practice to validate your progress. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to consult Kabuto, who serves as both your physician and mentor. Even if your arms should suffer grievous injuries, he possesses the skills to restore them. If desired, he can even fashion you a steel arm. Merging flesh with mechanical prowess for a transcendent evolution. Our village, the Sound, is home to numerous experts in this field, ensuring steadfast after-sales support. At the thought of potentially training their bodies into a state of disrepair, both young men involuntarily shuddered. Hinata placed his hands on the shoulders of both individuals. You are both prodigies. Excessive constraints will only stifle your talents. It is in such a wild environment that geniuses like you can truly flourish. The two nodded in unison, their expressions reflecting a sense of bemusement. Well then. Today I find myself available to act as your referee for your inaugural match. All right. Neji's eyes ignited with determination. As this was his first opportunity to showcase his skills before his brother, he could not afford to lose. Sasuke, too, clenched his fists, resolute in his intent not to be defeated this time. As they stood opposite each other, Sasuke remarked, this marks our second duel, does it not? The last was at the Ninja Academy, during your premature graduation. Of course I remember, you suffered a crushing defeat, Neji retorted with an unchanging expression, aiming to disrupt Sasuke's focus. Indeed, but today is not like the last, Sasuke replied calmly, unaffected by the provocation. Hinata Kei waved his hand and declared, the banter phase has concluded, let the duel commence. In an instant, both competitors activated their Sharingan and Byakugan, initially engaging in a probing exchange of ninja tools. It was evident that Sasuke held the advantage in throwing techniques. The finesse and cunning of the Uchiha's projectile skills were remarkable, yet they posed no threat to Neji, who possessed an all-encompassing field of vision. Next, they clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Flames erupted from Sasuke's fists, while water surged from Neji's palms. As the water-style gentle fist confronted the fire-style strong fist. It appears Kakashi has imparted my fire-style physical techniques to Sasuke. His talent is truly commendable. It seems he has mastered it in no time at all. Neji, too, proved his mettle by developing a water-based combat style inspired by Hinata Kei's methodology. As the enigmatic water flows seamlessly complemented his gentle fist technique. Neji's chakra affinities encompassed water, earth, and fire, lacking the lightning and wind that Hinata Kei excelled in. Yet he ingeniously adapted the principles to forge a ninjutsu style suited to his strengths. However, throughout the physical confrontation, Neji consistently maintained the upper hand, leaving Sasuke to defend himself with great effort. Ultimately, the confrontation escalated to a battle of ninjutsu, with Sasuke gathering his chakra to unleash Chidori in a fierce charge towards Neji. With effortless grace, Neji spun at high speed, employing his Kaiten to deflect the attack. And then, closing the distance, utilized his favored combat techniques to conclude the encounter. The second duel ended once more with Neji emerging victorious. Hinata Kei observed that as long as Sasuke had not evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan, it would be quite challenging for him to defeat Neji. Watching the two conclude their match only to swiftly enter a state of training, each competing against the other, Hinata Kei couldn't help but nod in agreement, exclaiming a classic phrase of Guy, this is what youth is all about. At that moment, the ring bearing the Akatsuki symbol on Hinata Kei's finger began to warm slightly. Was a mission approaching? Hinata's contemplation of the sudden meeting convened by Nagato revealed its significance. No, it must pertain to Obito's matters. With Obito, the unseen leader of the organization, having departed, it was inevitable that a tempest would ensue. Focus on your training. I have matters to attend to. Hinata advised the two before departing the training grounds. He retreated to a secluded chamber, applying black nail polish, and activated the body flicker technique to appear upon the fingertip of the outer path's golem. Surveying the room, he noted that nearly all members of the Akatsuki had gathered, save for one who had been expelled. The atmosphere of the meeting was exceedingly grave. The customary banter that accompanied such gatherings was conspicuously absent, and no one dared to speak. The revelation of the masked man's identity indeed struck a significant blow to the Akatsuki, undermining the faith of its members. Once all were present, Pain spoke slowly. Now that everyone has arrived, you must have heard the rumors circulating outside. Our member, Tobi, is none other than Uchiha Obito, who, along with Zetsu, has been expelled from the Akatsuki by my hand. Some of you were recommended by him, but I trust you have been misled by his singular narrative. Should any of you wish to depart, I will not impede your exit. I only ask that you safeguard the secrets of our organization. Failure to do so will result in severe consequences, no matter where you may flee. Pain sought to assert his authority and instill fear among the members. His plans had yet to unfold, and the Akatsuki could not be allowed to disband. Instantly, all 6 members turned their gazes towards Hinata, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Hoshigaki. Hinata Kiyoshi first expressed his intention. My purpose in joining the organization is to witness the power of the Ten Tails, since the plan is not yet complete. I certainly will not leave. The crowd immediately turned their gazes away from Hinata Kiyoshi and looked towards the other 2, awaiting their declarations. In the corner, Konan sighed in relief. After spending a considerable amount of time together, she had come to regard Hinata Kiyoshi as a friend and did not wish to sever ties with him. Itachi and Kisame subsequently voiced their positions as well. To Hinata Kiyoshi, however, their declarations seemed rather hypocritical. Itachi was merely a spy for Konoha, while Kisame was a staunch follower of Obito's plan concerning the Moon's Eye. Yet, he too was not innocent, as his motives were primarily to calculate the Ten Tails. Pain nodded in satisfaction. Well, since that is the case, the plan to capture the tailed beast shall continue. Now let us proceed with the distribution of tasks. The familiar task allocation segment commenced. Yet this time Hinata Kiyoshi could not shirk his responsibilities. Pain stated, Hinata Kiyoshi, according to reliable intelligence, the Four Tails Jinchuriki has defected from a Wagakure and is currently training within the Wuwei volcano in the land of Earth. This is an excellent opportunity, apart from us. No one is aware of this news, and you shall be responsible for capturing the Four Tails, marking the first tailed beast captured by the Akatsuki. Wasn't the Four Tails supposed to be captured after the Three Tails? Why has this been expedited so much? Nevertheless, it hardly matters. After all, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, is not particularly significant. Hinata Kiyoshi had hoped to use the absence of teammates as an excuse. However, Pain seemed to have anticipated this time. Konan will serve as your temporary partner. Very well, it appears I cannot evade this duty. Hinata Kiyoshi had no choice but to acquiesce. Ha ha ha, Hinata Kiyoshi. You actually have a mission to undertake. Deidara boisterously mocked him. It is worth noting that since joining the Akatsuki, Hinata Kiyoshi had embarked on missions fewer than a handful of times. Pain remarked, this is the organization's first capture of a tailed beast. Be discreet, so as not to alert the 5 great nations. Understood. Hinata Kiyoshi then spoke to Konan. I am currently not in the land of rain. I should arrive there by afternoon, and we can depart together then. Konan remained impassive, nodding coldly. Chapter 71. Capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki having accepted the task. It was time for the loquacious members to indulge in their favorite pastime of conversation. Uchiha Itachi suddenly inquired, does anyone know the whereabouts of Orochimaru? It seemed he was already aware of Orochimaru's abduction of Uchiha Sasuke, a situation that was unavoidable given its proximity to the borders of Konoha and the considerable commotion it had caused. Konoha was not shying away from this matter. Soon, the news of the Uchiha heir, Sasuke Uchiha, defecting from Konoha spread throughout the shinobi world. The others shook their heads, even when Jago was present. They had failed to locate Orochimaru, and now that Jago was gone, there was even less chance of finding him. Hinata Hayashi suddenly spoke. Orochimaru perished during the Battle of Konoha and has been reincarnated into another body. He cannot undergo reincarnation again for 3 years. So your brother will remain safe for at least that duration. He uttered these words with the intent of reassuring Itachi Uchiha, hoping to prevent him from descending into madness. For he was well aware of the terrifying nature of Uchiha's insanity. Thank you, Itachi replied sincerely, expressing his gratitude to Hinata Hayashi. Hinata replied with a smile, no need. If Itachi were to discover that I deceived him into letting Sasuke go, would he not come after me with fury? Hinata, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you at the meetings for quite some time, Deidara inquired curiously. I went to Konoha and brought my brother back. Hinata Kei conversed with Deidara and Sasori for a while before dispelling the Hinge no Jutsu. As his consciousness returned to the hidden chamber of sound, Hinata Kei stretched lazily. Realizing that there was more to attend to, Hinata arrived outside and boarded the puppet Flying Eagle, setting off towards the land of rain. 4 days later, above the desolate expanse in the northern region of the land of Earth, 2 figures sat atop the puppet Flying Eagle. That volcano ahead must be the mighty volcano, Hinata remarked, pointing at the mountain that continued to spew forth molten lava. Konan pulled out a map to verify their location. Indeed, the intel indicates he is training in this vicinity. The surrounding area was indeed desolate, with only a small town 100 miles away. I wonder what the Jinchuriki survives on. Does he subsist solely on rice balls every day? Hinata quipped. Conan remained silent, intently activating her sensory ninjutsu to search for the Jinchuriki's presence. She truly wished to leave this place immediately. The arid and sweltering environment was unbearable for someone like her, who had lived in the land of rain since childhood. Hinata Kei seemed to have recalled something and presented a jar of face cream. I purchased this in the town yesterday. The locals all use it. Thank you. Conan regarded Hinata Kei with a serious expression as she solemnly accepted the gift and applied it to her face. Hinata Kei activated his rebirth eye, carefully surveying his surroundings. As he directed his gaze towards the volcanic crater, he beheld a middle-aged man seated in a meditative posture, clad in purple attire with a red beard obscuring his forehead. This individual was none other than the esteemed lava release master, Old Z. Hinata, taken aback, thought to himself that there must be very little oxygen left down there. How could one breathe? Perhaps one could hold their breath and emerge for a moment to replenish it. You stay up here to assist. I'll handle things down below, he said, turning to Xiaonan. Xiaonan, gathering paper wings behind her, replied, let me descend with you. Your secret techniques are countered by him. It's best if you refrain. I can manage on my own. With that, Hinata leapt from the eagle, plummeting freely towards the volcano's mouth. As he neared the ground, he activated his rebirth eye, halting just an inch above the surface. Hinata Kiyoshi approached the volcano's mouth, declaring, lava release. Old Purple, I have come to apprehend you. Old Purple slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the unfamiliar figure clad in the fiery cloud robe. Who are you? Hinata Kiyoshi extended his hands toward Old Purple. Instantly, Old Purple felt a tremendous gravitational force rising, attempting to draw in toward the outstretched hands of the individual before him. Lava release, scorching river rock flow technique. Old Purple formed hand seals, and in an instant, several magma orbs materialized from the surrounding lava rivers, hurtling toward Hinata Kiyoshi. Hinata Kei was compelled to transform the gravitational force into a repulsive force, deflecting the descending magma sphere before him. The molten lava surged across the ground as the ancient Z entered the melting escape chakra mode. Your eyes possess the ability to manipulate both gravity and repulsion. Do they not? Not only that, but I shall demonstrate to you their true power. Hinata Kei levitated in midair, azure chakra igniting around him, with 6 black orbs of the Sage of 6 Paths materializing behind him. Old Z, now at an advantageous position, could harness the surrounding magma to his benefit. In addition to wielding the power of the tailed beasts, I can only hope this time I may fight to my heart's content, within the realm of his consciousness. The four-tailed Sun Wukong observed the floating black orbs behind Hinata Kei with astonishment, pondering, those are the orbs of the old man. Has he awakened the Rinnegan? No. That can't be the Rinnegan. Anxiously, the four-tailed Sun Wukong urged Old Z, that fellow's eyes harbor some secret. If we do not cooperate, we shall meet our demise here today. Old Z was profoundly astonished. The enemy before him could instill such fear in the tailed beasts. He solemnly replied, I understand. Please lend me your strength. Certainly. In the external realm, Old Z drew forth a crimson tail from behind him, his aura intensifying further. Have we achieved cooperation? Alas. In the face of absolute power, it may all prove futile. Hinata Kei summoned 6 quest orbs to hover before him, which swiftly transformed into 2 wind demon shurikens, enveloped in lightning and tempestuous winds. Go. Hinata Kei commanded, and the shurikens shot forth with great velocity, slicing through the air towards Old Purple. That thing can nullify all ninjutsu, Old Purple. You must block it with natural magma. The four tails urged anxiously. Understood. Old Purple replied, his expression grave. A massive column of magma erupted from the volcano behind him, landing precisely before him. The quest orbs collided fiercely with the magma column, their wind and lightning chakra gradually waning, yet the remnants of their formidable force allowed them to pierce through the magma, continuing their assault on Old Purple. Do not touch it. Quickly evade. The four tails' voice echoed. Despite his doubts, Old Purple leaped without hesitation, deftly landing atop the rising magma column. He formed hand seals once more, summoning 4 more magma columns that roared towards Hinata Kei like fire dragons. Realizing the imminent threat, Hinata Kei was compelled to retract the quest orbs and conjure a protective shield to safeguard himself. The black sphere was bombarded by the surrounding magma columns. It is over, Old Purple declared. No one can survive such a torrent of magma. Do not let your guard down, warned the four tails. Just as the four tails finished speaking, 2 quest orbs, infused with azure chakra, broke through the magma columns before them. The quest orb shield fragmented into 4, each transforming into orbs cloaked in azure chakra, which instantly unleashed countless azure lasers, raining down upon Old Purple. The lasers tore through the obstructing magma, piercing straight towards Old Purple. Despite his efforts, he managed to raise a magma wall just in time, yet azure beams continuously breached his defenses, striking him. If you trust me, jump into the magma behind you. I promise you will not perish. The four tails insisted, his tone serious. Old Purple hesitated. Even as a lava ninja capable of manipulating magma, he could not simply swim in it. There are no buts. This man before us desires me. We are in the same boat. The four tails exclaimed. Old Purple gritted his teeth. If he disregarded the four tails' advice, he would be captured. It was better to take a chance and face death with dignity. To hell with it. I'm going. Old Purple shouted, cursing as he leapt into the fiery magma below. Would this be the moment of his transformation? Hinata Kei was well acquainted with such plotlines, where the protagonists, each time on the brink of despair, would engage in bewildering acts, striking fiercely when the antagonists least expected it. Suddenly, a volcano erupted, spewing forth molten lava like a breached dam releasing floodwaters. The crimson lava flowed relentlessly, imbued with boundless heat and destructive power, surging towards the heavens. In an instant, dense smoke billowed, obscuring the sun, as if heralding the apocalypse. The acrid scent of sulfur filled Hinata Kei's nostrils. Amidst the searing lava, the body of Old Purple underwent a transformation, entering a state of complete tailed beastification. The foretails, akin to Sun Wukong, emerged from the volcano, bathing in the molten rock. Its colossal form was enveloped in scalding lava, radiating a formidable strength. Old Purple and the foretails became one, their eyes ablaze with fury. A deafening roar erupted. A state that had not even appeared in the original narrative. How intriguing. Hinata Kei extended his right hand, 6 orbs of truth slowly spinning within his grasp as he gathered his power. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Hinata. Hinata, retreat. He has the advantage of terrain. We can postpone the capture of the foretails. Hinata Kei did not turn back. Instead, he gestured a thumbs up with his left hand to reassure Xiaonan. Damn it. Xiaonan cursed inwardly. The foretails continued to amass yin-yang chakra within its mouth, gathering a tremendous amount of chakra. You shall serve as my test subject, Hinata Kei declared, his azure chakra swirling like boiling water. In his right hand, the 6 truth-seeking balls spun ever more rapidly, ready to unleash the formidable techniques of the rebirth eye at any moment. The tail beast bomb surged towards Hinata Kei, emanating an unparalleled might. Silver will rebirth explosion. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted, akin to a silver sun suddenly rising. Hinata Kei's form was enveloped in this silver glow, as if he had merged with the brilliance itself. With the initiation of the silver wheel rebirth explosion, the 6 truth-seeking balls rotated at high velocity, forming a colossal silver vortex. This vortex expanded outward at an astonishing speed, tearing apart the very fabric of space as it traversed. Surrounding objects were drawn into its embrace, swiftly reduced to mere dust. Upon the collision of the silver wheel rebirth explosion and the tailed beast bomb, the resulting force was cataclysmic. The tailed beast bomb shattered like a fragile toy under the onslaught. The massive form of the foretails was engulfed by the silver radiance, subjected to the relentless slicing and impact of the whirlwind, as enormous wounds continually manifested across its body. The entire scene resembled a silver tempest, exhibiting unparalleled destructive power and showcasing a might that was both formidable and awe-inspiring. Shinon's face paled in horror, her mouth agape. Is this the power of ninjutsu? Only Nagato's Rinnegan could achieve such feats. What kind of power lies within Hinata Kei's eyes? Amidst the storm, Old Purple endured pain beyond human capacity. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he silently apologized to the foretails. I'm sorry, we have lost. The foretails sighed heavily, under such power. We have done our utmost. Even in the fully transformed state of the tailed beast, we remain utterly defenseless before this individual. Seeing that the time was ripe, Hinata Kei finally withdrew the truth-seeking balls, causing Old Purple to be forcibly ejected from his complete tailed beast transformation, plummeting from the sky. Hinata Kei once again summoned a puppet eagle, skillfully catching the descending Old Purple from the skies, ensuring he did not plunge into the molten lava below. Hinata Kei approached Orochi to assess his injuries, knowing he could not perish before extracting the tailed beast. Upon seeing that Orochi had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, Hinata felt a sense of relief and commanded the puppet to return to Conan's side. The extraction of the 4-tailed beast is complete. Let us depart, Hinata indicated towards Orochi, who lay on the puppet's back. Conan nodded, suppressing her astonishment. We should find a secure location to extract the tailed beast. Hinata Kaido remarked. It is unlikely that anyone could fathom that a fierce battle had recently transpired here. This desolate expanse stretches for 100 miles without a soul in sight. When others eventually arrive, they will merely assume it to be the aftermath of a volcanic eruption. Moreover, Ohayaki believes that Old Purple is on the run. The concealment of this undertaking has indeed been meticulous. To the east lies a rocky mountain, where we can excavate a cavern that conveniently connects to the outer path of the summoning golem. Conan produced a map and stated, then let us proceed. The pair mounted the puppeteer's flying eagle, swiftly reaching the designated location on the map. Hinata Kaido formed a series of hand seals and effortlessly excavated a cave. Conan unfurled a summoning scroll upon the ground, dripped a vial of blood upon it, and subsequently initiated the summoning technique. In a billowing cloud of smoke, the colossal outer path golem materialized within the cavern. Hinata Kiyoshi leaped onto the left pinky finger of the outer path golem, forming hand seals to initiate the lantern body technique, establishing contact with several other members of the Akatsuki organization. In a fleeting moment, the phantoms of the other members materialized one after another upon the outer path golem. I did not anticipate that you would accomplish this so swiftly. This four-tails Jinchuriki must be rather feeble, Deidara remarked first. Hinata Hiroshi pondered deeply for a moment, realizing that compared to himself, Ashur seemed somewhat weaker, indeed, noticeably so, making the battle rather unsatisfying. Conan, however, wore an expression of bewilderment. Ashur, who held the advantage of terrain, weak? She doubted there were many present who could defeat such a Jinchuriki. Only Conan had witnessed the earth-shattering intensity of that battle, The sheer terror of Hinata Hiroshi's attacks. Had his strike veered even slightly downward, she was certain it would have leveled the entire volcano. No wonder it ended so quickly, she mused. Sasori, meanwhile, was growing exasperated by the idiocy around him. Deara, he interjected coolly, he's comparing Ursher to himself. During the Third Shinobi World War, Ursher and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han forced the retreat of the Yellow Flash and one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. How could he possibly be weak? Deidara scoffed. TCH. Still not that impressive. Hey, Hinata Hiroshi, did you use my art this time? Next time, maybe, Hiroshi replied with a laugh. Pain cut through the chatter with a commanding tone. Enough. Begin extracting the tailed beast. The members formed hand seals in unison, activating their jutsu. Sealing technique. Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals. From the ghetto statue, 4 violet dragons emerged. Coiling around Ursher's suspended body as the tailed beast's chakra was siphoned away, sip by sip, into the statue. Slowly, one of the statue's eyes creaked open, marking the successful capture of the first tailed beast by the Akatsuki. Chapter 73, The Konoha Delegation. And the arrival of Hinata and Hanabi in the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Tsunade, and the 2 Hokage advisors were deep in discussion regarding aid to Otogekier. Tsunade slid a list of names across the table. The delegation will be led by Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku, she declared. The accompanying teams will be Team Kakashi and Team Kurenai, with A and B providing covert protection. Since these are all individuals with ties to Hiroshi during his time in Konoha, the negotiations should proceed smoothly. Koharu Udatane immediately objected. Out of the question. The Jinchuriki cannot be part of the delegation. Hamura Mitokado nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 2 Hyuga girls must also remain. Their connection to the Otokage is suspicious. The Byakugan bloodline must stay within Konoha. Tsunade's expression hardened. Leaning back, she crossed her legs and flicked her ear dismissively. This isn't a request for your approval. I'm not the old man. If you disagree, then keep your objections to yourselves. The delegation will proceed as I've arranged. She stood abruptly, striding toward the door. I have duties to attend to. Good day, elders. The 2 advisors exchanged stunned glances. That woman. Hamura seethed. We never should have allowed her to become Hokage. She'll lead Konoha to ruin. Absolutely. Cough. Koharu choked on her fury, her coughing fit cutting her off. They had expected Tsunade, thrust into power during a crisis, to rely on their counsel. Instead, she had flourished. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had granted her unprecedented support. Funds once denied now flowed freely upon learning she was the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. The clans, long oppressed under the Sarutobi regime, now rallied behind her, solidifying her authority. She had reclaimed control of Konoha's hospital through her medical prowess and established her own A&BU division using Kakashi's former connections. Even the Sarutobi clan had wisely retreated, relinquishing monopolies and yielding power to the Hokage. With the tailed beast extracted, the ghetto statue was resealed. Hinata Hiroshi and Konan departed the cave, soaring toward Amigakure, Hiroshi ensuring Konan's safe return. Upon Hinata's arrival in the Land of Rain, she received a message indicating that she would soon accompany the Konoha delegation to the Village of Sound, along with her sister Hanabi. Hinata Kei promptly penned a letter, expressing his deep feelings of longing. Shortly thereafter, he received a message from Yakushi Kabuto, inquiring whether he should come to receive the delegation. In his response, Hinata Kei instructed Yakushi Kabuto to keep Sasuke and Neji hidden, for their appearance would inevitably reveal Chiba Mushio's identity, compelling him to return to the Sound Hidden Village at once. A week later, outside the gates of the Sound Hidden Village, Hinata Kei awaited the arrival of the Konoha delegation alongside several high-ranking officials, including Yakushi Kabuto. A few days prior, he had hastened back to the village. But the recent endeavor of capturing Tailed Beast had left him somewhat irritable. Consequently, he sought solace in the company of Izumi, Hikari, and Hanabi, delighting in the simple pleasures of life. Now, as the Konoha delegation finally approached the Sound Hidden Village, he gazed at the distant convoy making its way toward them. Laden with crates of supplies intended for their journey, money was secondary. What truly mattered were the 10 exceptional teachers and an array of scientific instruments, all of which the Sound Hidden Village desperately needed. Hinata Kiyoshi gazed upon the leading figures, Jiraiya and his companions, as if they were esteemed nobility, immediately approaching them with eagerness. These individuals could indeed be regarded as my fortunate harbingers of wealth. In this manner, it could be said that I have somewhat compensated for the losses incurred by the darkening scheme of the prophesied child. Hinata extended his hand to clasp with Jiraiya's. It has been a long time, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya adjusted his tone, saying, We have come to symbolize the friendship and mutual assistance between our 2 nations. A journalist took out a camera to capture the moment, documenting the handshake between the 2. They had already conceived a title for the photograph. This handshake symbolizes a century of peace and dedicated cooperation between the 2 countries. The accompanying personnel from both villages erupted into enthusiastic applause. Jiraiya's lips curled slightly. So, is this awkward? Hinata Kei felt akin to a monkey in a zoo, fortunate yet acutely aware of being an object of observation. Jiraiya chuckled, saying, You'll grow accustomed to it. I too am not fond of such circumstances. Their whispered conversations, however, were perceived by the journalists from both nations as a symbol of impending collaboration between their countries. Hinata Hayashi spotted a group of familiar figures amidst the crowd. It was none other than Naruto and Sakura from Team 7, along with Hinata, Kiba, and Shino from Team 8. Meanwhile, behind them, Kabuto had already begun organizing the reception of the funds, an unexpected windfall that would provide ample resources for the researchers to engage in their endeavors for quite some time. Additionally, the production line for the creation of puppets was now ready to be activated. Previously, Hinata had lacked the financial means to initiate this, but with the support from Konoha, he could now set the production line in motion. Please, allow me to show my friends from Konoha around the hidden sound village. Though we may not boast the same splendor as Konoha, we are certainly thriving. Hinata gestured invitingly. Hyuga Kei led a group to the Ninja Academy in the Village of Sound. Recently established, it was still in its infancy, lacking sufficient teachers and facing concerns regarding the quality of education. However, this situation was poised to change, as Konoha had dispatched 10 experienced instructors to enhance the academy. Next, they visited the Sound Hospital, which left the Konoha delegation astounded. Its level of professionalism surpassed that of Konoha's facilities. Through the collaborative efforts of numerous experts, the hospital had achieved medical capabilities that transcended the era. Narashikaku expressed his admiration, stating, "Your village's hospital is exceptionally well-equipped and highly specialized." As he walked, he meticulously observed every aspect of the facility, noting the smiles that graced the faces of the inhabitants. As they passed by, onlookers regarded Chinya Musha with reverence and affection. Moreover, the construction within the Sound Village did not resemble that of a newly established ninja village. The various infrastructures were well developed. Every detail indicated that the leader before them, Mushio, was not only a formidable ninja but also an exceptional leader. This is all thanks to my assistant, an outstanding medical ninja, Hinata Kei beamed as he introduced them. It is the result of Lord Mushio's nurturing. Kabuto, concealing his true identity, offered a slight bow. In the midst of their light-hearted conversation, a member of Konoha's Umbu rushed to Jiraiya and Narashikaku, delivering a letter to them. Shikaku accepted the correspondence, nodding slightly. "I apologize. I may need to step away for a moment." "Of course," the others replied. He moved aside to read the contents intently and soon returned. His first words startling everyone. "Lord Mushio, the ninja world may soon descend into chaos once again. Not all matters unfold to one's satisfaction." Hinata Kei had initially believed that the capture would go unnoticed, yet it had been detected by IWA. Just before the Akatsuki organization discovered the whereabouts of the Old Purple, Iwazumbu had already noticed him. However, during the time taken to report back, Naka's team returned to the Wuei volcano only to find the Old Purple had vanished once more, leading him to suspect the possibility of foul play. The only entity capable of such an act was Konoha. Although the methods they employed remained unclear, it was evident that Konoha had secretly conspired against their Jinchuriki. Much like during the Third Great Ninja War, when Suna was unaware of how Konoha had orchestrated the demise of the Third Kazekage, it was undoubtedly the work of Konoha. In the conference room of the Sound Village, Jiraiya and Narashikaku faced the high-ranking officials of Sound Village. The accompanying ninjas, including Naruto, had been arranged to rest. Shikaku's expression was grave as he spoke. "According to reliable intelligence, IWA has initiated a surprise attack, seizing the Land of Grass as a buffer zone. They may launch an assault on the Land of Fire at any moment." He continued, "This not only provokes the Land of Fire, but also serves as a test. If mishandled, it could very well mark the onset of the Fifth Great Ninja War." Hinata Kei was utterly oblivious to the reasons behind Inoki's declaration of war, silently questioning whether the latter had lost his sanity. In the original narrative, even during Konoha's most vulnerable moments, Inoki refrained from initiating conflict. Now that Tsunade and Jiraiya had returned, what compelled him to act so impulsively? Hinata Kei smiled faintly and remarked, "Our Village of Sound Hidden shall adhere to the alliance treaty, participating as mercenaries in this war." Shikju, in due course, expressed his admiration, saying, "Your integrity is truly commendable. After all, this is a contest between great powers, and the involvement of smaller nations may lead to irrevocable consequences. The Land of Grass serves as a prime example. It exists perpetually on the brink of conquest by the 5 major nations or potential restoration, merely surviving as a battleground." Hinata Kei inquired once more, "I wonder how many reinforcements Konoha requires. Do you need my assistance?" Without hesitation, Kakashi replied, "Whatever number is necessary, we shall take. If your excellency is willing to intervene, that would be even better. We shall compensate each sound ninja at a reasonable rate and provide supplies during the battle, as well as posthumous compensation for any casualties." Konoha is indeed prosperous now, having taken over numerous enterprises once belonging to the Sarutobi clan and receiving multiple grants from the feudal lords. "I am confident that Konoha will offer a fair price. Please discuss the details with my assistant." The previous alliance contract between our two villages did not stipulate any pricing for hiring ninjas, so we can only finalize the number of personnel at this moment. Hinata Kei gestured towards the financial officer of the Sound Village, Yoshihiko, indicating that matters beyond his expertise were best left to the adept. While he awaited the outcome in silence, Subsequently, he refrained from further conversation, allowing the battlefield of discourse to be occupied by the two men. After an intense and protracted negotiation between Hira Yoshihiko and Shikaku, they ultimately reached an agreement regarding the financial aspects of hiring the Sound Ninja. Although Hira Yoshihiko found himself in a relatively disadvantaged position during the discussions, the fact that his counterpart hailed from the Nara clan led Hyuga Kei to feel a sense of satisfaction with the achieved result. Moving forward, both parties would engage in further deliberations to iron out the finer details of their cooperation, ensuring that the Sound Village could seamlessly partake in the forthcoming conflict and provide substantial support to Konoha. Hyuga Kei and Jiraiya were responsible for the final decisions. May our collaboration be fruitful. They promptly signed a covenant and shook hands with Jiraiya, thereby solidifying all arrangements. Let the guests from Konoha retire for the evening. As the negotiations drew near to their conclusion, Hyuga Kei arranged for the Konoha delegation to take their rest. Hyuga yawned, yet she was not afforded the luxury of rest. She needed to persist in her pursuit of a strategy to win over Naruto. Although Hanabi's unexpected arrival posed a complication, surely, she had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, so what could have brought her here? As long as my plans remain undisturbed, I shall manage. After her bath, Hyuga sat quietly on the sofa, clad in loose-fitting sleepwear. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, and her mind was a tumultuous sea of thoughts. The image of Naruto constantly flickered in her mind, alongside the memories of their last parting. She found herself lost in contemplation, wondering if, after such a lengthy separation, Naruto had forgotten her. Had he perhaps found someone new to cherish? The mere thought of it weighed heavily on her heart. He had once encouraged her to cultivate her self-confidence, yet she fretted that if Naruto were to witness her current state, he might be disappointed. Her heart was a battleground of conflicting emotions and unease. From the bathroom, the melodious hum of Hanabi reached her ears, a stark contrast to Hinata's troubled spirit. Hanabi appeared to be in high spirits. Soon, she would formally meet her brother-in-law, and she could seek his guidance on training. The prospect of vengeance would then become effortlessly attainable. Meeting her brother-in-law today had indeed pleased her. Not only was he powerful and well-positioned, but he was also strikingly handsome. What a quintessential protagonist he was. It seemed like a tale where the domineering leader of a neighboring village fell in love with her sister. If her sister were not the rival, she would certainly have to intervene. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by the voice of Chiya Naruto. Is Hinata residing here? Hinata's heart leaped with joy as she dashed barefoot toward the door. Yes, this is it, Naruto. I am coming. She opened the door to find Hinata standing there with a broad smile on his face, his hands concealed behind his back. Hinata tilted her head with a gentle smile and said, Kibukuin, it's been a while. Despite the brief separation, Hinata had now grown her hair long, making her already cherubic face appear even more endearing. Fresh from a bath, her cheeks were flushed, exuding a refreshing aura. Considering Hinata's thoughts on Hinata's encouraging words, she responded, Yes, Kibukuin, it has indeed been a while. Realizing that it would be inappropriate to leave her guest standing outside, she gracefully stepped aside to allow him entry, saying, Please come in, Kibukuin. Completely enamored by love, Hinata was blissfully unaware that her younger sister was still in the bathroom, oblivious to her presence. Hinata took a few steps forward into the room and was greeted by the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. Hyuga presented a charming red gift box to Hinata from behind, urging her to open it and discover the surprise he had prepared. Thank you, Makeshkuin. She expressed her gratitude earnestly, carefully accepting the delicate red box with both hands. As she gently lifted the lid, a necklace lay quietly within. The silver chain shimmered brilliantly, while at its center hung a striking blue gemstone pendant. The gem emitted a soft blue glow, as if it harbored an enigmatic power, where allure and beauty coexisted in perfect harmony. In the very first moment of receiving this gift, Hinata felt a wave of trepidation and quickly closed the box. Attempting to return it to Hinata's hands, Hinata Hikari retracted her hand, stating, Although this object appears extravagant, it is, in fact, of little worth. The gem was formed through the condensation of chakra. Its beauty is merely illusory. Hinata continued, No, please, Lord Makushu, you must take it back. It is far too precious. Hinata Kawai's retorted, There is no reason to reclaim a gift once it has been given. Hinata-chan may keep it. Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, the sound of a door creaking open resonated in their ears. I'm done washing up. The sudden voice startled them, causing both to turn their heads in unison. Emerging from the bathroom was Hanabi, her body glistening with droplets of water cascading down, leaving clear footprints where her delicate feet had tread, still rubbing her eyes due to the water droplets that had splashed into them. She was oblivious to the scene unfolding in the room. Both had forgotten that another person was bathing in the bathroom, and Hanabi, unable to hear the commotion outside due to the sound of the shower, was blissfully unaware. Chapter 75, The Blue Pendant? A Token of Affection? Although the situation was rather enticing, Hinata Kawai's reacted swiftly, shoving the gift box into Hinata's hands and turning his back to feign innocence. As Hanabi dried her eyes and opened them, she was met with the sight of a strange man standing in the room while she remained completely unclothed. The only sound that escaped Hinata Kawai's was a startled cry, followed by the swift sound of the door closing as Hanabi hurried back into the bathroom. Sister! How could there be a man in the room? It suddenly dawned on Hinata that she had neglected to inform Hanabi when she allowed Hinata-kui's to enter, thus precipitating the earlier awkward moment. I'm sorry, Hanabi. Hinata, am at a loss for words. Hinata heard Hanabi scream. And although he initially intended to offer an explanation, he soon realized that any words might exacerbate the situation. Hinata was equally distressed, berating herself for her oversight and feeling guilty towards Hanabi. After a while, Hanabi emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She glanced at Hinata and then at Hinata, her eyes still brimming with confusion and discontent. Taking a deep breath, Hinata approached Hanabi and timidly said, Hanabi, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I forgot to inform you that Mukyu-kun had arrived. Upon hearing Hinata's explanation, Hanabi's expression softened slightly, though she continued to regard Hinata with skepticism. Hinata quickly nodded, affirming that what she said was indeed true. I actually saw nothing. I merely came to deliver a gift, he indicated, pointing to the red box in Hinata's hands. It was impossible not to have seen anything. Both had glanced over when the bath scene unfolded, and he had distinctly witnessed it all. However, there was truly nothing remarkable to behold. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Hikari, and Uzumaki Hanabi. He had seen them all, and none compared to Hanabi in terms of allure. Hinata broke the silence, expressing her sincere apologies for the disturbance caused. I am truly sorry for the trouble I have brought upon you. I came to deliver a gift to Hinata, never anticipating that such an incident would occur. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards the two, a hint of remorse evident in her eyes. Hanabi, observing their heartfelt apology, felt her dissatisfaction gradually dissipate. She understood that this was merely a misunderstanding and that her sister had not acted with malice. Hinata smiled as she glanced at the gift box in her hands. Would you like to see it? She asked, extending it towards Hanabi. This is a present from Kiba. Wow, it's stunning. Hanabi exclaimed as she opened the gift box to reveal the exquisite necklace within. Hyuga Kei immediately remarked, this item is of little value. It is crafted from my own chakra. If my sister desires it, I shall gladly present her with an identical one later. Is that truly possible? It appears quite precious. Hanabi responded, her excitement palpable upon hearing Hinata's suggestion. Certainly, there is no problem at all. I can have it delivered to you by tomorrow, Hinata replied without hesitation. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Brother Mushio. Hanabi exclaimed sweetly, embodying the charming demeanor of a dutiful younger sister. Hinata sighed in relief, grateful that Hanabi was still young. Her views on chastity not yet rigid. A simple necklace sufficed to placate her. Otherwise, his strategic plans might have faced an untimely demise. This pendant was meticulously crafted using his Rinnegan and Sharingan abilities, paired with the cursed seal implanted within both their bodies, enabling him to influence thoughts and monitor the bearer. The daily sustenance merely requires the absorption of the chakra that the wearer naturally emanates. This serves as a safeguard for Hinata's plan. Now that Hanabi also desires it, I find it quite fortuitous to go along with her wishes. Ahem, in light of your commendable performance, I have decided to grant you an opportunity for atonement. Hanabi's eyes sparkled with mischief. From tomorrow onwards, my brother-in-law must take on the responsibility of guiding my training. Hinata was somewhat troubled, as he recently had to discuss the matters of war with Iwagakure alongside Konoha, and having someone with him might complicate things. Hanabi, displaying her keen understanding, added, there is no need for my brother-in-law to continuously instruct me. I simply wish to accompany him, and when time permits, he may impart some knowledge about cultivation to me. Hinata hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding. Then you must heed my words. Hooray! Long live the brother-in-law. Hanabi leaped up, letting out a cheer. Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she murmured softly, why call him brother-in-law? Hanabi poked Hinata's flushed cheek, returning the gift box to Hinata-ku, signaling him to adorn Hinata with the necklace. I believe sister is quite pleased to hear me call him that. Hyuga smiled gently as she took out the necklace to adorn Hinata's neck. This time, she did not refuse again. With a tender smile, she softly expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, Mokish, Koen. Hinata gently caressed her hair as Hinata remarked, you are truly beautiful. This necklace seems as if it was crafted solely for you. A faint blush crept onto Hinata's face as she lowered her gaze, shyly responding, Kishikuin. You always have such a way with words. The two exchanged smiles, enveloped in a warm atmosphere, while Hanabi observed them with a look reminiscent of a fan watching a romantic drama. Unbeknownst to Hinata, on the other side, Sasuke, after undergoing a transformation, was set to meet Naruto in a different manner. Typically, after his training, Sasuke would delve into various ninjutsu books. However, upon learning that Naruto had arrived in the Sound Hidden Village, he found himself inexplicably wandering the streets in search of a place to enjoy a late-night meal. As he strolled along the bustling streets, he spotted a noodle shop, vibrant with patrons indulging in their evening snacks. Rumor had it that this establishment was owned by Hinata, featuring signature dishes crafted by her. Sasuke entered and casually chose an unoccupied corner. He picked up the menu and nonchalantly ordered a bowl of fried sauce noodles. Before long, his dish arrived at the table. Mimicking the actions of those around him, he mixed the noodles with the sauce and took a bite. The smooth, refreshing noodles enveloped in the sweet sauce, complemented by delectable side dishes, surprised him with their delightful taste. Perhaps that guy, Kishu, had indeed created something quite palatable. However, he mused that Naruto, being the fool he was, would likely prefer a bowl of soup noodles instead. At that moment, a familiar voice called from outside, "Boss, what kinds of noodles do you have?" Sasuke initially paused, then smiled faintly, continuing to enjoy his meal. "Excuse me, can we sit here?" Sakura approached Sasuke, inquiring. Sasuke glanced around, noting there was indeed space before responding, "Feel free." "Naruto, let us order this special plate. It can come with so many toppings," Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the sign overhead. Sakura promptly dismissed Naruto's suggestion, declaring, "Order for yourself." "Boss, I'll have a beef noodle." "Not a problem. It will be ready shortly." The owner replied, resuming his duties. "I can't believe we found such an amazing noodle shop in Sound Village," Naruto said, inhaling the enticing aroma as he settled beside Sasuke. Bubbling with excitement, Kakashi, meanwhile, casually ordered a bowl of ramen before engrossing himself in the pages of Intimate Paradise. Sasuke immersed himself in his meal, and in that moment, it felt as though he had returned to the familiar scenes of Konoha. Chapter 76, A Beautiful Misunderstanding in the Days That Followed. Hinata found herself accompanied by a persistent shadow, as Hanabi trailed closely behind, seeking Hinata's guidance on various matters during their free time. This delightful routine continued until the eve of the Konoha delegation's departure, when Hinata consented to provide Hanabi with personalized training. Hyuga Kei meticulously instructed Hanabi in the intricacies of ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques. Observing Hanabi's almost frenzied training from a distance, Hyuga Kei couldn't help but marvel at her determination. Thinking to himself how hard she was working to eliminate him, however, he feared it might ultimately be in vain. Unless faced with a celestial threat like the Tsutsuki, he truly could not fathom how he might meet his demise. Lost in these contemplations, it took Hyuga Kei a while to regain his focus. Reminding himself that there were still matters to attend to, Hinata exclaimed, "Hanabi, let's call it a day for now. You all have a journey ahead tomorrow." "It's all right. I can train a little longer," Hanabi gracefully declined. Hyuga Kei replied, "Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Your training merely exhausts your potential and could inflict irreversible harm on your body." "All right." Hanabi retracted her hands and, with an air of curiosity, rushed a few steps to Hyuga Kei's side, inquiring, "Have I made significant progress in my abilities?" "Indeed, you have made remarkable strides at your age. You are already among the elite," Hyuga Kei said, albeit begrudgingly, as he extended a bottle of water enriched with salt to replenish her electrolytes. At the tender age of 8, Hyuga Kei had already ascended to the ranks of the Umbu of Konoha, while Kakashi became a Chunin at the age of 6. In contrast, Hanabi was still youthful, having only recently attained the level of a genin. "Thank you, big brother," Hanabi beamed, accepting the bottle and taking generous gulps. Once she finished drinking, Hyuga Kei crouched down and produced a necklace identical to the one he had given to Hinata, offering it to Hanabi. "This is the necklace I promised you, for our beloved Hanabi." "Thank you," Hanabi exclaimed, her smile radiant as she accepted the necklace with both hands. She admired it for a moment, her affection for it growing, before she handed it back to Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is the matter? Do you not like it?" "No, I adore it," replied Hanabi, turning her back. "I want my brother to help me put it on." "Very well. I shall do as you wish." Subsequently, Hyuga Kei adorned Hanabi with the necklace. Hanabi then turned to face Hyuga Kei, striking several poses. "What do you think? Does it look good?" Hinata praised. "It's beautiful, even more adorable." "Thank you, brother." Suddenly, Hanabi leaned in and planted a kiss on Hinata's cheek. "This is a reward for you, brother. Thank you for your guidance. This is also my first kiss." With that, she dashed away towards the training ground, not looking back. Hinata Q observed the figure before him and smiled. How intriguing. There is an unexpected reward in pursuing Hinata, making it all the more fascinating. Hyuga Kei rose and stretched languidly. At that moment, Kabuto approached and handed him a proposal. "Sir, this is the plan we have deliberated. Should you find any issues with it, we can discuss modifications with Konoha." Hyuga Kei swiftly glanced through the plan, summarizing that the objective was to rapidly seize the territory of the Land of Grass adjacent to the Land of Fire and engage in border negotiations with the Land of Earth. The most favorable outcome would be to successfully persuade the daimyo of the Land of Grass, currently seeking refuge in the Land of Fire, to return and rebuild the Land of Grass, thereby rendering it a puppet state under the influence of Konoha. Furthermore, Hyuga Kei, leading the Sound Ninja, commanded an exorbitant appearance fee of 120 million. Should he take action, an additional fee would be incurred. It was akin to money falling from the heavens. Hyuga Kei returned the proposal to Yakushi Kabuto, stating, "No problem, we shall proceed according to this plan. Tomorrow, after we see off the Leaf Village's delegation, we will set out with the Sound Ninjas towards the border of the two nations." After reporting on various matters, Yakushi Kabuto busied himself with his research, while Hyuga Kei returned to his chamber, preparing to attempt a connection with the two ocular power gemstones. Hinata Cuban sat on the bed, activating the rebirth eye, attempting to establish a connection with the two gemstones adorning the necks of Hinata and Hanabi. Hinata's intention was to first observe what Hinata was engaged in. He utilized a cursed seal to pinpoint Hinata's location and established a connection with the two types of ocular powers within the gemstone. Instantly, the scene before him transformed to reveal Hinata's perspective. Contrary to his expectations of witnessing the attire enveloping her, he was met instead with the playful sight of Hanabi and Hinata bathing together. Employing Hinata's necklace as the focal point, he found himself directly facing Hanabi, witnessing all that was meant to be seen and all that was not. Hyuga Kei calmly cleared his throat a couple of times, affirming his own seriousness. This gemstone was indeed intended for a legitimate purpose. Subsequently, Hyuga Kei attempted to establish a connection with Hanabi's necklace, shifting to Hanabi's perspective and thoroughly observing Hinata. It seems that Hinata possesses considerable depth, exhibiting significant potential akin to that of a formidable storm. Hyuga Kei discreetly nodded, subsequently withdrawing from the connection of the rebirth eye. He felt the need to return and quell some unrest, deciding to visit Xiaoguang that very evening. The following day, at the entrance of the sound-hidden village, Hyuga Kei, along with numerous high-ranking officials, gathered to bid farewell to the Konoha delegation. Amidst heartfelt farewells, Hyuga Kei and Jiraiya exchanged handshakes, engaging in light-hearted conversation unheard by others. Meanwhile, the persistent flashes of cameras captured this historic moment, as onlookers speculated about the serious matters being discussed. In reality, the two were conversing about the delectable cuisine Jiraiya had savored over the past few days. Nearby, Yuhi Kurenai gazed in astonishment at the necklaces adorning Hinata and Hanabi's necks, exclaiming, "Were these gifts from that Chiba Mushio?" She marveled at the exquisite blue gemstones, pondering their considerable value, as it seemed rather generous for Chiba Mushio to bestow two such treasures. "Indeed, they are from my brother. Aren't they lovely?" Hanabi replied with pride. Kurenai playfully tapped Hanabi's head, saying, "They are indeed beautiful, but while I can understand the gift to Hinata, what was the intention behind gifting you?" In a flash, Hanabi recalled an awkward incident from that night, her cheeks flushing crimson as her gaze faltered, avoiding Kurenai's eyes. "Oh, Red Sister, please don't ask. It was simply a gift." Kurenai, observing Hanabi's flustered demeanor and recalling that she had been inseparable from Chiba Mushio lately, felt a surge of concern. That rascal. Hanabi is still so young. I must confront him. With that, Kurenai brandished a kunai, ready to seek an explanation from Chiba Mushio. Having assumed the responsibility of caring for the two girls since the Hyuga clan's tragedy, she regarded them as her own daughters. However, it was Hinata who swiftly intervened, restraining Kurenai and elucidating the circumstances. Although Kurenai remained infuriated, she recognized that it was not entirely Chiba Mushio's fault. Reluctantly, she crouched down, imparting a heartfelt lesson to Hanabi in a hushed tone. "You must cherish your body and ensure that no one else sees it. Do you understand?" Blushing, Hanabi replied, "Oh, that was truly an accident. Does that mean if someone has already seen it, they can continue to look?" She was referring to Chiba Mushio. "That is still unacceptable." Kurenai firmly objected. "I understand." Hanabi nodded in agreement. Chapter 77. The War Puppet Production Line. After bidding farewell to the Konoha delegation, Yakushi Kabuto approached Hyuga Kei, reporting, "Everything is prepared. With your command, the puppet production line is ready for activation." Hinata's spirits were exceptionally high, as he was well aware that his efforts had not been in vain. "Come, let us behold my puppet army together." Subsequently, Kabuto and Hinata ascended in the elevator of the Hidden Sounds underground research facility, descending further into the depths until they arrived at an expansive subterranean workshop. Inside the workshop, rows of production lines were meticulously arranged. This vast underground space had been established by Hinata through the power of his reincarnation eye, where the colossal production lines and puppet workers stood ready, poised to commence operations at any moment. Hyuga Kei gazed upon the magnificent and awe-inspiring production line, a satisfied smile creeping across his lips. He then issued a command to the researchers beside him. "Let us commence." "Yes." Initiating power transmission. 10 minutes later, the colossal production line roared to life, emitting powerful vibrations, as the thunderous clattering of machinery resonated throughout the space. The entire assembly operated on a hybrid of electrical and thermal energy, both sourced from the subterranean magma. Hyuga Kei had utilized the golden wheel to cleave through vast expanses of earth, channeling the magma to this location. Meanwhile, the production workers were puppets capable of operating non-stop for 24 hours. Moments later, the first batch of colorful puppets emerged from the assembly line. A complete array of combat units, each a testament to the meticulous designs crafted by numerous researchers. Hyuga Kei arrived at the warehouse with the others. He activated a war puppet by summoning a spirit orb through the rebirth eye, and the puppet sprang to life in an instant. Hinata commanded casually, "Jump." The puppet, wielding a katana and shield, obediently leaped into the air. "Crouch." The puppet promptly descended into a squat. "Dance." The puppet then began to twist and sway its body in an erratic manner. Hyuga Kei was exceedingly pleased with the puppets he had crafted. He retracted the spiritual orbs he had manufactured, as creating these orbs imposed a burden upon his own psyche. He deemed it essential to maintain the number of controlled puppets within a manageable limit. "Indeed, I am quite satisfied with these puppets. As long as you are pleased. My lord, Do replied, I merely wonder if the sheer number of puppets you intend to control might pose a threat to your health. His concern was palpable, for his entire existence hinged upon Hyuga Kei. Should anything happen to him, Do's own aspirations would be irrevocably shattered. Hyuga Kei smiled lightly and replied nonchalantly, I am well aware of that. I have already made some progress in locating the energy source capable of powering these puppets. I would never jest with my own life. Hyuga Kei spoke of the Dragon Vein and the colossal golden rinnegan located on the moon. The Dragon Vein is currently sealed within Lulan. Its power only effective within that territory, unless one possesses the means to excavate into the land of rice fields. Surrendering the lifeblood of the puppet army to others would be unwise. The primary objective of Hyuga Kei, however, lies with the golden rinnegan of the Tsutsuki clan on the moon. To this end, he has devised two strategies. The first involves enlisting the aid of his seemingly loyal, yet treacherous partner, Kurozetsu, to scour for the subterranean springs that connect to the moon. The second hinges upon the ocular gem embedded in Hinata Hanabi, for the last remaining member of the Tsutsuki clan, Tsutsuki Shin, to awaken the rinnegan. He must seize the Byakugan from both of them. Continuously monitoring the two, should Tsutsuki Shin make his appearance, Hyuga Kei plans to confront him directly, unleashing a golden wheel of reincarnation to send him to Yui village, and subsequently retrieve the magnificent golden rinnegan. Hyuga Kei then inquired, with the acquisition of funds from Konoha and the savings accumulated over the years, how long can the production line in the land of iron operate? And how many puppets can be manufactured? Yakushi Kabuto ambiguously replied, after deducting the necessary maintenance expenses for the land of rice and the village of sound, we should be able to produce approximately 10,000 war puppets of various models. Hyuga Kei shook his head. The figure was far from satisfactory. With 100,000 black absolutes, he felt he should at least command an army of 100,000 puppets. Although, when magnified to the level of super shadows or the six paths, such troops would be inconsequential. They could serve as a direct force should plans change, enabling him to ignite a war among the ninja world. A nation's governance acquires wealth through two avenues, increasing revenue or cutting expenses. The latter was unattainable, as the Sound Village Research Institute, with its multitude of researchers and various projects, incessantly petitioned the finance department for funds. This relentless pursuit had become a source of exasperation for the financial overseer, Ping Weiyan, who often lamented to Yakushi Kabuto about his plight. Thus, the only feasible route was to augment income. Under Yakushi Kabuto's philosophy of technological advancement, the land of rice had reached its economic zenith. Unless territorial expansion led to a significant population surge, it had hit its limit, making further enhancement exceedingly challenging. The swiftest method for a governmental authority to amass wealth was through borrowing, akin to the practices of the Wanjua school. Others borrowed with the intention of repayment. Yet he envisioned a scenario where he would not have to. He could orchestrate a grand banquet, summoning the nation's elite, and ultimately have Uchiha Hikari manifest his prowess to transform them all into Hyuga Kei's loyal subordinates. However, a legitimate pretext was essential. Duping the major powers required a semblance of decorum. He could establish a federal government, uniting the surrounding smaller nations into a nascent state, thereby controlling the upper echelons under the guise of mutual military preparedness. What would appear as a federation would, in truth, be Hyuga Kei's clandestine dominion over these countries. This enterprise could conveniently unfold following the conflict between Owagakure and Konohagakure, allowing him to bolster his prestige through the ensuing border skirmishes. Indeed, he owed a debt of gratitude to Konoha for providing him with this opportunity. Hinata Kiyoshi grasped the intricacies within and proceeded to share his plan with the pharmacist, Kabuto. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto exclaimed with enthusiasm, let us commence with the land of iron, a significant hub for the import of raw materials. Following that, we shall consider the land of water, a nation that has consistently maintained neutrality and possesses abundant resources. As he spoke, it seemed as though he could already envision a steady influx of funds flowing into the research facilities of the Sound Hidden Village. Hinata commanded. Indeed, however, the premise of this matter must be to establish authority in this war. Motoki Shinobi, deploy troops to the land of grass. A tall man following behind them immediately responded, understood. Motoki Shinobi, the leader of the Motoki clan from the land of Harada, possessed elite jonin strength and commendable command abilities. Later indoctrinated by Hinata. After further modifications by the researchers, with the assistance of sage techniques and seals, he barely reached the threshold of shadow-level power. Chapter 78. Raid on the rock-hidden camp 2 days later. Within the Hokage's office in Konoha, Jiraiya and others returned from the Land of Sound. The first task being to report on the recent negotiations. What is the situation? Did the Land of Sound deploy troops? Tsunade inquired first. Jiraiya proudly replied, they agreed. With the leader of the Sound, Chibamaki, personally leading the charge. They set off shortly after we departed from Konoha, all thanks to my efforts. Convincing him to mobilize was no small feat for me and Kakashi. Excellent. Once reinforcements arrive, they will clash with the rock-hidden forces in the Land of Grass. Tsunade disregarded his boastfulness, slamming her hand on the table. Kakashi then asked, "Why did the Rock Hidden suddenly wage war against us? Aren't they supposed to be recuperating?" At this point, Tsunade gritted her teeth. "They accuse us of killing their Jinchuriki, Old Purple, yet he defected himself, and now they want to blame Konoha. Do they think I am easy to bully? Just as I assumed leadership, they declared war on us." Upon hearing this rationale, Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. This was unexpected. Inoki was cunning, a strategist who would not act without benefit. Why would he initiate such a disadvantageous conflict? However, he could not discern any further issues at the moment. Tsunade continued, "What about the Sound Village? Is there still a necessity to maintain our alliance?" Kakashi recounted his observations from the Sound Village, where he noted a thriving atmosphere. Jiraiya also found a topic to discuss, incessantly praising their development. Jiraiya reflected, "It is a pity that while everything there is commendable, it lacks a certain artistic industry. And their Umbu always keeps an eye on me, preventing me from exploring." Tsunade's patience was wearing thin. She dealt with administrative affairs daily, while Jiraiya indulged in fine cuisine in the Sound. She refrained from punching him, fearing further damage to the Hokage building. Sensing the rising tension, Jiraiya quickly nodded and bolted from the Hokage's office. "I shall go at once." 3 days later, Hinata Kiyoshi, accompanied by 1,000 Sound Shinobi, arrived at the border between the Fire and Grass countries, where he met with the combined forces of Konoha ninja led by Jiraiya. Over the course of the 5-day journey, Hinata Kiyoshi felt a sense of elation, as Konoha was required to pay a substantial sum of money as remuneration each day. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's expression darkened as he glanced at the expenditure report for provisions and supplies presented by Yakushi Kabuto. He silently vowed to bring an end to this conflict swiftly, as hiring mercenaries proved to be exorbitantly costly. Finally, Yakushi Kabuto uttered a phrase that Jiraiya relished. "There is no need for you to worry, Lord Jiraiya. Lord Mushio has graciously offered a 95% discount in light of your reputation." Jiraiya's demeanor lightened somewhat. "Then let us settle the accounts upon completion of the hiring." "Of course, I still trust in your credibility, Lord Jiraiya," Yakushi Kabuto replied with a subtle smile, impeccable in his composure. Jiraiya stated, "We shall launch a surprise attack on Iwagakure tomorrow, and I kindly request that the esteemed leader of Mushio guide the Sound Shinobi according to the plan." "Certainly," came the prompt reply. Meanwhile, Hinata Kiyoshi entrusted all matters to Yakushi Kabuto and took on the role of a detached overseer. Hinata Kei circled the encampment of the two armies, familiarizing himself with the configuration of the Konoha forces, 5,000 shinobi and 42 elite ninjas. The new generation of Konoha ninjas, including Naruto, had yet to step onto the battlefield. It was understood that these individuals were scions of the Konoha ninja clan, and it was unlikely they would be thrust into combat. Moreover, as the Jinchuriki, it was not yet time for Naruto to intervene. How dull. He had anticipated witnessing Naruto in the throes of battle. Stifling a yawn, Hinata Kei retreated to his tent. The following night, a sizable contingent of elite Sound ninjas, led by Hinata Kei, lay in wait beneath the Shroud of Darkness. They were an ambush unit, tasked with launching a surprise attack on the flanks of the Iwagakure formation following the onset of hostilities. No one could have predicted that merely a month prior, Konoha and Sound had been locked in a struggle for survival, and now they were united against a common foe. Amidst the night, Konoha's ninjas surged toward the Iwagakure encampment, only for the Iwagakure forces to appear well prepared, launching a counteroffensive against the Konoha invaders. Fire release, illuminating technique. A fireball soared into the sky, igniting and illuminating the previously dim surroundings. "Kill them. Ha ha ha, you didn't see this coming, did you? Brothers, slay these Konoha dogs." The Iwagakure ninjas erupted from their tents in raucous laughter, charging forward to retaliate against the Konoha shinobi. The Konoha ninjas managed only a brief resistance, leaving behind a few corpses as they retreated in disarray. Hinata Kei beheld a figure standing at the heart of the rock-hidden ninja, a towering and formidable presence that instilled a profound sense of security. He was none other than Inoki's son, Karatsuchi, the commander of the rock-hidden forces. Hinata Kei pondered in silent ridicule how Inoki could possibly father such a towering son. Perhaps he had inherited his stature from his mother? The Leaf Army surged past the Sound-hidden troops led by Hinata Kei, oblivious to the concealed presence of the Sound forces. As they hastened in pursuit of the Leaf ninjas, the moment had come for the Sound to strike. Hinata Kei placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of Shigeki, signaling him to act. With a sudden fervor, Shigeki leapt to his feet and ignited a signal flare. "Onward, eradicate these scoundrels." A crimson flare ascended once more into the darkened heavens, an unmistakable signal from the Sound hidden. "Follow me back to the fray," the Leaf ninjas shouted as they turned to engage. The 1,000 elite Sound ninjas, who had been lying in ambush, rose in unison, charging down the mountainside. Only then did the rock ninjas realize they had fallen into a trap. The intelligence previously relayed by their spies had been flawed, leading them into a counter-encirclement. Amid the chaos, the rock commander, Karatsuchi, bellowed, "Break through to the west, there lies our escape." In an instant, the momentum of the rock ninjas shifted westward, retreating like a tide. Hinata Kiyoshi suddenly sprang to his feet, instantly entering the sage mode. He drew 2 bone blades from his palms and leapt with tremendous force, crashing down upon the ranks of the rock ninja like a meteor, obstructing their path to escape. With a thunderous roar, Hinata rose. 2 lifeless bodies of rock ninja lying beneath him. He withdrew his bone blades, blood gushing forth and splattering onto him, rendering him a blood-soaked Ajura. Kill him. The surrounding rock ninja, witnessing the scene, lunged toward Hinata. With a cold glare, Hinata evaded their strikes in a flash, his bone blades swirling in a deadly dance. Each swing unleashing a spray of crimson blossoms. Despite being surrounded, Hinata Kei exhibited no signs of fear. The battlefield was a cacophony of slaughter and cries. Like a specter, Hinata Kei darted among the rock ninjas, his bone blade becoming the stuff of nightmares for his foes. Blood stained his body. Yet it only fueled his resolve to fight with greater ferocity. Stand aside. A thunderous voice erupted as a towering figure materialized before Hinata Kei. A fist encased in rock hurtling towards him. Earth release, rock fist. It was the Earth Ninja, but Hinata Kei remained unfazed. To him, the Earth Ninja's movements appeared sluggish as a tortoise. He bent low, evading the attack and unleashed a bone projectile, claiming the lives of several more rock ninjas. Chapter 79. Capturing the Earth Ninja and the sudden arrival of Kakuzu. We bear no enmity with your Sound Village. Why do you persist in your relentless pursuit? The Earth Ninja gazed at his fallen comrades, and the forehead protector bound to Hinata Kei's arm, bitterness lacing his words. Hinata's chakra serpent struck once more, claiming the life of another Iwagakure ninja. There's no choice. Konoha offers too much, he lamented. Whatever price Konoha offers, we Iwagakure will pay double, said Katsuchi resolutely, aware that he stood no chance against the person before him. His own death was a trivial matter. The sacrifice of the thousands behind him weighed heavily on his heart. Hinata Kei ceased his slaughter, allowing the rock ninjas to pass unimpeded. A flat price of 30 billion. I shall turn back and strike Konoha at once. Agreed. Without the slightest hesitation, Huang Tu acquiesced. At that moment, Jiraiya, engaged in the distant fray, overheard the exchange and hastened to Hinata Kei's side, urgently advising, Lord Makushu, one must uphold one's integrity. As a leader, this principle is even more paramount. I can offer an increase of 20, but beyond that, I cannot. Hinata Keisuke smiled slightly, a pleasant cooperation. He, of course, could never engage in such actions. He merely sought to exploit this opportunity to extort Konoha once more. However, Jiraiya dared not gamble on Hinata Keisuke's integrity, thus he was compelled to raise his offer. Jiraiya's expression soured considerably, realizing he had once again been outmaneuvered by Chiba Mushio. Yet he could not afford to dwell on it and needed to address the immediate situation first. Leave this earth to me. Hinata Keisuke stepped forward, hands forming seals. You are valued at 70 million ryo in Konoha, so please entrust your life to me. Hinata Keisuke conjured a bone drill enveloped in swirling water and tempest. Sage art, bone torrent wind drill. The earth, witnessing the whirling bone drill, gritted his teeth in silence. Such an assault, if it struck him, would surely spell his demise. I will hold him off. Everyone, exert your utmost to break through. He resolved that he could perish, but he only hoped to allow more to escape. Hinata Kawa transformed into a beam of white light that pierced through the earth. The technique of earth release, rock shield. Before Hinata stood a colossal stone giant. A formidable barrier. Yet, the bone drill, infused with the dual forces of wind and water, exhibited extraordinary penetrating power, swiftly boring through the stone guardian. With a thunderous crash, the giant barely managed to withstand Hinata's assault for a fleeting moment before it collapsed. Hinata emerged through the rubble, facing the resolute yellow earth, whose eyes reflected a determined resolve, ignited by a flicker of desperation as he summoned his entire chakra. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Yellow earth's fist, encased in stone, met the unparalleled bone drill. Hinata Kei felt the immense pressure emanating from the earthen fist, which remarkably managed to momentarily withstand his bone drill, prompting him to regard the earth with newfound respect. Nevertheless, Hinata Kei's prowess ultimately proved superior. He merely intensified the force of his bone drill and ultimately breached the earth's defenses. The sharp bone drill shattered the encasing rock, ruthlessly tearing apart the earth's arm. Blood spewed from his mouth as his body was sent flying, grievously injured. Run! The earth cried out. The remaining rock-hidden ninjas seized the opportunity to break free, darting past Hinata Kei, who did not pursue them, for his sole target was the earth. You are a worthy adversary, Hinata Kei remarked, gazing at the earth, but regrettably, you are insignificant in the face of absolute power. With that, the chakra serpent coiling around Hinata Kei sank its fangs into the earth, rendering him unconscious from the venom, yet simultaneously staunching his numerous wounds. There was no need to kill him. As a mere mercenary, it was unnecessary to sever ties with the rock-hidden village completely. Eliminating him might provoke a rift between the rock and sound villages. Selling the earth to the leaf village would undoubtedly be the most prudent choice. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. I have arrived a step too late. Hinata Kei turned to see that the newcomer was none other than Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. Upon recognizing Hinata Kei's visage, Kakuzu retrieved a bounty poster from his pocket. Chiba Mushio, 10 million ryo, somewhat modest, yet of little consequence. He glanced at the seemingly lifeless figure of Huang Tu beside Hinata Kei and mused, I believe Inoki would pay handsomely for your corpse. The fact that Inoki had even enlisted an Akatsuki member to take action was indeed a remarkable display of commitment. Kakuzu removed his Akatsuki cloak, and from his back emerged 4 masks, signaling his intent to unleash his full power from the outset. Meanwhile, Hinata Kei silently scoffed at Kakuzu's urgency, pondering whether he was truly eager for death. It was indeed difficult for him to strike down Kakuzu. Killing him would be a significant blow to the Akatsuki. He needed to devise a strategy to scare him off instead. Hinata suddenly recalled something and retracted the bone drill into his body, forming hand seals as he pointed towards Kakuzu. Would release, binding, eternal burial. In an instant, numerous branches erupted from the ground, swiftly entwining around Kakuzu like serpents, enveloping him completely. A wave of unprecedented fear surged within Kakuzu, awakening memories long dormant. This task was impossible to accomplish. He paid no heed to the identity of the person before him. His nearby mass clones immediately exerted their strength, tearing apart the encroaching wood. Subsequently, he retracted the 4 mass clones and activated the body flicker technique, vanishing in the blink of an eye to a distance of 100 meters. Hinata Kei concealed a smirk, realizing that this was indeed the psychological shadow cast by the assassination of Shinja Hashirama. He had gambled correctly. Faced with Hashirama's earth-shattering ninjutsu, Kakuzu inevitably harbored some mental scars, and Kei had wagered on this very point. As for how to explain his wood release to Konoha, he would undoubtedly shift the blame onto Shimura Danzo, who had accumulated enough dark deeds to spare one more. Meanwhile, Kakuzu stood at a distance, haunted by the memory of Hinata Kei, who had not pursued him. The recent jutsu had recalled a horrific past, and the profound fear it instilled lingered within him. The battle on the battlefield had largely concluded. The Iwagakure ninjas who managed to break through had already fled, leaving behind those too timid to escape, some surrendering, while others chose to end their own lives with dignity. What remained was the aftermath, cleaning the battlefield and burying the dead. The Konoha ninjas, led by S.H. Tun, were quite understanding, enlisting the sound ninjas to assist in the cleanup. Naturally, the spoils would not be handed over to Konoha. They would be gathered for redistribution by the finance department. These matters were of no concern to Hinata Kei. He merely needed to await the post-war negotiations in silence. At this moment, Jiraiya approached Kei, tentatively inquiring, "The ninjutsu you just employed, was it would release?" "Would release?" Jiraiya repeated incredulously, leaning toward the belief that it was a sage technique for manipulating trees. "Indeed," Kei confirmed. To substantiate his claim, he pointed to the ground, where a sapling sprang forth, glowing with a green light. This manifestation would be impossible to conceal. Should the tree summoned by Hinata Kei be presented to Tsunade, she would undoubtedly recognize it immediately. "How did you acquire wood release?" Jiraiya pressed, though he added, "Of course, you need not disclose anything you wish to keep secret." Feigning surprise, Hinata Kei replied, "Oh, you didn't know? The cells of Senju Hashirama were given to me by your very own Danzo, the aide of Konoha's Hokage." Jiraiya was taken aback once more. Danzo? What other deeds has he committed in secrecy? The implications of Danzo's actions weighed heavily, especially with the recent revelations of leaking Konoha's secret techniques. With Danzo's demise, his burdens only increased. Chapter 80. Peace Negotiations. I am victorious. Following this, Konoha rapidly expanded its gains, swiftly seizing control of the majority of the land of grass. Noki had never anticipated that the Iwagakure forces led by his son, Kuratsuchi, would crumble so easily. In the Tsuchikage's office, Noki glared furiously at the report before him, detailing the disastrous defeat of Iwagakure on the front lines, with his son Kuratsuchi severely injured and captured. The instigators of this calamity were not merely Konoha, but also the Sound Village. Chiba Muki, where had he emerged from? 2 formidable bloodlines, the Shikatsumiyaku and Wood Release, manifesting in a single individual. Hadn't the Kagaya clan and the Senju clan been annihilated? How could such a figure arise anew? Grasping the peace treaty sent by Konoha, Noki was compelled to ponder the feasibility of negotiations. Damn it. First it was Takumi from Amigakure. Now Chiba Muki from the Sound Village. Why are these talented ninjas all opposing me? Noki seethed, tearing the report to shreds, as if seeking to eliminate Chiba Muki from thousands of miles away. At that moment, the door to the Tsuchikage's office swung open, and Kuratsuchi's daughter, Akatsuchi, burst in. "Grandfather, you must save my father," she implored, shaking him fervently. Noki, now even more agitated, replied, I know. I'm trying to figure out how to rescue your father." This was not intended to be a formal war. His aim had been to coerce Konoha into surrendering Oanoki while plundering the land of grass. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, and continuing the fight could cost him his son, which would be utterly unworthy. It seemed there was but one course of action: negotiation and the payment of a ransom. How could Konoha and the Sound Village be entwined in such a manner? Just a short time ago, they had been locked in fierce conflict, and now they were assisting one another. Unbeknownst to Noki were the intricate details of their relations. He was only partially informed. Sighing deeply, he ordered preparations for the peace talks. In this negotiation, he would likely have to relinquish the wealth he had plundered from the land of grass, rendering his efforts nearly futile. Meanwhile, Hinata Kei remained at ease, having just received the final payment from Konoha. Now, he awaited the negotiations with Iwagakure. During this time, Konoha inquired how he had mastered the wood release, offering a sum of 1 billion for the method. Hinata Kei simply replied that he was eager to earn such money. but that the technique could only be used by himself and was ineffective for ordinary ninjas. Considering the absence of a large number of would-release users from the Sound Village, Konoha was inclined to believe Hinata Kei's assertion. Hinata Kiyoshi, on his way, encountered the daimyo of the Land of Grass, whom the Land of Fire intended to support. Utilizing the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan, he altered the daimyo's will, transforming him into one who harbored animosity towards the great nations. This manipulation facilitated the forthcoming scheme. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Kiyoshi received a communique from Konoha, indicating that the three nations were to engage in negotiations within the conflict zone. The rationale for both great nations arriving at the village hidden in the grass was to eradicate external threats to the village. The three parties involved were the Land of Fire's Konoha, the Land of Earth's Iwa, and lastly, Hinata Kiyoshi's own village hidden in Sound. Subsequently, Hinata Kiyoshi commanded SH Moku to lead the Sound forces, laden with funds, back to the village hidden in Sound. He also contacted Kabuto, requesting him to incite the sentiments of the surrounding smaller nations, thereby fostering a wave of anti-great nation sentiment to bolster Hinata Kiyoshi's endeavor. Only Kimimaro and Go remained from the combat forces, serving as Hinata Kiyoshi's guardians, albeit their protection was unnecessary. Nevertheless, it was a requisite display of face. How could a village leader appear without guardians? Additionally, it is worth noting that Kimimaro's hereditary ailment had been successfully resolved, and he was now capable of formidable prowess, akin to a near-shadow-level protector. The following afternoon, Hinata Kiyoshi, accompanied by his two guardians, arrived punctually at the designated venue for the negotiations, where a rudimentary conference room had already been erected. Being the first to arrive, Hinata Kiyoshi surveyed his surroundings, detecting no indications of anyone intending to disrupt the trilateral discussions. Hinata Kei found his designated seat, which was on par with those of the other two great nations. He felt a sense of disappointment, as he had hoped to leverage the opportunity for his own advantage. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade, the esteemed Hokage of Konoha, arrived, accompanied by her guards, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. Hinata greeted with a smile, "Hokage-sama, it has been a long time since we last met." Tsunade, disregarding the current cooperative relationship between their two nations, replied, "I would rather not see you. Your presence reminds me of the money I recently parted with." Upon seeing Chiba Mushio's face, Tsunade was reminded of the substantial sum she had just relinquished, as Konoha had been severely extorted by him. The staggering amount of wealth that could cause even a gambler to feel anguish speaks volumes about its magnitude. Hinata Kiya, unperturbed, retorted, "Is the outcome not favorable? Not only has it led to Konoha's triumph in the war, but it has also allowed you to capture a significant prize." Reflecting on this, Tsunade's mood improved slightly. She could leverage this victory to extract a substantial concession from a Wagakure. However, such a move would be devoid of wisdom. Konoha's true aim was to turn the Land of Grass into a puppet state, establishing a nation aligned with their interests, thus maintaining a convenient channel for military action against a Wagakure at any time. It was precisely this realization that prompted Hinata Kiya to covertly influence the daimyo of the Land of Grass, whom the Fire Country sought to support. Eventually, Inoki arrived late, accompanied by his two disciples, the future Tsuchikage, Karatsuchi and Akatsuchi. "Apologies for my tardiness," Inoki said insincerely as he seated himself. As one ages and finds mobility increasingly challenging, it would be wise to prepare for retirement rather than instigate chaos in the shinobi world, Tsunade remarked pointedly. "Is it not your village, Konoha, that first sought to encroach upon the Land of Earth, abducting my Jinchuriki?" Inoki retorted with a sneer. "Enough, everyone," Hinata Kiya interjected. "We have gathered today to discuss the prospect of peaceful coexistence. Let us leave the past behind and focus on the future." Tsunade and Inoki exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's unwillingness to concede. Yet they understood that continued conflict would yield no greater benefits for either nation. Nearby, Kuratsuchi glared at Hinata Kiya with a fierce hatred, remembering well how he had shattered her father's arm. "Let us commence," Hinata Kiya said with a smile, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. The Wagakure had plundered the Land of Grass and compensated Konoha, which in turn had hired the Sound Village, resulting in a significant financial drain. Ultimately, only Hinata Kiya emerged victorious. Both nations had squandered their efforts, with even the daimyo of the Land of Grass, whom Konoha supported, being secretly manipulated by him. "I have triumphed twice. Both great nations owe me a debt. To begin with, I have never even encountered your Jinchuriki. Konoha's elite forces have remained within the village. How could there be any discussion of abducting a Jinchuriki?" Tsunade asserted emphatically. "I must also inquire why a Wagakure invaded the Land of Grass and plundered its treasury. That is the true invasion, a scourge upon the shinobi world." Inoki was prepared, producing a confidential letter. "This is a correspondence from the former daimyo of the Land of Grass, requesting my leadership in eliminating traitors. It was my inadequacy that prevented the completion of this task." As he spoke, a few crocodile tears fell from his eyes. Hinata Kiya could only roll his eyes at this. It was a fabrication born of a lack of evidence. He truly wished to employ the impure world reincarnation technique on the spot to expose the deceit. "I dare say your claim of eliminating traitors is a ruse." while the true intent is to plunder wealth. Tsunade remained unyielding, striving to assert moral superiority over Inoki. Hyuga Kei listened intently as Tsunade and Inoki engaged in a fervent debate, traversing topics from the greater good to war reparations and the distribution of interests. The Leaf Village's aspiration was to reconstruct the Land of Grass autonomously, while the Stone Village's aim was to fracture the Land of Grass, establishing smaller nations as strategic buffers. However, as the defeated party, the Stone Village was willing to bear the financial burden for this outcome. Hyuga Kei silently mused to himself, "It is time for me to make my entrance." The negotiations were reaching a crescendo. Hyuga Kei suddenly rose from his seat, striking the table with a firm hand, and loudly rebuked Inoki. "It was you, the Iwagakure, who first invaded the Land of Grass. Our Otogakure and Konoha have come forth to uphold peace and justice. Your Land of Earth has already been vanquished. Now you seek to use the Land of Grass as a mere pawn. Do you believe that the powerful can treat the weaker nations as playthings? Have you no sense of dignity left in your Land of Earth? Know that we, too, from Otogakure and Konoha, are not to be trifled with." Hinata Kiyoshi, in his discourse, casually referenced Konoha to indicate his allegiance to his allies. On the other hand, Inoki scoffed, asserting that negotiations among great nations were not within the purview of a small nation like his. He proclaimed that their actions were genuinely motivated by the desire for peace and development within the shinobi world. Inoki regarded Hinata's naive remarks with disdain, recognizing that youth alone, irrespective of formidable strength, was insufficient. In the shinobi realm, it was universally acknowledged that smaller nations were merely battlefields and playthings for the larger powers. The former semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain once aspired to alter his nation's fate, yet he too was forced into a dismal retreat. And for many years, there has been no significant change in the status quo. Hinata Keisuke let out a cold chuckle, finding it utterly ridiculous. Is your so-called peaceful development merely a sacrifice of the interests of smaller nations? If this is the essence of peace, I would rather forego it entirely. His gaze swept across the assembly, his eyes resolute. Today, I stand before you as a representative of the Sound Village, and we shall not tolerate such injustice. Should you persist in this course, we of the Sound Village will spare no effort in defending the sovereignty of the Land of Grass. Hinata Kei, embodying the role of a just emissary of the ninja world, vowed to secure peace and freedom for the Land of Grass. Tsunade could not help but commend Hinata in her heart, acknowledging the commendable effort. This fellow truly delivers when compensated. On the other hand, Naka's expression darkened, as he had not anticipated Hinata's unwavering resolve. At that moment, Tsunade interjected, "Lord Muki is correct. This war was indeed instigated by your Iwagakure. And now you audaciously seek to partition the Land of Grass. Such an endeavor is utterly impossible." The atmosphere grew tense, with both parties standing their ground. And it seemed the negotiations were on the verge of collapse. "Humph. It appears you are intent on shattering this fragile peace, unwilling to pursue a truce," Noki exclaimed furiously. Hinata Q showed no signs of weakness, declaring, "If you do not wish to converse, then let us cease our discussions." Sensing the potential for the situation to spiral out of control, Tsunade intervened, urging, "Everyone, let us remain composed. Our objective is to resolve the issue, not to exacerbate the conflict." After a moment of silence, Inoki spoke slowly. "Very well, then please articulate your conditions." Tsunade cleared her throat and stated, "It is quite simple. The Land of Grass must retain its independence and integrity. You, Iwagakure, must cease all interference in its internal affairs. Furthermore, you must apologize for this act of aggression and provide appropriate compensation. Konoha will offer full assistance in the reconstruction of the Land of Grass." Inoki furrowed his brow, responding, "That is impossible. Konoha's support for the Land of Grass is but a fade. I suspect your true intention is to prop up a puppet regime. Hinata Kei, let us entrust the reconstruction of the Land of Grass to the Sound Village. We are willing to undertake the noble task of assisting other nations." Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement of Sound's proposal, as the daimyo of the Land of Grass had already shown favoritism towards Konoha. Thus, who would rebuild the hidden grass village mattered little to them. Inoki pondered for a long time, with his son still in their custody. Allowing Sound to reconstruct the Land of Grass seemed preferable to Konoha. Moreover, the Land of Grass would not be subservient to Sound, but merely seek an ally. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept your terms." The negotiations continued, and both parties began drafting a peace treaty, delineating ceremonial protocols. The principal terms included reparations from the Land of Earth to Konoha, the return of a significant portion of the wealth plundered from the treasury of the Land of Grass, and Konoha's return of the captives taken during the war. In addition, Iwagakure would provide a substantial sum to Sound as funding for the reconstruction of the Land of Grass, while Iwagakure and Konoha would serve as oversight parties. A fresh contract was established, effectively delineating the distribution of benefits. Iwagakure relinquished all its ill-gotten gains, and when factoring in the losses incurred during the war, their net yield was negligible. Konoha, after accounting for the reparations and the fees paid to Sound, also found their profits to be minimal. However, Hinata Kei emerged significantly enriched as Konoha had absorbed all the expenses, having lost a contingent of ninjas, leaving the remainder as pure profit. May peace endure, Hinata Kei proclaimed, smiling as he shook hands with the two. Inoki's expression was one of displeasure. He felt partly responsible for this failure, believing that had it not been for Hinata Kei's sudden appearance, he might not have suffered defeat on the battlefield. The leader of the Earth style, truly remarkable, such youth yet capable of stirring the winds of change, Inoki begrudgingly praised. Upon signing the contract, Hinata Kei swiftly returned to Sound Village with Kimimaro and Jugo, leaving subsequent affairs in the capable hands of others. The task of reconstructing the hidden grass village was entrusted entirely to his subordinates, who would handle the profit-making strategies without needing guidance from Hinata Kei. The materials for rebuilding the hidden grass would naturally be procured from Sound Village, thereby indirectly stimulating its economic growth. What remained paramount was the significant role he had to play, even if it was for self-aggrandizement. In the days that followed Hinata Kei's return to Sound Village, a wave of dissent against the five great nations surged across various small countries. The five great nations were perceived as the root of instability in the ninja world, the source of suffering for the smaller nations. Meanwhile, the leader of Sound Village, Chiba Mushio, vehemently condemned Inoki's statements during the peace negotiations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, and his words resonated throughout the ninja realm. Many commoners regarded Chiba Mushio as a hero unafraid of tyranny, a leader opposing the great powers. His valiant exploits on the battlefield, where he vanquished elite ninjas from the great nations with ease, became legendary. Instantaneously, Chiba Mushio's name was elevated to that of a symbol of resistance against the great powers, a spiritual leader for many. In the Land of Rain, Pain observed the intelligence report on Chiba Mushio as if encountering a kindred spirit. Finally, someone had discerned the hypocrisy of the great nations. Conan, prepare yourself. I intend to personally recruit this ninja, Pain declared. Nagato believed that Chiba Mushio would resonate with his ideals, and the report indicated that his strength was indeed formidable, perfectly meeting the recruitment criteria. The responses from the five great nations varied. Most dismissed him as inconsequential. No matter how much one might promote him, could he surpass Hanzo, the once semi-divine figure? The savior of small nations and hero against the great powers was now a mere shadow, lost in some obscure corner. Only the Navi commoners of small nations would place their faith in such a savior. Chapter 82, The Future of the Ninja World Federal Government. Chiba Mushio's prestige soared to unprecedented heights, his name revered by the populace of numerous small nations as though he were a deity. Hinata Kei promptly proceeded to the next phase of his plan, extending invitations to the esteemed dignitaries of neighboring nations under the pretense of a noble gathering, while in reality, it was a meticulously orchestrated trap. He summoned the feudal lords and influential figures from the Land of Taki, the Land of Iron, the Land of Waves, and the Land of the Moon. Among those of note were the renowned general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, and the leader of the hidden waterfall village, Shimoku. These four nations had been carefully selected by Hinata Kei and Kabuto, as their integration would forge a network of 5 interconnected states, allowing for resource sharing and mutual prosperity. The only alternative considered was the Land of Grass, which had recently endured a devastating conflict and would prove to be more of a burden in the short term. Within the Grand Hall of the Land of Rice's feudal lord, the banquet commenced, with the high-ranking officials from various nations indulging in revelry and merriment. The 5 feudal lords gathered around a single table, and the lord of the Land of Iron spoke up. Where is your esteemed leader from the Sound Village? It is rather unusual not to see him, especially given his recent prominence. He shall arrive shortly. He is currently attending to some official matters, replied the feudal lord of the Land of Rice, elegantly concealing his lips with a fan as he sipped his sake. To arrive late on such a momentous occasion is indeed a breach of etiquette, remarked the lord of the Land of Waves. From the shadows, Hinata Kei observed that all the guests had arrived, signaling that it was time for the main act to unfold. Hinata Kei entered the banquet hall accompanied by Uchiha Itachi, who held a crystal ball in her hands. Upon seeing Hinata Kei's arrival, the daimyo of the Land of Rice pointed to the wine jug and remarked, "The leader of the wood cult has arrived late. He must certainly drink 3 cups as penance." Hinata Kei smiled faintly and said, "We shall discuss the penalty drinks later. Let us first attend to the matter at hand." Indeed, the leader of the Wood clan was correct. There were pressing matters to address. A glimmer of eagerness flashed in the eyes of the daimyo of the Rice Nation. The daimyo of the Iron Nation sensed something amiss. A significant matter? Is today not the noble banquet? The daimyo of the Rice Nation clarified, "Of course, we shall utilize the pretext of the noble banquet. Otherwise, how could those great nations fulfill our desires? Allow me to elucidate." Hinata Kei stepped forward to the center of the banquet, and all eyes turned towards him. "I have come here to assist everyone. We, the smaller nations, have long endured the oppression of the larger powers. Only by uniting can we liberate ourselves from their control." Hinata Kei-shun, suddenly embodying the essence of a thespian, surveyed his surroundings with unwavering determination and proclaimed, "We can no longer remain passive. We must take action. I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly achieve our objectives." Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Some expressed skepticism while others exhibited palpable excitement. "Those powerful nations will not stand idly by as we forge this alliance. They will undoubtedly seek to thwart us and dismantle our coalition," a voice inquired. Hinata Hiro took a deep breath. "First and foremost, We must forge stronger bonds of connection and cooperation. Together, we can devise strategies, share resources, and support one another. Secondly, we must nurture talent and enhance our own capabilities. Finally, and most crucially, we must summon the courage to resist the oppression of greater powers and defend our rightful interests. A voice laced with sarcasm sneered. Easier said than done. What you truly desire is to make us mere instruments for your own ambitions. Hinata Kirita revealed a trace of a regretful smile, clearly indicating that his persuasive words were still insufficient to sway such a multitude. Hinata Kei gestured towards the crystal ball held by Uchiha Hikari, saying, "Everyone, please direct your attention here." The guests at the banquet instinctively turned their gazes toward the crystal orb. Within Uchiha Hikari's eyes, the vivid crimson of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan emerged, skillfully projecting into each individual's sight through the crystal ball crafted by the research department. The formidable ocular technique, 8,000 spears, was unleashed, forcibly altering the consciousness of everyone present. Hinata Kei spoke once more. "I urge everyone to reconsider my proposal. There is no need for further deliberation. Let us proceed as suggested. Indeed, I have long harbored disdain for those great powers." The crowd erupted in fervor, as if on the brink of confronting the 5 major nations with fervent resolve. Perhaps this enthusiasm has surpassed reasonable bounds, Hinata Kei mused inwardly. Hinata Kei pressed down on his hand, signaling for them to quiet down. "Do not act impulsively. We must first strengthen ourselves before we can contend with the 5 great nations. For now, we must remain concealed and discreetly enhance our collaboration. My assistant will now inform you of the subsequent actions to be taken." As Hinata's voice faded, a figure appeared at the door, none other than Yakushi Kabuto. Hinata Kei gently patted Do's shoulder, entrusting him with the task of unifying the 4 nations. Do, his glasses glinting with determination, replied, "No problem, Lord Kei. What shall we name this nation?" Without turning back, Hinata Kei declared, "The Ninja World Federal Government." Hinata Kei stepped out of the banquet hall, aware that there was no longer any need for him to concern himself with the affairs within. Over the course of a year, Yakushi-do would successfully consolidate the 4 nations and subsequently announce the formation of the Federation. Following this, it was merely a matter of waiting for the 5 great nations to exert their pressure. Eventually, one of these great powers would find the strain unbearable and declare war on the Federation, ultimately compelling the 5 nations to recognize this nascent regime, thereby establishing it as the 6th great nation. All he needed to do was wait. What Hinata Kei did not anticipate was that this evening would bring an unexpected guest. Hinata Kei sat in a chair, while Uchiha Hikari grilled meat for him, placing slice after slice to his lips. After dedicating over a decade to the pursuit of peace in the ninja world, is it not permissible for him to indulge? These feudal lords truly know how to relish life. No wonder they are reluctant to oppose the great nations and possess no ambition. The likes of the feudal lord of the land of grass, who is tormented by the great powers, are but a rarity. The majority remain blissfully ignorant of the turmoil outside, solely focused on indulging in pleasures. Regardless of how their countries are engulfed in flames of war, they continue to savor their luxuries. Hinata Kiyoshi was reveling in the attire of Uchiha Hikari when he suddenly sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures intruding upon the courtyard. They made no effort to conceal their approach, striding confidently through the main entrance. The visitors were none other than the long-anticipated Pain and Conan. After a brief contemplation, Hinata Kiyoshi discerned their intentions. They were undoubtedly seeking to recruit him. The name of Chiba Mushio resonated throughout the ninja world, and the title of a hero from a small nation would naturally attract the attention of Nagato, who harbored a similar disdain for the great powers. With this in mind, Hinata Kiyoshi placed a hand before Uchiha Hikari, assisting her in altering her appearance, for they had encountered her during their time in the Land of Rain, and it was imperative to conceal her identity. Hinata Kei rose from his seat, stepped out of the room, and gazed down from his elevated position at the 2 individuals standing in the courtyard. Has a guest arrived? Hinata Kei delicately held the wine glass, elegantly finishing the drink within, before slowly saying, without a formal invitation, "It seems you 2 are unwelcome guests." Chapter 83. The second invitation from Akatsuki in the city of Hellfire. Chiba Mushio, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join Akatsuki. Pain spoke coldly. Hinata showed a look of keen interest. Akatsuki? That name rings a bell. I have investigated. Are you not a rogue ninja mercenary organization? How audacious to seek the allegiance of a village leader like myself. Pain replied, it is merely a fade. The power of Akatsuki can guide the ninja world towards peace. Hinata Kei sat upon the steps, intrigued by the notion of peace, a term he had not encountered in quite some time. What is your price, and what reason do you have to persuade me to join your cause? He inquired. Indeed. The mere mention of peace piqued his interest, for the individual before him was a young man sharing the same dream as Akatsuki. Nagato mused. You wish to establish a 6th nation to safeguard the common folk, do you not? Nagato continued. He had come here merely to glance at the gathering and discern Hinata Kei's intentions, while the elite shinobi he had positioned around him remained oblivious to the infiltration of Nagato and Conan. In Hinata's eyes, a murderous intent erupted. Now that you are aware of my secret, are you not afraid that I might kill you? Pain curled the corners of his mouth. Seemingly untouched by the overwhelming aura of death, you would not do such a thing. We share the same dream. The same dream. Hinata retracted his murderous intent, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What a splendid lie. How many have fallen beneath the weight of dreams? As an author of web literature, I deeply resonate with this sentiment. How many passionate writers have perished on the path to divinity? Alas, Pain spoke leisurely. Allow me to tell you a story. Perhaps you will find a reflection of yourself within it. In Hinata's heart, alarm bells rang. Reason dictated that the individual before him sought to engage in verbal sparring, attempting to identify commonalities between them in a bid to recruit him as an ally. How familiar this tactic was. Reminiscent of the script he had once employed against Uchiha Itachi. 27 years prior, in the war-torn land of Rain, 3 children forged a bond, relying on one another as they nurtured a shared yearning for peace. In pursuit of their ideal, they established the Akatsuki, only to face relentless setbacks in the combined persecution of Hanzo and Danzo. The death of a dear friend unveiled the harsh realities of the ninja world, leading him to resolve to wield the power of the tailed beasts to plunge the world into suffering, thereby achieving a different kind of peace. It was only through experiencing pain that humanity would come to fear war, thus realizing genuine tranquility. Pain spoke patiently as he recounted this tale. Had it been anyone else, they might have hastily resorted to the universal pull to persuade him. Our aspirations diverge significantly. My goal is to unify the ninja world, ensuring a singular voice prevails, rather than allowing it to descend into anguish. War is merely a continuation of politics, and politics is a concentrated manifestation of economics. When the distribution of interests becomes inequitable, a great conflict is necessary to reshuffle the deck. No war has ever been initiated by Konoha. It occupies the largest share of interests, and your understanding of war is far too superficial. Hinata observed as Pain fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing his words. Hinata Kei rose to his feet and remarked, "It matters not. As long as your offerings satisfy me, I am willing to join your ranks." Pain, emerging from his contemplation, responded, "I can assist you in fending off the onslaught of the great nations and aid you in establishing the 6th great nation." Hinata clapped his hands and said, "Very well. Since that is the case, capturing the 4 tails must also be your doing." "Indeed," came the reply. "Then let the expert in capturing the 4 tails assist me, for I find him quite intriguing." Hinata directly requested to take action himself. "All right, I shall convey your message to him. If he is interested," Pain continued, "just inform him that I possess what he desires." Hinata Kei remarked, "As long as I can help establish a 6th great nation, what harm is there in joining your organization?" "Conan, provide him with the items of the Akatsuki," Pain instructed. Conan tossed a sealing scroll towards Hinata Kei, who caught it effortlessly with one hand. Inside were the communication tools and attire of the Akatsuki. Pain continued, "The skilled individuals you seek will soon arrive." With that, the two departed without further delay, heading out to the courtyard. "Take your time," Hinata Kei said as he returned indoors, unrolling the sealing scroll. The contents were reminiscent of what he had received upon joining the Akatsuki, a ring bearing the codename Shien, nail polish, and 3 ninjutsu scrolls, namely, the body flicker technique, the Phantom Dragon 9 seals, and the transformation technique. Having rejoined the Akatsuki meant that during meetings, he would need to create a shadow clone of himself. However, there was a silver lining. This time, he could unleash his full potential, as the alternate identity of Chiba Mushio had proven somewhat inadequate in strength. Not long after, Hinata Kei received a message from Pain, urging him to assist Chiba Mushio in establishing the 6th great nation. In response, Hinata Kei feigned deep interest in Chiba Mushio and readily accepted the task. Now, he awaited the impending battle. Upon returning to the Sound Village, Hinata Kei received new intelligence. The Lord of the Ghost Lantern Castle in the Land of Grass, Mu Wei, had contacted him, expressing a desire to become the new leader of the Grass Village under the name of a former elite shinobi from the village. The Ghost Lantern Castle served as a prison established by the 5 great nations, housing countless criminals, many of whom were powerful and unruly, a fine group of cannon fodder. Hinata Kei mused, contemplating how these criminals could be rallied by the 8,000 spears to form a disposable force. Moreover, he speculated that the Box of Bliss within the Ghost Lantern Castle was likely an ancient tool used by the Sage of 6 Paths to seal special powers. Those drawn into it would be assimilated into a creature known as Wu. While the individuals sent inside would be transformed into monsters, a fragment of their consciousness would remain intact. Hinata Kei stroked his chin, contemplating that perhaps this power could be harnessed. When the time came, he could send a white absolute in to master the flow of time. Once it was sufficiently assimilated, he could reclaim it. It was possible that Hinata Kei would thus acquire an additional weapon for war. It seemed he would need to embark on another journey. Stretching lazily, Hinata Kei set off towards the path leading to the city of Kirigakure, accompanied by Uchiha Hikari. Hinata Kiyoshi once inquired of Uchiha Hikari whether employing the 8,000 spears to inscribe marks upon such a multitude would result in a significant depletion of ocular power. However, the utilization of ocular energy by the 8,000 spears is minimal. When combined with the projection crystal produced by the research facility, it can achieve the remarkable effect of controlling countless individuals with a single application. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the city of Hitsuki. Gazing upon the colossal prison nestled within the sea, Hinata Kiyoshi confirmed that this was indeed the fabled Hitsuki city, housing the legendary Box of Bliss within its confines. Hinata Kei descended before the gates of the city of Omizuki, accompanied by Uchiha Hikari, due to the necessity of assuming the identity of Chibamoku. He was unable to utilize the puppet flying eagle, instead employing sage mode to soar through the skies with Uchiha Itachi. Hinata Kei descended before the gate, only to be confronted by several shinobi from the grass village, who stood resolutely in his path, demanding, "Who are you?" Hinata Kei stated, "I am Chiba Mushio. I have come to discuss the various matters regarding the reconstruction of Kusanagi with Muwei." Several Kusa ninjas' eyes brightened, as they had assumed that the legendary Chiba Mushio would merely send subordinates for negotiations. The fact that he personally came to confer was a testament to his reputation as the hero of the resistance against great nations. His dedication to his small nation was truly commendable. However, they were taken aback to find that the legendary Chiba Mushio appeared merely as a kind-hearted young man. "Please, enter. Lord Mushio, we shall inform the others at once." The prison gate slowly creaked open, and after exchanging smiles and nods with the two, Hinata Kei stepped into the city of Kurosaki. Chapter 84. The box of ultimate bliss. Hinata Kei was guided towards the reception room, where a handsome middle-aged man awaited with eager anticipation. This man was none other than Wu Wei, accompanied by a young boy, presumably the innocent one who transforms into Wu in the original narrative. "Your esteemed presence, Lord Mushio, would have warranted prior notice, allowing me to be adequately prepared," Wu Wei remarked. Hinata Kei continued to maintain his persona, stating, "As soon as I learned of your intentions, I made my way here. The endeavor to reconstruct Kusa is indeed a commendable one. It will bolster the strength of our resistance against the great powers." Wu Wei laughed heartily. "Makushukuin. You truly understand me. My aim is to augment our strength so that we no longer endure humiliation. At present, Wu Wei's son had yet to be confined to the paradise of ultimate bliss due to his ambitions, and he remained a person of considerable aspiration. "Please, do come in." Wu Wei gestured invitingly. Several individuals entered the reception room and took their seats. Hinata Kei, glancing at the young man beside Wu Wei, remarked with a smile, "This young gentleman beside you must be your esteemed son, indeed a striking figure. This is my son, Muku. Muku, come greet Uncle Makushu. Did you not always idolize Makushukuin?" Wu Wei instructed. Uncle Makushu, Muku bowed, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Hinata Kei initially intended to have Uchiha Itachi, who stood behind him, employ the 8,000 spears technique for mind control. However, it appears that such measures may no longer be necessary, as this individual seems to embody the traits of a ninja from a nation steeped in enmity. This is evident from his son, and the two, as ninjas of the land of grass, nearly succumbed to the fate of becoming vassals of a fallen nation. It was only through Hinata Kei's assertive words during the peace talks that the land of grass was able to reclaim its sovereignty. The respect reflected in their eyes is undeniably genuine, rather than laboring with persuasive rhetoric. It would be more prudent to allow them to willingly present the box of ultimate bliss. Hinata Keisuke smiled. "Since you already call me uncle, how could I possibly not have a greeting gift for you?" Hinata Kei produced a scroll of secret techniques along with a sound ninja tool. "Thank you, Uncle Mushio." Hinata Kei said, "Let us go out and play. I need to discuss some matters with your father." "All right." As he watched Muku exit the reception room, and with no one else around, Hinata Kei finally felt at ease to engage in a conversation with Wu Wei regarding the collaborative efforts to reconstruct Kusanagi village and other related matters. Hinata's words subtly probed his stance towards the 5 great nations. The 5 great nations are akin to a den of thieves, viewing smaller countries as mere ants, solely concerned with their own interests. Wu Wei furiously struck the table. Hinata Kei observed that the moment was right, and with a composed demeanor, he declared, "I intend to establish a federation composed of smaller nations. I wonder if your excellency might be interested in joining?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Please, do elaborate, Mushio-kun." Hinata-ku wore a subtle smile, aware that he had successfully ensnared his audience. He reiterated the words he had spoken to the dignitaries of various nations at the banquet, which stirred an exhilarating sense of accomplishment within Wu Wei, as if they had already realized the grand vision outlined by Hinata-ku. If this endeavor were to succeed, in merely a decade, we could rival the 6th great power among the 5 major nations. Hinata Kei gently shook his head. "We do not have 10 years. We possess but a single year. After 1 year, we must achieve a resounding victory that will instill fear in the 5 great nations. Otherwise, we shall remain mere playthings of the 5 powers." Wu Wei felt a sense of despair as he listened to Hinata Kei articulate his grand vision. "We have only 1 year, and that is simply unattainable. Even if we unite all the smaller nations around us, the assembled ninja forces would still be incapable of defeating a great nation. And we cannot even guarantee that each country will act in unison." Hinata Hiroshi smiled faintly. "If I've spoken of it, then nothing is impossible." Hinata Kei spoke as he retrieved a scroll from his bosom. He unfurled the scroll and displayed it for Wu Wei to behold, revealing the signatures of the majority of the nobility from 4 small nations inscribed upon it. "I have clandestinely allied with the kingdom of Taki, the kingdom of Suki, the kingdom of Nami, and the kingdom of Tetsu. We are currently consolidating the strength of our federation to ensure that all 5 nations can unleash their full military might in times of war." Hinata Kei unfurled the scroll further, leaving a more expansive blank space. He pondered whether the land of grass and the hidden grass village would be willing to partake in this grand gamble. Wu Wei succumbed to a prolonged contemplation before decisively biting his finger and inscribing his name upon it. Should he succeed, he could liberate himself from the dominion of the great powers. Even in failure, he would merely continue as a pawn of the mighty. Nevertheless, The seeds of rebellion would be sown henceforth. Ah, with your esteemed presence, Sir Wu Wei, our strength is indeed magnified, Hinata Kei remarked. What, pray tell? Can our hidden grass do for the Federation? Wu Wei inquired, eager to make a meaningful contribution now that he had joined the alliance. We have united numerous nations. Yet we still lack a war machine capable of rivaling the tailed beasts, Hinata Kei revealed, seeking to entice Wu Wei into disclosing the secret of the Elysium box. Though Takigakure possessed a seven-tailed beast, they could directly control it with the Sharingan in critical moments. Wu Wei fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he gritted his teeth and divulged his innermost secret. If Lord Mushio can guarantee that the Land of Grass will receive equal treatment among the nations after the establishment of the Federation, I am willing to surrender a treasured artifact of the hidden grass village to you. Wu Wei had adopted a respectful tone, fully aware that the Land of Grass was currently destitute and a latecomer to the alliance, making it susceptible to exclusion. He sought to leverage this opportunity to secure greater benefits for his homeland. The artifact was of no use to anyone in the hidden grass village. It required tailed beast-level chakra to unlock. Thus, he deemed it wiser to relinquish it in pursuit of greater gains. He was gambling on Hinata Kei's integrity, hoping he would not resort to treachery and violence to seize the treasure. Hinata solemnly declared, "Very well, I swear upon my honor." Wu Wei exhaled, the weight upon his heart finally lifting, realizing that he had made the right wager. "Thank you, Lord Mushio, please follow me. That artifact lies within the secret chamber." Wu Wei led the way, with Hinata following closely behind. The object in question was known as the Box of Ultimate Bliss, rumored to be a weapon of the Sage of the Six Paths. In ancient times, the village of Kusa nearly unified the ninja world with this treasure. If one could harness its chakra, they could realize their deepest desires. Wu Wei shared the information he possessed, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet, such claims were likely mere conjecture from those who came before. If such formidable power truly existed, the Land of Grass would not have faced near annihilation. Hinata Kei remained silent, observing as Wu Wei pressed down on the books within the study, revealing a secret passage before them. Hinata hurriedly took a few steps forward, positioning himself in front of Wu Wei. "My lord, allow me to take the lead," he suggested, his underlying intention being to reassure Hinata that there were no traps lurking in the vicinity. "No worries, I can hardly contain my excitement to behold that treasure," Hinata replied, exhibiting an extraordinary composure. Wu Wei felt a surge of emotion. It was the first time someone had placed such trust in him upon their initial meeting. Truly, he was deserving of the title of a hero, and Wu Wei silently acknowledged that he had found a commendable superior. Upon reaching the innermost part of the secret chamber, Hinata's gaze fell upon a colossal black box, adorned with 4 contorted faces depicting joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and crowned with a mask bearing immense power sealed within. Hinata placed his hand upon it, feeling an immense force attempting to siphon away his chakra. This entity could indeed hold the potential to resolve the issues surrounding war weaponry, Hinata remarked. Wu Wei immediately displayed an expression of excitement, exclaiming, "It is wonderful if it can aid the Federation." He continued, "I would like to take this with me. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, it is no problem at all." Hinata Hikari placed his hand atop the surface, invoking the reverse summoning technique, and the immense box of bliss was transported to the dragon's lair. There, Hinata Hikari carved out a warehouse for himself, guarded by the vigilant Shinya, ensuring that no one would dare to disturb it. Chapter 85, The Monster That Feels Emotion, Satoru Soon. Individuals will approach you to discuss the reconstruction of Konoha village and the coordination of various matters concerning the Federation. "How many prisoners remain in the city of Oizumi?" Hinata Hikari inquired. "A total of 275 individuals." Hinata Kei smiled faintly. "Very well, take care of them. This here will be their final moments." Wu Wei, maintaining an impassive demeanor, comprehended that these prisoners were destined to become sustenance for the Federation. The 275 prisoners, predominantly ch-nin, were ninja from the 5 great nations, who, having once contributed to their lands, had committed grave errors that, while not warranting death, led to their confinement here. Now, Hinata Kei was to administer their execution. Yet his intent was to transform them into nourishment for the Federation. The research facility had developed a one-time use sealing technique, which, in conjunction with the hero water from Takigakure, could elevate each ch-nin to the level of j-nin in a short span. The hero water, a treasured elixir of Takigakure, was derived from the sacred tree of the village, produced only once every century. This miraculous substance could amplify the user's chakra tenfold, albeit at the cost of their lifespan. However, Takigakure possessed only a limited supply, necessitating dilution to accommodate more users. Such matters were best left to the researchers, who would surely find the hero water intriguing. The one-time use sealing technique enabled direct mastery of the second-tier seal's power, yet it inflicted significant, irreversible damage upon the user's body. The combination of these two elements would forge a formidable army, 275 j-nin, surpassing the combined might of any single nation among the 5 great countries, which could scarcely muster such numbers. This indeed constituted one of Hinata Kei's trump cards. Departing from Kirigakure, Hinata Kei first returned to the Dragon Cave, intending to utilize his Rinnegan to discern the contents of the Paradise Box. Upon activating his Rinnegan and peering through the seal of the Paradise Box, he was met with an abyss of darkness. In that instant, an overwhelming fury surged within him, a wrath potent enough to obliterate the world. Yet, he did not allow this anger to cloud his judgment. He calmly closed his rinnegan, shutting his eyes to restore his composure. Outside, the voice of Uchiha echoed as she floated gracefully into the warehouse. I heard from Shinya that you've arrived. Come play some cards with us. Upon entering the warehouse, her gaze fell upon the ominous black paradise box, causing her to stumble to the ground. The paradise box? How could you possess such a thing? Uchiha rose, her eyes fixed on the dark container. Hinata Kei inquired, are you familiar with this object? Could you tell me about its origins? To which the reply came, I cannot divulge that information. This is our Dragon's Den. Hinata Kei interrupted her, saying, I have recently explored a new gameplay. Though I am uncertain if you would be interested. Instantly, Uchiha changed her tone. Of course, please share. This is not a secret in the Three Great Lands. It is said to be an artifact from the era of the Shinobi sect, associated with a forbidden realm that bestows power, known as the Paradise of Bliss. Humanity, in its quest for strength, was seduced by it, transforming into monstrous beings that wreaked havoc. Eventually, the Sage of Six Paths discovered this and sealed it within the Box of Paradise. Centuries ago, it was once again unleashed by an ambitious human, causing chaos, but was ultimately sealed once more by the alliance of the Three Great Lands and the formidable warriors of that time. Those who enter are consumed, becoming creatures capable of experiencing a singular emotion. Should one's life be dominated by fear, they would then be able to sense the terror of others. I understand. Hinata Kei replied, and honoring his promise, he proceeded to teach Uchiha a new card game, imparting tips and techniques along the way. After departing from the Dragon Cave, Hinata Kei returned to the hidden sound village with Uchiha Hikari. He then made his way to the underground sealing prison, which housed a formidable sealing array. Without proper authorization, anyone entering this immense prison would be subjected to overwhelming sealing pressures, regardless of being a living or inanimate entity. This place typically contained remnants from the failed experiments of the scientific aberrations in the Research Institute. Modeled after Konoha's sealing chamber, this underground facility was now devoid of any second Hinata Kei seeking treasures. Soon after, a throng of researchers arrived, summoned by Hinata Kei's request to Uchiha Hikari, who had announced the discovery of the Sage of Six Paths ninja tools. Scholars of the arcane, as well as biologists, flocked to the scene, drawn by this revelation. Lord Moku, may we have the honor of witnessing this artifact? The crowd encircled Hinata Kei, their anticipation palpable. Although pressed for time, Hinata Kei bore no irritation. This was their nature, often crossing boundaries in their fervor for research. Hinata Keisuke smiled and said, everyone, please exit the sealed chamber. That object is exceedingly perilous. All right. We shall step outside to observe. The crowd swiftly retreated to the exterior of the sealing room, peering through the iron bars. Hinata Kaido summoned forth a colossal black box, adorned on each side with a distorted visage, each face obscured by a sealing mask. Hinata Kiyoshi remarked, I have verified that within this place lies a seal containing a mysterious power. This power does not belong to chakra. Anything or anyone that enters will be eroded and transformed into a creature known as will. Hinata Kai reiterated the words of Uchiha, prompting a flurry of contemplation and discourse among the gathered scholars. My intention in urging your research is to harness his power. At this moment, a white absolute emerged below, standing vacantly beside Hinata Kai. The scholars surrounding it were well acquainted with this entity, as the white absolute had supplanted human subjects, becoming their most vital experimental material. The biological laboratory had even commenced the artificial cultivation of the white absolute. Hinata Kiyomi observed that all the side dishes were ready, and without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand towards the box of bliss. A tremendous surge of chakra flowed into it, as the seals gradually made contact. The surrounding sealing masks fell away, crashing heavily to the ground. Under Hinata Kiyomi's control through the psychic sphere, White Zetsu approached the box of bliss and uttered in a daze, I desire power. Suddenly, the gaping maw of the box of bliss opened wide, unleashing a powerful suction that engulfed White Zetsu. The force then turned towards Hinata Kiyomi, attempting to draw him in as well. I did not perceive any chakra fluctuations at all. This truly does not belong to the same system of power as chakra, marveled the scholars outside. Hinata Kei gently invoked several incantations, causing black chains to emerge from the void and envelop the box of bliss. In conjunction with the seal left by the Sage of Six Paths, the force of attraction abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, the spiritual connection between Hinata Kei and White Zetsu was severed. After a minute had passed, Hinata Kei released the shackles of the seal and made a wish to the box of bliss. I want White Zetsu to return. The mouth of the box of bliss opened once more, and White Zetsu emerged, his originally white form transformed into a shade of black, now covered in dark scales, with his sharp fangs and claws altered beyond recognition. This was merely the consequence of a minute's passage. Had more time elapsed, the mutations would have been even more pronounced. Chapter 86. The establishment of the Ninja World Federal Government and its promises to the people. This particular White Zetsu possessed a low level of intelligence, and now, having devolved into a mindless beast, it roared and charged toward Hinata Kei. Once again, chains emerged from the void, binding the mutated White Zetsu. while Hinata Kei conjured a mental sphere and set it into White Zetsu's chest. Hinata Kei sought to dominate the soul of White Zetsu, only to discover that its feeble essence had been utterly extinguished, leaving behind a mindless beast. The power of the Tenseigans' mental control, no matter how formidable, could never govern an entity devoid of a soul, and illusions could only affect living beings. The soul was lost, completely ensnared by the throne of bliss. What I desire now is a functional weapon of war. Therefore, I require you to devise a method to control Satori. With a decisive clap of his hands, the sealing mask on the ground re-established the complete confinement of the throne of bliss. With another wave, several ninja dispersed the gathered scholars, sealing the transformed White Zetsu. You may study these remnants, but I expect to see results within 3 months. Hinata Kei harbored no concerns regarding the scholars releasing the entities from the Paradise Box, as such an endeavor required immense chakra. Apart from Hinata Kei himself, it was impossible for anyone in the Hidden Sound Village to achieve this feat. Understood. At your command. Lord Kei, may I now behold the creature? The scholars, hearing of powers beyond chakra for the first time, were filled with excitement and curiosity, eager to discern what had endowed White Zetsu with such formidable strength in an instant. Very well, you have but this one specimen. Just ensure it remains unharmed. Hinata Kei remarked with a smile, gesturing to depart. Instantly, the small ceiling prison became congested with individuals, all yearning to glimpse the unknown. Ultimately, it was an elder scholar who managed to restore order, ensuring a fair allocation among the laboratories. The methods of research were not the concern of Hinata Kei. He simply awaited the outcomes. A year later, Kabuto Yakushi had successfully completed the integration of the land of rice, the land of waterfalls, the land of waves, the land of iron, the land of grass, and the land of the moon. All preparatory work was finalized, and the joint military forces of the 6 nations were fully mobilized, ready for deployment at a moment's notice. The prisoner army had also undergone brainwashing successfully. This time, Hinata Kei chose not to remain concealed. He summoned the feudal lords and dignitaries of the 6 nations to the Hidden Sound Village for the state founding ceremony, intending for the news to spread through newspapers and broadcasts to every corner of the 6 nations. The traditional state structure would be supplanted, with feudal lords transformed into mere symbols of the state, and subsequently, the Federation would abolish the powers of the lords, thereby taking responsibility for every citizen. Hinata Kei serves as the leader of this nation, referred to as the head of state, making decisions on significant national matters through parliamentary elections. The parliament merely serves as a fade. It is inconceivable for Hinata Kei to relinquish power before accomplishing his own ambitions. He must maintain absolute control over the country. Although he delegates authority to various departments in daily affairs, Hinata Kei retains ultimate command over all matters. The following morning, Hinata Kei stood upon a high platform, addressing the multitude of citizens from the Hidden Sound Village, with the 6 feudal lords behind him. The microphone before him transmitted his words to every corner accessible by the broadcast. Hinata Kei raised the microphone before him. We, the ninjas hailing from various small nations, unite here today to proclaim the establishment of the Ninja Federation in defiance of the oppression and domination imposed by the great powers. We are acutely aware that, for far too long, the great nations have exploited and subjugated the smaller ones through their formidable strength and resources. This inequitable situation must be rectified. Our Ninja Federation shall uphold justice. However, recognizing that the majority of the citizens from small nations lack formal education, I believe that mere words are insufficient. A promise carries far more weight. I pledge, upon my honor, to guarantee that within 3 years, each and every one of you will have enough to eat. Your children will receive an education, and you will be liberated from the oppression of the great powers. Henceforth, I shall be your leader, and I will bear the responsibility for every citizen of this nation. Hinata Kei made an unreserved promise, declaring that the land of rice was a prime example. He had fulfilled his commitment and merely needed to continue implementing these policies. The simplest of promises garnered the most fervent cheers, echoing in every corner reachable by the broadcasts of the 6 nations. Long live the Federation. Long live the Frere. They harbored no doubts about the possibility of Hinata Kei's promises coming to fruition. This year, the economic and technological support from the village of Odo had already yielded sweet fruits for them. The rice yield was astonishingly high, and the new technology proved to be remarkably effective. Coupled with the propaganda portraying Chiba Moku as the savior of their small nation, he appeared to them as a celestial being sent to rescue them, a reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths. These were mere rumors circulating among the populace, as they had not reached the 5 great nations, and the leaders of those arrogant powers paid little heed to such whispers. However, they would soon pay dearly for their hubris. Meanwhile, several foreign intelligence agents concealed among the crowd felt their hearts race at the sight of the surrounding excitement and fervor. This intelligence must be relayed immediately. In the shadows, a few members of the Odo Ombu observed the departing individuals, but chose not to intervene. Next, Hinata Kei stood upon the platform, basking in the adulation of the masses as he awaited the impending battle for nationhood. Hinata's bold declaration of nationhood swiftly reverberated across the 5 great nations, provoking a spectrum of reactions, predominantly marked by hostility towards this newly formed federation. The federation established by Hyuga Kei will undoubtedly shake the interests of the 5 great nations to their core. Upon hearing this news, Tsunade of Konoha village immediately convened a meeting to discuss strategies regarding this nascent regime. We must deploy troops to swiftly eradicate them while their nation is still unstable, stated a radical ninja without hesitation. The Federation's formation has already enveloped Konoha, and in the event of war, we would be besieged on all fronts. Conversely, members of the moderate faction argued, we are already allied with their leader, Chiba Mushio, who will shield us from many wars arising from the land of Earth. Moreover, Konoha has endured enough devastation from war. The two factions engaged in a heated debate. Tsunade found herself at a loss, glancing towards Nara Shikaku, the one most likely to propose a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Nara Shikaku remarked, we need not rush into war with the Federation. There are those who are more anxious than we are. The sole outlet of the Land of Lightning has been severed by the Federation, and with the Moon Country joining, it is as if their door has been barred. A conflict between the two nations is inevitable within a month if the Land of Lightning defeats the Federation. We could also gain some benefits from this turmoil. Immediately, a voice questioned, what if the Federation emerges victorious? Someone swiftly dismissed this possibility, impossible. The Federation has just been established. How could it possess the strength to contend with the great nations? Jiraiya interjected, I am acquainted with Chiba Mushio. He surely has a trump card. Today's situation has undoubtedly been prepared for in advance. Shikaka continued, then we should establish diplomatic relations and maintain our alliance. One person stood up, protesting, that is not feasible. How will we explain it to the daimyo? They demand immediate military action. Tsunade nodded, making her final decision. I concur. This is indeed a prudent course of action. I will provide an explanation to the daimyo. In Chapter 87, Epic Dungeon, the joint siege of the lands of wind and thunder, the 11 young ninjas of Konoha gazed at the contents of the Ninja World Times. The land of rice had united with the land of waves, the land of grass, the land of waterfalls, the land of iron, and the Moon Country to establish the Ninja World Federation, with Chiba Mushio as its leader, overseeing all military and political affairs. The Ninja World Times was established under Hyuga Kei's direction, with his experience from 2 lifetimes making him acutely aware of the importance of controlling public opinion. Within a year, the newspaper had reached every corner of the ninja world, employing radio and other devices for long-distance communication. Has Mushio already become a daimyo? Naruto pondered, looking at the newspaper. Shikamaru identified the underlying issue. No, this power surpasses that of a daimyo. He governs all military and political matters. In the land of fire, military and politics are separate. Now, Chiba Mushio is not merely a daimyo but also a village leader. Shikamaru simplified the explanation for those present. I see, Mushio has become the leader. When will I achieve a similar status? Naruto mused, gazing at the photograph of Hyuga Kei, who stood on a platform responding to the cheers of the crowd. Yearning for the recognition of the villagers of Konoha, Shikamaru rolled his eyes, internally scoffing, that would be 100 times more challenging than becoming Hokage. He wondered how the 6 daimyo agreed to relinquish their powers, becoming mere figureheads. A chill ran down Shikamaru's spine as he contemplated whether Chiba Mushio was employing genjutsu. Could he be controlling the 6 daimyo with illusion? Is he not afraid of a united front from the 5 great nations? Regardless, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would undoubtedly be furious, fearing that the Hokage might aspire to emulate Chiba Mushio and claim the position of leader. Meanwhile, Hinata stared at the photograph, lost in thought. Mushio had ascended to a height she could scarcely imagine, compelling her to dedicate herself to training. In Iwagakure, the Tsuchika Jinoki reclined comfortably in his chair, unconcerned that the Federation's establishment posed any threat to him, as it did not border his territory. Instead, his old friend from the Land of Lightning was likely gathering forces, having been cornered at their doorstep. The gateway to the Moon Country must not fall into the hands of others. Regarding the request from the daimyo of the Land of Earth to dispatch troops to eliminate the Federation, he planned to initiate a month-long war mobilization to demonstrate sincerity, awaiting results before deciding whether to exploit the situation against either side. In Sunagakure, Chiyo sighed as she perused the intelligence, even if she wished to deploy troops. Her hands were tied. Following the assassination of the 4th Kazekage, she temporarily assumed the role of acting Kazekage. Sunagakure was now more vulnerable than ever, not only due to the death of the 4th but also because the daimyo of the Land of Wind had reduced funding. They had no choice but to cut back on most expenditures to maintain their existing number of ninjas. At that moment, someone excitedly entered the Kazekage's office. Lady Chiyo. The daimyo has promised to increase our military funding, provided we send troops against the Federation. Excellent, Chiyo exclaimed, springing to her feet. This war must be fought. Even if we lose, we must engage, especially against a nascent regime. Contact Kumogakure to discuss a joint military action. In Kirigakure, Terumi May gazed at the striking profile of Hyuga Kei and the intelligence, licking her lips. He is quite an attractive man, but alas, his days may be numbered. Otherwise, he might have been a fine choice. With that, she tossed the report aside and focused on her administrative duties. The Land of Water, distant from the mainland, was unaffected by such turmoil, and she hoped for a conflict that would scatter the capital. In Kumogikure, the fourth Refuge held the intelligence returned by his spies in his right hand while lifting a dumbbell with his left, using the motion to suppress his rising anger. However, he soon found himself unable to contain his fury, slamming the dumbbell down, creating a large hole in the specially designed floor. We must deploy troops and attack the moon country. Beside him, Killer Bee began to sing. I often hear my brother say he is a hero, but this time, facing us, let him turn from hero to bear. You are not to go. I shall lead the troops myself. A firmly declined his brother's request. Recognizing that this enemy should not be underestimated, having witnessed Chiba Mushio's true strength. Fine, brother, you always do this. I will just have to continue my training. Killer Bee stepped back, deciding to stealthily make his way to the front lines, evading his watchers. At that moment, Mabui entered from outside. Reikage-sama, a message from Sunagakure. Hand it over. Oh accepted the letter, reading its contents, which indicated Chiyo's agreement to join forces. Humph. Tell her the Land of Lightning needs no assistance. We will quickly mobilize and depart for the moon country in a week. Understood. 3 days later, within the Federation's conference room, Hyuga Kei, along with numerous high-ranking officials of the Federation, gazed at the map of the ninja world. The hidden leaf remained utterly still. While the hidden sand and the hidden cloud had already mobilized their forces, the Federation now faced the necessity of engaging in a dual-front war. Defeating the armies of the two nations was not a formidable challenge. The crux lay in achieving a resounding victory that would intimidate the 5 great nations and compel them to acknowledge the Federation's status. Lord Leader, said Kabuto, who had been learning from Danzo, his arm entirely enveloped in sealing bandages. You are tasked with the operations against the hidden sand, commanding an army of 5,000. Understood. Kabuto and the others responded in unison. Kabuto had not only harnessed the power of technology to create an organ capable of absorbing natural energy, but had also mastered a portion of the abilities of the Box of Bliss. He willingly allowed his arm to be tainted by the box, thereby acquiring the strength of command. To speak frankly, Kabuto's current prowess was on par with that depicted in the original narrative. Even faced with the One-Tail, he possessed the capability to contend. Entrusting the battlefield of the Land of Grass to him would allow Hyuga Kei to rest assured, as he commanded an army of 300 elite prisoners, supplemented by the monstrous entities from the Box of Bliss. In contrast, the diminished military capacity of the Hidden Sand Village was more than manageable. The Federation held an unequivocal advantage in both high-tier combat power and equipment, with the Hidden Sand only retaining a slight upper hand in lower-tier forces. After all, larger nations cultivate their ninja capabilities more effectively than smaller ones, and it was implausible to elevate the skill levels of these ninjas within a year. I will personally lead the operation in the Land of the Moon, declared Hyuga Kei. Mikage will command 2,000 samurai, while Shigeki shall lead 4,000 ninjas. The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, must also accompany us. Shinobuki, the leader of the Hidden Waterfall Village, voiced his concern. My lord, Fu, before he could finish, Shigeki stepped forward. Seizing Shinobuki by the collar, are you questioning the decisions of Lord Leader? Of course not. Hyuga Kei coldly stated, Magi Shinobu, release Councilman Sabuki. The parliament is a place for everyone to express their thoughts, and we can understand Sabuki's concern for her companions. Rest assured, I can guarantee your safety. The true focus of the battlefield lies in the Land of the Moon, where we may face 2 fully tailed beast Jinchuriki and a Reikage, along with the formidable Cloud Ninja forces. Yet, Hyuga Kei possesses unparalleled confidence in this war, barring any unforeseen events. He will unleash the Silver Wheel Rebirth explosion to sweep the battlefield clean. In Chapter 88, The Battlefield of the Land of Grass, Master D inquired. How shall we wage this war? Wu Wei asked, showing respect for D, who was the right-hand man of Lord Mushio. D replied with a smile, we shall crush them effortlessly. Lord Mushio has provided us with disposable materials. We merely need to exhaust them. The prisoner army could attain J-level strength in a short time, but only if deployed on the front lines. The monsters created by the Paradise Box, even under the control of Yakushi D, were difficult to distinguish from friend or foe, thus forcing Wu Wei to charge into the enemy ranks. D's strategy was straightforward, direct confrontation and annihilation. The following morning, 15 5-meter-tall black coffins were wheeled out in the Federal Army camp. Several Federal ninjas stood them upright, facing the Sunagakure defense line, then hurriedly retreated. This peculiar action quickly caught the attention of several patrolling Sunagakure ninjas, who reported it promptly. Chiyo, Maki, and other high-ranking officials of Sunagakure rushed to the front lines to assess the situation and organized a gathering of ninjas for battle, with a young boy trailing behind Chiyo, Gaara, who had matured somewhat and whose killing intent had significantly diminished. Since Chiyo's ascension, she had kept him close, seeking to alleviate the hatred lingering in his heart as someone who understood Gaara's tragic past. She held deep affection for him. Seeing reflections of her own grandson in Gaara, both were geniuses, both solitary. Upon revealing the truth to Gaara, coupled with Chiyo's familial love, Gaara's dark killing intent had receded considerably. Those coffins are likely seals containing their secret weapons, a Sunagakure observer noted. Inform the entire army to prepare for battle. Chiyo discerned the peculiarities of the black coffins. As her words fell, the coffin lids suddenly crashed open, revealing a dozen grotesque monsters. Some were covered in feathers with 5 claws, others were scaled, boasting 3 heads. each with a mouth that opened and closed in a bizarre manner. Merely gazing upon them sent chills down the spines of onlookers. What are those? Several Sunagakure ninjas with weaker resolve trembled. Monsters. Demons. The Federation can control demons. The creatures, having detected the scent of humans, turned and charged towards the federal camp. Look, they are coming to slaughter those federal ninjas. Their excitement quickly turned to despair as a figure emerged from the federal camp, revealing a black-armored arm covered with mouths lined with sharp teeth, leading into a dark abyss. It was Uchiha Itachi, upon his appearance. The 15 monsters immediately halted in their tracks. With a gesture, D commanded the fearsome beasts to charge the Sunagakure defenses. Following closely behind, a battalion of 300 prisoners emerged, their faces alight with fervent zeal, eagerly anticipating the imminent battle. Each held a vial of mysterious potion. For the Federation, let us offer our hearts. Amidst their passionate cries, none hesitated, they lifted their vials and drank deeply. In an instant, a surge of tremendous energy erupted from within them, transforming their previously calm aura into a tempestuous force. Their chakra surged, tripling in an eye blink. Then, a more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Red light emanated from their bodies, forming various unique and mystically charged seals. These seals, reminiscent of ancient runes, adorned their skin, pulsating with an unsettling brilliance. In that fleeting moment, the prisoner army completed their fusion with the second phase of the sealing technique. Their bodies began to undergo bizarre and terrifying transformations. Some sprouted razor-sharp claws. Others grew massive wings, while others were engulfed in flames. They resembled a legion from the depths of hell, evoking sheer terror. Long live the Federation! Long live the F-Rare! Faced with this terrifying army chanting their allegiance, even the seasoned Sunagakure ninjas felt a chill of fear. Such strange and potent power was undeniably alarming. 300 warriors charged directly at the 7,000-strong Sunagakure forces, their faces alight with fervor. Monsters. They are monsters. Some young genin, freshly graduated, turned pale, their legs trembling. A few even lost control due to sheer terror, staining their trousers. This horrifying scene was an unbearable nightmare for these fledgling warriors. Gaara, take action. Even if you cannot slay them, you must halt their advance. Chiyo observed the grim countenance of the Sunagakure army behind her, disheartened even before the battle had begun. This cannot continue. Gaara leaped forward, standing before the Sunagakure ninjas. It is indeed a monster. Chiyo Baba is wise, for we must counter monsters with monsters. A fellow Sunagakure ninja shouted. Gaara, though his expression was somewhat dim, continued to form hand seals. Desert avalanche. A towering wave of sand surged from beneath Gaara's feet, a magnificent sight that commanded awe. Wherever the sand wave flowed, everything was submerged beneath a sea of grains, rendering all obstacles ineffective. In an instant, the prisoner army was engulfed in the yellow sands, the ground rising 2 meters under the weight of the sand. Yet, this posed no hindrance to them, as they effortlessly extracted themselves and continued their charge toward the Sunagakure defenses. The morale of the Sunagakure forces revived. It turned out these foes were merely formidable in appearance. Chiyo-sama is brilliant. They are all bound by Gaara's power. Only Gaara sensed the stirring within the sands, astonished that some were breaking free. A few prisoners managed to claw their way out from the sandy grip, and their comrades followed suit with ease. Ha ha ha, those fools thought they could bind us like this. Kill them. The prisoners erupted in laughter, charging forth. Though they had been brainwashed by the allure of power, their primal instincts and brutality remained intact. The morale of the Sunagakure forces plummeted once more. Just then, the 15 monstrous entities created by the Paradise Box were less than 100 meters from the defenses. Chiyo, seeing this, commanded without hesitation, release the ninjutsu at once. In an instant, countless powerful wind-style ninjutsu techniques surged forth like a tempest. Yet these creatures showed no intention of evasion. They collided head-on with the onslaught. To everyone's astonishment, such a barrage of devastating wind techniques merely left insignificant scratches upon their monstrous forms. With overwhelming force, the creatures then crashed into Sunagakure's defensive line, tearing through it as effortlessly as if it were made of paper. The once sturdy barricade crumbled instantly under their assault. Like savage beasts unleashed, they plunged into the ranks of Sunagakure's forces, initiating a merciless slaughter. Wherever they tread, carnage followed. Limbs scattered, blood painted the earth, and anguished cries filled the air. Soon after, a mixed legion of 5,000 shinobi and samurai surged forward. Chiyo watched helplessly as her subordinates fell one by one. Even summoning the legendary 10 puppets of Chikamatsu proved futile. Those 300 shinobi were all elite jonin. Against such a force, their defenses shattered without mercy. Where did the Federation find so many jonin? Retreat. Fall back now. Chiyo roared, issuing the desperate command. The outcome of this battle was beyond doubt. Sunagakure's offensive had collapsed in less than 2 days. Their army was utterly crushed, with 3,000 shinobi slain, leaving them no strength to continue. Broken and humiliated, they fled back to their homeland. Chapter 89, The Land of Lightning Battlefield. Absolute power crushes all. The battlefield in the Land of the Moon demanded a different approach. Hyuga military might far surpass that of the Land of Wind. According to White Zetsu's reconnaissance, Hyuga had mobilized nearly 8,000 shinobi for this campaign, all meticulously trained over the years. Hyuga Hikari's objective in this battle was simple, to unleash his full strength and overwhelm them, demonstrating the futility of resistance. At the entrance of the canyon connecting to the land of the moon, the Cloud forces halted to rest, awaiting the report of their scouts. Lord Refuge. There are no ambushes ahead in the canyon. An Umbu operative reported, appearing beside A. Are you certain? Oppressed. The Umbu affirmed. The canyon's heights and exit are completely deserted. Yo. A canyon with no ambush, the foolish Federation's fate is sealed. Killer B began another impromptu rhyme. Shut up, B. If you're staying, keep quiet. A snarled, delivering a punch that sent his brother crashing into the rocks. Advance in 4 waves. First and second squads. Secure the canyon exit and establish a defensive line to cover the rest. A commanded. Though outwardly brash, his tactics were anything but reckless. Hidden within the clouds. Hyuga Hikari emerged in his true form, clad in his signature white robes. He observed as 2,000 shinobi separated from the main force, preparing to traverse the canyon. So, the Refuge isn't entirely foolish, Hikari mused, a faint smirk playing on his lips. But it matters not. No number of pawns will change the outcome. His eyes shifted, once dark, now gleaming with the ethereal blue of the Tensigen. A seething aura of Saiyan chakra enveloped him, and behind him materialized 7 orbs of truth-seeking balls, pulsating with arcane radiance. In an instant, he entered the Tensigen chakra mode. The surrounding natural energy surged toward him as if drawn by an unseen force. Simultaneously, he activated Sage Mode, the 2 formidable powers merging seamlessly within him. The sheer pressure of his presence scattered the clouds around him like a hurricane. The 7 truth-seeking balls behind him, now infused with the Tensigen Saiyan chakra, spun rapidly before compressing into a single, colossal orb. Hinata's body erupted with a dazzling radiance. As he grasped the formidable Tao orb, seemingly clutching the entirety of existence within his palm, his silhouette ascended amidst the brilliance, poised to stand above the heavens. This resplendent spectacle caught the attention of several ninjas, as Hinata's form became one with the sun. The sun transformed into a cerulean hue. Indeed, a cerulean hue. Hearing the cries of his subordinates, Refuge AI shielded his eyes with his hand and gazed towards the sun. No, there is someone within. Several perceptive ninjas sensed the anomaly. High in the sky, Hinata elevated the cerulean Tao orb, and an immense beam of light surged skyward. The multitude of cloud ninjas stood in stunned silence, fixated on the terrifying scene above, as a straight golden light rent the sky asunder. I shall herald the song of apocalypse, golden will rebirth explosion. Hinata's voice resounded in the ears of every cloud ninja, as the golden light in his grasp descended unhesitatingly upon the cloud forces as divine retribution. A colossal golden beam cascaded from the heavens, slicing through the earth like a light of judgment. The beam traversed the gorge, tearing the air apart with a sharp, piercing howl. The 2,000 cloud ninjas, traversing the gorge, had no time for lamentation or fear, as they were utterly annihilated by this singular strike. Yet, Hinata's assault would not cease here. The beam continued its trajectory toward the cloud encampment. The earth was effortlessly cleaved, as if it were mere parchment, vast fissures rapidly spreading, with clouds of dust and debris soaring into the sky. Scatter, quickly. Refuge AI bellowed. Run. Without needing his command, witnessing the scene reminiscent of Armageddon. The cloud ninjas could no longer maintain formation and fled in all directions. However, for many, it was far too late. The golden beam surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, obliterating everything in its path. The cloud encampment was instantaneously reduced to ruins, with cries of despair echoing throughout. Those few who attempted to resist were swept away, turning to ash in an instant. In a single strike, over 2,000 cloud ninjas were lost. Refuge AI's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this catastrophic tableau. He could hardly fathom that a single individual could wield such terrifying power. Hinata Kei stood atop the heights, calmly surveying the devastation below. In his gaze, there was no trace of compassion, only a chilling ruthlessness directed towards his foes. The silhouette of Hinata Kei gradually descended onto the ground, as Refuge AI, Karabi, the Wooden Man, Sukadai, Darui, and she emerged, subtly encircling Hinata Kei at the center. Sukadai widened his eyes, seemingly recognizing the individual before him from a previous encounter. The Eight Tails, residing within Karabi, also recognized the truth-seeking orb behind Hinata Kei, exclaiming in disbelief that such an artifact could still be witnessed in this era. The Bull Demon cautioned, "You cannot hope to contend with him. That black orb behind him is the truth-seeking orb, which I once beheld behind the Sage of Six Paths. Who might you be? A ninja of the Federation. Why pledge your allegiance to them?" Refuge AI suppressed his simmering anger. Hinata Kei spoke coldly, "I am Hinata Kei, entrusted by the leader of the Wood clan to repel the Union forces. Should they persist in their assault, it would render my position quite precarious. In that case, I shall have no choice but to resort to force to resolve this matter." Tidai's eyes widened in realization. He recognized the individual before him. This was the very same member of the Konoha Umbu who had been present during the peace talks between Union and Konoha a decade ago. Moreover, he was the notorious rogue ninja responsible for the annihilation of the Hinata clan. Had he not remained in obscurity for so long? How could he possibly appear here now? Having spoken, Hinata Kei did not linger for Reiku's response. He ascended into the air and departed from the scene. As Hinata Kaido's voice faded, he soared into the sky without a trace of hesitation, swiftly departing as if indifferent to whether Reikuj would respond. The remaining villagers of the hidden cloud gazed in horror at his receding figure, their hearts consumed by an overwhelming sense of despair and fear. They could not help but question, could such power truly belong to a mere ninja? This terrifying strength exceeded their comprehension, leaving them in disbelief that any individual could possess such might. The recent events felt like a dream. Yet the shattered earth before them relentlessly affirmed the reality of what had transpired. Lord Refuge, shall we continue our advance? One ventured to inquire. Aizawa's features contorted with rage. He had never felt such utter helplessness, an absolute crushing of strength. Since assuming the mantle of Refuge, he had never experienced such a sensation. Retreat, he commanded. Yes. Once the crowd dispersed, Killer Bee approached Aizawa, his expression grave. Brother, just now, Gyuki informed me that the black orb behind Hinata Kaido is called the Truth-Seeking Ball. Gyuki has only seen it in the presence of the Sage of Six Paths. What? Are you saying that this individual possesses power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths? Aizawa exclaimed in astonishment. I'll ask Gyuki again, Killer Bee replied. Moments later, Killer Bee's face turned grim as he stated, at the very least, we cannot defeat him. Even injuring him would be a challenge. Aizawa, unable to fathom the reality, sat upon a stone, having no doubt in Gyuki's assessment, for the beast's insight surpassed that of anyone present. Chapter 90. The Sixth Great Nation of the Ninja World. The Six Nations Summit meanwhile, Hinata Kaido brought the seven-tailed Jinchuriki, Fu, into a cave. After rendering her unconscious, he began to extract the tailed beast, leaving only a portion of its chakra to sustain Fu's life. Inside a transparent sealing container, the diminished seven tails repeatedly collided against the walls of the seal. Upon realizing it could not break free, it turned to Hinata Kaido and demanded, what do you intend to do? Someone seeks to resurrect the Ten Tails, your power is required. Hinata Kaido stated succinctly, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan as he seized control of the Seven Tails. He would soon hand this over to Nagato as part of a transaction with the Akatsuki. He still needed someone to aid in his resurrection of the Ten Tails. Two near-overwhelming victories had unfolded. The hidden sand was effortlessly crushed by a monstrous army, while the hidden cloud was repelled by a single individual. News of the war's success spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating the entire ninja world. The Federation had achieved two monumental victories. The people of the Federation rejoiced, as the citizens of these smaller nations had never fathomed that their homeland could defeat the armies of great powers. Hinata Kaido's nearly overwhelming triumphs echoed through the land, reaching every ear in the form of newspapers. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade scrutinized the intelligence in her hands, astonished to learn that the armies of the Hidden Sand and Hidden Cloud had been repelled within a week, with minimal losses to the Federation. How is this possible? She incredulously handed the report to Shikaku and other esteemed individuals, including Jiraiya and Kakashi. Each person, upon reading the information, was left in disbelief. A nation barely a month old, composed of small countries, had effortlessly vanquished the forces of two great nations. Even a country like the Wind Country could not be rivaled by those smaller nations. We must reassess the relationship between the Hidden Leaf and the Federation, Shikaku stated. Indeed. Let us set aside the matter of deploying troops for now, Tsunade replied. However, this Hinata Kaido, who had not made an appearance for quite some time, had now slain 2,000 soldiers from the Hidden Cloud under the pretense of a commission. Shikaku, resting his chin on his hand in thought, remarked, based on personality assessments, he does not strike me as someone who can remain idle. He is undoubtedly plotting something. Whatever it may be, we in the Hidden Leaf must remain vigilant. Shikaku extracted a photograph from the report, depicting the ravaged earth. With his level of power, should he choose to attack the Hidden Leaf, we would be utterly defenseless. Tsunade felt a slight headache coming on. The mess left by that old man is truly overwhelming. It seems endless. A knock sounded at the door. Accompanied by Shizun's voice, Lady Tsunade, a message from the Federation. Enter. Shizun stepped into the Hokage's office. Let us get straight to the point. Understood. 1 week from now, the Federation's leader, Chiba Mushio, invites you to attend the Six Nations Summit, hoping to host the negotiations in the Hidden Leaf. Similar messages had also been dispatched to the other four Kages. In the Land of Rain, Pain pondered the intelligence in his hands, questioning whether Chiba Mushio was indeed correct. Unifying the ninja world might be the right path. He quickly dismissed this notion, chuckling to himself, even if he temporarily unified the ninja world, issues of interest distribution and internal strife would inevitably arise, leading to further conflict. The great turmoil would return, just as it had in ancient times when the goddess of the moon unified the ninja world, only to be betrayed and slain. His path was not flawed. Only through inflicting suffering upon the ninja world could peace be achieved. He prepared to have the Outer Path's demonic statue absorb the Seven Tails, which had been dispatched by Chiba Mushio. A week later, within the Hokage building, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages convened at the negotiating table, and Hinata Kaido appeared in the negotiation hall, bearing the name of Chiba Mushio. It has been a while, everyone, Chiba Mushio greeted the 5 leaders. Indeed, he had crossed paths with most of them, with the exception of Terumi Mei from the Hidden Mist, and had engaged in conflict with the Hidden Leaf, eliminated the Hidden Sand, pummeled the Hidden Stone, and attacked the Hidden Cloud, nearly completing the conquest of the 5 great nations of the ninja world. We have little to discuss. My only regret is that I did not join forces with the Hidden Leaf to eliminate you back then, Refuge stated, his demeanor icy. For 2,000 soldiers from the Hidden Cloud had perished indirectly at his hands. Chiyo concurred, it is not too late, let us unite and strike him down. Surely. You have all received the Lord's orders to eradicate the Federation? They sought to intimidate Hinata Kaido, hoping to gain an upper hand in the forthcoming negotiations. Hinata did not fall for this tactic. He smiled slightly and said, we all fight for our respective peoples and nations. And we have come here in pursuit of peace. We do not wish for war, yet the 5 great powers are aggressive, leaving the interests of smaller nations unprotected. And our people are suffering immensely. Thus, I have appeared before you. Uniting against a common enemy is the desire of every citizen of the Federation. It is the will of the people. My purpose today is to convey that the Federation intends to safeguard the interests of those smaller nations. We may acknowledge this country and recognize your position as neutral, but you must accept that you are not the sovereign, but rather the daimyo of this nation. Daimu remarked. Cunning and astute, he sought to undermine the foundation of the Federation. Should Hinata admit to being the daimyo of the nation, his legitimacy would be compromised, and his actions would be deemed an act of aggression. Hinata's expression turned grave as he firmly rejected, it is impossible. My authority stems from the acknowledgement of each citizen, not from some ludicrous feudal dominion. Acknowledgement? I doubt the daimyos would share such thoughts. It appears they are under your illusionary control. Chiyo, too, has allied with Onoki, as these 2 ancient beings conspire for their own interests. You may dispatch shinobi to the former daimyo's estate to ascertain whether they are indeed ensnared by your illusions. A golden light seemed to emanate from behind Hinata. This is merely the malevolent seed you have sown. Your oppression of the smaller nations has long bred resentment. Even in my absence, there would be others willing to rise against you. Should you remain obstinate in your ignorance, we shall inevitably meet upon the battlefield. Hinata's remarks struck at their core concern. They were hesitant to initiate war, as the visible strength of the Federation was overwhelmingly formidable. Unless the 5 great nations united, even then, they might not prevail against the Federation. Just the prowess displayed by Hinata was beyond their reach. Although Chiba Mushio could not always summon Hinata's aid, there lingered the possibility that a single intervention could spell doom for his village. Absent any objections, he hoped all parties would set aside their animosities and cherish this hard-won peace. He merely sought to utilize this opportunity to proclaim the Federation's status and ideals. Regarding border issues, we maintain a communicative stance. We could sell some uninhabited territories along the border to the Land of Lightning, creating a buffer zone between our nations. The Land of Lightning would be responsible for constructing observation posts, independent of our Federation. They do not require an abundance of uninhabited land, thus, it would be prudent to sell it to them, while simultaneously lowering their guard. Overall, the negotiations continued to progress in the direction envisioned by Hinata. The 5 great nations were compelled to acknowledge the Federation's status and establish diplomatic relations. Chapter 91, The Reanimated Hokages, besieged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The negotiations concluded relatively smoothly, and Hinata took the opportunity to engage with the Hyuga sisters, ensuring that their plans remained on track. With the bulk of his immediate responsibilities now behind him, Hinata awaited the commencement of the Moon Eye Plan. Hinata Kei found himself in a state of idleness. Seizing the opportunity, while still within the confines of Konoha, he decided to retrieve the Shinigami mask stored in the shrine, thereby augmenting his arsenal of pawns. Konoha had only acquired the method for the Shiki F gene technique. Remaining ignorant of its release, procedure, and with no defensive measures in place, Hinata Kei effortlessly obtained the Shinigami masks that encapsulated the spirits of the 4 Hokage. Having accomplished these tasks, Hinata Kei returned to the Village of Sound. He summoned Kabuto, instructing him to release the souls of the 4 Hokage. Upon locating the adept medic, Kabuto understood the necessity for the summoning technique. With a decisive strike to the ground, a white coffin, symbolizing Orochimaru, materialized before them. Orochimaru emerged from the coffin, his movements rigid as he donned the Shinigami mask from Hinata Kei's hand. Turning, he activated the Shiki F gene, and the fiery souls of the 4 Hokage manifested within the confines of the basement. Hinata promptly summoned 4 white absolutes, ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. The paper fragments engulfed the 4 white absolutes, and the 4 Hokages materialized within the confines of the basement. Hinata has assumed the identity of Chiba Mushio and is unconcerned about Sarutobi Hiruzen recognizing her true self. Senja Hashirama, having been disturbed from his slumber once more, finds it intolerable. Even the most patient of souls can only endure so much. This is the 3rd summoning he has faced, and he is acutely aware of the current predicament. You have gone too far. Hashirama's chakra erupted, striving to break free from Hinata's control through Edo Tensei. Senja Tobarama also grasped the situation. He was now capable of utilizing 50% of his strength and immediately sought to escape Hinata's grasp. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing Orochimaru in his Edo Tensei state, realized that Orochimaru had long since become their pawn in the Konoha collapse plan orchestrated by the 2 individuals before him. Hiruzen began to resist Hinata's jutsu. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Seeing his 3 predecessors attempting to break free, he instinctively followed suit. The chakra he had placed on Naruto could not relay information back, leaving Minato's memories trapped in the chaos of the Ninetales rampage. The formidable aura of the four caused the surrounding stone walls to shatter. Why the urgency? Hinata chuckled softly, seamlessly forming seals to suppress the four Hokage. Yakushi Kabuto felt a cold sweat trickle down his face. Had he revived the four Hokage himself, he would have found it impossible to control them so easily. What do you intend to achieve by incessantly disturbing the peace of the deceased? Hashirama inquired. For war, and for peace, for the ninja world, and for my own desires. Hinata answered enigmatically. Humph. Is waging war and attempting to destroy Konoha your means of achieving peace? Tobirama reprimanded. Hinata Kei gently shook his head. War is merely a means. My objective is unwavering. The ninja world will truly attain peace in my hands. Hinata's playful spirit was ignited. The endeavors he undertook were far more enjoyable with an audience. Perhaps you are unaware of the events transpiring in the outside world? Allow me to enlighten you on the current state of the ninja realm, which relates to the endeavors I am about to embark upon. Hinata's eyes transformed into scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, ensnaring the four deceased individuals in an illusion. Allow me to elucidate the establishment of the Ninja World Federation. The evolution of the environment unfolded before the eyes of the four. By the end, their expressions were grim. Having witnessed the fervent emotions of the Federation's citizens and their animosity towards the great nations, they comprehended the intentions of the individual before them to unify the ninja world through force. Nearly a week after its establishment, the Federation had already vanquished the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. Given a few more years, the unification of the ninja world would not be an insurmountable task for the Federation. Esteemed elders, it has been demonstrated that your village and nation system is antiquated, failing to eradicate the turmoil of war. The era of chaos that was concluded by Hashirama Senpai merely marked the commencement of further conflict. However, all of this shall come to an end. I shall steer the ninja world back onto the path of righteousness and realize true peace. The countenances of the gathered individuals darkened. It is jarring to be resurrected and informed that everything one fought for was in vain. That genuine peace will be achieved by another's hand, a notion that is difficult for anyone to accept. Tobirama Senju discerned the flaw in the Federation model. As the head of the Federation, you govern all affairs. But can you guarantee that your successor will possess the same capabilities as you after your demise? Hinata Kei scoffed dismissively. For he aspired to achieve immortality. Restoring power to the people is merely a means to an end. I need only to unify the ninja world. The subsequent affairs shall be entrusted to future generations. I shall remain as a celestial guardian in the shadows, emerging only to rectify chaos should the Federation falter. Tobirama replied. You cannot exist eternally. There will inevitably come a day when you must face death. Hinata replied. Why can't I attain immortality? It should not pose a challenge for me. Hashirama sighed deeply. Perhaps you are correct. He conceded that the path he believed would lead to peace was indeed fraught with obstacles. Perhaps the person before him could genuinely achieve harmony. At the very least, the actions he was undertaking were beneficial for the ninja world. In times of oppression faced by smaller nations, it was vital for a larger nation to rise and support, curbing the excesses of more powerful states. On a tangential note, Hinata remarked with a smile, the reputation of the third Hokage has recently taken quite a hit. The past transgressions had resurfaced, revealing the betrayal of the fourth Hokage's wife's place of childbirth, as well as the collusion with Uchiha Itachi to frame the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Under your governance, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans faced annihilation, while you misused your power to support the Sarutobi clan. The list of accusations is endless. Our esteemed third Hokage is now trending towards becoming a villain in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt 3 pairs of eyes upon him. Impossible. Who is the current Hokage? It must be Danzo. He is the one slandering me. Kabuto joined the conversation, relishing the sight of the third Hokage floundering. It is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Your pupil, Tsunade. What? The four were utterly astonished to learn that Tsunade had become the 5th Hokage. Hashirama seemed to envision Tsunade using Konoha to settle gambling debts. No, Obito is inherently benevolent. He was my apprentice who perished while rescuing his comrades. How could he have attacked Konoha? Minato questioned. 4th Hokage. It appears you have been deceived by the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Tobirama immediately propagated his theory of Uchiha malevolence. Hinata Kei reiterated the information regarding Uchiha Obito to Minato, and as he reached the conclusion, he presented Naruto's tragic childhood to him. Observing Naruto's sorrowful past, Hinata Kei sighed deeply, remarking, such is the treatment of a hero's offspring. Truly, the third Hokage, you have been wronged. Minato, allow me to clarify. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with a grim expression. What I meant was that concealing Naruto's identity and allowing him to live as an ordinary person is merely a rumor propagated by Danzo. Even Senju Tobirama could not restrain himself from interjecting. So you chose to perpetuate this without refuting it, letting things unfold naturally? Noting Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence as tacit acceptance, Tobirama furrowed his brows and declared, the gravest mistake of my life was bequeathing the title of Hokage to you. Chapter 92. The implantation of the Sharingan technique. May I have the opportunity to meet Naruto? Minato suddenly inquired, sensing that his companion's acquaintance with Naruto might sway him to grant his request. I may not be a fitting father, yet there are words I wish to convey to him. Hinata Kei rolled his eyes and remarked, "What a joke. You might as well send a message to Konoha while you're at it." Rest assured, although Naruto nearly lost control for a moment, he was saved by the chakra you left behind, and now he is training with Jiraiya. Minato realized that his thoughts had been uncovered. "You even know about the chakra I left behind." "Of course, I also know that Kushina Izumaki left her chakra as well. You all have ties across the worlds. When the time comes and I am in a foul mood to destroy Konoha, the first and second Hokage will kill Tsunade. The third will eliminate Asuma, and the fourth will take down Naruto. You scoundrel." The four Hokage were filled with fury. "Do you dare?" The idle chatter came to an end. "Why don't you all take your places in the coffins for a while?" Hinata Kei clapped his hands. From the ground emerged 4 coffins, enclosing the 4 Hokage. "Your ambitions are unattainable. Someone will stop you," Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed. Hinata Kei regarded them with disdain. "Do you truly believe that I am the only adversary in the ninja world? You would be wise to hope that my plans come to fruition. Otherwise, the entire ninja world shall bid farewell." Without allowing them a moment to ponder the implications of his words, the coffin lid was closed, sealing the 4 within. "Do, have I found the person I was searching for?" The individual referred to as is known to Hinata. In the ancient era of the ninja world, Tsutsuki Ishiki and Tsutsuki Kagaya arrived as partners to cultivate the divine tree. Kagaya served as the offering to the tree, while Ishiki acted as its guardian. During this time, Kagaya betrayed Ishiki and launched a surprise attack, inflicting grave injuries upon him. Subsequently, Ishiki was compelled to utilize a divine technique known as the wedge to parasitically inhabit the body of, thus prolonging his life. He now awaits a vessel that would allow for his complete resurrection, and Hinata seeks to locate him in order to consume him. Although he currently lacks the strength to slay him, he remains hopeful that an opportunity will arise. For the time being, he has yet to find it. Thus, the search must continue, but caution is paramount to avoid alarming the prey. Understood. I will inform the subordinates that we are in pursuit of the Sage of Six Paths artifacts. Do nodded in acknowledgement and departed to continue orchestrating the tasks. Within the secret chamber, only Hinata remained. Hinata Kei sat in a recliner, contemplating the means to defeat Ichishiki. When cornered, Ichishiki could resort to his Kagaya-like resurrection through the use of a wedge, transferring his essence into Shikian. However, he had only 3 days left to live, during which he could fully restore his strength, but he needed to locate a suitable vessel for the wedge within this time frame. Hinata Kei required Ichishiki's body and would have to consume him upon his revival. As a parasitic entity of the Tsutsuki, the conditions were undoubtedly stringent. The new vessel must be a permanent host, unlike Shikian, who served merely as a temporary vessel. Given my current capabilities, I might not even be able to compel his resurrection. In Boruto, it was Jiraiya's clone that, taking advantage of Ichishiki's weakness, summoned the flames of nature to force his rebirth. Hinata Kei suddenly recalled the ocular prowess of a certain individual, specifically Obito's Kamui. It appeared that Obito could no longer be spared. That pair of eyes would serve as my most exquisite accessory. Perhaps I could transplant his ocular technique into my own Mangekyou Sharingan, but this hinges upon discovering a method to implant Uchiha ocular techniques, as well as obtaining Obito's Sharingan. The various ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan were indeed transplanted during the Warring States period by members of the Uchiha clan. All literature pertaining to the Uchiha clan is either in Obito's possession or resides in Kanagakure. Moreover, my own Mangekyou Sharingan ability, the Eye of Time, which suspends the surrounding space, is the greatest nemesis of his Kamui, the destructive power of the Rinnegan. Even the Susanoo cannot withstand it, and Kamui can only sever what it perceives. White Setsu. Boss, what are your orders? A white Setsu emerged from beneath Hinata Kei's feet. Fetch me Black Setsu. As you command. The white Setsu promptly retreated underground to seek out Black Setsu. Hinata Kei sat quietly in his chair, awaiting the arrival of Kuro. Before long, the duality of black and white manifested beside him. Hinata asked, "Have you located the underground spring on the moon?" Black Setsu replied, "Not yet. I can only deploy a portion of the white Setsu left by Lord Obito, as I have already drawn the attention of Madara. It's all right. You will soon be able to deploy all the white Setsu." "Where is Madara now?" Hinata inquired. Black Setsu questioned, "Do you intend to kill Obito?" "Indeed. He is a significant variable in the Eye of the Moon plan," Hinata affirmed. "Very well, Obito's 2 Mangekyou Sharingan are indeed the greatest uncertainties in our scheme." Black Setsu acknowledged, revealing his own desire to take action against Obito. Obito pales in comparison to Hinata's capabilities. Ever since Hinata joined, the 4 Tails and 7 Tails have been swiftly re-established, and the plan has progressed remarkably well, even establishing a nation that infiltrates the 5 great countries. Obito harbors excessive suspicion, doubting even himself, while Hinata's singular thirst for power makes him easily manipulable. "Do you know the method for transplanting the Sharingan?" Hinata queried. "Are you seeking to transplant Obito's Kamui?" Black Setsu's response was in alignment with his suspicions about Hinata's ambitions. A person yearning for power would not overlook such a potent ocular technique. Precisely. A sinister chuckle escaped Black Setsu, sensing that Hinata's trust in him had only solidified, dispelling thoughts of abandoning Obito. In truth, it is merely the method through which Uchiha Madara fused his Sharingan. The Uchiha clan amalgamated all their accumulated Meijiki Sharingan into Uchiha Kei. However, fusing non-blood-related Meijiki Sharingan may provoke severe rejection, potentially resulting in blindness or, in more severe cases, loss of control leading to death. Hinata squinted his eyes and questioned, then why is it that light remains unscathed? Kurojitsu elucidated. This is due to the Uchiha clan employing alternative secret techniques, relinquishing the opportunity to evolve into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, and exhausting Uchiha Light's vitality to accomplish this fusion process. It is no wonder that for a period, Uchiha Light suddenly appeared exceedingly frail. It was only after Hinata infused a considerable amount of life force that he began to recuperate. Presently, Hinata possessed only a single eye of Shirsue's Meijiki. The capabilities of Kodo Amatsukami seemed rather superfluous to Hinata, ineffective against the formidable and inferior to his own soul cleansing against the weak. The prospect of acquiring Uchiha Light Sharingan was utterly implausible, for she currently wielded influence over the thoughts of the elite in the various nations of the Federation. Should Hinata dare to extract Uchiha Light's eye, it would instantly obliterate years of effort invested in establishing the Federation. Hinata stood up, saying, "Let us proceed. It is time to take away his Sharingan." "Did you really just go there?" Black Zetsu inquired, unable to contain his disbelief. Hinata retorted, "What else can be done?" Kurojitsu, fearing that Hinata would pursue the matter further with Abido, hastily interjected, "Abido bears a cursed seal from Lord Zana upon his heart. I can instruct you on how to activate the seal. Once employed, his heart will cease to beat. This will not result in his immediate demise, as he possesses the Senju cells from Hashirama, courtesy of White Zetsu, and will not lose his life in the short term." Having finally articulated his thoughts, after much superfluous dialogue, Hinata at last heard the information he sought. Hinata stood firm, contemplating that eliminating him would yield a greater advantage. Koruzetsu shrugged and remarked that he had not anticipated Kei's swift decision to target Uchiha Abido. Subsequently, Koruzetsu elucidated the method to activate the curse mark on Abido's heart. Having obtained the desired information, Kei still harbored no intention of taking action himself. As a rogue ninja of Konoha, it was only fitting for Konoha to expend their resources first in order to weaken Abido for Kei's benefit. Chapter 93, The Pursuit of Konoha, Uchiha Abido. The following day, Konoha village received a telegram from the Federation, indicating that their ninja had discovered a suspected base of the rogue ninja Uchiha Abido during a mission. They inquired whether Konoha required assistance in dealing with the matter, providing the location of Abido's base along with intelligence regarding Kamui. Hinata's original words were, "The existence of Uchiha Abido poses a grave threat to the national defense of the Federation. If Konoha does not take action, the leader will have no choice but to intervene and clean up Konoha's mess." When this intelligence reached Tsunade's desk, she felt a pounding headache. Allowing the Federation to intervene would imply that Konoha is devoid of capable defenders. However, Uchiha Abido is an S-rank rogue ninja with formidable strength, having once controlled the Nine Tails and indirectly caused the death of the fourth Hokage. Even though Tsunade is now the Hokage, her hands are tied, and she can only summon Jiraiya to lead another mission. With the information about Abido's ocular techniques, coupled with the Umbu, the mission should pose no significant issues. "Call Jiraiya, Kakashi, Hayashi, and Shizen to my office," Tsunade commanded. "Understood." Soon after, the four summoned individuals arrived at the Hokage's office, followed closely by Naruto. "Naruto, you should step outside," Tsunade instructed. "No. I want to accompany the pervy sage to avenge my parents." Naruto clenched his fists. "How did you know?" Tsunade furrowed her brow and glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shrugged and produced a newspaper. Ninja World Times, front page headline, S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Abido spotted within the Federation. Konoha's inaction raises concerns. Now, even if we wish to remain passive, we cannot. Tsunade seethed with fury. She was acutely aware of the Ninja World Times' influence. If Konoha failed to act, their commissions for the year would significantly plummet, striking a devastating blow to Konoha's economy. Opportunities sought by countless celebrities were effortlessly handed to Abido, landing him on the front page. Naruto, a loyal fan of the serialized story shattering the ninja world, had purchased a copy and discovered the information prepared for him by Hinata. This was Hinata's second move, ensuring that individuals like Kakashi and Naruto were aware of the situation. Kakashi, being someone Abido could never bring himself to kill, would bolster Hinata's plan to weaken Abido considerably. However, the likelihood that Rin's body lay in Abido's possession left Hinata at a loss. Otherwise, he might have sought her out. Hinata harbored no fondness for the man who indirectly caused the demise of his own kin. Upon their first encounter, Hinata Kiyoshi harbored a desire to eliminate Abido. Yet circumstances had compelled him to delay such intentions. At this moment, Kakashi pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and entered, kneeling on one knee as he implored. "Lord Hokage, please allow me to go. With my understanding of Abido, I am certain I can bring him down." Kakashi had recently learned that the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails was meticulously orchestrated by Abido over a decade ago, a revelation that initially struck him with disbelief. He found it hard to reconcile the notion that the man who had once proclaimed the abandonment of comrades, Abido Uchiha, whom he regarded as a failure, could also be the murderer of his mentor and mentor's wife. Yet, the intelligence gathered, coupled with Abido's love for Rin, indicated that he was indeed capable of such treachery. Kakashi felt the weight of accountability, recognizing that had he not inadvertently caused Rin's demise, Obito would not have descended into this darkness. With the burden of responsibility resting upon him, he resolved to end this cycle, even at the cost of his own life. To vanquish Obito, Tsunade sighed, "Very well, you shall lead the first division of the Umbu alongside Jiraiya and the Ino Shikacho team to confront Obito Uchiha." Understood. Naruto interjected. "Grandma Tsunade, I want to join as well." Without waiting for Tsunade's refusal, Kakashi fixed a serious gaze upon Naruto, stating, "Naruto, you are still too weak. Leave this to me. I will ensure Obito's defeat. Minato-sensei was also my teacher, and I owe you a resolution." Naruto held a steadfast trust in Kakashi, despite the latter's earlier concealment of his identity, attributing that to Sarutobi's error. At that moment, Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Leave it to us, Naruto." With resolute determination, Naruto gazed into the eyes of Kakashi and Jiraiya, acknowledging their good intentions, yet he yearned to rely on his own strength. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, I know you are both powerful, but this time, I wish to defeat Obito with my own abilities, to avenge my father." The group exchanged glances, recognizing the conviction in Naruto's eyes. After a long pause, Tsunade acquiesced, "Very well, Yamato shall accompany you. Remember to follow orders." "Thank you, Grandma Tsunade." In a dense forest within the land of grass, a contingent of over 20 leaf ninjas advanced swiftly. Throughout the journey, Naruto remained largely silent, his mind replaying scenes of his life with his parents in dreams. He vowed that Obito would pay dearly. Unlike the original narrative, Naruto had gained deeper insights due to Hinata Kiyoshi's presence, and the weight of his hatred fueled a more fervent training regimen. After more than a year of rigorous practice, his strength had evolved significantly. Meanwhile, Obito had also received word from Black Zetsu. "Obito, it seems Konoha has caught wind of our location and is heading this way." "Who are they?" Obito, standing beside a crystal coffin that contained the still form of Rin Noera, did not turn. The girl lay peacefully, preserved by a piece of Hashirama's cells grafted to her. "Jiraiya, Kakashi, and that fool you often mention," Black Zetsu replied. Hearing Kakashi's name and gazing at Rin within the coffin stirred a surge of inexplicable rage within Obito. "Since you already know my identity, it is time to meet my old friends." Aware that his whereabouts had been uncovered, Obito activated Kamui to transport the crystal coffin into his dimension. As the Konoha team advanced, a figure suddenly emerged before them, cloaked in black, adorned with a red spiral mask that revealed two crimson Sharingan eyes. The leaf ninjas swiftly encircled Obito, yet he, confident in his dual Kamui abilities, remained unfazed. "Kakashi, I hear you've been searching for me?" Obito spoke with a voice that carried an unmistakable familiarity. Kakashi, recognizing his long-lost friend Uchiha Obito, fixated his gaze on him. Brimming with questions, "Why did you kill our sensei and his wife? You must recall how much she cared for you. Why not take my life instead? If you harbor resentment for my failure to protect Rin?" Obito's tone was icy. "Killing is killing. What difference does it make? Your life still holds some value to me." "Kakashi, what difference does it make? I demand your life." Naruto's eyes blazed with a fierce red, fixated on the man who had taken his parents from him. Thanks to Hinata Kiyoshi's relentless guidance before and after the Chunin exams, Naruto had undergone subtle changes. He could now exhibit murderous intent towards such an enemy. Yet, should he learn Obito's story, he might well find it in himself to forgive him. Obito's gaze fell upon the blonde boy beside Jiraiya. "You must be Naruto." I once held you as a child. I presume you don't remember that?" Chapter 94, Interwoven Bonds, Konoha Team vs. Uchiha Obito. High above, two figures observed the unfolding scene. Minato Namikaze and Hinata Kiyoshi, having concluded their pact with the devil. Minato watched his son confront Obito, finally witnessing Naruto as he had grown. Although the words exchanged were inaudible, he could discern Naruto's profound anger. Minato turned to Hinata Kiyoshi and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Hinata." Utilizing the power of the rebirth eye, suspended the two in midair. "As part of our agreement, I will show you Naruto, and in return, you will assist me in tracking Obito using the flying thunder god mark you left on him." This marked the third step of Hinata's intricate plan, aiming to ambush Obito, who had endured a fierce battle, leveraging the flying thunder god mark left by Minato during the Ninetales rampage. Simultaneously, he employed a sealing technique to obscure Minato's presence from Naruto, ensuring that the Ninetales within Naruto remained unaware of Minato's approach. "Damn it!" Naruto shouted in fury, unable to contain his rage any longer. He leaped forward, aiming a punch at Obito. However, his fist merely passed through Obito's form, as though striking nothing but air. In a swift motion, Obito spun around, reaching for Naruto's neck. At that critical moment, a shuriken flew through the air, forcing Obito to revert to his intangible state, his hand slipping through Naruto once more. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto rolled and landed firmly on the ground. "It seems you are aware of my abilities, thanks to the intel left by Sensei Minato, am I right?" Obito's expression behind his mask darkened, realizing his capabilities had been uncovered. No one responded. Such crucial information would never be disclosed to Obito. "If you choose silence, I shall capture one of you for interrogation." Obito's eyes, adorned with 3 tomo, began to distort the space around Kakashi, attempting to draw him into the Kamui dimension. Would release, would blockade. Yamato intervened, erecting layers of wooden walls that obscured Obito's line of sight, disrupting his long-range absorption ability. Indeed, the intel was accurate. He can only absorb what he sees, remaining vulnerable while intangible and unable to phase when attacking, Kakashi stated loudly enough for the surrounding AMU to hear. At that moment, a voice resonated within Naruto's mind. Kid, I can lend you my power, but you must help me eliminate that man. Naruto furrowed his brow, questioning. Why would you assist me? That's none of your concern. Just know that I can lend you my power, the Ninetales replied. Withholding the fact that he was under the control of the Sharingan, a revelation too humiliating for him to utter. All right, Naruto decisively accepted the Ninetales' proposal. Feeling an urgent need for strength to avenge his father, a translucent red chakra enveloped him, and 3 colossal tails of chakra emerged behind him, swaying gently and exuding an unsettling aura. This was the maximum power of the Ninetales chakra Naruto could harness while striving to maintain his sanity. However, upon witnessing the familiar crimson chakra, the now-named Yamato felt a pang of anxiety, mistakenly believing Naruto had once again lost control. Naruto, calm down, Yamato shouted, his tone filled with urgency and concern. In contrast to Yamato's distress, Naruto remained remarkably composed. He understood that he had not lost his rationality but had reached an understanding with the Ninetales. Rest assured, Yamato-senpai. The Ninetales and I have formed an alliance. We share a common enemy now. At that moment, Minato in the sky noticed the surging chakra emanating from his son. Seeing Naruto in peril, Minato's paternal instincts surged, causing him to forget his own precarious situation. An overwhelming surge of fatherly love compelled him to rush to his son's aid, but how could Hinata allow Minato such liberty? With a swift motion, Hinata employed gravitational forces to firmly restrain Minato, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, Hinata's icy voice cut through the air like a chilling wind. Do not move. Remember what I told you. If your actions jeopardize our plan in the slightest, I will resurrect Kushina to keep you company. Minato felt a sharp pain at Hinata's threat, knowing it to be a genuine warning, yet he could not stand idly by while his son was in danger. In the battle between his instincts and restraint, Minato gritted his teeth, suppressing his impulses, and silently prayed for Naruto's safety. With his limbs poised like a beast, Naruto leaped once more, charging towards Obito. In the air, he locked onto Obito's figure. Foolish. Obito activated his Sharingan Genjutsu, causing Naruto's eyes to dull. Under the illusion, Naruto lost consciousness, hurtling towards Obito, who extended his hands to grasp him. I shouldn't have brought him here. Jiraiya silently lamented. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others swiftly intervened, wielding their Rasengan and Raikiri. Racing to protect Naruto from falling into Obito's clutches, failure was not an option. For they could not face Minato, their teacher, should they allow such a fate to befall Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to land in Obito's grasp, he suddenly raised his head and extended his hand, transforming it into a claw aimed at Obito. Having reached an agreement with the Ninetales, Naruto was temporarily a perfect Jinchuriki. Should he fall into the Genjutsu, the Ninetales could rescue him within the mental realm. Obito, caught off guard by this unexpected turn, swiftly evaded the attack, allowing Naruto to pass through him once again. Drawing a long blade from his waist, Obito slashed at Naruto, who retaliated without hesitation, his red chakra coalescing into claws reaching for Obito. Obito was once again forced into an intangible state, their attacks landing harmlessly in the void. Let us see how you evade in midair. Obito unleashed Kamui, distorting the space around Naruto, ripples of uncanny energy emanating outward. At that moment, Jiraiya and Kakashi appeared beside Obito like phantoms, their hands radiating potent chakra as they launched their attacks towards him. This time, however, Obito did not retreat into his intangible state as he had previously. Instead, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. We did it. Minato, usually composed, could not contain his excitement. Based on his experiences during the Ninetales attack, he was certain that this strike would hit Obito. Yet, just then, a blue Susanoo skeleton emerged, acting as an impenetrable shield, safeguarding Obito from the onslaught. Jiraiya and Kakashi's attacks collided with the Susanoo, producing a thunderous roar, yet they could not penetrate Obito's defense. The seemingly fragile Susanoo proved to be as resilient as an unyielding fortress. Chapter 95, The Death of Uchiha Obito. Hinata Kei floated gracefully in the air, savoring the fierce battle unfolding below, while beside him, Minato Namikaze wore a troubled expression. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Hinata Kei, the Leaf team managed to engage in a tit-for-tat confrontation with Obito, even coming close to injuring him several times through the strategies devised by Kakashi. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kakashi's Earth Release technique left a gaping hole that connected to Obito's shadow through Kakashi's shadow mimicry technique. The shadow mimicry technique succeeded. Yamanaka Ino, true to the collaborative spirit of their team, acted swiftly without prompting. The body flicker technique. Obito's form stiffened, and his protective Susanoo rapidly dissipated. Quick, attack him. Do not mind me, Obito commanded under control. Kakashi, upon hearing these words, hesitated not a moment. thrusting his short blade toward Obito's chest. A gaping wound was inflicted. Ino's consciousness returned to his own body, but he too suffered from the recoil of the body flicker technique, spitting blood from the pain in his chest. Obito, clutching his wound, retreated. Kakashi, you remain merciless toward your comrades, but I have a secret to share. The words struck everyone like a thunderclap, disbelief washing over them. Without hesitation, Obito shattered Kakashi's last glimmer of hope. Do you doubt me? Let me jog your memory. Just before my gravestone, you spoke those very words. You remember, don't you? You are my accomplice, and I spare your life so that you may endure the same suffering as I. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization as he recalled his murmurs at Obito's tombstone. As a ninja, he could not even maintain his grip on the short blade, which clattered to the ground. Perhaps it's time to atone for your remaining days, Obito said, activating Kamui to escape the battlefield. How thrilling. Minato-senpai. We must take our leave now. Please pursue Obito's location diligently, Hyuga Kei remarked from the sky. Although Minato could not hear their conversation, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He had not anticipated Obito's transformation. Understood. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito completed a rudimentary treatment for his wound. Standing silently beside the crystal coffin that contained a young girl. Lin, wait for me. I will establish a true era of peace in the ninja world, and then we shall meet again. He placed his hand upon the coffin, as if yearning for a connection with the girl within. Obito's gaze was resolute as he gently caressed the crystal coffin, memories of his time with Lin flooding his mind like a tidal wave. I have been striving for this. For that peaceful ninja world. I will make this world a better place, Lin. This is my promise to you in my lifelong pursuit. Taking a deep breath, Obito turned and departed the Kamui dimension. As he materialized back into the real world, Minato, utilizing the flying thunder god technique, appeared instantaneously before Obito, having traced the mark left on his back. Hinata's long-prepared attack struck instantaneously. The kaleidoscopic ocular technique, time's eye, lock, was unleashed, momentarily freezing the flow of time within the cavern. Obito felt his body rendered immobile, utterly unable to move, with only his mind remaining alert and active. Hinata's figure swiftly materialized before Obito, extending a hand towards the Sharingan concealed beneath his mask. The Sharingan could only unleash its full potential when intact. If he could seize even one eye, Obito would be at his mercy. However, just before Hinata could initiate his locking technique, Obito preemptively activated Kamui. Hinata's palm glided across Obito's face, her body passing through his, allowing her to remain grounded in place, as their silhouettes stood back to back. Hinata Kiyoshi recognized the futility of squandering his ocular power and released the time lock. Are you contemplating betrayal? Do you not covet the fruit of the divine tree? The malice in Obito's voice was palpable, born from countless tribulations and a series of thwarted plans. He had not anticipated that Hinata Kiyoshi, his ally, would also turn against him. Even if I were to eliminate you, I could still pursue my plans. I could become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails myself and cultivate the divine tree. All of this I am fully capable of accomplishing on my own. Hinata Kai flicked his hand, realizing that he must delay Uchiha Obito. He needed to wait for 1 minute until the cooldown period of the Eye of Time was over. Obito had just engaged in a fierce battle, and the time limit for his Kamui technique should be nearly exhausted. Hinata Kei remarked. Shouldn't you take the time to reminisce with your master? However, Obito ignored the presence of Minato beside him, responding. You located me through the flying thunder god technique bestowed upon you by teacher Minato, did you not? It was Black Zetsu who informed you, wasn't it? That fellow chose you as the new executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. Only Black Zetsu is aware of his true identity. Aside from him, only a few white Zetsu are privy to this knowledge, and they all heed Black Zetsu's commands. At this moment, many perplexing questions found their answers. Your intention is to leak my information, utilizing Nagato to expel me from the Akatsuki, thereby monitoring the organization alone to continue the Eye of the Moon plan. Is it not? Indeed, we are in perfect accord. By eliminating you, our plan will proceed far more smoothly. Speaking of which, we are indeed adversaries. 13 years ago, it was you who unleashed the Nine Tails, resulting in the death of my loved ones amidst the calamity you wrought. In Hinata's voice, there lingered a palpable intent to kill. He had contemplated the demise of Obito since their initial encounter, yet the moment had only now arrived. Obito, however, displayed no semblance of remorse. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you are reunited during the infinite Tsukuyomi. He then divulged a secret. Kagaya may not be the true embodiment of Uchiha Madara. He possesses knowledge of many secrets that even Madara himself is oblivious to. Meanwhile, Minato, undeterred by the presence of his fallen disciple, listened intently to their exchange, striving to unravel the mysteries shared between them. Hinata Kiyoshi ceased to feign ignorance and disdainfully remarked, I am indeed aware that he is not the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will. I also recognize that the Moon Eye plan is a fabrication, as is the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everything for which you have struggled is merely a wedding garment for me. As Hinata Kai spoke, the kaleidoscopic pattern of his Sharingan suddenly contracted sharply, and the Eye of Time activated once more. This time, Hinata Kai expended an even greater amount of ocular power for his technique. Hinata approached Obito, once again reaching towards his two eyes. Obito had no time to react and activated Kamui, yet his chakra reserves no longer permitted such an action. The recent battle had depleted his chakra to a critical level. Hinata's hand plunged directly into Obito's eye socket, blood gushing forth. And then the cursed seal within Obito was activated by Hinata, causing Obito's heart to shatter violently. Hinata Kei coldly gazed at the scene before him, having outmaneuvered Obito with a series of calculated moves, before swiftly breaking his neck with a decisive strike. He withdrew his hands, and Obito's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Chapter 95. The Convergence of Divine Might. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan Minato looked down at Obito's corpse, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. While Obito's demise was justly deserved, he bore a significant share of the burden himself. Had he been able to save Rin, Obito might never have strayed down such a dark path. Yet, the figure before him, Hinata Kei, was even more terrifying, effortlessly manipulating one as formidable as Uchiha Obito. One could only hope that Hinata Kei's ambitions genuinely aimed for the betterment of the ninja world. Hinata Kei flicked the blood from his hands, carefully stowing away the Sharingan and the lifeless body of Obito on the ground. Though Obito had perished, his spirit would remain intertwined with Hinata Kei, and the entire shinobi world still believed him to be alive. In the future, Hinata Kei could resurrect him through impure world reincarnation to continue shouldering the burdens. However, Hinata Kei would need to find another individual to execute the Eye of the Moon plan, someone ambitious and powerful. That was a matter for another time. With a snap of his fingers, a white coffin rose from the ground. Step inside, Lord Minato. Our transaction has concluded. Minato entered the coffin, which sealed itself once more. Hinata Kei had completed his task, retracting the Sharingan. A sharp pain surged through his eyes. The reckless use of his ocular technique had taken a toll, even on someone like Hinata Kei, who had merged with countless Sharingan. Yet, it mattered little, for soon he would acquire an abundance of Sharingan again. Meanwhile, Kaguya and Kabuto should have also concluded their tasks. The group had split up, with Hinata Kei handling Uchiha Obito while Kaguya and Kabuto were responsible for retrieving Obito's belongings. In due time, his ocular prowess would transcend the limits of the kaleidoscope, achieving the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Upon returning to the village hidden in sound, Kaguya and Kabuto had prepared everything, awaiting Hinata Kei's arrival. Hinata Kiyoshi gazed at the wall adorned with a plethora of three-tomo Sharingan, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated the blood-seizing technique. The dark, viscous substance burst through the glass, sweeping away every last Sharingan in an instant. Hinata's eyes throbbed with pain. Having reached the utmost limit of his kaleidoscopic vision, Hinata closed his eyes and instructed, "Prepare for the surgery. I require the fusion of Obito's Sharingan." "Understood, Lord Hinata," replied Kabuto, who had thoroughly reviewed the literature left by the Uchiha clan. Performing such a procedure was exceedingly manageable for him. 3 hours later, the operation was successfully completed. Having just fused a pair of Meijiki Sharingan, Hinata found himself overwhelmed with excruciating pain, as the fusion method employed was derived from the Uchiha clan's teachings, resulting in a severe rejection response. It is no wonder that merging the eternal Meijiki Sharingan necessitates the eyes of a blood relative. The intensity of this rejection response is so profound that an ordinary individual might not endure it and could easily succumb to blindness. Hinata Kei, with bandages wrapped around his eyes, sat up from the operating table. He now comprehended why, in the original narrative, the fusion of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan necessitated the eyes of a blood relative. "Lord Kei, this is the elixir I have concocted. It can mitigate the rejection response and expedite the merging of the Sharingan," Kabuto stated, handing the prepared potion to Hinata Kei. "No need for concern. I shall not require these just yet." Hinata Hikari, with resolute determination, forcefully suppressed and fused the ocular power from Obito's Sharingan, using his own mastery over the eye techniques. In mere moments, he refined that power, unveiling a pair of blood-red eternal Meijiki Sharingan, the intricate patterns upon them becoming even more elaborate. Remarkably, he had achieved this fusion solely through his own strength. In the shadows, Kurizetsu expressed his astonishment. "Truly impressive," he mused. "With this, Hikari's power must be approaching that of the Sage of Six Paths," remarked Shirazetsu, filled with trepidation. "Can we genuinely control him?" Kurizetsu replied with unwavering confidence. "As long as he continues to seek power, he will ultimately remain our plaything." Hinata Kei felt as though the power of his eyes was inexhaustible. Even the ocular strength he had just utilized seemed to have rejuvenated. However, if he wished to evolve into the Rinnegan, he would require the Ashura and Indra chakra possessed by Naruto and Sasuke, although he could claim to have merged their chakra. The integration of such formidable forces was excruciatingly slow. After all, even Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra, took 20 years to refine his abilities. Kei estimated that he would need at least double that time. In fact, it might be more prudent to consume Kaguya Tsutsuki directly. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Kei began to harness the power of Kamui, activating his eternal Meijiki Sharingan to draw the potion in his hand into the Kamui dimension. Subsequently, he directed Kamui to absorb himself into that same space. Much like the scenes from the anime, The space they shared was facilitated by the Sharingan he had merged with Obito's. Initially, Kei had resolved to summon Obito only when necessary, allowing him to spend some time in the Pure Land with Rin, but now he deemed it essential to reincarnate Obito with Edo Tensei. Otherwise, should he be resurrected by others in the future, he would become an adversary capable of countering Kei's abilities. Upon entering the realm, Kei noticed a crystal coffin positioned in the distance. He leaped forward, arriving at its front, where he beheld a young girl lying inside. This must be Rin, he thought. Observing the gentle rise and fall of her chest, her soul had returned to the Pure Land, sustained by Hashirama's cells. I shall keep her. She may serve as leverage against Obito in the future, Kei contemplated shamelessly. With that thought, he exited the Kamui space. This ocular technique proved to be exceedingly convenient. Even though Konoha had discerned Kamui's weaknesses, it remained an impeccable tool for travel and self-preservation. As he emerged, Kabuto Yakushi awaited him, stepping forward to congratulations, Lord Kei, on evolving to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Recruiting Kabuto had been one of Kei's most astute decisions. He was not only a versatile talent but also provided invaluable emotional support, making him the perfect subordinate. Also, prepare a white Zetsu for me. We cannot leave Obito in the Pure Land, as he is linked to my Kamui space and must not be exploited by others, Kei instructed. Hinata Kei could not guarantee that Core Zetsu was devoid of Obito's flesh and blood. While their collaboration seemed amicable, it was, in essence, a mutual exploitation. There was no telling when their alliance might fracture. He could not afford to place such vulnerabilities in the hands of another. Is it over? Obito thought, eyes tightly shut, never anticipating such an outcome. His Moon Eye plan had been nothing but an elaborate ruse from the very beginning. At that moment, a gentle voice rang out, laced with playful teasing. Are you still unwilling to open your eyes and see me? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Obito's eyes flew open. Rin. Indeed, before him stood the one he had yearned for day and night, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could the deeds he had committed truly earn Rin's forgiveness? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, he said. Rin took the initiative to grasp Obito's hand. We've certainly traversed many winding paths. Would you share your journey with me? Obito nodded, somewhat sheepishly. Just then, a blinding light enveloped him. The reanimation jutsu. It's that detestable fellow, he muttered. I apologize, Rin. I might. Rin replied with a smile. It's all right. I will always wait for you. That is my promise. In that moment, Obito felt utterly foolish. The person he longed to see had been waiting for him all along. Note, the 4th volume is about to commence. With the constant theme of conflict, I believe everyone is experiencing a bit of aesthetic fatigue. This new volume will introduce a touch of levity. Chapter 96. Hinata Kei. When hearts with virtue revived through the reanimation jutsu, Obito, upon opening his eyes, directed his divine power towards Hinata Kei. How dare you interrupt my reunion with Rin? You were seeking death. Hinata Hayashi once again formed a seal, subduing the enraged Obito. The corpse within the Kamui dimension must be the legendary Rin Noera, is it not? Hinata Kei smiled and remarked, surely. You would not wish for me to disturb her soul? Upon hearing this, Obito fell silent, though his gaze remained fixed upon Hinata Kei, unyielding and mute. The weight of those words was palpable. His love for Rin ensured that her spirit would remain undisturbed. I shall refrain from intruding upon Rin, provided you obediently serve as my pawn. Obito inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within, and nodded, stating, I can be your puppet. My soul is already tainted. Yet you must promise to leave Rin's peace untroubled. Naturally, one would choose wisely between a subordinate with a kaleidoscope and a medical need. Such a dilemma is easily resolved. Is it not? Obito, weary, nodded once more. From the ground, a coffin emerged, and Hinata Kei gestured invitingly. Please, step inside. Without uttering a word, Obito entered the coffin, which then sealed shut, descending into the earth, awaiting Hinata Kei's summons. I, Hinata Kei, have always believed in governing through virtue. Kabuto, commenced the search for the fallen warriors. Strive to assemble an army of reanimated corpses within 2 years. Hinata Kei felt that his plan was ready to progress to the next stage. The ninja world had quieted down, restoring a semblance of peace, and 2 years had swiftly passed. During this time, numerous events unfolded, under Hinata Kei's guidance. The Federation experienced steady development, with rapid advancements in both economy and technology, establishing diplomatic relations with various nations. In these years, the Federation was shaped by Hinata Kei into the guardian of the ninja world, safeguarding the interests of smaller nations and assisting others in their development. The technique of rebirth of destiny had been fully developed, yet no one could wield it. The required life force and chakra were beyond even Hinata Kei's capabilities. Nevertheless, he had mastered the technique, patiently awaiting the day it could be employed. Hinata Hayashi has resurrected an army through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, and all the shadow-level powerhouses from the 5 hidden villages who could still be found have been drained by him. In Konoha, Hinata and Hanabi's strategic endeavors are progressing splendidly. Thanks to Hayashi's frequent diplomatic visits and correspondence, the two have fallen deeply in love with him. Naruto has returned from training under Jiraiya, forming a new Team 7 alongside Sakura, who trained under Tsunade, and Sai, a former member of the Root. After Hayashi's massacre of the Root, a portion of their operatives who were on missions outside still survived. In Sunagakure, Gaara has successfully become the 5th Kazekage with the aid of Chiyo. The other 3 hidden villages have not encountered any significant changes. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki's scheme to capture the tailed beast has commenced, with the resurrection of the 3 tails, marking the existence of all the tailed beasts. In the Land of Rain, during an Akatsuki meeting, all members were present except for Hayashi's clone, Chiba Muku. Only Konan and Nagato are aware of Chiba Muku's affiliation with the Akatsuki. Nagato suggests retaining the Federation as a contingency plan if the Ten Tails project fails. It would indicate that his path is untenable. Should he perish one day, Chiba Muku is to assume control of the Akatsuki in the pursuit of unifying the shinobi world. Pain, seated at the head of the table, issues commands, assigning the tasks of capturing the tailed beasts, the 1 tail to Deidara and Sasori, the 2 tails to Kakuzu and Haiden, the 3 tails to Kisame and Itachi, the 5 tails to Hayashi, and the 6 tails to himself and Konan. Pain surveys the room, asking if there are any questions regarding the plan. Noticing the silence, he asserts that the plan must not allow for even a single error, for true peace is within reach. The 1-tailed Jinchuriki has become the Kazekage and is presumably within Sunagakure. Deidara and Sasori may now proceed. And I will notify you immediately should any other Jinchuriki's whereabouts come to light. Hinata understood that this operation not only resulted in Deidara having his arm brutally severed, but also that Scorpion would have to pay with his life, albeit a decision he had made himself. Hinata Kei still wished to lend a hand to his 2 friends. Do you require my assistance? I am also eager to witness this wind shadow, he inquired. Deidara scoffed. Are you underestimating us? Just await our good news. Scorpion also declined, stating, the 2 of us are sufficient. Very well. Hinata Kei refrained from pressing further. For ninjas, death was merely a commonplace occurrence. Their demise would merely add a few names to Hinata Kei's resurrection list. It would be prudent for him to retrieve Scorpion's body. As Scorpion's puppets were the pinnacle of puppet craftsmanship in the ninja world, it was certainly preferable for them to be in his possession rather than in the hands of that fool, Kankuro. Watching the pair depart, Hinata Kei rose to his feet. Before leaving, he addressed Itachi Uchiha, saying, recently, the Hidden Leaf Village discovered Orochimaru's corpse, confirming his death at the hands of your brother. This statement was, of course, intended for the eyes of Naruto and Itachi Uchiha. As Hinata Kei had anticipated, Itachi visibly relaxed upon hearing this news. Hinata Kei, ever the spectator reveling in the chaos, remarked, according to intelligence reports, he has also absconded with 3 of Orochimaru's experimental subjects and is now relentlessly pursuing vengeance against you. This statement from Hinata Kei was indeed grounded in truth. The 3-year pact had reached its conclusion, and he had released Uchiha and Sasuke from his tutelage. Under Hinata Kei's guidance, Sasuke had grown significantly stronger than in the original narrative, bolstered further by an array of scientific ninja tools. Hinata Kuru selected 3 ninjas who once served under Orochimaru to assist him, replacing the roles of Tsunade and her companions from the original narrative. Understood, Itachi replied coldly. I am quite eager for your brotherly duel. After speaking, Hinata Kuru exited the conference room, anticipating the day when Uchiha Sasuke's eyes would evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan, thus gaining another subordinate with an eternal Manjiki. His long-standing investments would not be in vain. Upon activating Kamui to return to the Federal Chancellor's office, Hinata Keiru instructed his aide, Tsunade, contact Sunagakure. I shall personally visit to discuss matters of cooperation. Over the course of 2 years, Tsunade had matured into a young lady. Instead of immediately complying, she circumvented the desk and unexpectedly sat in Hinata Keiru's lap, nuzzling against him playfully. Tsunade licked her lips and said, let us discuss serious matters later, Brother Keiru. Chapter 97. Shikamaru's plight in Sunagakure, a plot reminiscent of the original storyline unfolded once more. Using his spies within Sunagakure, Scorpion infiltrated the village, while Deidara was tasked with the capture. To save the village, Gaara exhausted all his chakra to remove Deidara's C1, only to find himself captured at death's door. As the clay bird soared into the distance, only Kankuro and a few others pursued it, while the remaining villagers were prevented from intervening by the higher-ups, who insisted they remain to guard against foreign attacks. A day later, Kankuro was brought back, gravely poisoned, and even Chiyo could do little to assist. The village leaders convened an urgent meeting, with Chiyo, an elderly matriarch, reluctantly stepping in to assume the role of Kazekage, once more due to the village's dire circumstances. The discussions were rife with dissent. Some advocated for a rescue mission for Gaara, while others argued that Gaara was likely deceased, rendering any rescue futile. Ultimately, Gaara's actions had inspired a significant portion of the populace, swaying the majority in favor of a rescue operation. The potential disgrace of abandoning the Kazekage was too great for Sunagakure to bear. We have sought assistance from our ally, Konoha. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, and we shall coordinate with them, one leader announced. But who shall we send? Another questioned, recognizing the gravity of the situation, as it involved 2 formidable powers. Amidst the heated debate, Chiyo declared, I will personally lead the rescue. No. You must remain in Sunagakure to maintain order, someone immediately objected. Another voice chimed in. There is another option. The federal diplomatic team is en route to Sunagakure, and among them is Prime Minister Chiba Mushio. A skeptical voice challenged. It is inconceivable for a nation's prime minister to take direct action. We need not request his personal involvement. We only require his guards to intervene, who are also formidable combatants. Chiyo's voice dripped with anger. We in Sunagakure will not beg our enemies for assistance. Chiyo, the federal government has established diplomatic relations with various nations and is our economic ally. Their visit is to discuss cooperation, which is crucial for our trade, someone explained, highlighting the current international context. Given the resource scarcity in Sunagakure, this opportunity to trade their specialties was vital, while the federal government would merely lose a revenue stream without them. Chiyo, momentarily taken aback by this reality, sighed softly, acknowledging her disconnection from the evolving world. Very well. At that moment, Temari stood up, declaring, I will personally seek the federal's assistance. Both my brothers are in peril. Not only does Gaara require rescue, but Kankuro is also critically poisoned. The federal's advanced medical technology should provide the aid we need, whatever the cost. A glint of resolve flashed in Temari's eyes. Rumors suggested that the federal chancellor, Chiba Mushio, was a notorious libertine, frequently accompanied by beautiful women, a fact she had witnessed during the CH9 exams. Regardless, she was determined to save her brothers, even if it meant risking everything. Meanwhile, Hinata Karu remained unhurried, meticulously timing his journey with his elite guard towards Sunagakure. He anticipated that the village would inevitably request his intervention. Sure enough, as the federal delegation approached Sunagakure, a messenger arrived at their camp. Chancellor, a messenger from Sunagakure requests an audience, came the voice from outside the tent. Let her enter. A figure lifted the curtain, revealing a woman with orange hair styled in two buns and striking lavender eyes, her beauty marred by a hint of hesitation. This was Temari, the princess of Sunagakure, who had come to Hinata Karu with a resolve to gamble everything. Hinata feigned ignorance and inquired, It has been quite some time since we last met. The last encounter was during the CH9 exams in Konoha, where I may have inadvertently offended you. How have your two younger brothers been faring of late? Hinata's words carried profound meaning, and Temari's gaze grew increasingly dim. During the CH9 exams, Gaara unleashed a reign of terror, only to be subdued by Chiyo, who spared the trio of siblings and left the scroll of heaven and earth for them. Surrendering one's body to the person before him seemed trivial, for at the very least, his appearance and strength were unparalleled in the world. Temari, without uttering a word, suddenly knelt upon the ground, her head striking the carpet of Hinata's tent with little sound, pleading for the leader's assistance. Why do you do this? Please rise and speak, Hinata urged, bending down to extend a hand to her. Temari did not rise. Instead, she lifted her head, her expression a blend of sorrow and resolve, gazing at Hinata. We in Sunagakure are in grave trouble, and we humbly request your aid. Hinata Kei observed Shizun's reluctance to rise and chose not to press the matter further. He returned to his seat, tapping the armrest thoughtfully. Do share your thoughts. If possible, I would still like to lend a hand. Our federation has always prided itself on its willingness to assist. Provided that the request is not excessive, we shall do our utmost. Shizun recounted the events that had transpired in Sunagakure, her narrative unfolding with precision. By the end of her tale, even this resilient girl found herself shedding tears. She implored the adults to aid Sunagakure in reclaiming Gaara and rescuing Kankuro, expressing her readiness to do anything for their assistance. As she spoke, Shizun removed her gray cloak, revealing a form-fitting netted garment beneath. Yet, her disrobing was not complete. She reached for her final piece of clothing. Before Hinata Kei appeared a vision of exquisite beauty, her skin emanating a soft luminescence under the flickering lights, her graceful figure igniting an involuntary quickening of his heartbeat. Kneeling before Hinata Kei in this alluring state, Shizun's garments lay scattered around her, akin to verdant leaves accompanying blossoms, continuously stirring Hinata Kei's desire for conquest. She dared not meet his gaze, instead tightly shutting her eyes, bracing for his response, her only wish being to save her two younger brothers. She heard the sound of his footsteps approaching, and then felt a garment draped over her shoulders from behind. Hinata Kei removed his trench coat and draped it over her shoulders, saying, Put on the garment. I am not one to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. This statement reflected Hinata Kei's genuine intentions. Although Shimaru was indeed a rare beauty, he was not one to force an issue. There is a saying that a forcibly picked fruit lacks sweetness, yet it can quench one's thirst. And Hinata Kei was not in need of such a remedy. Upon hearing Hinata Kei's words, Shimaru mistakenly interpreted them as a rejection of her plea. Disregarding her dignity and pride, she reached out and embraced Hinata Kei's waist, her delicate form pressing closely against the man, pleading, I implore you, truly. I am willing to do anything for you. Hinata Kaido remarked, the assault on Sunagakure by Akatsuki, the abduction of the Kazekage, and the ensuing chaos in the shinobi world can undeniably be classified as acts of terrorism. Even if you choose not to act, the Federation will intervene to restore order in the shinobi realm. Is that truly the case? Temari lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes fixated intently on Hinata Kaido's gaze. Indeed, Hinata Kaido affirmed with a nod, as he picked up the garments from the ground and handed them to Temari. Now, please put on your clothes. Only then did Temari regain her composure, realizing that in her moment of desperation, she had neglected her modesty. Yet, she pondered, was such an act genuinely one she would commit? Hinata Kei feigned nonchalance as he emerged from the military tent, commanding, cease resting, and proceed at full speed to Sunagakure. Understood. Chapter 98. The Rescue Mission for the Kazekage. After swiftly reorganizing, Hinata Kei's escort team set off once more, with Hanamaru donning her attire. Tears glistening in her eyes as she closely followed Hinata Kei. Following a brisk march, the group soon arrived at Sunagakure, where Chiyo and other high-ranking officials awaited their arrival. Observing Hanamaru by Hinata Kei's side, Chiyo's expression darkened, burdened by her resentment towards her own inadequacy, lamenting the necessity for the village's shinobi to sacrifice their bodies. Chiyo-senpai. It has been a while. Hinata Kei extended his hand, and they shook hands. Chiyo remarked, Your Excellency still exudes the same charisma. While I find myself half buried in the earth. Hinata Kei offered a gentle smile. Senior Chiyo, you jest. You remain youthful. Please, come in. We have prepared tea. There's no need, Hinata replied. I am here on behalf of another. Casting a sidelong glance at Temari beside him, he added, Let us first visit the patient. Temari quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency. Chiyo felt her conviction strengthen. Upon hearing this, a deeper sense of shame enveloped her. Please, follow me this way. She instructed. The group arrived at the hospital room, where Hinata Kei beheld the unconscious and critically ill Kankuro. His breaths were labored, as if he were enduring immense suffering in his state of unconsciousness. Hinata Kei took a few steps forward, and a medical ninja from the Sand Village prepared to present the examination report. No need. Hinata Kei waved his hand, from which emerged a small white snake measuring a foot in length. The snake opened its mouth and bit down on Kenjiro's arm, commencing the extraction of the virus. Observing this scene, Chiyo let out a gentle sigh and placed her hand on S.H. Ri's shoulder. You've worked hard, S.H. Ri. S.H. Ri's face instantly flushed deeper. Grandma Chiyo, I'm fine. It's not as if Lord Hokage has done anything to me. Chiyo perceived this as the innocent shyness of a young girl. Oh, it is a pity for you. It is our inadequacy that has caused you to bear so much. Half a minute later, Hinata Kei, utilizing Sage Mode, cultivated a healing potion. As the white snake bit into Kenjiro's arm, he suddenly began to cough violently. Hinata Kei's accompanying medic swiftly moved to turn Kenjiro over. Kenjiro subsequently expelled a copious amount of black blood, and once flipped, his breathing gradually steadied. Hinata Kei placed the small snake upon his shoulder. In less than a minute, he had cured the virus that had left the entire Sand Village at a loss. How is this possible? Chiyo stepped forward, incredulously placing her hand on Kenjiro's chest, feeling that the virus throughout his body had vanished. Nothing is impossible. Lord Hokage is omnipotent, declared Hinata Kei's accompanying medic, his eyes alight with admiration. Hinata Kei chuckled lightly. You exaggerate. The attending physician nodded immediately, yet it was evident that his opinion remained unchanged. Hanamaru stepped forward and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving my brother. I shall fulfill the promise I made. Kenjiro gradually regained consciousness, informing everyone that a fragment of a scorpion's attire was within his puppet, which could provide vital clues for the rescue mission. At that moment, an excited voice echoed from a distance, Mikio. Turning around, they beheld the new Team 7, Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai, approaching. It has been a long time. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi, Hinata Kei greeted with a warm smile. After Hinata greeted everyone, upon catching sight of Kakashi, Chiyo attempted to strike him down, only to be thwarted by the collective efforts of those present. Ebizi remarked, Sister, take a closer look. This is not Hitaki Tsukumo. Ah, indeed, Chiyo replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I suppose my age has dulled my memory of certain matters. Are you all also here to assist Sunagakure? Naruto inquired. Hinata nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we are here for a diplomatic visit, but upon hearing that Sunagakure was attacked by a terrorist organization, we felt compelled to assist. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Does this mean we will fight alongside Master Mokushi? Sakura interjected, Foolish Naruto. Master Mokushi is now a leader of a nation. He would not personally engage in battle. Hinata nodded in acknowledgement of Sakura's assertion. I will dispatch my 2 guards. I see. Naruto scratched his head. When shall we set forth? Chiyo interjected. We shall depart tomorrow. It is imperative that everyone remains in peak condition. No need for that. Naruto responded resolutely. Gaara is in peril with each passing second in the enemy's grasp. This statement held undeniable truth, as Hinata's shadow clones had already commenced the extraction of the tailed beast. The extraction of a single tail would require 3 days, with tomorrow marking the final day, perfectly timed for completion. Naruto and Gaara shared nearly identical experiences. During their time in Konoha, they had even clashed in their tailed beast forms. An extraordinary encounter that had fostered a closer bond between them. Rest is essential, Kakashi remarked. The pursuit of Akatsuki by our ninja hounds also necessitates time. Sakura approached the bedside, gathering the black blood expelled by Kankuro, hoping to utilize it in her research for an effective antidote. Hinata Q's summoned Kimimaro and Shugo to the side, instructing them earnestly, should any enemies arise along the way, it is your duty to impede them. The mission to rescue the Kazekage shall be entrusted to the individuals from Konoha and Sunagakure. Understood. The two nodded respectfully, displaying unwavering obedience to Hinata Q's command. Without the slightest doubt, Hinata Kaido did not wish for them to exert their full strength, so as not to impede the unfolding of subsequent events. The group rested for a night in Sunagakure. The following dawn, a rescue team was formed, comprising the newly established Team 7 from Konohagakure, Chio of Sunagakure, along with the Federation's Kankuro and SHG. Meanwhile, in the distance, Team Guy from Konoha, led by Kakashi and his summoned Ninken, was hastening towards the location where the Akatsuki organization was extracting the tailed beasts. Kakashi summoned his Ninken and advanced along the path they had scouted the previous day. After watching the group depart, Hinata Kaido returned to the quarters prepared for him in Sunagakure, where he began to devise plans for the forthcoming endeavors. In a cave located at the border of the Land of Wind and the Land of Grass, members of the Akatsuki stood atop the outer path golem, extracting the tailed beasts. Hinata suddenly opened her eyes and declared, the team to rescue the Jinchuriki has already set off, accompanied by members from the Federation and Konoha, including the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Let us employ the technique of transformation to buy some time, Pain suggested. Itachi stepped forward, volunteering, we shall take on this task. Concerned that other members might act recklessly and inadvertently cause fatal harm, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Very well, then. Kisame shall accompany you to thwart their efforts. Hinata Kiyoshi secretly calculated in his heart. He was aware that Niji had not seen his girlfriend for a long time, and this occasion marked a perfect opportunity for his return to Konoha. Kiyoshi held no excessive expectations for Niji. He merely hoped that he could lead a happy life. Thus, Kiyoshi resolved to send Niji on a journey of training in the shinobi world, subtly guiding him to rescue the third squad, with the intention of encouraging him to reconnect with Tenten. He wished for Niji to engage in a wholesome romance and relish the joys of life. Even if Niji were to accompany the third squad back to Konoha, it would be splendid if he could persuade Tenten to join him on his adventures. Under Tsunade's governance, Konoha had seen a considerable reduction in its darker aspects. Moreover, with Kiyoshi's reputation, Tsunade would not dare to harm Niji unless she wished to plunge the village into crisis. To ensure Niji's safety, Kiyoshi sealed his Byakugan's ocular power within Niji's eyes. Should Niji encounter danger, the power would automatically activate, vanquishing any foes, while Kiyoshi would promptly use Kamui to whisk Niji away. Chapter 99. Niji's return to romance. After Niji's departure, the Might Guy squad did not recruit any new members. Tsunade had suggested inviting others to join, but everyone politely declined, insisting that the position was reserved for Niji. Consequently, the vacancy in Guy's squad remained unfilled. Currently, the Might Guy squad faced a formidable challenge against Kisame's water clone technique, embroiled in a difficult battle. Kisame's water jutsu altered the surrounding terrain, transforming it into a lake, thereby securing advantageous ground while effortlessly neutralizing their attacks. Rock Lee was the first to charge forward, executing the Leaf Hurricane against Kisame. However, Kisame effortlessly evaded and promptly conjured a water wall to thwart Lee's assault. Observing this, Tintin immediately launched a barrage of projectiles, sending a multitude of blades raining down upon Kisame's clone. Yet, Kisame swiftly submerged into the water, rendering Tintin's efforts futile. Kisame formed hand seals, summoning two water clones that easily ensnared Tintin and Lee with the water prison technique. Might Guy, eager to rescue his students, found himself obstructed by the real Kisame. In an instant, Tintin and Rock Lee found themselves in perilous circumstances. Just then, two air palms materialized, striking the water clones and shattering their hold, causing the water prison technique to dissipate. The two gasped for air, relieved to have narrowly escaped calamity. Tintin recalled the recent attack. Was that Niji's air palm? She gazed towards the source of the assault, where a figure emerged in the distance. Could it be Niji? Tintin's heart raced at the thought of their imminent reunion. As the figure approached, she finally discerned his features. 3 years had passed, and Niji had matured into an even more handsome young man, his gentle smile unchanged. Niji. Tintin could no longer contain her longing, rushing towards him like a bird returning to its nest. Niji, equally nostalgic for his comrades, embraced her tenderly. After a moment, Tintin blushed and released him, asking, Niji, how did you end up here? Weren't you training with your brother? Are you returning to Konoha with us? This was an illusion cast by Kiyoshi. She only remembered Niji accompanying his brother in training. Lee, echoing Tintin's enthusiasm, embraced Niji warmly. Niji, it has been 3 years. I wonder how much you have grown in strength. We must spar later. Niji did not immediately respond to Tintin's inquiry. It's been a long time, Tintin, Lee. We can reminisce later. I need to finish this battle first. You both take a rest. I'll assist Guy-sensei. With that, Niji instantaneously appeared behind Kisame, who was engaged in combat with Guy. The duo struck simultaneously, landing a powerful blow on Kisame. The clone perished immediately, the water clone technique dispelled, revealing its true form. The surrounding waters receded as the caster departed. Upon seeing his long-lost disciple, Guy rushed forward and enveloped him in an exuberant embrace. Haha, Niji, welcome back to the team. Guy-sensei, Niji greeted him warmly. At that moment, Tintin and Rock Lee joined them, and Guy excitedly pulled Tintin and Lee into his embrace. Shedding tears of youthful joy, the third squad of Konoha has reunited. After a while, once the emotional moment had passed, Guy gradually released them. Tintin once again posed her question. Niji, weren't you training with your brother? Tintin had fond memories of Kiyoshi. She recalled how he had arranged for her and Niji to live together in an apartment for an extended period. Moreover, Kiyoshi had affectionately referred to her as his sister-in-law. A rather humorous mix-up of relationships. Niji nodded, responding, I trained with my brother for 3 years. He deemed my strength sufficient, so he sent me out. Tintin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since you have nowhere else to go, why not return to Konoha with us? I do intend to stay in Konoha for a while before embarking on a journey through the shinobi world to broaden my experiences, Niji replied without hesitation. Eager to see Hinata and Hanabi. Although Kiyoshi had instructed him not to reveal the truth, he still wished to persuade them to let go of their grudges. Tintin's eyes gleamed even brighter. That's wonderful. Your old home has been reclaimed by Konoha. Would you like to stay at my house? Won't that be inconvenient? Niji inquired. Not at all. My house is spacious, with unoccupied rooms, Tintin assured him. Let us focus on our mission first, Guy interjected. Noting that their conversation had dragged on too long. Then you should return to Konoha. We will return once we complete our task, Tintin suggested. Niji, having been taken away by Kiyoshi for 3 years, was no longer considered a Konoha ninja and was exempt from missions. That's all right. I'll accompany you, Niji said with a smile. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi appeared before the rescue team, prompting Shugo and Kimimaro to recall Kiyoshi's instructions and step forward. We'll intercept him. You continue with your mission, Kimimaro stated. This is an S-rank rogue ninja. It would be better to resolve this together. Kakashi unsheathed his short blade, preparing for combat. Shugo decisively activated his Sage mode, using its heightened perception to discern that the figure before them was merely a clone. This is just his clone, possessing at most 30% of his original strength. We can handle it. Once dealt with, we will catch up with you. Thanks to the assistance of the Federation's technology. Shugo had mastered his powers, and the frenzy was no longer an issue. I understand, Kimimaro, Shugo. I leave this to you. I will definitely save Gaara, Naruto declared. Then maneuvered around Uchiha Itachi with the others. Thank you. Chiyo expressed her gratitude to the two. As long as it's the order of the esteemed leader. We shall execute it with utmost diligence. Kimimaro withdrew his bone blade. Kimimaro closed his eyes, entering the second state of Sage mode. Facing an enemy with Sharingan. Utilizing Sage perception proved advantageous. This conclusion was drawn from his numerous battles with Sasuke. Itachi watched as the group departed, recognizing that with his current 30% strength, he could not hope to detain so many, nor could he easily shake off the two before him. I'm going in. With a force akin to a rocket. Chikura surged from behind Z, hurtling towards Itachi. Utilizing the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, Itachi slightly sidestepped to evade the incoming strike. Naturally, Kimimaro seized this opportunity. Appearing beside Itachi with remarkable speed, his bone blade aimed at him. In a swift counterattack, Itachi ignited his arm in flames. Employing the fire ninjutsu he had mastered during his time in the Umbu, striking towards Kimimaro. Before the bone blade could make contact, Itachi delivered a powerful punch, sending Kimimaro staggering backward. Kimimaro, unable to open his eyes, relied solely on his sensory abilities, yet his speed fell slightly short. Chapter 100. Retrieving Scorpion's corpse. Kisame was the first to open his eyes, speaking in a grave tone. Hinata Kiyoshi, your brother is becoming increasingly mischievous. He unexpectedly struck and defeated my clone. Pain, peering through to discern the traitor, inquired, how did your brother suddenly appear here? Hinata Kei was aware that his scheme had come to fruition. He shrugged his shoulders, feigning an air of helplessness, and sighed, there is no remedy. Such is the nature of adolescent youth, intent on venturing forth and forging their own paths, oblivious to the fact that I am a member of the Akatsuki. Haha. You and Itachi share a striking resemblance, both having a mischievous younger brother, Deidara chuckled. Would you like me to assist you in teaching him a lesson? Haha. In my days at Iwagakure, my underlings were utterly devoted to me. Hinata Kei offered a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively, saying, there's no need for your concern. You should focus on yourself. They will be here shortly. With a scoff, Deidara added, just a bunch of trash, they can be dealt with effortlessly. The ensuing events unfolded much like the original narrative, as the new Team 7 successfully rendezvoused with Team 3 outside the cave. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki had extracted the One-Tail, leaving only Scorpion and Deidara within the cavern. Scorpion commanded his clay eagle to seize Gaara's lifeless body and flee into the distance. Without hesitation, Naruto pursued Gaara, with Kakashi and Sai closely following, intent on rescuing him. Super Beast imitation art, Cloudbird, Sai declared as he unleashed his scroll, summoning an ink bird that materialized from thin air. He leapt onto the creature and called out to Kakashi and Naruto, Kakashi-senpai, Naruto-kun. Understanding the cue, the two swiftly mounted the ink bird, engaging Deidara in a fierce aerial battle. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Sakura remained on the ground, clashing violently with Scorpion. Chiyo skillfully manipulated her puppetry to control the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, while Sakura combined her formidable strength with antidotes, fighting fiercely against Scorpion. Scorpion unveiled an array of hidden techniques, beginning with the 4th Kazekage puppet, the crimson shell of the H-Ka, and the 4 scrolls behind him. Showcasing his secret art, 100 machine manipulation, along with the scroll, Inferno prison formation. The battle raged on with intensity, neither side gaining a definitive upper hand. Hinata Hayashi concealed himself in the shadows, observing this unparalleled duel, a pinnacle confrontation among puppeteers, a spectacle that would remain unmatched henceforth. There would be no one to inherit the breathtaking art of puppetry, as Kankuro continued to utilize the toys left behind by Scorpion in his youth. Ultimately, the outcome of the battle remained unchanged. Scorpion exposed a fatal flaw, succumbing beneath the weight of the very puppets he had crafted. As a long sword pierced the core of resurrection, releasing a stream of violet blood, Scorpion could neither refuse nor evade this symbolic embrace, for it stirred the deep-seated yearning for his parents within his heart. In the final moment of memory, Scorpion seemed to return to the cherished moment of being held in his parents' arms during his childhood. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Sakura were utterly exhausted. With a sigh, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. A figure gradually emerged from the distance, clad in a crimson cloud robe. His handsome visage and deep black eyes resembling endless voids. Could it be those members of Akatsuki come to aid Scorpion? Chiyo and Sakura, mustering their waning strength, struggled to rise and adopt a stance for battle. Chiyo scoured the ground, finding a few puppets that were still barely functional, piecing them together. That was Hinata Hayashi. Sakura finally recalled the appearance of Hinata Hayashi from her past encounters. Astonishingly, 3 years had seemingly left no mark upon his countenance. He remained as he had been during the Ch-Nin exams. He was the one who had once single-handedly thwarted the army of the Hidden Cloud. A thin sheen of sweat broke upon Chiyo's forehead. Although information about this individual was scarce, she would never question his strength. 2 years prior, during the war of the founding of the Federation, Hinata Hayashi had repelled the forces of the Hidden Cloud single-handedly, his casual strike altering the very terrain of the region. It was unfathomable that such a figure had joined the ranks of Akatsuki. What, then, could be the true objective of this organization? Hinata walked towards the two, passing by them as if they were utterly non-existent. Chiyo and Sakura's backs were already drenched in sweat. Hinata arrived before the remnants of his father and mother, as well as the remains of the 3rd Kazekage's puppet, Scorpion. He meticulously gathered them into a scroll, particularly the Scorpion's body, which bore the scroll upon its back. Of the 4 scrolls belonging to Scorpion, only 2 had been utilized, allowing Hinata to discern the final devastating technique. Scorpion had perished due to the bonds of kinship, thus, I shall not take your lives. This shall serve as the fulfillment of Scorpion's last wish. You may leave now. Hinata spoke to the two with his back turned. Chiyo and Sakura exchanged glances, perplexed by Hinata's decision to spare them. Are you not leaving? Hinata turned around, his gaze cold and indifferent. Chiyo gritted her teeth and took Sakura by the hand, leading her away from the scene. They needed to relay this information back with utmost urgency. Hinata Kei gazed at the retreating figures of Chiyo and Sakura, and could not help but exclaim inwardly, Scorpion, you remain so soft-hearted. However, I shall not be like you. Anyone who obstructs my plans must vanish. With that, he turned and disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, the members of Team 3 had also defeated their respective clones and were hastening towards Naruto to offer their support. On another front, Deidara gritted his teeth, never having anticipated being driven into such a dire predicament. The Konoha ninjas were relentless, pursuing him with unwavering determination. Must I truly resort to using the puppets left to me by Scorpion? It is unbearable to employ another's art. Did they not seek the body of the Jinchuriki? Then let it be returned to them. With the last vestige of strength in one arm, Deidara retrieved a sealing scroll from his tool pouch and hurled it into the air. Release. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings, and 4 clay hawks burst forth from the mist, each carrying a version of Deidara, 3 of which were his clay clones. The hawk clutching Gar's lifeless body radiated a crimson glow as it charged towards the Konoha ninjas. He intends to self-destruct. Sai, manipulating his ink bird, attempted to evade the imminent explosion of the clay hawk. Naruto, however, had eyes only for Gaara and sprang into action, desperately grasping the body ensnared by the clay hawk, striving to rescue it before the explosion. If he failed, Gaara would not even retain a complete corpse. Yet, fate was unkind. Despite Naruto's valiant efforts to pry away the clay, time was against him, and the temperature of the clay hawk soared, mere moments away from detonation. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, leapt into action, positioning himself behind the clay hawk. His short blade crackled with lightning as he sliced at the hawk's legs. In the final moment before the explosion, he succeeded in rescuing both Naruto and Gaara. The explosion of the clay hawk was thwarted by the lightning, causing it to plummet to the ground. Just before their descent, Sai skillfully maneuvered the ink bird to catch them. Gaara, please wake up. Naruto shook Gaara's body fervently, only to realize that he had ceased to breathe. In that moment, Naruto saw a reflection of himself and Gaara. Both had yearned for the recognition of their people, aspiring to become the leaders of their respective villages. Yet both had met their demise here. Damn it. Naruto's eyes gradually transformed into a feral glare, and he roared, "I will avenge Gaara." But such vengeance would not come easily. The 4 clay hawks had already vanished, leaving them to chase down a single one, only to face the inevitable self-destruction of the puppets and clones. Chapter 101. Self-reincarnation in a vast expanse of land. The rescue team reconvened. Naruto knelt beside Gaara's body, tears streaming down his cheeks. I'm sorry, Gaara. It was my failure to save you." Chiyo closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight before her. In a single day, she had lost 2 loved ones. Through prolonged interaction, she had come to regard Gaara as her own grandson. "Allow me," Chiyo said, settling beside Gaara and slowly forming hand seals. Self-reincarnation is a jutsu I devised after the deaths of Scorpion's parents, intended to resurrect my son and daughter-in-law. Utilizing all of my chakra as a medium, I can impart life force to the deceased. The caster's chakra will transfer the soul of the departed, continuing until the caster's own life reaches its end. Yet, I had not even completed the development of this jutsu when Scorpion covertly assassinated the 3rd Kazekage and betrayed Tsunagakure. I never imagined I would employ this jutsu now, exchanging my life for Gaara's. What a profitable transaction it is, ha ha ha. Chiyo chuckled to herself. But no one around her could share in the mirth. Though not ninjas of Tsunagakure, they could feel the weight of the elder's emotions. Chiyo's decision to sacrifice her life for Gaara was not just a resolution for Tsunagakure, but also for her own conscience. At that moment, a figure came rushing from afar. Karui, who was supposed to be in Tsunagakure, followed closely by Hinata Kei. "Grandmother, no." Karui attempted to halt Chiyo's actions, unwilling to witness another tragedy unfold, even if it meant trading one life for another. After the death of their parents, she and her brother had been cared for and guided by this elder, allowing them to once again experience the warmth of familial love after their mother's passing. Chiyo's hands remained steady, and she smiled gently, saying, "To encounter you 3 siblings in my twilight years, I truly feel fortunate. We redeem one another. In seeing you, I am reminded of Scorpion in his youth. Looking at Mitsuki and Naruto, I envision a future for the ninja world, where understanding will one day prevail among all. In this flawed ninja world established by the elderly, I am genuinely pleased to see people like you emerge. I have made many errors in the past. Before my demise, I finally have the opportunity to do something right. Tsunagakure, the Federation, and Konoha, surely, the ninja world that follows will differ from our era. Naruto, Kakashi has told me that you harbor immense power and boundless potential. Perhaps you truly will surpass the previous Hokage." Naruto stared blankly at the elderly woman before him, unsure of what to say. "Mitsuki, I know you have grander dreams. Please take good care of Karui." Hinata Kei embraced himself, nodding in acknowledgement of Chiyo's final wish. Chiyo was indeed a worthy adversary. This time, she had accurately perceived Hinata's ambition. He truly harbored grand aspirations. Yet, they would undoubtedly cross paths again, most certainly on the battlefield of the Shinobi World War. One could only hope she would not regret her misjudgment. Chiyo, tears streaming down her face, murmured softly, "Foolish child, death and rebirth are inevitable."